Global cataclysm, a rift in time and space. Countless extraterrestrial beasts invade, causing all flora and fauna on Earth to undergo frenzied mutations and transformations. With the rampant spread of monstrous creatures, humanity finds itself in peril, leading to the emergence of the beast tamer as the savior. The protagonist, Qin Hao, fortuitously acquires the ultimate divine pet evolution system, awakening the nine-turn nether eye. The nine-turn nether eye possesses the ability to perceive the hidden evolutionary paths of all divine pets. By forcefully altering ancient divine bloodlines, he cultivates formidable beings such as the chaos-devouring dragon, frostbone whale king, undying phoenix, dragon-armored Xian turtle, six-winged white tiger, and shadow Qilin emperor. Chapter 1. The hellish mode begins, awakening the ancient beast tamer's eye. Panic is setting in. The awakening assessment for beast tamers will commence in just a few minutes. I beseech the spirit of my great uncle in the heavens, grant me a smooth passage through the assessment. If I cannot become a beast tamer, I'll be left with no choice but to work in an electronics factory. Speaking of which, on such a significant day, where has that fellow Qin Hao gone? Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from a distance. Not good. Qin Hao has fainted at the entrance of the girls' restroom. At Xiangnan High School, a handsome young man lay on the ground in front of the girls' restroom, drawing a crowd of onlookers and murmurs. The young man, named Qin Hao, slowly opened his eyes, feeling disoriented in his surroundings. Where am I? Ouch, it hurts. Qin Hao cradled his head as a surge of memories flooded into his mind. He soon realized he had inexplicably traversed into another realm, and it was none other than the hell mode at the outset. Good heavens, I took a nap and ended up in a different world? This is more bizarre than a girlfriend getting pregnant during her menstrual cycle. Originally a citizen of Huaxiao on Earth, Qin Hao found himself inexplicably transported to this parallel universe. Coincidentally, the owner of this body was also named Qin Hao, 18 years old, and their physical appearances were strikingly alike. From the influx of memories, Qin Hao learned that this parallel world was rife with monsters, and humanity was perpetually engulfed in slaughter and fear. A century ago, a cataclysm struck Earth, and countless extraterrestrial beasts emerged through rifts in time and space. From that moment on, spiritual energy surged forth, causing even the flora and fauna of Earth to undergo rampant mutations, transformations, and ascensions, culminating in a global monster crisis. These genetically potent beasts were often ferocious and bloodthirsty, relishing in the consumption and torment of humans. Moreover, they possessed apocalyptic powers, making it exceedingly difficult for humanity's nuclear weapons to contend with them. As time progressed, the living space for humanity was increasingly constricted, and panic and death became the lament of the human race. Yet, amidst this misfortune, humanity birthed a new profession, the beast tamer. A beast tamer is a person endowed with formidable spiritual power. Such individuals are exceptionally gifted, capable of forging blood pacts with monsters, transforming them into their loyal beasts, and commanding them in battle. With the rise of the beast tamer faction, humanity finally began to regain its footing. Coupled with modern technological advancements and cutting-edge weaponry, humanity rose in rebellion, expanding their bases and establishing numerous cities, fortresses, and safe zones, eventually forming the Yinxia Empire. However, Qin Hao found himself in an unfortunate predicament, as he resided in Xiangnan City, a perilous border area of the Yinxia Empire, also known as Zone 10086. Regions ranked beyond 10,000 are classified as dangerous zones. Dangerous zones frequently witnessed the presence of brutal beasts, resulting in a high mortality rate among humans. Brother Hao, what are you dawdling about for? The Beast Tamer Awakening assessment is about to begin. Let's hurry over. A chubby boy grasped Qin Hao's arm, urging him toward the playground. From the new memories, Qin Hao recognized this portly individual as Wang Dachui, his close friend with whom he had often played during childhood, competing to see who could urinate the farthest after removing their pants. A moment later, Qin Hao and Wang Dachui arrived at the school playground. The playground was teeming with students preparing for the Beast Tamer Awakening assessment. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamer Alliance, individuals aged between 13 and 18 are eligible to undergo the Awakening assessment. Wang Dachui, nervously rubbing his hands, muttered, "Brother Hao, I hope we can both pass the Awakening assessment and become Beast Tamers together." Qin Hao smiled faintly, feeling somewhat conflicted due to his recent traversal, uncertain whether he should still settle any outstanding debts. Undoubtedly, in this world dominated by monsters, only by awakening as a beast tamer could one hope to survive. Failure in awakening would lead to a life indistinguishable from the masses, either toiling in factories or laboring on construction sites. A handsome young man like Qin Hao might even be abducted by a wealthy woman. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a white beast tamer robe appeared at the center of the playground. This man exuded an extraordinary presence, wearing round glasses and sporting a beard, his countenance resolute, embodying the quintessential charming uncle. What astonished everyone was that beside him lay a colossal ice-blue crocodile tortoise, its size exceeding that of an average tiger by twofold. All eyes were captivated by this enormous creature, clearly the middle-aged man's beast. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man feigned seriousness and introduced himself. Dear students, I am the examiner for this Beast Tamer Awakening Assessment, Chinboki. You may address me as Teacher Chun. Raising an eyebrow, Chinboki continued. Furthermore, I hail from the Juke Academy. Upon hearing this, all students fell silent, their gazes towards Chinboki filled with respect and admiration. Juke Academy, alongside Qinglong Academy, Baihu Academy, and Xuanwu Academy, is collectively known as the four great Beast Tamer Academies, the pinnacle institution for cultivating beast tamers within the Yinxia Empire. Wang Dachui gasped, leaning close to Qin Hao's ear and whispering, Brother Hao, this Teacher Chun is no ordinary individual. Those who wear the white uniform of a beast tamer are veritable five-star beast tamers. Brother Hao, are you listening to me? Oh no, Brother Hao, you fainted again. Don't scare me. In an unforeseen turn of events, Qin Hao fainted once more, prompting Wang Dachui to quickly kneel beside him, pinching his acupoint, pleading for him not to perish. All students' gazes converged upon them. Lying on the ground, Qin Hao had his eyes tightly shut, yet his consciousness was remarkably clear. Amidst the commotion, Qin Hao vaguely heard a mechanical female voice. Ding. Host awakening the ultimate divine pet evolution system. Binding in progress. Binding successful. A surge of formidable power coursed through Qin Hao's body, and he rejoiced inwardly. Ah, so this is the essential system benefit for traversers? The system's notification resounded once more, issuing beginner rewards. Reward: Ancient Beast Tamer's Eye, 9-turn Nether Eye. In an instant, Qin Hao felt a searing sensation erupt in his right eye. Then he heard voices from the outside. Brother Hao, please wake up. Ma Dongmei, come give my brother Hao artificial respiration. That's his first kiss. How distasteful. Artificial respiration is unreliable. Use urine to wake him up. You have diabetes. Don't let Qin Hao taste sweetness. Let me do it. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was startled awake, and his classmates instinctively retreated, fearing he had come back from the dead. Chinboki hastily approached Qin Hao, expressing mild concern. Are you all right, student? Qin Hao quickly smiled and waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Suddenly, Qin Hao's gaze was drawn to the enormous crocodile tortoise beside Chinboki. And in that moment, a flash of elusive purple light flickered in his right eye. The ancient beast tamer's eye, 9-turn Nether Eye, was officially activated. Qin Hao's gaze swept over the Ao Gue, and a myriad of intricate and detailed data instantly unfolded before his eyes. Name: Bing Jiazhan Gue. Level 50, Ultimate Form. Bloodline Rare. Talent: Extremely long lifespan. Attributes: Ice Element, Defense. Loyalty: 90. Weaknesses: Noise, Fire Element. Skills: 1. Ice Shield. 2. Ice Cannon. 3. Shell Rebound. Evolution Route. Habits and Preferences. Qin Hao rubbed his eyes in astonishment. I can actually perceive all data regarding the beast, including evolution routes and personal secrets. After the initial surprise, Qin Hao compelled himself to regain composure, touching his right eye with a sly smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the ocular techniques of ancient beast tamers are formidable. With this Jiao Zhuanming Tong, I shall undoubtedly become the world's foremost beast tamer. Not even Jesus could halt my ascent. Classmate, if you are uninjured, please return to your team. I will now preside over the awakening assessment. Chinboki's voice jolted Qin Hao back to reality. The atmosphere thickened as the awakening assessment was about to commence. All students lined up, their faces betraying a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Whether one awakens or not could determine the future fate of every youth. Qin Hao rubbed his right eye, feeling the power of the Jiao Zhuanming Tong surge within him, sensing the ancestral strength of the ancient beast tamers. Chapter 2. Soul King Physique, Husky Evolution. Chinboki's attention returned to Qin Hao, noticing his calm demeanor amidst the tension that enveloped his peers. Such tranquility and composure were rare. After all, Qin Hao possessed memories of 2 lifetimes, endowing him with a naturally steadier disposition. Moreover, having just acquired the Jiao Zhuanming Tong of the ancient beast tamers, Passing the awakening assessment was bound to be a mere formality. Qin raised his palm, and the Bing Jiazhan Gui opened its mouth, releasing a pitch-black stone into Qin hand. This black stone is called the Soul Measurement Stone. Simply place your palm upon it, close your eyes, and concentrate your mind to measure the strength of your soul power. If your soul power meets the standards of a beast tamer, the stone will emit a white light. The stronger the soul power, the more radiant the light. Now, let's proceed in an orderly fashion for the testing. Over 2,000 students on the playground began their awakening tests in succession. As expected, becoming a beast tamer was not a pursuit available to just anyone. Most students placed their hands on the soul measurement stone, only for it to remain unresponsive, indicating their soul power fell short, resulting in awakening failure. The testing progressed swiftly, and after 1,000 students had been tested, only a little over 10 had successfully awakened. In truth, these 10 displayed only mediocre talents, causing the stone to emit merely a faint glimmer of white light, their soul powers barely reaching the passing mark. Qin expression grew solemn as he sighed quietly. Alas, perhaps I should not harbor too much hope. In a city like Xiangnan, ranked beyond the 10,000 mark, how could one expect to encounter exceptional talent? Next candidate, Qin Hao. Brother Hao, it's your turn. Don't be nervous. You can do it. Wang Dachui pushed Qin Hao in front of Qin and Qin Hao exchanged glances, the former revealing a warm smile. You must be Qin Hao. What a splendid name. Qin Hao shyly scratched his head. Classmate Qin Hao, please place your hand on the soul measurement stone, Qin prompted. Qin Hao lifted his hand and pressed it against the stone. Seconds ticked by. Half a minute passed, yet the stone remained unresponsive. Surrounding classmates began to jeer and mock. Qin Hao, if I can't awaken, what makes you think you can succeed? What a joke. Not everyone can become a beast tamer. Lacking the talent, you might as well join us at the electronics factory. Stop wasting time. Those of us behind you are eager to be tested. Qin Hao, don't hog the spotlight. Qin furrowed his brow as the soul measurement stone failed to emit any white light, indicating Qin Hao lacked talent. Classmate Qin Hao, I regret to inform you that you have failed the awakening test. Please, next candidate. Just as Qin was halfway through his statement, a loud bang resonated. Instantly, all students gaped in shock as the soul measurement stone inexplicably exploded. Staring at the shattered remnants of the stone, Qin was taken aback. Having been in the beast tamer profession for over 30 years, he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Qin Hao looked innocently confused. I can't be blamed for this, can I? Inwardly, Qin thought, this is indeed your fault. You caused the explosion. The playground erupted into chaos as students murmured amongst themselves. Qin glanced again at Qin Hao, his eyes narrowing into a thin slit, muttering under his breath. Throughout the history of beast tamers, many prodigious youths have emerged, yet never has anyone caused the soul measurement stone to explode. Could it be that this lad possesses a Soul King physique? And one even more formidable than the typical Soul King physique. The Soul King physique is an exceedingly rare super physique among beast tamers. Those endowed with such a physique possess soul power multiple times that of ordinary beast tamers. The stronger the soul power, the more beast contracts one can forge, thereby commanding multiple beasts in battle. Qin Hao timidly inquired, Teacher does this count as a successful awakening or a failure? Qin collected himself, initially glaring at Qin Hao with irritation. Refrained from speaking out of turn. Simply call me Teacher Chun. Qin Hao replied, all right, Teacher Qin nearly succumbed to frustration at Qin Hao's response. After a brief consultation with his accompanying officials, Qin announced, Classmate Qin Hao, you have successfully awakened. As soon as Qin words fell, the playground erupted in uproar. All eyes turned to Qin Hao, pointing fingers and expressing discontent. Theoretically, only when the soul measurement stone emitted white light could one be deemed to have successfully awakened. Qin Hao had caused the stone to explode. Strictly speaking, it could not be classified as a success. Clearing his throat, Qin stated, Students, you need not doubt. Classmate Qin Hao possesses a unique physique, the Soul King physique, marking him as an exceptionally promising beast tamer. Therefore, let us cease further discussion. What? He actually has a Soul King physique? Qin Hao is incredible. Wow. As expected of Qin Hao, I bow to your greatness. Grandmaster Qin, do you need a grandson? I can be your grandson. A turtle grandson would suffice. Brother Qin, shall we book a room tonight? I possess a VIP card for a hotel. Don't question why I have it. I specially acquired it for you. The students' expressions transformed in an instant, revealing obsequious smiles as they swarmed to flatter Qin Hao, with some female classmates even willing to compromise their dignity to get closer to him. In this apocalyptic era, everyone has become opportunistic. While not shameful, it is indeed tragic. Amidst the flattery, Qin Hao remained unfazed by the praise. His right eye, the Jiuzhuanming Tong of the ancient beast tamers, made his successful awakening a mere commonplace occurrence, not warranting astonishment. What's so special about it? A poor loser aspires to be a beast tamer? Even if you awaken successfully, it's of no use. You won't be able to afford a divine pet egg. You're useless. In a corner of the playground, a sharp-featured boy glared fiercely at Qin Hao's back, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. This individual was Li Kai, son of the principal of Xiangnan High School, Li Nantian. Just moments ago, Li Kai had successfully passed the awakening assessment, basking in the attention of the entire school. Yet suddenly, Qin Hao awakened successfully, boasting the extraordinarily rare Soul King physique. Currently, Li Kai finds himself overshadowed by Qin Hao, filled with indignation and harboring malevolent thoughts. Subsequently, Qinboki replaced the soul testing stone and continued the awakening assessment. Half an hour later, the evaluation concluded. Among the over 2,000 students at Xiangnan High School, only 28 succeeded in their awakening. Among these 28, aside from Qin Hao, the rest possessed rather mediocre talents. Interestingly, Qin Hao's steadfast companion, Wang Dachui, was also among them, which brought Qin Hao a sense of satisfaction. Even though Wang Dachui's aptitude was unremarkable, it was still preferable to failing the awakening. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Qin Hao's mind. Achievement unlocked. The host has completed the Beastmaster Awakening Assessment. Achievement reward. You have received a Beast Evolution Scroll. In the evening, as classes were dismissed, Qin Hao and Wang Dachui exited the teaching building together. Wang Dachui exclaimed enthusiastically, "Brother Hao, we both succeeded in our awakenings. That's fantastic. In the future, we can apply to the same Beastmaster Academy and become partners." Qin Hao chuckled lightly. Do not rejoice too soon. Success in awakening merely signifies that we possess the potential to become Beastmasters. However, to acquire a beast, one must purchase a beast egg from the Divine Beast Store, and even the cheapest beast egg costs 1,000 gold coins. Can you afford that? Wang Dachui, with a sincere look, replied, "My father sold the electronics factory yesterday and saved up 1,000 gold coins, so I can afford it." This is not only an era of apocalypse, but also one that favors familial connections. Qin Hao was taken aback, chuckling at himself. Alas, the fool is indeed myself. Having no parents, Qin Hao's family was rather impoverished. He relied solely on his sister, Qin Yan. Not to mention 1,000 gold coins, Qin Hao's pockets were emptier than his face, with his family left with only his sister and the load-bearing wall. The thought of his sister working 3 part-time jobs to support his education filled Qin Hao with guilt. Sigh, though I have traversed into this world, and the debts I owed are no longer a concern, I still find myself in a predicament where a single coin can thwart a hero. Upon reaching the school gate, Qin Hao and Wang Dachui waved their farewells, each taking a different route home. Just as Qin Hao was about to mount a shared bicycle, a cacophony of barking erupted behind him. Woof, woof, woof. Turning around, he spotted a husky barking beneath a tree at the school entrance. Qin Hao recognized the husky as the school's watchdog, typically cared for by the security personnel, fed more than a pig, and sleeping even earlier. With the 9 turns mystic eyes automatically activated, a mesmerizing violet light flickered in Qin Hao's right eye. Goodness, this seemingly ordinary dog carries the hidden genes of a wolf king. Remarkable. Overjoyed, Qin Hao realized the effectiveness of the 9 turns mystic eyes, which effortlessly revealed the data template and potential limits of any animal. A sudden idea struck him. Since I cannot afford a beast egg and the system has just rewarded me with a beast evolution scroll, why not try it on this husky? With determination, Qin Hao lured the husky into an empty alley with a bag of spicy strips. Silly dog, so easily deceived. As the husky munched on the spicy strips, a golden-hued talisman materialized in Qin Hao's hand. Beast Evolution Scroll, an ancient scroll pinned with the blood of Beastmasters, imbued with divine power, capable of enhancing the hidden genes of ordinary animals and evolving them into formidable beasts. Without hesitation, Qin Hao pressed the Beast Evolution Scroll onto the husky's head. In an instant, the dog's body was enveloped in a blinding white light. Qin Hao could barely open his eyes, and it took a while for his vision to clear. When he focused again, he could not help but exclaim in awe. Wow, what a magnificent dog. No, wait, what a splendid wolf. Chapter 3, Rare Bloodline. Fiery howling wolf. At this moment, a magnificent wolf stood before Qin Hao. This wolf, still in its juvenile stage, was not particularly large. Yet its beauty was unparalleled. Its fur was pristine white, complemented by a pair of mesmerizing violet eyes, exuding an ethereal charm. Its limbs were muscular and robust, adorned with sharp silver teeth and formidable claws. Most strikingly, its limbs, back, tail, and neck were enveloped in crimson flames, its gaze one of disdain for all, radiating an aura of dominance. In summary, compared to the foolish husky from before its evolution, this wolf was undeniably far more handsome. Akin to having purchased a limited edition skin. Qin Hao activated the 9 turns nether eyes once more, scanning the wolf, and a series of data emerged before him. Name, Fiery Howling Wolf. Level 5, Juvenile Stage. Bloodline, Rare Talent. Wolf King Aura. Attributes, Fire, Royalty, Assault, Loyalty. 100 Weakness, Water Skills. 1 Wolf King Intimidation. 2 Explosive Claw. 3 Fiery Breath. Evolution Path. 4 routes available. 1 Demon King Path. 2 Celestial Demon Path. 3 Phantom Path. Hidden Evolution Path. Hellish Azura Path. Habits and Preferences. Fond of spicy snacks. Enjoys tearing down the house. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with delight. The bloodline level of a Beastmaster determines the potential and limits of the beast. Bloodline types are categorized in ascending order into 7 types: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and god-eating. The higher the bloodline level, the greater the potential and limits of the beast. Rare bloodline beasts are exceedingly rare in ordinary urban areas. A beast like the fiery howling wolf cannot even be found in the largest divine pet shop in Xiangnan City, marking a significant fortune for Qin Hao. Furthermore, the fiery howling wolf belongs to the royal wolf breed, boasting a noble lineage capable of leading the wolf pack, appearing both aloof and commanding. Yet, before Qin Hao, it was merely a cute pet, panting and wagging its tail, eagerly awaiting another spicy snack. Qin Hao stroked his chin, murmuring, "Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? The more I look, the more I find this creature striking." After all, this fiery howling wolf evolved from a husky, retaining some canine traits, such as a penchant for mischief, yet its loyalty had reached the maximum of 100. Right, first, I must establish a blood pact. The blood pact is a soul contract signed between a Beastmaster and their beast. Upon signing, the Beastmaster can command their beast in battle. In simple terms, it means, as long as the master lives, so shall the beast, and vice versa. Qin Hao bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the head of the fiery howling wolf, and the souls of both resonated. Qin Hao used his mind to extend an invitation, inquiring if the fiery howling wolf was willing to become his beast. The wolf nodded fervently, believing that following Qin Hao would mean enjoying spicy snacks. Little did it know, Qin Hao was quite impoverished, leading to a humorous saying that would circulate in the future: "Following Brother Hao, you'll be hungry 9 meals a day." In any case, at this moment, Qin Hao and the fiery howling wolf were in perfect harmony, their blood merging, and the blood pact was successfully established. From then on, Xiangnan High School lost a foolish guard dog, and Qin Hao gained a fearsome super beast. The fiery howling wolf was Qin Hao's first beast, holding a special status in his heart, akin to a first love who took his virginity. However, the fiery howling wolf was still in its juvenile form, with a long road ahead for growth and evolution. This path would require considerable investment, for advancement materials, evolution crystals, and dog food snacks all demanded substantial funds. Qin Hao needed to devise a means to earn money. The mere thought of money made Qin Hao's head throb. Alas, how he wished for a wealthy benefactor to see through his bravado and spare him 50 years of struggle. He truly wished to cease his toil. After venting his frustrations, Qin Hao set off toward home, the fiery howling wolf following closely, proud and valiant, akin to Qin Hao's personal bodyguard. On the way home, the sunset was blood red, trees silhouetted against the sky. The streets were filled with a noxious haze, permeated by the scent of gunpowder and blood. Armored vehicles and tanks returned from the outskirts, one after another. Within these vehicles sat despondent soldiers and bloodied beasts. Clearly, the monstrous forces encamped outside the city were formidable, and this joint military and Beastmaster expedition had ended in disastrous failure, with heavy losses. Witnessing this scene, Qin Hao could not help but sigh. It seems Xiangnan City is still too perilous. I must find a way to take my sister away from this urban area and settle in a more secure location. Thinking of his sister Qin Yan, Qin Hao hurriedly pulled out an old second-hand phone from his pocket to call home. The call connected, and a gentle, intelligent voice came through. "Hello, Xiao Hao. You must be home from school. How much longer until you arrive? Dinner is almost ready." Qin Hao replied with a bright smile. "Sister, I will be home in 5 minutes. Once I return, I have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Qin Hao affectionately patted the head of the fiery howling wolf, keeping it a secret for now. Hey, you little rascal, don't tease me. I've made your favorite egg fried rice. Hurry back, or it will get cold. The siblings chatted happily for a while, but suddenly, Qin Hao heard an unpleasant voice on the line. Qin family's girl, it's time to pay the rent. Including last year's overdue amount, it totals 250 gold coins, and it cannot be delayed any longer. Landlady, could you give me a few more days? I just paid my brother's tuition and book fees. Regardless, the rent must be paid today, or you too can sleep on the streets. But I can offer you a suggestion. With your looks, why not find yourself a wealthy older man and live a life of luxury? Why worry about rent or supporting your brother? In this day and age, who can afford to be prideful without money? The landlady's venomous words ignited a surge of anger within Qin Hao. Historically, the poor have always been looked down upon, and without wealth or power, one is subject to humiliation. In this world overrun by beasts, humanity's ugliness is further magnified, and society grows more ruthless. Fury flared in Qin Hao's eyes. Sister, do not worry. I am returning immediately. I will tear the landlady's mouth apart. Xiao Hao, listen to your sister. Don't come back tonight. Stay with a classmate. I can handle the rent situation myself. Be good. Qin Yin concluded her words and hung up. Each time there was trouble at home, she bore the burden alone. Qin Hao clenched his fists in silence, leaping onto the back of the fiery howling wolf. The wolf, sensing his resolve, roared and sprinted toward the outskirts. Like a blazing wind. In the outskirts of Xiangnan City, in the impoverished district, desolation stretched as far as the eye could see, a gathering place for the destitute. On the edge of this district stood an old, crumbling apartment building, its walls riddled with cracks, looking as if it might collapse at any moment. Moreover, this building lacked even basic defenses against the beasts, leaving the residents' safety in jeopardy. Qin Hao's home resided within this dilapidated building, a rented space, akin to living under another's roof, where he had to constantly appease the landlady. At this moment, the freckled landlady stood at Qin Hao's door, brandishing a rolling pin. Her voice dripping with disdain. Qin family's girl, stop with the nonsense and pay the rent. If you can't, get out. The Qin family's girl she referred to as none other than Qin Yin, Qin Hao's sister. Growing up together in an orphanage, they were not blood relatives, but shared a bond stronger than family. Qin Yin bit her lip, adopting a subservient demeanor. Landlady, I beg you. Grant me a few more days. I can help with laundry and cooking. Just allow me and my brother to stay a little longer. You've already delayed the rent for over half a year. Do you still have the audacity to remain here? If you ask me, with your looks and figure, you should find a wealthy patron and enjoy a life of luxury. Why do you bother sending your worthless brother to school? That kid is as foolish as they come. Attending school is a waste of educational resources and money. Qin Yan's delicate face turned cold, and anger flickered at the corners of her lips. Landlady, you may insult me, but do not insult my brother. The landlady raised an eyebrow and sneered. Oh, you little girl, lacking in ability, yet still protective of your brother. Do you believe I will throw you out right now? Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the window, followed by screams and cries from below. Before the landlady could react, the glass shattered, and a grotesque bat stormed into the room. This bat was colossal, its blood-red eyes glaring like bronze bells, exuding a greenish toxic gas. With wings spread wide, measuring at least 1.5 meters, it clutched a bloody human head in its mouth. Qin Yin focused her gaze and felt a wave of revulsion. The head the bat carried was none other than the landlady's husband. The landlady was terrified, rolling and scrambling while exclaiming, "Help! The demon beast is eating people." Blood demon bat, a primitive demon beast with venomous fangs, its wings spanning 1.5 meters. It enjoys gnawing on human skulls and drinking human blood. At this moment, the entire building was filled with a swarm of blood demon bats circling overhead. They surged through the windows, ravenously devouring the flesh and blood of the residents, their screams filling the air. Amid the chaos, Qin Yin managed to escape outside with a group of survivors, only to find herself surrounded by a dozen blood demon bats. Their wings spread wide, resembling an impenetrable fortress, preventing any chance of human escape. Wails and cries became the dominant melody beneath the setting sun, as ordinary humans stood powerless against the demon beasts. With no Beastmasters present, these residents faced certain death, and the landlady was already trembling in fear, her pants soaked. The brutal slaughter unfolded mercilessly, the blood of neighbors splattering onto Qin Yan's clothing. In a daze, just as a blood demon bat set its sights on her, it opened its gaping maw and dove toward her. This monstrous beast was even larger than the typical blood demon bat. Its wings expanded to 3 meters, and its fangs even sharper. Qin Yin furrowed her brows, murmuring, This is the evolved blood demon bat, classified among the beast soldier level demon beasts. Ordinarily, the blood demon bat clan resides on the White Bone Mountain outside the city. Why would they suddenly migrate and attack the urban residents? Something is amiss. Could there be hidden truths? Faced with the demon beast's assault, Qin Yan's reaction differed from that of the unarmed residents. She appeared unnervingly calm. Chapter 4. Slaying the blood demon bat. The blood demon bat flew at an astonishing speed, closing in on Qin Yan, and everyone around her believed she was doomed. In this wasteland ravaged by demon beasts, the sight of a young girl meeting a tragic fate was all too common. At the critical moment, a powerful wolf's howl resonated. Ow! In an instant, the blood demon bat was sent spiraling backward as if severed from its string. Its massive body tumbled to the ground, rolling several times while emitting a pitiful wail. At this moment, deep gashes resembling wolf claws appeared on its wings, flames burning within them, the searing pain tormenting its nerves. The tide of battle shifted abruptly, and all the residents turned their gaze behind them, where a boy riding a wolf stood against the crimson setting sun. The landlady widened her eyes, exclaiming first, "The Qin family's boy." Qin Yan looked over, her pupils constricting in disbelief, her lips moving slightly. The rare bloodline of the flame-howling wolf? This is impossible. How could Qin Hao become a Beastmaster? Could there have been an issue with the seal? The sunset elongated the figures of Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf, creating an aura of invincibility around them. The crowd erupted in chatter. Isn't that Qin Yan's brother Qin Hao? The wolf he rides is so majestic. It must be the legendary beast. We are saved. A Beastmaster? Goodness, am I blind? This boy has actually become a Beastmaster. Our impoverished district hasn't seen a Beastmaster in 30 years. Qin Hao truly brings honor to our community. Yes. And Qin Yan benefits alongside him. Overnight, she has transformed into a phoenix. I wish I had such an outstanding brother. Qin Hao scanned the crowd, a smirk curling at his lips. He remembered clearly how these residents once looked down upon him, often bullying and insulting both him and his sister, especially the landlady, who now appeared flustered, her face flushed, avoiding his gaze. Dismounting from the wolf, Qin Hao navigated through the crowd and quickly reached Qin Yan, expressing concern. "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let me check." The memories of two lives converged, and Qin Hao cherished this soul family member deeply. Qin Yan gazed at her brother, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity. She stared blankly for a moment before offering a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Just then, the blood demon bat struggled to rise from the ground, its injured wings flapping as it glared at Qin Hao, emitting a shrill cry. All the blood demon bats in the sky responded to the call, diving down and swiftly surrounding the Qin siblings. Qin Hao's eyes sharpened as he commanded, "Flame-howling wolf, tear it apart." The flame-howling wolf let out a howl, leaping into the air like a divine weapon, its sharp claws ignited with crimson flames. In an instant, the temperature within 100 meters surged, the ground scorching hot, while a cross-shaped flame claw mark appeared in the air. The flame-howling wolf unleashed its second skill, explosive flame claw. The blood demon bat attempted to evade, but it was too late. In the next moment, its wings and chest were completely shredded by the wolf's claws, blood splattering everywhere as its cries echoed through the sky. This brutal scene left the onlookers in shock. Qin Hao's beast was so ferocious that it had obliterated a beast soldier-level demon beast in one blow. The flame-howling wolf stood proudly atop the corpse of the blood demon bat, exuding fierce flames, embodying majesty and power. The other blood demon bats, filled with trepidation, hesitated in their approach. Qin Hao issued his command, "Wolf King Intimidation." Upon hearing the order, the flame-howling wolf inhaled deeply, as if draining the surrounding air, then howled toward the sky, producing a deafening roar that sent chills down the spines of those present. After the roar, all the blood demon bats were paralyzed with fear, flapping their wings and fleeing in panic, soon vanishing from sight. The skill, Wolf King Intimidation, derived from the wolf's royal lineage. Even in its juvenile form at level 5, the noble bloodline was sufficient to suppress the blood demon bat, a lowly primitive demon beast. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers, their faces radiating with the joy of having survived. They then showered Qin Hao with thunderous applause, their praises and flattery ringing in the air. "Qin Hao, you were so cool just now. I'm utterly captivated. Brother Hao, do you need a little brother? I want to be your little brother. Qin family boy, we owe our lives to you. Our whole family thanks you." All the residents of the building bowed in gratitude to Qin Hao. Without him, they would have become the blood demon bat's next meal. The landlady, looking disheveled, approached him, mustering the courage to flatter. "Qin Hao, you've made something of yourself. becoming a Beastmaster. You are the pride of our impoverished district. We share in your glory." Qin Hao's expression turned icy, his gaze sweeping over the landlady as he delivered a deathly stare. "Landlady, don't try to get close to me. I remember how you insulted my sister earlier, claiming she was pretentious and urging her to seduce wealthy older men, even threatening to drive us away." The landlady felt a profound sense of despair. She could hardly fathom that the seemingly useless Qin Hao had transformed into a Beastmaster. In this realm, Beastmasters are revered as the most esteemed profession, symbolizing noble status and lofty rank, and ordinary folk dare not offend them. The landlady, possessing only a modest sum of ill-gotten money, appeared exceedingly humble in the presence of Beastmaster Qin Hao. With a thud, the landlady knelt before Qin Hao. Her face flushed with shame as she uttered, "I apologize, Mr. Qin Hao. It was my fault. I extend my sincere apologies to you and Miss Qin Yan. If you are still angry, I shall bow my head in contrition to both of you." Qin Hao prevented the landlady from bowing. "There is no need for that. All I seek is an apology." He then surveyed the crowd with piercing eyes, his voice resonating powerfully. "Those who have slandered and bullied my sister in the past, step forward and line up to apologize. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you do not see the sun tomorrow." Qin Yan stood beside him, momentarily stunned, her heart stirred. She felt as though her brother had suddenly transformed into an entirely different person, and a mix of tenderness and pride blossomed on her face. The residents, feeling guilty and ashamed, recalled how they had often bullied the brother-sister duo and gossiped behind their backs. One by one, they approached Qin Yan, compelled by Qin Hao's formidable presence, bowing their heads and lining up to apologize. Once everyone had expressed their contrition, Qin Hao's anger dissipated. He turned his attention back to the landlady, regarding the rent. The landlady, flustered, interrupted, "I was wrong about the rent as well. You and your sister may live here freely from now on. You need not pay a single coin." Qin Hao shook his head. "That is separate. I will certainly pay the rent. Though my sister and I may be poor, we shall not owe anyone anything." Gazing into Qin Hao's clear eyes, the landlady found herself momentarily speechless, feeling a wave of self-reproach wash over her, as if she wished to slap herself. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Hao hurried to the corpse of the blood demon bat. He crouched down and retrieved a crystal emitting a dark green glow from the carcass. This crystal, roughly the size of an infant's fist and incredibly light, was known as a demon crystal. It harbored the immense power and elemental attributes of beasts, serving as the primary loot after slaying a magical creature. Furthermore, demon crystals are essential materials for the advancement and evolution of Beastmasters. Consuming a crystal corresponding to a particular attribute can enhance their strength. These crystals are also tradable in the market, with higher-grade crystals commanding substantial value. Holding the demon crystal, Qin Hao murmured to himself, "A beast soldier-grade demon crystal, quite commendable." Alas, the blood demon bat is a poison-type beast, and this poison attribute crystal is unsuitable for my flaming howling wolf. I might as well sell it for some money to improve the living conditions for my sister and me. He tucked the crystal into his pocket and hurried back to Qin Yan, his eyes gleaming with excitement and pride. "Sister, as you can see, I am now a Beastmaster. No one shall dare to bully you again. You need not work part-time anymore. I shall support you." Qin Yan smiled, albeit with a hint of worry etched across her brow. Observing her reaction, Qin Hao gazed at her in confusion. "Sister, I have become a Beastmaster. Why aren't you happy?" Sighing inwardly, Qin Yan feigned a cheerful demeanor, grasping Qin Hao's hand as they walked home, uttering insincere words. "Xiao Hao, I am truly happy for you and proud of you. Let us return home for a meal." Qin Hao pursed his lips, sensing an oddity in Qin Yan's demeanor, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. The weather in Xiangnan City was as unpredictable as a capricious girlfriend, shifting from a sky full of stars to a sudden tempest. Late at night, in the living room of their rental, Qin Hao devoured his food with fervor. Controlling beasts in combat consumed a significant amount of soul energy, and only by eating could he replenish it. Qin Yan watched him with gentle eyes, occasionally reminding him with affection, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, and do not choke. Sister, your fried rice is truly exceptional. It is even better than what my ex-girlfriend used to make." "Ex-girlfriend? Xiao Hao, you have never dated anyone since birth. Where does this ex-girlfriend come from? Are you feverish and speaking nonsense?" Unbeknownst to Qin Yan, the brother before her was no longer the same useless boy. He was now an aspiring young man with memories from 2 lifetimes. Before his journey to this realm, Qin Hao had been quite the romantic figure on Earth, navigating through relationships with ease. However, in this apocalyptic world plagued by magical beasts, he had little interest in romance. Strengthening himself and nurturing more beasts to protect his sister and their home was the true path. Before long, Qin Hao had consumed 3 large bowls of fried rice. The flaming howling wolf, lurking beneath the table, demonstrated an astonishing appetite, devouring 5 bowls in one go, seemingly insatiable, threatening to bankrupt Qin Hao with its voracity. Setting down his chopsticks, Qin Hao glanced at the flaming howling wolf and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the creature had unknowingly leveled up. The methods for a beast's advancement generally involve 2 avenues: consuming various specialized supplements or elixirs, or engaging in combat with magical beasts, where the experience gained could facilitate leveling up. Through these 2 means, consistent effort would lead to a beast's evolution. Upon reaching a leveling threshold, there was a chance to break through and evolve into a new form. After the battle with the blood demon bat, the flaming howling wolf had successfully ascended from level 5 to level 6. Although still in its juvenile form, its potential was boundless. Qin Hao felt a surge of anticipation, thinking to himself, this is merely the juvenile stage. The path to a beast's evolution is long. I must now focus on steady development without rushing. The leveling system for beasts differs from that of magical beasts. The latter is categorically divided into 9 ranks. The initial level, beast soldier, battle general, commander, monarch, emperor, ruler, immortal, and eternal. Conversely, the beast leveling system is more intricate, with a maximum of 100 levels, evolving every 10 levels, with increasing difficulty. Qin Hao silently set a modest goal for himself, to evolve the flaming howling wolf into a level 100 dream beast, while simultaneously earning a fortune, thus enabling a better life for himself and his sister. After satisfying their hunger, the siblings engaged in heartfelt conversation. The genetic lineage of the Qin family was exceptional, and both siblings possessed striking looks. Particularly, Qin Yan, with her exquisite features, red lips, and white teeth, exuded an alluring classical beauty with every subtle expression. Sister, did you see today's headline news? Many residents in Xiangnan City have perished at the hands of magical beasts. Even the military and Beastmaster teams have failed in their expeditions. In short, this place is no longer safe. We must leave. Leave? So suddenly, Xiao Hao. Moving cannot be done hastily. What are your plans? In a few days, I will graduate from high school, and I intend to apply to the 4 prestigious Beastmaster academies. I have heard that the admission assessments for those academies are exceedingly rigorous, selecting only the most gifted individuals, a rare find among many. Passing the examination is quite challenging. Do not worry, sister. The entrance assessment will be simple for me. I just need to show up. Soon, we will be able to live in a higher-ranked district. The 4 prestigious Beastmaster academies are the pinnacle of training for aspiring young Beastmasters, all located in Xiling City. Xiling City ranks 101st in the Yinxia Empire, in stark contrast to Xiangnan City's 186th position, offering abundant resources, a formidable military, and comprehensive defense facilities, ensuring the safety of its residents. Qin Hao continued to speak fervently, envisioning and planning a brighter future for them both. However, Qin Yan appeared distracted. Her gaze fixed on the flaming howling wolf, which was engrossed in its meal, her eyes filled with confusion. It is indeed perplexing that, logically speaking, Xiao Hao's current constitution should render him incapable of forming a blood contract, thereby disqualifying him from becoming a Beastmaster. Where has the discrepancy arisen? Qin Hao, with his keen awareness, suddenly inquired, Sister, you seem somewhat peculiar today. Is something amiss? Would you like me to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water for you? Qin Yan promptly adjusted her demeanor, offering a gentle smile. You mischievous boy, do not overthink it. I'm merely a bit fatigued. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a torrential downpour cascaded outside. Qin Hao clutched the fluffy tail of the Lai Yin Xiaotianlang. With his feet nestled in the creature's mouth, the duo lay in bed, soundly asleep. The snores of the Lai Yin Xiaotianlang resonated like an earthquake. Yet not a single neighbor dared to complain about Qin Hao's disturbance. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open gently. Qin Yan, stealthy and silent, approached the bedside. Her exquisite visage was shrouded in darkness, her expression inscrutable. Even the Lai Yin Xiaotianlang, naturally endowed with acute hearing, remained oblivious to her entrance. Sleeping more soundly than a pig, Qin Yan gazed at the slumbering Qin Hao, furrowing her brows as her eyes gleamed with a golden light. She noticed a crescent-shaped birthmark on his posterior, remarkably large and conspicuous. The mark shimmered with a scarlet hue, revealing intricate patterns of complex seals surrounding it. Observing this, Qin Yan's dark eyes narrowed, her mind racing with questions. The blood sacrifice seal shows no signs of loosening. So how on earth did Xiao Hao forge a blood contract with the Lai Yin Xiaotianlang? This defies logic. Suddenly, Qin Hao turned over, mumbling in his sleep. Waiter, bring me a set of jianbing guozi, and let us indulge with a couple of eggs. Hold the scallions and add extra chili. Startled at first by his words, Qin Yin soon realized he was merely sleep-talking. Her expression softened again, yet a trace of indescribable sorrow crossed her features. She tucked Qin Hao in properly before exiting the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Qin Yin, holding an umbrella, arrived at the public telephone booth downstairs. Ensuring no one was around, she deftly dialed a mysterious number. Soon, the call connected. "Dad, we have a situation," she whispered. The man on the other end spoke in a grave tone. "Xiao Hao?" "Yes. Although the blood sacrifice seal is intact, Xiao Hao has awakened and has formed a blood contract with a Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang, becoming a Beastmaster." "Awakened?" After a brief silence, the man sighed. "It seems this is destiny. What should I do next? Should I confront Xiao Hao? For now, continue to conceal the truth. Do not let him know too much. As for Xiao Hao becoming a Beastmaster, let it unfold naturally. You should observe him discreetly." Their conversation lasted no more than 2 minutes before Qin Yin hung up, her gaze unfocused, her mind a whirl of chaos. Just as she intended to return, she sensed an unusual disturbance, and the earth began to tremble. Qin Yin turned abruptly, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Not far down the street loomed a monstrous entity. A colossal python shimmering with purple-golden radiance, its 2 crimson eyes resembling blood moons. The terrifying aura emanating from this beast clearly indicated it was an emperor-level magical beast. Though Xiangnan City was categorized as a danger zone, it had not witnessed an emperor-level magical beast in decades. Qin Yin raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "The disaster serpent Medusa. What a strange day this is." Originally merely passing through, the disaster serpent inadvertently locked eyes with Qin Yin, momentarily stunned before its gaze turned menacing, exhaling a torrent of magical energy. The next morning, after the rain had ceased, piercing sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Hao's face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang was missing from the bedroom. "Wolfing Jun, where have you gone?" he called while dressing. The Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang, both handsome and imposing, had been aptly named Wolf Ingjun for convenience and registration purposes. As Qin Hao exited the bedroom, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. There, Qin Yin, apron tied around her waist, skillfully wielded a frying pan to cook eggs. "Good morning, sister." "Good morning, Xiao Hao. Breakfast will be ready shortly. By the way, our gas stove is broken, so I had to enlist your beast to serve as a makeshift stove." Qin Hao focused and noticed the Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang's fiery tail elevated, positioned beneath the frying pan, intelligently regulating the flame's intensity, proving more efficient than a gas stove and saving on utility bills. A woo, the Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang grinned, happily barking at Qin Hao as if to say, "Your trusty tool, Wolf, is now online." After breakfast, Qin Hao collapsed onto the sofa. It was Saturday, a day free from school, allowing him to assist his sister with household chores, lightening her burdens. Such leisurely moments were rare, as Qin Yin typically worked part-time on Saturdays to earn extra money for the household and to support Qin Hao's education. Attending a private high school, Qin Hao faced exorbitant tuition fees, compelling Qin Yin to juggle 6 jobs just to make ends meet. "Ingjun, turn on the television," he instructed. The Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang, remarkably intelligent, effortlessly pressed the remote's buttons to turn on the TV, change channels, and adjust the volume before curling up at Qin Hao's feet. The television broadcasted the morning news. "Dear viewers, we interrupt this program for an urgent news report." Qin Hao's attention was captured, and he focused intently on the screen. The news anchor, visibly shaken, spoke in a tremulous yet serious tone. "Breaking news. This morning, an unidentified magical beast was spotted in the impoverished district. Based on the footage, this may very well be an emperor-level magical beast. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and prepare for the worst, including securing personal insurance." The screen displayed a terrifying image. A massive chasm had inexplicably appeared on the outskirts of the impoverished district, its diameter exceeding 100 meters and seemingly bottomless. Surrounded by swirling dust, the area around the chasm was littered with debris, and the forest had been reduced to charred earth. Qin Hao was instantly covered in goosebumps. His apartment building was alarmingly close to the incident site. Strangely, he had heard no disturbances the night before. My goodness, such devastating destruction could only be wrought by an emperor-level magical beast. "Sister, come look at the news." Qin Yin approached and sat beside Qin Hao. Glancing at the television report, a flicker of covert brilliance passed through her beautiful eyes. Qin Hao grasped Qin Yin's hand tightly, anxious. "It seems we truly cannot remain in Xiangnan City any longer. It is far too perilous." Qin Yin, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, responded with calm composure. Perhaps this emperor-level magical beast is merely passing through. Qin Hao's expression turned grave. He understood the inherent dangers of an emperor-level magical beast all too well. Generally, such beasts possessed divine attributes and immense bodies capable of erasing entire cities from existence with a mere display of power. Sister, you don't comprehend. An emperor-level magical beast is terrifying. It could easily obliterate all of Xiangnan City. Oh, I see. That is indeed frightening, but it does not hinder my work or my errands. By the way, I'm heading to the market to buy some ingredients. I'll prepare you some oil-braised prawns tonight. You stay at home. Qin Hao felt puzzled, unsure if his beautiful sister was genuinely oblivious or occasionally lacking in judgment. Sister, it's too dangerous outside. I should go grocery shopping while you stay safely at home. He snatched the basket from Qin Yan's hands and, accompanied by the Lai Yin Xiaotian Lang, stepped out. Alone at home, Qin Yin continued watching the news, sipping her tea leisurely, murmuring to herself, "It seems I acted too harshly last night. I must be more cautious in the future." Once outside, Qin Hao observed the sky tinged with a blood-red hue. It was said that the appearance of an emperor-level magical beast often coincided with bizarre meteorological phenomena. The atmosphere of impending doom grows ever more palpable, with warning lines and protective nets erected around impoverished districts. Armed special forces, tank units, and armored vehicles are omnipresent, sirens wailing incessantly. On the streets, citizens clutching bags of various sizes rush frantically towards the station, their departure filled with tears and heartache. Upon learning that an imperial-grade magical beast is on the prowl, the majority of the populace opts to purchase standing tickets overnight to flee Xiangnan City. A small portion of citizens cannot even afford a standing ticket. Qin Hao gazes up, noticing a ludicrous and ironic message displayed on the electronic screen of a commercial building. In the face of excessively powerful magical beasts, humanity appears woefully insignificant. Clenching his fists, Qin Hao resolves that the immediate priority is to swiftly escort his sister away from this perilous city. As dusk falls and the temperature plummets to freezing, Qin Yin paces anxiously in the living room, her eyes filled with worry and concern. Little Hao left in the morning, and now it's 7 in the evening. Why hasn't he returned? The phone is unreachable. If something were to happen to him, I could never forgive myself. He is my only brother. I must go find him. Without a moment to spare to change her slippers, Qin Yin prepares to head out in search of Qin Hao. Just then, the door lock turns, and a figure bursts into the living room, laden with bags. "Sister, I'm back." The door swings open, revealing Qin Hao with several shopping bags hanging from his arms, while the fiery howling wolf carries a pile of hefty parcels on its back. They stand at the entrance like refugees. "Little Hao, you're finally back. I was so worried about you," Qin Yin exclaims. "You went out to buy groceries, didn't you? Why did you buy so much?" She questions, perplexed by the multitude of bags in Qin Hao's hands. Qin Hao unceremoniously dumps all the bags onto the sofa and, with a serious demeanor, declares, "I went on a major shopping spree at the mall, purchasing portable food and various daily necessities. We are moving away from Xiangnan City tomorrow. These supplies will be essential for the journey. With the imperial-grade magical beast approaching, the only course of action is to escape quickly." Qin Hao thinks swiftly, determined to take his sister far away from this land of turmoil. "Little Hao, moving isn't as simple as it sounds. Don't rush," Qin Yin warns. "Oh dear sister, our lives are at stake. We must leave here early tomorrow morning." Qin Hao's expression is fraught with urgency. He currently lacks the capacity to confront an imperial-grade magical beast. He remembers one truth: survival through cautious development is paramount. Chapter 7, Hidden Evolution Path, Helajura Path. "Little Hao, wait a moment. I just realized, where did you get the money to buy so many things? Did you rob a bank?" The Qin family is impoverished, and Qin Yin can only afford to give Qin Hao a single gold coin as pocket money each week, which barely allows him to add an extra egg to his pancake. Yet, the supplies Qin Hao has procured must cost at least several hundred gold coins, leaving Qin Yin puzzled and concerned. Qin Hao wraps an arm around Qin Yan's shoulder, smiling as he explains, "This morning, I visited the magical pet shop and sold the magic crystal of a blood demon bat, earning 1,000 gold coins. The blood demon bat, classified as a beast soldier-level magical beast, possesses a low pedigree, yet its magic crystal can fetch a price of 1,000 gold coins in the secondary market. For an ordinary family, 1,000 gold coins is a fortune. After paying the rent and making the substantial purchases, Qin Hao still has 300 gold coins left, sufficient for the siblings' expenses for the month." Qin Yin smiles with satisfaction, murmuring, "It seems that being a Beastmaster is indeed a lucrative profession. Merely slaying a magical beast yields considerable income. Little Hao, I am proud of you. Sister, once I earn more money, I will buy you a beautiful dress. The most expensive one. Qin Yin beams with pride, realizing her brother has grown and learned to cherish her. Late at night, Qin Hao lies in bed, staring at the spiderweb-covered ceiling, the nine-turned nether eye shimmering with a faint purple glow. The fiery howling wolf lies beside him, snoring without a care. Qin Hao turns to look at the wolf, and a series of data appears before his eyes. Fiery howling wolf, evolution path. 4 paths available. 1. Demon King path. 2. Celestial Demon path. 3. Phantom path. 4. Hell Azura path. One of the special abilities of the nine-turned nether eye is to easily perceive the hidden evolution paths of magical beasts. An extraordinary capability beyond the reach of any other Beastmaster. Qin Hao begins to analyze carefully. The Demon King path leans towards physical strength, significantly enhancing physical attack and resilience in later stages. The Celestial Demon path allows the development of demonic power, unlocking a series of demonic skills. The Phantom path can augment basic attributes with phantom attributes in the midterm, enhancing the overall capability of the magical beast. However, these 3 evolution paths are conventional, clearly outlined in the Beastmaster training manual. In contrast, the 4th evolution path, the Hell Azura path, is a hidden evolution route, an advanced path not yet deciphered by any Beastmaster in existence. The Hell Azura path unlocks hellish power in the early stages, increases Azura attributes in the midterm, enabling the control of the undead magical beasts, and in the later stages, requires the fusion of Hell Netherfire to upgrade bloodline rank. At full evolution, one can wield the power of the Azura realm, one of the 6 paths. From a data perspective, the advantages of the hidden evolution path vastly outweigh those of the conventional routes. Thus, Qin Hao need not hesitate, decisively resolving to guide the fiery howling wolf along the Hell Azura path. Currently, it has reached level 6 by training in the wild. It will likely reach level 10 soon. It seems I must prepare the essentials for its first evolution in advance. Each evolution of a magical beast requires various supplements, herbs, and magic crystals to aid in breaking through bottlenecks. This not only demands financial investment, but also relies on luck and opportunity. Once Qin Hao falls asleep, Qin Yin quietly sneaks down to the communal phone booth. Dialing a number, she bites her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she says, "Dad, little Hao is already an adult. What will happen if he starts dating?" Cough. "This boy truly resembles my younger self." Full of vigor, the mysterious man replies with a chuckle, then teasingly adds, "In that case, look for opportunities to find me some daughters-in-law. What are your requirements?" Qin Yin inquires. "No specific demands, as long as little Hao likes them," he responds. Suddenly, the mysterious man's tone shifts, laced with cold severity. "However, the Shirguan and Sidu families are exceptions. Their women are absolutely off-limits." "Understood," Qin Yin replies gravely, nodding in agreement. The next morning, the Qin siblings sit at the dining table for breakfast, with the fiery howling wolf lying on the floor, gnawing on a bag of dog food snacks, creating a harmonious family scene. Qin Hao, with a youtiao in his mouth, exclaims, "Sister, honestly, last night I thought the Imperial-grade magical beast might wreak havoc in the city again, but surprisingly, it didn't appear at all. Could it be that you were right, and the beast was merely passing through?" At that moment, the television broadcasts related news. Since there are no further signs of the Imperial-grade magical beast, the crisis alert in Xiangnan City has been temporarily lifted. Qin Yin smiles enigmatically. "I told you, that Imperial-grade magical beast was just passing by." Qin Hao consumes a tea egg and prepares for the future, saying, "Even if it was merely passing through, we still need to relocate. Xiangnan City is ultimately not safe." "Little Hao, don't rush. Aren't you planning to apply to the 4 major Beastmaster academies? The assessment registration is next week. We can leave then." Qin Yin advises. "That makes sense. Let us postpone until next week." After breakfast, Qin Hao dresses and prepares to head out. Qin Yin quickly stops him. "It's the weekend. Shouldn't you stay home and keep me company while I knit? Where do you think you're going?" "I'm taking Yingjun to Bone Mountain to train, accelerate its growth, accumulate some battle experience, and practice some new skills." At the mention of Bone Mountain, Qin Yin shudders slightly. Baigushan is situated on the outskirts of Xiangnan City, where numerous magical beasts lurk within its depths. Initially, Qin Yin opposed the idea of venturing there, fearing for her brother's safety. However, Qin Hao's obstinacy surpassed even that of the most stubborn donkey in the production team, and ultimately, Qin Yin had no choice but to allow him to embark on his journey. An hour later, Qin Hao and the Lian Xiao Oceanlang made their way into the heart of Baigushan. Though the name Baigushan evokes terror, the majority of the magical beasts inhabiting it are of the most rudimentary level, belonging to the weakest category in terms of combat capability. For instance, The Shui Mo Bianfu are so easily frightened by the roar of the Lian Xiaoshenlang that they would quiver in fear. Even if there were occasionally some beast soldier-level magical beasts within the mountain, Qin Hao would still be able to manage them. Handsome, with serpentine agility. Turning back to strike. The monkey steals the peach. A series of combo moves dispatched that Moya Yeju effortlessly. Under Qin Hao's guidance, the Lian Xiaoshenlang learned several new skills, each more cunning and practical than the last. With just the two skills, turning back to strike and the monkey steals the peach. The most elementary magical beasts in the mountain were sent fleeing in all directions by the Lian Xiaoshenlang. In Chapter 8, Qin Hao encountered an Emperor-level magical beast, marking a hellish beginning. Through Qin Hao's rigorous training, the combat experience of the Lian Xiaoshenlang improved significantly, even acquiring techniques such as Wing Chun and Foshan Wing Foot. As a rare bloodline royal beast, the Lian Xiaoshenlang possessed remarkable combat talent and spiritual wisdom. By the end of the day, the bond between it and Qin Hao had reached a level of profound understanding. For instance, as soon as Qin Hao bent over, it would instinctively know what shape he intended to produce and would bring him a roll of toilet paper in advance. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, Qin Hao sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff, with the Lian Xiaoshenlang resting beside him, both taking in the beautiful sunset. Handsome, you did well today. Your perceptiveness is commendable, and you deserve a reward. Qin Hao retrieved a pack of extra-value Weilong spicy strips from his backpack. The Lian Xiaoshenlang emitted a joyful sound, eagerly chomping down on the spicy strips, its face a picture of satisfaction and happiness. Qin Hao gently stroked the Lian Xiaoshenlang's fur and sighed, alas. The magical beasts in Baigushan are primarily of no attribute or poison attribute. For my handsome one to evolve, it requires a high-quality beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal. This is quite the challenge. A high-quality beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal is not inexpensive if it cannot be acquired through hunting magical beasts. It would need to be purchased at the Divine Pet Shop for approximately 3,000 gold coins. Currently, Qin Hao only had a little over 300 gold coins left, which was laughably insufficient. Moreover, aside from the fire attribute magic crystal, the materials required for evolution also include 3 inferno grasses, a fire evolution pill, and a bottle of beast essence. In total, it would cost at least 10,000 gold coins, exacerbating the already precarious financial situation of Qin Hao's family. In fact, had the Lian Xiaoshenlang chosen a conventional evolution route, it would not require such complex materials. However, since Qin Hao opted for the hidden evolution path for the Lian Xiaoshenlang, he naturally had to pay a higher price. To grow stronger, one must invest resources. Mr. Ma Huadeng once stated, "Without spending money, what are you even playing for?" Time flew by, and night fell. From deep within Baigushan came the roars of high-level magical beasts, and the temperature plummeted, the forest thick with oppressive magical energy. Once night descends upon Baigushan, the danger level skyrockets, as many higher-level magical beasts prefer to roam under the cover of darkness. They rest underground during the day and emerge at night to hunt, mercilessly preying on their lesser brethren. These mysterious higher-level magical beasts are far beyond the capabilities of the still juvenile Lian Xiaoshenlang. Sensing the impending peril, Qin Hao decided to retreat and stood up, brushing himself off. "Handsome, we've trained enough for today. Let's head home." Just as Qin Hao mounted the Lian Xiaoshenlang, a sudden distraction caught his eye. Following his peripheral vision, he expressed sheer delight. "Goodness, it's inferno grass. Am I truly this fortunate?" Across the cliff, a cluster of fiery red plants swayed like dancing flames. These red plants were indeed inferno grass, one of the rare spiritual herbs required for fire attribute beast evolution. According to the market price at the Divine Pet Shop, a single inferno grass is valued at around 800 gold coins. Observing the lush wild inferno grass, Qin Hao couldn't help but grin. What a stroke of luck. I've saved myself some money. Handsome, I need those red plants. With a determined bark, the Lian Xiaoshenlang, displaying both skill and courage, gathered strength in its limbs and leaped gracefully through the air, landing securely on the cliff's ledge with Qin Hao. Following this impressive maneuver, Qin Hao merely raised his hand to easily collect over a dozen inferno grasses. He decided to keep 3 for evolution while selling the rest for a tidy sum, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, just as Qin Hao reveled in his triumph, a series of cracking sounds emanated from beneath the Lian Xiaoshenlang's feet. Could it be that the cliff's rocks were too fragile to bear the weight of both beast and rider? In the next instant, a disheartening scene unfolded as Qin Hao and the Lian Xiaoshenlang plummeted downwards. The depths of the valley echoed with a distant "oh no." Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Hao awoke to find himself lying by the edge of a pool. The sky had completely darkened, with a gloomy gray backdrop illuminated by flashes of lightning, cold rain pounding against his clothing. He sat up, turning to see the Lian Xiaoshenlang beside him, licking his wounds with its tongue, a form of saliva-based healing. Assessing his surroundings, Qin Hao sighed in relief. It turned out that beneath the cliff was a pool. Thankfully, he was still alive. Now at the base of Baigushan, surrounded by towering ancient trees and inclement weather, he found himself utterly disoriented. His phone was dead, leaving him unable to contact anyone. If he attempted to navigate through the darkness, he risked getting lost and potentially encountering ghostly high-level magical beasts, which would undoubtedly lead to his demise. After some contemplation, Qin Hao resolved to spend the night at the base of the cliff. Handsome, there's a cave ahead. Qin Hao and the Lian Xiaoshenlang took refuge in the cave to escape the torrential rain. Following this, Qin Hao shed his drenched clothing. Handsome, help me dry off. The Lian Xiaoshenlang opened its mouth and expelled a fireball. Qin Hao was taken aback as his clothes were reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind. Handsome, what are you doing? I asked you to dry them, not incinerate them. The Lian Xiaoshenlang emitted a whimper of embarrassment. It hadn't intended to cause such a mishap, merely misjudging the temperature. Now, Qin Hao was left wearing nothing but a pair of yellow shorts emblazoned with SpongeBob, creating quite an awkward situation. Suddenly, Qin Hao's demeanor shifted as he sensed something amiss. He flashed a sharp glare at the Lian Xiaoshenlang, signaling for silence. Both man and wolf held their breath. The cave enveloped in an eerie stillness. As Qin Hao peered into the depths of the cave, he discerned heavy, rapid breathing emanating from within. He swallowed nervously. The sound indicated the presence of an exceedingly terrifying magical beast lurking inside. The breathing grew ever closer. Qin Hao's hair stood on end, and he urgently commanded, "Handsome, run." But it was too late. In an instant, a colossal shadow surged forward, blocking the cave's entrance, the oppressive magical energy threatening to burst the cave apart. The Lian Xiaoshenlang's tail ignited, illuminating the cave like a candle. As Qin Hao looked around, he nearly lost control of himself. The creature at the entrance of the cave was none other than a gargantuan python, enshrouded in swirling magical energy. This colossal serpent was covered in sharp scales and possessed fearsome fangs, its eyes resembling deep crimson whirlpools. As Qin Hao locked eyes with it, he felt a suffocating sensation, as if his very soul were being drawn away. In this dire moment, Qin Hao forced himself to remain calm, activating his Jiuzhuan Mingtong. With his right eye flashing a purple light, a stream of data emerged in Qin Hao's mind. Name, Tianzai Shinmong Medusa, 3rd Generation Empress. Level, Emperor Class Beast. Peak Period, Bloodline. Demigod, Legendary Talent. Medusa's Curse, Attributes. Poison. Royal, Weakness. None Skills. Petrifying Gaze. Rain of Venomous Arrows. Death's Embrace. Evolution Path. Habits and Preferences. After reviewing the data, Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that the Emperor Class Beast was not merely passing through. It had concealed itself within this cave. Fate had played a cruel joke on him, and Qin Hao felt as though he had drawn the short straw. Before even leaving the novice village, he had encountered an Emperor-class boss. He glanced once more at the side of the blazing howling wolf. The creature, under the pressure of the Emperor-class beast's bloodline, was so terrified that it had nearly lost control. Chapter 9. The situation reverses. Qin Hao takes control of the Empress Medusa at this moment. Qin Hao was on the verge of tears. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of contending with an Emperor-class beast. It was known that in the beast hierarchy, Emperor-class beasts occupied a position of unparalleled prestige, possessing the power to obliterate entire cities with ease. Moreover, this Tianzai Shinmong was the legendary Medusa Empress with a demigod bloodline. In simpler terms, she was the pinnacle of the Serpent clan. Qin Hao was acutely aware that even combined with the blazing howling wolf, they were insufficient to pose a challenge to the Medusa Empress. As Medusa opened her gaping maw, revealing her crimson forked tongue, venom dripped from her fangs, and a powerful aura seemed to drain the oxygen from the entire cave. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and lamented, "Alas, it seems I am destined for demise. I have traversed realms only to meet my end prematurely. Is there no novice protection period? My youth has come to an abrupt end." Resigned to his fate, Qin Hao grew calm. He retrieved his identification card, placing it in his mouth, intending to find a cool spot to lay down. This was to prevent his body from decaying and to facilitate the confirmation of his identity by the authorities later, sparing them any trouble. However, the Medusa Empress remained motionless, prompting Qin Hao to open his eyes once more in curiosity, finally noticing a clue. A slender, bloody gash marred the serpent's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and the wound was deep enough to expose bone. with severely damaged internal organs barely visible. Qin Hao was taken aback. How could a peak-level Emperor-class beast sustain such grievous injuries? What kind of terrifying entity could have inflicted this harm? Yet, hope flickered. It seemed there was still a chance. Qin Hao activated his 9-turn underworld eye, focusing on the Medusa Empress's wound while maximizing his ocular power. Soon, a series of data presented itself. Beast status, severely injured. Near death, health points. Below 3, death expectation, approximately 20 minutes from now. The situation had reversed. A smile crept upon Qin Hao's lips, growing increasingly manic. Regardless of the reasons, the Emperor-class beast was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. At most, she was a paper tiger, far less fearsome than anticipated. He relayed the specifics to the blazing howling wolf, who, upon hearing the news, displayed a smug grin, standing tall and issuing a provocative roar towards the Medusa Empress. Creatures of her caliber typically would have been enraged by such an affront from a juvenile beast, but in her current state, the Medusa Empress lacked the strength to retaliate against Qin Hao and the blazing howling wolf. After a moment of stalemate, the Medusa Empress could no longer endure. She collapsed heavily to the ground and transformed into human form. Qin Hao recalled reading in the Beast Encyclopedia, Compulsory Volume 1, that peak-level Emperor-class beasts possessed high intelligence and could cultivate into human form, freely switching between their beastly and human states, adept at disguise and deception. Now, with the Medusa Empress gravely injured, her remaining magical energy was insufficient to sustain her powerful form, forcing her to take on a weaker human appearance, if only to conserve her life energy for a while longer. Qin Hao scrutinized her closely and was struck by her beauty, exclaiming in a teasing tone, "Ah, a beast of such elegance. Have you purchased a skin? A true high roller in the realm." The transformed Medusa Empress was nothing short of breathtaking. Draped in a flowing red gown, her alluring figure was captivating, and her long legs seemed a pity not to be paraded. Coupled with an icy, regal visage and a magnificent golden crown, she bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting empresses of the demon race, mesmerizing all with her every movement. Yet, even in her human form, the Medusa Empress bore a shocking wound on her abdomen, lying weakly in a pool of blood, her complexion pale as parchment, devoid of strength. Qin Hao approached her, drawing a dagger from his waist, and smiled. "Today, I have stumbled upon an incredible fortune. The magic crystal of a peak-level Emperor-class beast should fetch a handsome price, enough for my sister and me to indulge for a lifetime." The Medusa Empress glared at him with fury, raising her noble head to rebuke. "You insolent wretch! Were I not injured? How could a lowly Beastmaster like you and a mere juvenile beast dare to be so audacious before me? Go ahead and curse me. Handsome, do not restrain me. I will end this self-righteous wretch. Do not hinder me, for anyone who dares to stop me shall face my wrath." The blazing howling wolf appeared bewildered. Suddenly, Qin Hao pressed the dagger against the Medusa Empress's neck, the sharp tip hovering perilously close to her carotid artery. The Medusa Empress, consumed by rage, found herself powerless. Her injuries were too severe. Even this insignificant human could claim her life at any moment. A bitter irony indeed. Curse that terrifying woman. Were it not for her, I would not be in this predicament. As the thought crossed her mind, the face of a gentle, mature woman appeared in her mind, followed by a flash of resentment and fear. Last night, as she passed through Xiangnan City, it was that seemingly fragile woman who had reduced her to this grievous state. Wait, just before Qin Hao could strike, the Medusa Empress unexpectedly pleaded, "I have never harmed a human. Spare my life." Qin Hao scoffed. "How shameless of you to utter such words. You are an Emperor-class beast. Surely it takes the flesh and blood of countless humans to satiate your hunger." The Medusa Empress replied earnestly, "I am a vegetarian." "A vegetarian?" Qin Hao was taken aback, and he once again utilized his 9-turn underworld eye to scrutinize the Medusa Empress. To his astonishment, he discovered that her preference was indeed for bamboo shoots. Covering his head in disbelief, he exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. An Emperor-class beast that eats vegetables? Dear lady, you are the Tianzai Shenmong Medusa Empress, possessing a demigod, legendary bloodline. What meaning does life hold if you do not consume meat? Or do you follow a vegetarian doctrine?" The Medusa Empress shot him a glare and coldly retorted, "Meat makes one fat. I prefer vegetables. What business is it of yours?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao sternly demanded, "Even if you have never harmed a human, you are still a beast, a mortal enemy of our kind. If you wish for me to spare you, provide me with a compelling reason." In this moment of weakness, the Medusa Empress bit her lip, her brows furrowed deeply. Contemplating the weight of her responsibilities, she knew she could not perish here. Ultimately, the Medusa Empress bowed her noble head. Chapter 10. signing the blood contract. Qin Hao's second Beastmaster yet. Even if I spare you, given your current severe injuries, you are unlikely to survive the night. A hint of bitterness spread across the Medusa Empress's lips, and her gaze dimmed instantly. Qin Hao spoke the truth. Her injuries were far too grave, and the magic crystal within her had begun to crack. Even if he did not kill her, she would struggle to escape death, merely prolonging her existence within this cave for a while longer, which was of little consequence. As Qin Hao gazed at the silent Medusa Empress, a sense of triumph welled within him. He held absolute sway over the negotiation. My dear, I propose a transaction. Would you be interested? The Medusa Empress looked at Qin Hao with a bewildered expression. What transaction? Qin Hao lifted her delicate chin with a playful smile, saying, I can heal your injuries. But there is one prerequisite. She scoffed. Do you even comprehend the severity of my wounds? What makes you think you can heal me? In this dire situation, your only option is to trust me or face certain death. The Medusa Empress narrowed her eyes, realizing she had no choice but to put her faith in this young man before her. What is the prerequisite? I have a name. I am Qin Hao. Qin Hao. State your terms. With a slight smile, Qin Hao replied, You shall become my beast. Absurd. I, the Medusa Empress of the divine Python clan, of noble blood, would never submit to being your beast. Enraged, her enchanting serpentine eyes glinted with fury, feeling an unprecedented insult. To become Qin Hao's beast would mean she would have to address him as her master. Do not be angry, given your current condition. You should be cautious not to succumb to your rage, Qin Hao remarked lightly. The Medusa Empress took a moment to collect herself and retorted, That demand is utterly unreasonable. Propose another. Qin Hao pressed his lips together, raising an eyebrow. In truth, my request is not unreasonable at all. I save your life. You become my beast. It is a fair exchange, or else you may await your demise. Clenching her silver teeth, the Medusa Empress felt utterly cornered by Qin Hao's maneuvering. Very well. I have a mission to fulfill. I must survive first. I shall temporarily submit to this young man. After a moment of internal conflict, she relented. Fine. If you can heal me, I will become your beast. Qin Hao clapped his hands in delight. That's the spirit. Those who understand the situation are wise serpents. At that moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement. Fate had smiled upon him, granting him a regal beast for free. Qin Hao, I have a request. The Medusa Empress suddenly stated eagerly. Speak. I am willing to sign a blood contract with you. However, once the matter is settled, I have urgent affairs to attend to and cannot remain by your side. You must allow me my freedom. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Her request was somewhat excessive. Typically, once a beast and a beastmaster signed a blood contract, the beast would be bound to remain by the master's side. The Medusa Empress looked resolute. If you refuse my request, I would rather die. Sighing, Qin Hao did not wish to miss the opportunity to sign this imperial beast. So he conceded. All right, I agree. The two, one human and one serpent, reached a consensus and prepared to collaborate. To prevent any regrets, let us sign the blood contract first, and then I will heal you. The Medusa Empress nodded helplessly. The initiative lay with Qin Hao, and she had no choice but to comply. Qin Hao then bit his fingertip, letting blood flow. Upon sensing the scent of blood, a fierce glimmer ignited in the Medusa Empress's eyes. She felt an overwhelming hunger, unable to resist licking her lips, her gaze fixated on the blood at Qin Hao's fingertip. It was astonishing to her. She had always been a vegetarian, yet now she found herself irresistibly drawn to human blood. Could this young man possess a unique constitution? His blood was so enticing. Qin Hao squeezed a drop of blood onto her forehead, initiating the blood contract ceremony. Medusa, I ask you, whether in poverty or wealth, in health or illness, are you willing to become my beast? Will you forever love, care for, respect, and accept me, remaining eternally loyal until the end of your life? The Medusa Empress rolled her eyes, thinking, isn't this akin to a marriage vow? Speak quickly, do you agree or not? Fine, I agree. In the next moment, their souls intertwined. A golden halo enveloped the Medusa Empress, and a pentagram mark suddenly appeared on her chest. The blood contract was successfully signed. From that moment on, the calamity serpent, Medusa, became Qin Hao's beast. Alas, I never anticipated that I would one day submit to a human, the Medusa Empress lamented, feeling defeated. Signing the blood contract was akin to signing her servitude, thus Qin Hao would be her master. Qin Hao, brimming with pride, affectionately ruffled her hair. Good girl, Sha Sha. From now on, follow me, and I promise to treat you well. Do not be so arrogant, young one. If I were not injured, a mere glance would suffice to obliterate you. One of the Medusa Empress's unique abilities was her petrifying gaze, imbued with the curse of the serpent clan. If she were uninjured, A single look could turn any creature to stone, transforming them into a mere statue. Qin Hao, irritated, retorted, "Sha sha. How can you speak to your master like that? What sort of attitude is this?" The Medusa Empress shot him a resentful look. "Enough of your chatter. The blood contract has been signed. Now hurry and heal me." Qin Hao, feeling mischievous, teased, "Call me master, and I shall treat you. Impudent child." The Medusa Empress was at a loss for words. Her current identity was that of Qin Hao's beast, and he was her master, living under someone else's roof. She felt powerless. "Master, please heal me." Then, Qin Hao bit his finger once more, allowing a copious amount of blood to flow. "Drinking my blood will heal your injuries." The scent of Qin Hao's blood was irresistible to the Medusa Empress. Her true nature surfaced as she opened her fiery red lips and bit down on his finger. As his blood coursed into her body, her injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. If such a miraculous event were to be revealed, it would surely incite chaos across the world. Due to the 9 Revolutions Nether Eyes, Qin Hao's blood was akin to that of an ancient Beastmaster. His blood could heal any ailment of a beast, as long as the beast still drew breath. Consuming his blood would restore them to health. The Medusa Empress treated Qin Hao's finger like a straw, fervently drinking his blood, unable to stop, while her pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, thinking that this was akin to compensated blood donation. After some time, the Medusa Empress released Qin Hao's finger, her exquisite face radiating vitality. Most astonishingly, her abdominal wound had nearly healed, and the cracks on the magical crystal within her body had vanished. In this world, aside from Qin Hao's blood, there was likely no other substance so potent. Qin Hao wrapped his bloodied finger with a tissue, jesting, "You have quite the appetite. You've nearly drained me dry." Due to the blood loss, he could barely stand. Collapsing onto the ground, the Medusa Empress hurried to support him, feeling immense gratitude towards this handsome youth. "Thank you, Qin Hao." This was the first time in her life that the Medusa Empress expressed gratitude towards a human. Weakened, Qin Hao smiled and shook his head. "You are my beast. Saving you is my duty, no need for thanks." The Medusa Empress was puzzled. What kind of magic lay within Qin Hao's blood that could heal her fatal wounds? It defied logic. "By the way, what rank of Beastmaster are you?" Qin Hao replied awkwardly, "Ahem, I just entered the field. I'm still a novice. So I would be considered a 0-star Beastmaster." The Medusa Empress was even more confused. Human Beastmasters were ranked from 1 to 9 stars. Typically, only those with the ability to sign a blood contract with Imperial Beasts were at least 7 stars. Yet Qin Hao could barely be considered a 1-star Beastmaster. He was merely a newcomer. According to conventional logic, Qin Hao's soul power was insufficient to sign a contract with an Imperial Beast, even if he forced it. He would suffer severe backlash. Yet, Qin Hao defied all norms. Could it be that this young man possessed a unique constitution with innate full soul power? "It seems that you possess remarkable talent and great potential," mused the Empress Medusa quietly. As night deepened, the torrential rain outside the cave showed no signs of abating. Qin Hao had recently lost 800 milliliters of blood and, feeling fatigued, was about to lean against the fiery howl of the celestial wolf to rest, when a series of soft gurgling sounds reached his ears. "What is that noise?" Qin Hao looked up to see the Empress Medusa curled up in a corner. Her face flushed and her hands clasped over her abdomen. "Ah, it turns out your stomach is growling. You must be starved after your recent injuries." The Empress Medusa could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor as her hunger became unbearable. Qin Hao rummaged through his backpack. "I have some sausage, crispy noodles, spicy strips, and half a Snickers bar left. Would you care for a bite?" The Empress Medusa wrinkled her nose in disdain and shook her head resolutely. Qin Hao retorted, with a smirk, "Ha, you are pickier than a child. If you don't eat, you will have to endure your hunger. Regrets will come too late." Although her injuries had lessened, the Empress Medusa's body remained weak and in need of quiet recovery. Thus, she could not venture out to forage and was left to endure her hunger in silence. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Hao, considering that the Empress Medusa was now his beast companion, said, "Hey, Qin Hao, where are you going? You must stay put in the cave and wait for my return." Without revealing his destination, Qin Hao mounted the fiery howl of the celestial wolf and departed the cave. Time passed swiftly, and an hour slipped by. The Empress Medusa leaned against the cave wall, gazing at the downpour outside, her mind filled with worry. "How odd. Why am I concerned about that little brat? It is infuriating. No, wait, I am his beast companion now. If he perishes, I cannot survive either." After another 20 minutes, hurried and disordered footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The Empress Medusa felt a surge of vigilance. her serpentine eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. When she finally discerned that the figures entering the cave were Qin Hao and the fiery howl of the celestial wolf, she relaxed her guard and exhaled in relief. Qin Hao, what have you done? At that moment, Qin Hao bore visible bloodstains on his body, his lips pale. On his back, he carried a bundle of fresh bamboo shoots weighing 30 pounds. The fiery howl of the celestial wolf also bore some wounds, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Qin Hao placed the bundle of bamboo shoots before the Empress Medusa, panting, "Aren't you fond of bamboo shoots? Hurry and eat." In the depths of the Bone Mountain, where magical beasts roamed, Qin Hao and the fiery howl of the celestial wolf had fought valiantly against a dozen magical beasts to procure these bamboo shoots. Though the Empress Medusa had not witnessed it herself, she could vividly imagine the scenes. Clutching the fresh bamboo shoots, the Empress Medusa felt a surge of emotion and asked, puzzled, "Why are you being so kind to me? I am a magical beast, a mortal enemy to your kind." Qin Hao replied with a gentle laugh, "No, you are no longer a magical beast. You are now my beast companion. Ensuring you are well fed is my most basic duty. As long as I, Qin Hao, have food to eat in this life, I will never allow you to go hungry." The Empress Medusa was momentarily taken aback, her heart touched in its softest corners by the words of this young man. After a moment of daze, she revealed a long-lost smile. "Well then, I shall not be polite." In a flurry, the 30 pounds of bamboo shoots were devoured completely by the Empress Medusa. "Are you full? If not, I will go out and fetch more bamboo shoots." "I am full, thank you." Qin Hao teased. "Now say thank you, master." Faced with Qin Hao's playful insistence, the Empress Medusa's face showed annoyance, but being aware of the saying that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, she reluctantly replied, "Thank you, master." "Such a good girl." Qin Hao gently stroked the Empress Medusa's head, treating an emperor-level magical beast as a pet. The Empress Medusa could hardly roll her eyes in exasperation, her face filled with resignation. After a moment of silence, Qin Hao could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "By the way, as a majestic emperor-level magical beast with unparalleled strength, who could have possibly injured you so severely? She is an exceedingly terrifying woman, appearing gentle and harmless. Yet she is truly a devil." The Empress Medusa's face darkened with resentment and fear at the mere mention of the person who had harmed her. Qin Hao could not help but gasp in astonishment, pondering that a woman capable of overpowering an emperor-level magical beast must undoubtedly be a true demon. "Forget about that woman. Just thinking of her makes my wounds ache. All right then, good night." At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hao, resting his head on the Empress Medusa's long legs, finally drifted into slumber. The Empress Medusa gazed down at Qin Hao's sleeping profile, her expression complex and her heart in turmoil. "Alas, this little brat is truly the greatest variable. I unexpectedly became his beast companion through a twist of fate. However, the pressing matter is to return to the organization and report on military affairs." The next morning, after the rain had cleared, Qin Hao was awakened by the fiery howl of the celestial wolf licking him. "Handsome, good morning." "Oh well." As Qin Hao rose, he noticed the Empress Medusa standing at the entrance of the cave, her alluring silhouette captivating. "Good morning, Sasha. You look radiant. Your injuries must be nearly healed." The Empress Medusa dropped her icy demeanor and smiled, saying, "Thanks to you, I am almost fully recovered." "That is wonderful. Let us descend the mountain together. I shall treat you to breakfast, the kind with pancakes and 2 eggs. Qin Hao, do not forget. Yesterday you promised me that as long as I signed the blood contract with you, you would not restrict my personal freedom." The Empress Medusa looked directly at Qin Hao and stated, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall meet again another day." Chapter 12. The Sister with the Blade. Qin Hao scratched his head. "Yes, I did indeed promise you yesterday. By the way, where are you going? How long until you can return to my side?" The Empress Medusa pondered for a moment and devised a plausible excuse. "I have significant affairs to handle concerning the Divine Python clan, which will require a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt discontented. After all, the Empress Medusa was now his beast companion. A beast companion not being by their master's side feels akin to a wife not returning home at night, creating a sense of insecurity. The Empress Medusa sensed Qin Hao's psychological shift and reassured him, "In truth, you need not worry. We have already signed a blood contract. And although I am reluctant to admit it, you are indeed my master. Therefore, even when I am not by your side, I cannot harm humans. Moreover, when you need me, as long as you summon me through the blood contract summon, I will appear before you at any time. It is quite convenient." After hearing the Empress Medusa's words, Qin Hao suddenly realized that this was, in fact, a good thing. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Qin Hao was merely a novice Beastmaster. If the world were to discover that he had signed a blood contract with an emperor-level magical beast, it would surely incite jealousy and potentially bring about peril. Therefore, it would be wiser to keep the Empress Medusa as a trump card, allowing him to develop discreetly. Very well, then go as you please. Sasha, we shall meet again in the future. Qin Hao extended his hand with a radiant smile. The Empress Medusa shook hands with Qin Hao, a smile adorning her face. Qin Hao did not impose his status as master upon her, but instead respected her at every turn. For this reason alone, she could not help but feel acceptance towards him. Their interaction resembled that of friends rather than master and servant. Watching the Empress Medusa's retreating figure, Qin Hao waved, Sasha, I will await your return. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to bamboo shoot noodles. Qin Hao's call went unanswered, as the Empress Medusa remained aloof. Handsome, let us return home now. Qin Hao mounted the fiery howl of the celestial wolf and galloped down the mountain. At the mountain's summit, the Empress Medusa quietly watched Qin Hao descend, a hint of reluctance glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Is it the influence of the blood contract? I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with this little brat. Perhaps I have lost my mind. Yet once this little brat discovers my true identity, he will likely regret signing the blood contract with me. As soon as her thoughts concluded, the Empress Medusa vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the valley. Even though they had temporarily parted ways, the blood contract had already intertwined their souls, creating a bond that would never fade. Qin Hao rode the fiery howl of the celestial wolf to the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain, where he fortuitously encountered Qin Yan. Qin Yan's hair was disheveled, her body drenched in rainwater and mud, and in her hand, she clutched a kitchen knife, her face etched with worry and anxiety. Sister, what are you doing here? Qin Hao leaped off the wolf's back and hurried towards Qin Yan in a few swift steps. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Qin Yan was overwhelmed with joy and tears streamed down her face as she tossed the knife aside and enveloped him in her arms. Xiao Hao, I finally found you. I searched for you all night, and I couldn't get through on the phone. Do you know how worried I was? Qin Yan's emotions spiraled out of control, her delicate body trembling, and her tear-filled eyes were heart-wrenching. In her quest to find her missing brother, Qin Yan had ventured into the perilous Baigu Mountain, armed with a kitchen knife, disregarding her own safety. The heavy bond of sisterly love made Qin Hao feel breathless, and his eyes instantly glistened with tears. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. I made you worry. Why don't you slap me? Silly brother, don't blame yourself. As long as you're safe, I'm content. Come on, let's go home. Once they returned home, Qin Hao planned to take a hot shower first. However, Qin Yan stopped him. Sister, why are you stopping me? You have injuries. Getting them wet will cause inflammation. Let me treat your wounds first, and you can shower tomorrow. Shortly after, Qin Yan retrieved a small first aid kit from the bedroom. She first applied iodine to disinfect Qin Hao's wounds, and then carefully bandaged them with gauze and tape. With a heart full of concern, Qin Yan asked softly, Does it hurt, you fool? It's just a minor injury. It doesn't hurt, Qin Hao replied. Though the wounds were merely superficial and appeared more alarming than they were. Had treatment been delayed any longer, the wounds might have healed on their own. The fierce Lian Shaodian wolf had already fully recovered from its injuries, and with the experience gained from battling numerous magical beasts the previous night, it had leveled up to level 7, drawing closer to the first evolution threshold at level 10. Qin Yan put away the first aid kit, her gaze filled with reproach as she scolded her brother for the first time. Xiao Hao, you mustn't act so recklessly again. I was terrified when I couldn't find you last night. No more trips to Baigu Mountain. You must be home by 10 at the latest. Seeing Qin Yan's worried expression, Qin Hao could only promise for the time being. All right, I guarantee I'll be home before 10 from now on. Qin Yan smiled gently, affectionately ruffling his hair. That's my good brother. Are you hungry? I'll make you something delicious. Moments later, the sounds of pots and pans clattered in the kitchen, accompanied by the rich aroma of food. Leaning against the sofa, Qin Hao's handsome face beamed with joy. Life was blissful with a beautiful sister who possessed exquisite culinary skills and a gentle disposition. After a hearty meal, Qin Hao rested his head on Qin Yan's lap, cherishing the precious moments of sibling time. Sister, what are you looking at? Looking at the bills, Qin Yan sighed, holding a long receipt. Alas, our food expenses have exceeded the budget again this month. Qin Hao sat up, puzzled. I usually can't even afford to add an egg to my jianbing. So why are we over budget? Qin Yan pointed to the Lian Shaodian wolf beside them. Although Yingjun has only been with us for 2 days, it eats an astounding amount. In just 2 days, it has consumed 50 pounds of black pork, 20 pounds of lamb chops, 6 boxes of spicy strips, and 8 bags of extra-large dog food. After reading off the wolf's food list, the Lian Shaodian wolf buried its face in Qin Hao's lap, embarrassed. Qin Hao chuckled helplessly. Ingjun is still in its juvenile phase, which explains its enormous appetite. Qin Yan confidently patted her ample chest. It's fine. I'll receive my paycheck the day after tomorrow and buy more dog food for Ingjun. Mentioning household expenses reminded Qin Hao of a lucrative opportunity. Sister, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Chapter 13. Rear Admiral, Big Shot. After leaving, Qin Hao rode the Lian Xiaodian wolf through the streets, arriving at the bustling city center in mere minutes. Passers-by gasped in astonishment, having never seen such a majestic beast wreathed in crimson flames. When did such a young Beastmaster emerge in our district? That boy seems to be Qin Hao. He attends the same school as my son. I've heard he's a soul king, a true genius. Alas, my child lacks talent and is now stuck working on construction sites. Comparisons can be disheartening. The residents of Xiangnan City gazed at Qin Hao with envy and respect. In this era plagued by magical beasts, Beastmasters were revered as eternal deities. Navigating through the crowd, Qin Hao entered a pet shop named Taba. Leading the Lian Xiaodian wolf into the store, he looked around. The shelves were stocked with a dazzling array of magical beast eggs and various evolution materials, including magical crystals, spiritual herbs, and nutritional liquids of different price ranges. Welcome. How may I assist you? Oh, Xiao Hao, is that you? Turning around, Qin Hao found a middle-aged beauty in a cheap Hao, the slit revealing her fair thighs, quite captivating. This woman, Lin Tao, was known as the most charming lady in Xiangnan City and was the owner of Taba Pet Shop. She was also the aunt of Ma Dongmei, with whom Qin Hao shared a class. Hello, Auntie Tao. Qin Hao greeted politely. Lin Tao's gaze shifted to the Lian Xiaodian wolf, astonished. Is that a rare-blooded Lian Xiaodian wolf? Is it your contracted beast? Qin Hao shyly nodded. Lin Tao's face lit up with joy as she opened her arms and embraced Qin Hao, overflowing with maternal affection. Xiao Hao, you're simply amazing. You've grown so much. Just the other day, Dongmei mentioned that you passed the Beastmaster awakening test, and you're a once-in-a-lifetime soul king. I thought you would come to buy a magical beast egg. Yet here you are with a rare-blooded beast. Qin Hao's face flushed. Auntie Tao, could you let go of me? I'm running out of breath. Lin Tao, with her alluring curves, held him tightly, nearly suffocating him. After releasing him, Lin Tao smiled brightly and asked, So, tell Auntie, where did you acquire this rare-blooded beast? Naturally. Qin Hao couldn't reveal the truth and joked, just luck. It came as a bonus for topping up my phone. The Lian Xiaodian wolf displayed a pitiful expression. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Every talented Beastmaster has their own luck and opportunities. I 1T pry further. By the way, what brings you to my store today? A kiss from Annie can get you a discount. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. I'm broke. I can't afford to spend. Lin Tao playfully patted his shoulder, her voice dripping with allure. Xiao Hao, if you spend a night with Annie, I could save you 50 years of hard work. How about it? Although Lin Tao was well-maintained and attractive, Qin Hao preferred the gentle, elder-sisterly charm of Qin Yan, finding little interest in mature women like Lin Tao, thus politely declining. Annie Tao, I'm not looking for that. I want to work hard on my own. Lin Tao looked disappointed. Humph, young man, don't say I didn't warn you. Your path is narrowing. Qin Hao quickly got back to the point. Annie, I'm actually here to propose a trade. As he spoke, he took out 12 inferno grass from his backpack. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Inferno grass. This is a rare spiritual herb. Where did you get this? I ventured into the depths of Baigu Mountain yesterday and fortuitously collected these from the cliff's edge. It was pure luck. TSK, Baigu Mountain is teeming with magical beasts. You truly are bold. Auntie, let us get straight to the point. I want to sell these inferno grass. What can you offer? Lin Tao examined the inferno grass closely, muttering, the quality of these inferno grass is quite good. Based on the market price of 800 gold coins per stock, 12 stocks would total 9,600 gold coins. In light of our long-standing friendship, let us round off the figure. I shall offer 10,000 gold coins for these 12 units of hellfire grass. Qin Hao's heart soared with joy as he bent to express his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Aunt Tao. Silly child, there's no need for formality with Aunt Tao. We are like family. When you become a 9-star Beastmaster in the future, don't forget about Aunt Tao. In prosperity, let us not forget each other. Upon the completion of the transaction, Qin Hao found himself in possession of a check worth 10,000 gold coins, which he could redeem for cash at banks across the nation or use for direct purchases. Holding the check, Qin Hao straightened his posture, exuding the air of a newly affluent individual. Handsome, let us depart. I shall treat you to a grand meal and buy you 10 boxes of spicy strips. The fierce flame-howling wolf barked exuberantly, wagging its tail in delight. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully thrust open. A group of soldiers clad in naval uniforms stormed into the store's hall, their expressions grave. Customers and staff alike scattered in fright, with Lin Tao instinctively shielding Qin Hao behind her. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Shortly thereafter, a tall female officer entered the hall, accompanied by a beast of the leopard type, its body adorned with crackling lightning patterns. The beast bore several prominent scars, its visage fierce, with blood-red eyes exuding an aura of menace far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. The female officer, youthful yet striking, appeared to be around 25 years of age, but the naval uniform draped over her shoulders bore the insignia of a lieutenant general. In the military hierarchy of the Yinxia Empire, the leadership of each branch, naval, land, and air, is ranked as Major General, Lieutenant General, and General. Typically, one holding the rank of Naval Lieutenant General would be at least 35 years old, an exceptional Beastmaster or Magus. Thus, this young officer was quite an anomaly. Beneath her naval uniform, she wore a white Beastmaster robe adorned with 5-star medals, indicating that, aside from her position as a Lieutenant General, she was also a 5-star Beastmaster, akin to teacher Chinboki from the Zhuke Academy. Lin Tao smiled, addressing her. "Commander, may I inquire what brings you here?" The officer retrieved an identification card from her pocket, her voice resonant and commanding. "I am Lieutenant General Long Kuei, dispatched on a routine investigation. Conduct a search." As soon as Long Kuei finished speaking, all the naval soldiers commenced a thorough search of the entire Divine Pet store, creating an atmosphere of trepidation. Qin Hao, bewildered, turned to Lin Tao. "Aunt Tao, what on earth is happening? Have you broken the law? Are you facing years of imprisonment? You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Aunt Tao is a law-abiding citizen." Lin Tao nudged Qin Hao with her elbow, her expression a mix of annoyance and affection. During the search, Lin Tao offered Long Kuei a seat, pouring her tea. "Commander Long, this is my treasured Longjing tea. Please have a taste." Long Kuei's demeanor remained icy as she firmly declined. "There is no need, Boss Lin. As a soldier, it is against our principles to accept anything from the public." Observing from the side, Qin Hao formed a favorable first impression of the officer. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and statuesque, but she also embodied a sense of justice and adherence to principles. Next, Qin Hao's attention was captured by the leopard-type beast accompanying Long Kuei. A flicker of purple light flashed in Qin Hao's right eye as the 9 turns nether eye subtly activated. 3 seconds later, the detailed information about the leopard-type beast appeared before him. Name: Thunderclap Saber-Toothed Leopard. Level: 53, Beast King Body. Bloodline: Epic, 1 rank higher than Rare. Talent: Maximum Rage. Attributes: Royal, Lightning, Fierce Attack, Loyalty. 50 Weakness: Earth. Ghost Skills: 1. Saber-Tooth Bite. 2. Thunder Fury. 3. Caesar's Electric Claw. Awakening Skill: Thunder Roar. Evolution Path. Habits: Fierce and aggressive, fond of seafood. After perusing the information, Qin Hao felt a surge of emotions. Truly, a naval lieutenant general possessed an epic bloodline beast. In the barren land of Shangnan City, even rare bloodline beasts were exceptionally rare, let alone epic bloodline beasts, which had never been seen before. Qin Hao rationally assessed that the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard boasted superior overall strength and potential, showing great promise for development. However, he had no reason to envy. He possessed not only the fierce flame-howling wolf, but also a second beast, the calamity divine python, Medusa Queen. Medusa Queen was of demigod legendary bloodline, fully eclipsing the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard in both power and lineage. 15 minutes later, a naval soldier approached Long Kuei, panting heavily. "Commander Long, all rooms, the cellar, and the backyard have been searched, and no signs of any fleeing fugitives were found. Let us proceed to the next shop." Long Kuei stood, preparing to lead her team away when the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard suddenly began to cough violently. The coughing resonated like thunder, causing pain to the ears of those present, while the floor trembled beneath their feet. Simultaneously, every electrical device in the store, the air conditioning, computers, lights, and surveillance cameras, malfunctioned, causing the lights to flicker erratically, with some bulbs even bursting with a loud pop. Panic ensued among the crowd, yet Qin Hao remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard. Long Kuei appeared alarmed, reaching out to gently stroke the beast's head in an attempt to calm it. However, her efforts proved futile. The thunderclap saber-toothed leopard was in a state of extreme agitation, coughing while casting fierce glances at the surrounding humans, electric currents crackling ominously across its body. "Little Lei, what is wrong with you? Quiet down. We are on a mission. Do not create trouble," Long Kuei admonished sternly. The thunderclap saber-toothed leopard, however, was beyond heeding her words. harboring intense hostility towards the humans around, poised to unleash catastrophe at any moment. Commander, your beast appears to be afflicted by a condition known as War Comprehensive Syndrome. A clear male voice interjected. Long Kuei turned to see that it was Qin Hao who had spoken. A glimmer of surprise crossed her features as she coldly inquired. Who are you? How do you know that my little Lei suffers from War Comprehensive Syndrome? Qin Hao introduced himself. I am Qin Hao, a student from Xiangnan High School, and also a novice Beastmaster. He then looked at the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard, adopting an unusually mature expression for his age. As a lightning-type leopard beast, it typically possesses a volatile temperament. Moreover, your thunderclap saber-toothed leopard has the innate talent of maximum rage. Given your position as a naval lieutenant general, you often take it into battle against magical beasts. The accumulation of slaughter and rage over time makes it susceptible to developing War Comprehensive Syndrome. When afflicted, the beast's psyche may falter, leading to unpredictable behavior and, at times, aggressive actions against humans. Qin Hao's words left Long Kuei astounded. A fledgling Beastmaster, so adept in understanding the complexities of beast ailments, was indeed extraordinary. Once her astonishment subsided, Long Kuei regained her composure and asked, Qin Hao, is it? You speak wisely. Could it be that, in addition to being a Beastmaster, you are also a veterinary expert? In the Yinxia Empire, aside from Beastmasters, there exist other esteemed professions such as evolutionists, veterinary experts, magi, and bounty hunters. The role of a veterinary expert, as the name implies, is to treat the ailments of beasts. With the inevitability of war comes casualties. As long as there are casualties, veterinary experts will always have a place in society, rendering this profession a stable and secure career comparable to that of civil servants. Qin Hao, seizing the opportunity, replied, Indeed. I am also a veterinary expert. Lin Tao rolled her eyes at this declaration, pondering to herself, when did this fellow become a veterinary expert? A man's words can be deceiving. A spark of hope ignited in Long Kuei's icy blue eyes as she excitedly grasped Qin Hao's hand. You were absolutely correct. My little Lei is indeed afflicted with War Syndrome. However, despite consulting numerous veterinary specialists, his condition has shown no signs of improvement. Do you possess any remedies? Qin Hao's Jiao Zhuanming Tong has the ability to discern any ailment afflicting a beast, and naturally, he can provide targeted treatment. Commander Long, War Syndrome falls under the category of mental disorders, making it challenging to treat, but fortuitously, I have a method. Long Kuei's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked, Is that true? If you can cure my little Lei, I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded. A glint of cunning flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. A lucrative opportunity was at hand. Commander Long, I require some pharmacological materials. This pet shop is the perfect place. Please procure what I instruct. Lin Tao winked at Qin Hao, saying, You clever boy, Aunt Tao has not spoiled you for nothing. Subsequently, Long Kuei followed Qin Hao's directions and purchased a bottle of beast-nourishing liquid, 2 snake gallbladder herbs, 1 Lu Wei Yin Yang pill, and a variety of miscellaneous herbs, totaling over 5,000 gold coins. After Long Kuei completed the payment, Lin Tao could barely contain her joy and occasionally sent Qin Hao flirtatious glances. This surge in business was entirely thanks to Qin Hao. Qin Hao combined all the herbs and brewed a pot of dark, murky liquid. Long Kuei inquired, Is this the remedy for War Syndrome? Qin Hao replied, We are still missing one ingredient. What is lacking? The urine of a fire-type beast. Long Kuei was taken aback. Qin Hao beckoned to the blazing wolf. Ingjun, come here and relieve yourself into the pot. In front of everyone, the blazing wolf appeared somewhat bashful during the process, and the flow was rather intermittent. After finishing, the pot emitted a pungent odor. Long Kuei pinched her nose and frowned. Are you certain this potion is effective? Qin Hao nodded earnestly. This is a family remedy. If it proves ineffective, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Given Qin Hao's confidence, Long Kuei turned to the Thunder Saber Leopard. Little Lei, for the sake of curing your ailment, drink up. The Thunder Saber Leopard was alarmed and retreated repeatedly, fearing the consequences if the blazing wolf had any urinary stones. Chapter 15. The true identity of the Medusa Empress. Qin Hao urged, Commander Long, if this potion cools down, it will lose its efficacy. Let your beast drink it while it is still warm. Long Kuei nodded and, with her bare hands, pried open the Thunder Saber Leopard's mouth, pouring the entire pot of dark liquid down its throat. Upon ingesting the potion, the Thunder Saber Leopard turned crimson, rolling on the ground in agony. Smoke billowing from its throat, tears streaming down its face. This was the most bitter concoction it had ever tasted. Long Kuei anxiously asked, This potion won't have any side effects, will it? Qin Hao replied, somewhat evasively, Well, the blazing wolf has recently consumed too many spicy snacks. which may have resulted in an excess of heat and chili oil in its urine. Thus, your beast is currently crying from the spice. But fear not. This side effect is manageable and will subside shortly. Approximately 3 minutes later, a miracle occurred. The thunder saber leopard ceased coughing, regained its footing, exuding a commanding presence. And its eyes regained their clarity, with its hostility and anger significantly diminished. All electrical devices in the pet shop returned to normal, averting a potential catastrophe. Witnessing the thunder saber leopard wagging its tail and grinning at her, Long Kuei was overjoyed, her face beaming with happiness. Since the onset of war syndrome, she had never seen it smile. Engaging in a good deed, Qin Hao felt fulfilled, smiling broadly. Ba, good deeds indeed. Commander Long, your beast has recovered, and it has developed antibodies, ensuring it will never suffer from war syndrome again. Amid her excitement, Long Kuei expressed her gratitude to Qin Hao. Thank you, Qin Hao. I never imagined your family remedy could be so miraculous. Previously, she had consulted numerous esteemed veterinary specialists, but they were all helpless against the thunder saber leopard's affliction. Theoretically, the chances of curing war syndrome, a mental disorder, were zero. Once afflicted, this disease would accompany the beast for life, subjecting it to immense mental torment and drastically shortening its lifespan, likely leading to an early demise within 5 years. In essence, Qin Hao was Long Kuei's benefactor. She never expected to encounter a young man capable of curing the thunder saber leopard in the remote city of Xiangnan. This serendipitous connection was truly remarkable. Lin Tao approached Qin Hao, lowering her voice. You little rascal, you've hidden your talents well. When did you learn the art of beast healing? Qin Hao chuckled. The Buddha says, it is unspoken. You little brat, keeping everything from me. I shall ignore you. Lin Tao huffed, swaying her ample figure as she walked away. At that moment, Long Kuei gazed at Qin Hao with tender eyes. Qin Hao, already handsome, appeared even more charming after healing the thunder saber leopard, causing Long Kuei to find him increasingly appealing. Qin Hao, to express my gratitude, let me treat you to coffee. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, under a clear sky, they sat across from each other in a private room at the Blue Mountain Cafe. Despite the thunder saber leopard having consumed the blazing wolf's urine within a short time, the two beasts had become good friends, conversing in their own language in a corner of the room. Long Kuei removed her loose navy uniform, her graceful figure accentuated by the fitted beast robe, making Qin Hao feel as if he were on the verge of committing a crime by glancing too long. Qin Hao, what was the name of that remedy you concocted? Its effects were astonishing. Qin Hao casually fabricated a name, speaking earnestly. That remedy is called Ji Ji Tang Jiang, known for relieving coughs and phlegm, as well as alleviating mental disorders. Long Kuei sipped her coffee, her eyes sparkling with amusement. A simple coffee isn't enough to show my gratitude. Please take this card. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed a bank card in front of Qin Hao. The card contained 50,000 gold coins. What? 50,000? Commander Long, are you a wealthy heir, casually offering 50,000? Qin Hao, hailing from a poor neighborhood, had never seen 50,000 gold coins in his life and nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Long Kuei set her coffee cup down and, with a teasing smile, said, I am not a wealthy heir. I am a bureaucratic heir. My father is Admiral Long Jingyi. Qin Hao was struck with astonishment. His mouth agape as if he could fit a light bulb inside. Long Jingyi was a name known throughout the nation. He was one of the top Beastmasters, rated as a 9-star Beastmaster, who had made significant contributions to the country, winning 800 battles, and had spent his life guarding the eastern waters of the Yanxiao Empire. Qin Hao, filled with respect, said, I have long admired your father's esteemed name. However, I cannot accept this 50,000 gold coins. My intention is to heal every beast troubled by illness, not to seek riches. After uttering this self-righteous statement, Qin Hao immediately regretted it. Who wouldn't want 50,000 gold coins? Unless one had lost their mind. Long Kuei exhibited the assertiveness characteristic of an imperial soldier, forcefully shoving the bank card into Qin Hao's hand, saying, Qin Hao, to be honest, I have spent a considerable amount of money over the years to treat little Lei. So 50,000 is nothing to me. Accept it. If you refuse, it implies you think it is insufficient. Do not misunderstand. 50,000 is indeed a substantial amount. In that case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Commander Long. Having never possessed such a large sum of money, Qin Hao took great care to hide the card discreetly in his pants. As they continued their conversation, Qin Hao's wit and humor occasionally elicited hearty laughter from the female officer. After finishing a cup of coffee, Qin Hao could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Commander Long, what exactly is the purpose of your extensive search in Xiangnan City? Naturally, we are here to investigate and apprehend fugitives, Long Kuei replied, then suddenly asked, by the way, You are a local of Xiangnan City, correct? Qin Hao confirmed. Yes, I am a native resident of Xiangnan. Upon hearing this, Long Kuei decided to take a chance and retrieve 2 wanted posters from her storage pouch. The 2 posters were presented before Qin Hao, and Long Kuei inquired, Qin Hao, my dear brother, have you seen this woman? Or perhaps this beast? Qin Hao was instantly struck as if by lightning. Standing there in a daze like a piece of timber, the woman depicted on the first wanted poster was none other than the human form of the Queen Medusa. The beast on the second wanted poster was the catastrophic divine python, the beastly incarnation of Queen Medusa. Fortunately, Qin Hao was quick-witted. In an instant, he adjusted his mindset, pinched his thigh to regain composure. Commander Long, who is this woman? I do not recognize this formidable beast, though I have never encountered it. Long Kuei sighed, explaining, in truth, this woman is the beast. She is the Emperor-class beast, the catastrophic divine python, Queen Medusa. Qin Hao replied, did you really need to tell me? She is my second contracted beast. Chapter 16, Air Force Commander Luoya, the beast spy Queen Medusa. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Hao remained vigilant, ever cautious. Long Kuei, oblivious to any signs, believed that Qin Hao truly had not encountered Queen Medusa. Qin Hao cast a discreet glance at the wanted posters once more. Noticing that the Queen Medusa in the image was clad in an imperial military uniform, wearing a beret, presenting herself as a high-ranking female officer, exuding an air of authority. Long Kuei tucked away the wanted posters and added, was there not a sign of an Emperor-class beast appearing in Xiangnan City a couple of days ago? Qin Hao nodded. Of course I remember. The entire city was on high alert, which left the citizens of Xiangnan City in a state of unease. Long Kuei continued. The mysterious Emperor-class beast that appeared in your Xiangnan City a couple of days ago was none other than the catastrophic divine python, Queen Medusa. Qin Hao feigned surprise and panic. Good heavens, is that so? This is utterly unbelievable. Long Kuei leaned closer, her ample bosom pressing against Qin Hao's shoulder, whispering, Qin Hao, it seems you truly know nothing. Queen Medusa is an Emperor-class beast. She possesses the ability to transform into human form, and her intelligence is exceedingly high, making her adept at disguise and deception. She has assumed the name Luoya, infiltrating the Imperial Army for 3 years, climbing the ranks until she attained the position of Air Force Commander. Not long ago, she stole classified documents from the Imperial military and then exposed her identity to escape. According to the latest reports, she has fled to Xiangnan City. My mission is to investigate this matter in Xiangnan City. You must remember, although Queen Medusa appears stunningly beautiful in her human form, do not let her appearance deceive you. In reality, she has a heart as venomous as a serpent. She is a spy for the Beast faction and our mortal enemy. At this revelation, Qin Hao was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze becoming unfocused. Recalling Queen Medusa's exquisite and chilling beauty, along with her occasional gentle and bright smile, Qin Hao felt utterly deceived. His emotions were tumultuous, and his mind was a muddled mess. Clinging to a shred of hope, he pulled out his phone and searched online. Baidu Baiki revealed that the Air Force commander of the Yinxiao Empire was indeed named Luoya, and the profile photograph was that of Queen Medusa in human form. The Air Force commander Luoya, the beast spy Queen Medusa. Everything was corroborated. How infuriating. She was a spy. Moreover, she was a fugitive on the national wanted list. What kind of contract did I sign with her? This is messing with my psyche. Qin Hao was in a state of panic. If the fact that he had signed a blood pact with Queen Medusa were to be discovered by Long Kuei and the Imperial Army, he would be deemed an accomplice, bearing grave sins. Even 100 lives would not suffice to escape execution. Qin Hao, are you all right? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Long Kuei asked. Noticing his pallor, Qin Hao made an effort to calm his chaotic emotions, forcing a smile. I'm fine. It's just that, as a man, there are certain days each month. Long Kuei laughed heartily. Seeing your complexion like this, you should eat more oysters and chives to bolster your vitality. A man can falter in many areas, but his vitality must remain strong. Qin Hao nodded obediently, beaming. Thank you for your concern, Commander Long. My vitality is definitely not an issue. Long Kuei rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the handsome and refined Qin Hao, her fondness for him growing. Do you have a sister, Qin Hao? Yes. My parents have passed away, and I rely on my sister for companionship. A flicker of regret crossed Long Kuei's features as she asked, would you mind having another sister? Qin Hao appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Wouldn't having another sister just lower my status in the family? Long Kuei's lips curled into a smile as she extended her arms to embrace Qin Hao, proposing, we share a strong bond. I will take you as my adopted younger brother, and you can call me your adopted elder sister. What do you say? Qin Hao was taken aback, believing that he and Long Kuei had not yet grown that close. However, Long Kuei was indeed an admirable person, beautiful and a military officer. Having another sister like her would be a solid support. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao fell into deep thought. Firstly, this was an excellent opportunity to build connections. Long Kuei was the daughter of a high-ranking official, her father a naval general. And she was a 9-star Beastmaster, hailing from a prominent family. He must ingratiate himself. Moreover, given his current status as an accomplice to Queen Medusa, he needed a strong relationship as a cover for future contingencies. Resolute in his decision, Qin Hao broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and joyfully said, "Commander Long, if you don't mind my humble background, I would very much like to have a sister as remarkable as you." Long Kuei's heart soared with delight. "Good brother, no need to call me Commander Long anymore. Just call me Sister Kuei from now on." Qin Hao earnestly replied, "Sister Kuei." "Oh, dear brother Hao." Long Kuei embraced Qin Hao tightly, displaying an intimate demeanor without reservation. Qin Hao thus found himself enjoying numerous advantages, his clothing imbued with Long Kuei's fragrance. As the evening unfolded, a round moon rose in the sky. The night sky was clear, and the moonlight was pristine. The naval forces scoured every corner of Shangnan City. Yet they found no trace of Queen Medusa, returning empty-handed. Reluctantly, Long Kuei prepared to lead the naval forces back home. Before departing, she held Qin Hao's hand gently, saying, "Brother Hao, during the course of this mission, time is of the essence, and I must return to the naval headquarters to report. I do not know when we will meet again. Let us exchange contact information." The two siblings swapped phone numbers and added each other on WeChat and QQ. Subsequently, Long Kuei initiated a warm embrace with Qin Hao, genuinely fond of this brother. After a heartfelt hug, Long Kuei left him with a cheerful smile as she mounted the thunderclap saber-toothed leopard, leading the naval forces toward the harbor. Once her figure disappeared from view, Qin Hao turned towards home, feeling lost along the way. Although he had gained 60,000 gold coins and a beautiful sister today, the thought of Queen Medusa cast a shadow over his happiness. As he walked, Qin Hao glanced around. Wanted posters featuring Queen Medusa's likeness were plastered everywhere, on shop windows, walls, telephone poles, and electronic billboards. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Just a little snake. How dare she deceive my feelings? I must settle the score with her. At 10 o'clock at night, the Whitebone Mountain lay in eerie silence, with the occasional roars of beasts echoing through the woods. Qin Hao stood at the edge of a cliff atop the mountain, the blazing howling flame wolf standing sentinel behind him, confirming that no one was around. Qin Hao bit the tip of his right finger, using his blood to draw a pentagram on the ground. This was a special method employed by Beastmasters to summon their beasts through a blood pact, unaffected by location or distance, though it required a significant amount of soul energy. In the next moment, the pentagram radiated a dazzling red light, and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from within. Clad in a splendid red gown and wearing a golden crown, the enchanting Queen Medusa reappeared before Qin Hao. Chapter 17. You are my familiar. I shall safeguard your safety. The Medusa Empress slowly opened her enchanting eyes, her serpentine gaze glimmering with an eerie light. Upon seeing Qin Hao standing a short distance away, she crossed her arms defiantly across her chest, her expression tinged with displeasure. I have already stated that the Divine Python clan has pressing matters requiring my attention, and it will be some time before I can meet with you. Are you merely jesting by summoning me in such haste? Qin Hao remained silent, his head bowed, his expression concealed in shadows. The Medusa Empress furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an unsettling change. The aura surrounding Qin Hao had transformed, as if he were a different person. Qin Hao, what is the urgency that compels you to seek me? If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave. In a heartbeat, Qin Hao surged forward, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist. Under the silvery moonlight, the blade pressed against the Medusa Empress's neck. Confusion clouded her features as she gazed at him, while his eyes burned with a crimson fury. Little brat, what in the world has happened to you? How dare you question me? Qin Hao spat, his voice laced with bitterness. Luoya, you deceiver. At the mention of Luoya, the Medusa Empress's pupils constricted, and she paused in shock before her expression softened. It seems you are well informed. With gritted teeth, Qin Hao produced a wanted poster from his pocket, his voice dripping with disdain. Here is the evidence. You are a beast spy, infiltrating the Imperial Army under the guise of Luoya for 3 years, even serving as the Air Force commander. Having reached this critical juncture, the Medusa Empress nodded slightly. Indeed, I am a beast spy. Last night, you claimed you had never harmed a human, and I foolishly believed you. It appears that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deceit. I did not deceive you. I truly have never harmed a human. Qin Hao scoffed, sarcasm evident in his tone. You have lurked for 3 years, stealing secrets from our Imperial army, all in service to the Beast faction. Perhaps you have not personally taken a life, but fundamentally, how do you differ from those bloodthirsty beasts that slaughter and devour humanity? The Medusa Empress wrestled with her emotions, pondering deeply before replying earnestly. The reality is far more complex than you comprehend. If I were to reveal the truth now, it would only serve to trouble you further. Yet I must reiterate, I have never harmed any human. Still trying to argue? If you believe I am merely quibbling, then strike me down. Kill me. The Medusa Empress's face bore an expression of fearless defiance, as though death were merely an inconsequential word. Qin Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. Medusa, do you truly think I lack the courage to kill you? With a slight smile playing at the corners of her scarlet lips, she replied, I have known all along that once you discovered my true identity, you would regret binding yourself to me. In any case, I am now your familiar, and my life is in your hands. Do as you wish. Trembling, Qin Hao's grip on the dagger shook violently, veins bulging on his forehead. The atmosphere grew tense, the fiery wolf nearby leaping about, uncertain whether to intervene. After a prolonged stalemate, Qin Hao's resolve crumbled. He discarded the dagger over the cliff and sank to the ground in despair, his eyes vacant. The Medusa Empress exhaled a heavy sigh. I am a beast spy, and in your words, a despicable woman. Why then do you not slay me? After a moment of silence, Qin Hao regained his composure and inquired, what did you mean when you said the situation is far more complex than I imagine? Quite literally, if you wish to uncover the truth, the prerequisite is to become stronger. Without sufficient power, you cannot wield the truth. What constitutes strength? The Medusa Empress settled beside Qin Hao, her hair fluttering in the breeze, brushing against his cheek. When you become a 9-star familiar master, that will take quite some time. The duration is inconsequential. I am your familiar, and I shall always remain by your side. Qin Hao turned to behold the exquisite profile of the Medusa Empress, his heart stirring with uncertainty. This woman, was she good or evil, righteous or malevolent? Would she bring him more calamity? All remained an enigma. Shaking off his tumultuous emotions, Qin Hao pushed the Medusa Empress away. You should leave now. We shall meet again another day. Observing his frail, slender figure retreating, the Medusa Empress asked with curiosity, tell me truthfully, do you regret it? Regret what? Regretting the blood pact you made with me. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Hao replied, of course I regret it. You are now the most wanted criminal in the Yinxiao Empire, and I am your master. According to imperial law, I am your accomplice and shall bear the consequences of harboring you, committing fraud, and various capital offenses. Are you then planning to betray me? Never. A deal is a deal. You are my familiar, and I shall protect your safety. The Medusa Empress paused, then chuckled softly. You little rascal. Your words have unexpectedly moved me. Sasha, I shall ask you one last time. You truly will not harm humans? Qin Hao gazed into her eyes with clarity. I am your familiar, and familiars never harm their masters. You are human, hence I shall never harm humans. This logic was sound, and Qin Hao chose to trust the Medusa Empress once more. Very well, I believe you. As for the name Luoya, I shall pretend I have never heard it. I only know you as my familiar, Sasha. With that, Qin Hao tore the wanted poster to shreds. A fleeting blush crossed the Medusa Empress's face, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Master, should you encounter danger or require my aid, do not hesitate to summon me. This marked the first time the Medusa Empress willingly and proactively addressed Qin Hao as her master. Understood. You may depart now. Qin Hao feigned indifference. By the way, do you still intend to treat me to the bamboo shoots and braised noodles? After an evening of brooding, Qin Hao finally smiled. Of course, I shall treat you next time, and it shall be a generous serving. With their conversation concluded, the Medusa Empress departed once more. Qin Hao gently stroked the fiery wolf's fur, gazing at the moonlit sky, his thoughts heavy with contemplation. What truth did Sasha speak of? Was there some hidden intrigue within the ranks of the Imperial Army? Alas, it was already past 11 o'clock. Oh no, my sister is going to be angry. Hastily mounting the fiery wolf, Qin Hao urged it to gallop down the mountain. At 11:30, Qin Hao and the fiery wolf returned home. Feeling guilty, he could only whisper, Sister, we are back. Qin Yin immediately rushed over, hands on her hips, her beautiful face flushed with anger. Little Hao, you promised me you would be home by 10 o'clock, and now it's 11:30. Do you take my words for mere wind? On the table lay a spread of cold dishes. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Qin Hao apologized. Sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shall return on time in the future. All right. I am not angry. I will reheat the dishes, and you should wash your hands first. Chapter 18. Qin Yan's jealousy in less than 15 minutes. Qin Yan returned with the reheated 4 dishes and a soup. Little Hao, Come quickly and eat while it's hot. Sister, I have good news to share. Qin Hao placed a bank card and a check on the table, proclaiming proudly, this bank card holds 50,000 gold coins, and the check is for 10,000. Today, I earned a total of 60,000. We can buy a house and a car. 60,000 gold coins? My goodness. Little Hao, tell me the truth. Did you rob a bank? To dispel any misunderstandings, Qin Hao quickly explained the source of the money. Qin Yan listened, astonished. You can treat familiars' ailments? Little Hao, I have watched you grow up. When did you learn medical skills? I had no idea. Indeed, I am not only a familiar master, but also an expert veterinarian. Perhaps it is my innate talent that has allowed me to teach myself. Qin Hao beamed with pride as he further explored the unique abilities of his 9-turn soul eyes. Qin Yan took the bank card and check, muttering, as the saying goes, a man with money turns bad. You must not squander these 60,000 gold coins. I shall keep them safe for you. Qin Hao felt a bit foolish, akin to a child whose New Year's money had been confiscated by his mother. Sister, please leave me some pocket money. I will keep this money for you, and when we leave Xiangnan City to settle in another district, you can use it then. Qin Hao could only express his agreement before picking up his chopsticks and devouring his meal. The fierce Yin Xiao Tianlang lay beneath the table, gnawing on a bone. Qin Yin sat nearby, scrutinizing her brother, feeling that something was amiss. Sigh, things are getting stranger and stranger. Under the condition that the blood sacrifice seal has not been lifted, Xiao Hao first awakened the qualifications of a Beastmaster. And now he has learned the medical skills of a beast doctor, even able to treat complex ailments like war syndrome. So what exactly is wrong? Qin Yin furrowed her brow in confusion. After Qin Hao had his fill, he sat on the sofa watching television, completely casting aside his earlier distress. Qin Yin was in the kitchen washing dishes. She never allowed Qin Hao to help with chores, treating him like a 3-year-old to pamper. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Qin Hao checked his phone. It was a private message from Long Kuei. Xiao Hao, I have returned to the naval headquarters. I will miss you dearly. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to the naval headquarters for a visit. Qin Hao smiled bitterly. The Medusa Empress is the #1 criminal wanted by the Imperial Army. If he were to go to the naval headquarters and someone discovered that the Medusa Empress was his beast, it would mean throwing himself into the net. And he would likely be executed on the spot. Just as Qin Hao was about to reply to Long Kuei, Qin Yan had stealthily approached him from behind. Xiao Hao, who are you chatting with? Startled, he exclaimed, Sister, how did you approach without a sound? You scared me. Qin Yan snatched Qin Hao's phone, and upon seeing the contact named Sister Kuei, her expression turned sour. Who is this Sister Kuei? Why such an intimate title? Qin Hao explained, Sister Kuei is Long Kuei. I mentioned her at the dinner table earlier. She is a vice admiral in the Navy, and I healed her beast. So she gifted me a bank card with 50,000 gold coins as thanks. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone turning sour. Why call her Sister Kuei? Just Long Kuei is fine. At that moment, Qin Hao was still oblivious to the severity of the situation. She feels a connection with me and has made me her god brother, and I have accepted her as my god sister. What a fatal statement. 3 lines of black appeared on Qin Yan's forehead as she said grimly. So, having me as your sister is not enough? You have gone and found a new sister? Qin Hao, slow to react, finally realized the gravity of the issue. Sister, don't misunderstand. You will always be my first. Long Kuei is just my god sister. Buzz. The phone vibrated again. Qin Yan glanced at the phone screen, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Sister, actually don't call me sister. Go find your Sister Kuei. Qin Yan shoved the phone back into Qin Hao's hands, dumped the prepared post-meal fruits into the trash, and returned to her room. It was clear that Qin Yan was jealous. Late at night, Qin Yan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In truth, she would not mind if Qin Hao found a girlfriend. She would even be happy for him. However, he had chosen a god sister. The title of sister was something Qin Yan had monopolized for years, and she did not wish to share her brother with any woman. Thus, her jealousy was quite understandable. The next morning, Qin Hao was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he realized he was alone in bed. While the clattering of pots and pans could be heard from the kitchen, Qin Hao picked up his phone. The caller was his best friend, Wang Dazue. Hey Dazue, why are you disturbing my sweet dreams so early? What is up? Brother Hao, haven't you seen the group message? Zhuke Academy has made an exception this year to give our Xiangnan High School a guaranteed admission slot. Teacher Chinboki is coming to select talent today. Hurry to school. Zhuke Academy, one of the 4 great Beastmaster academies of the Yinxiao Empire, is the highest temple every student dreams of attending. Qin Hao hung up the phone and immediately jumped out of bed, donned his stylish school uniform, and styled his hair like an adult. Upon entering the living room, he called towards the kitchen, Sister, I'm heading to school. I don't have time for breakfast at home. Qin Yan emerged from the kitchen with a plate. Xiao Hao, I just made you a sandwich. Take it and eat on the way. Chapter 19. The Wolf King's Dread. Bloodline Suppression. At 7:50 a.m., the weather was bright and sunny. The playground of Xiangnan High School was bustling with students. All eyes were fixed on the 27 students standing at the center of the playground, each accompanied by a beast, drawing envy and jealousy from the crowd. I hope my third uncle can help me once more from beyond, allowing me to secure the admission slot at Juke Academy. Stop dreaming. Your beast, the stinky bug, is utterly worthless, lacking even a second skill, only capable of releasing foul gas. It's toxic. Wait a minute. I remember there should be 28 awakened individuals. It seems one is still missing. Still missing Qin Hao. Yes, Qin Hao had also passed the awakening assessment. Now only he was absent. In the recent awakening assessment, a total of 28 students from Xiangnan High School successfully awakened their Beastmaster qualifications. Qin Hao was among them, and was even referred to by Chun Boki as a rare Soul King physique. Today was the day Juke Academy sent people to select students for guaranteed admission, a highly significant occasion. The other 27 students had brought their newly signed beasts. But Qin Hao had yet to appear. Why hasn't Brother Hao come yet? I'm so anxious. Please don't let him falter at such a critical moment. Wang Dazhe was visibly worried. His companion, a plump brown bear that appeared somewhat dim-witted. Ma Dongmei approached, holding a golden-beaked parrot, and curiously asked, Wang Dazue, you're closest to Qin Hao. Do you know what his beast is? Wang Dazue foolishly shook his head. Brother Hao keeps his secrets well. He hasn't told me yet. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. Fat Wang, if Qin Hao hasn't told you, it's surely because he hasn't signed a beast. Wang Dazue turned to see a boy with a sharp nose and monkey-like features approaching. This boy was Li Kai, the son of the principal of Xiangnan High School. Beside Li Kai stood a robust black dog, its body surrounded by a fierce wind blade. This black dog was strong and intimidating. A single bark could summon a tempest. Li Kai, with his hands in his pockets, exuded an air of superiority. The beast he had signed was the only high bloodline wind-type beast, the Gale Hound, present among all the beasts. The beasts of the other students were of ordinary bloodlines, fueling Li Kai's sense of superiority. In a remote place like Xiangnan City, being able to sign a high bloodline beast was enough to show off. Wang Dazue clenched his fists. Li Kai, don't spout nonsense. My brother Hao is a Soul King physique. Signing a beast is a piece of cake. Li Kai let out a cold laugh, mockingly saying, what of the Soul King physique? That poor Qin Hao can't afford a divine pet egg. Wang Dazue hesitated to respond. Li Kai continued, Fat Wang, your dad bought the electronics factory, and it only netted 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins can only buy the cheapest divine pet egg, which can only hatch an ordinary bloodline beast. So you can only sign a dull and clumsy great rock bear. And Qin Hao, he can't even scrape together 100 gold coins. He can't afford the cheapest divine pet egg. Do you really think he can sign a beast? That is utterly ridiculous. Wang Dazue's face turned pale with anger. Li Kai, you can insult me, but don't speak ill of my brother Hao. Li Kai smirked. Humph, I'll just say Qin Hao is trash. What can you do about it? Just then, the Gale Hound let out a howl, and a gust of wind knocked Wang Dazue over. The great rock bear, though clumsy, knew to protect its master. Even if its bloodline was inferior to the Gale Hound, it still bared its claws and growled. At that moment, a person and a wolf approached from a distance. The temperature on the playground suddenly soared, resembling a vast furnace, with the air warping under the intensifying heat. Look, it's Qin Hao, exclaimed a voice. The wolf engulfed in flames. Could that be Qin Hao's beast? Such a striking and commanding creature had never been seen before. It surely possessed a lineage of considerable prestige. Qin Hao strode confidently alongside the blazing wolf, a sight to behold at Xiangnan High School. Reaching the center of the playground, he helped the fallen Wang Dachui to his feet. Brother Hao, you finally made it. I thought you would miss the selection, which made me worry for nothing. Hee. Qin Hao smiled faintly and cast a glance at the Da Yanxiong beside Wang Dachui with his 9 turns underworld eyes. Dachui. Although Da Yanxiong has an ordinary bloodline, selecting a proper evolution path could yield promising results. Wang Dachui was overjoyed. Really, Brother Hao? You know so much. You truly are my brother. Li Kai approached Qin Hao, mockingly inquiring, So, Qin Hao, what is this beast of yours? At that moment, as Li Kai drew near, the blazing wolf erupted in rage, emitting a thunderous roar. The Wolf King's intimidation. Bloodline suppression. Instantly, all the beasts present trembled in fear. Even the previously arrogant Ji Feng Quan retreated, its tail tucked between its legs, appearing utterly disheveled. What is happening? My Huang Mao is twitching all over. Another exclaimed. Strange, my Du Jitu suddenly has diarrhea, leaving me a mess. My two-way Yuan Ho has fainted, and it's foaming at the mouth. Under the fierce gaze of the blazing wolf, Li Kai nearly wet himself, his face drained of color. Qin Hao gently stroked the wolf's head, reassuring, "It's all right. They are merely my classmates." The wolf then calmed down, grinning broadly. Confusion enveloped the students, when a resonant voice echoed from a distance, "Students, do not panic. Due to bloodline suppression, your beasts are merely startled." Qin Hao looked up to see Chen Boqi, a mentor from Zhuke Academy, arriving at Xiangnan High School's playground, accompanied by several teaching assistants. This time, Chen Boqi was not accompanied by the ice-armored battle turtle, though he carried a briefcase, undoubtedly filled with documents regarding the reserved admission slots. Chen Boqi approached Qin Hao, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Qin Hao, you are truly remarkable. In this small city of Xiangnan, you have formed a blood pact with a blazing wolf." Upon hearing this, the chattering students began to speculate. So, Qin Hao's beast is called the Blazing Wolf. What a fierce and stylish name. "Teacher Chen, what bloodline level does Qin Hao's beast belong to? Is it formidable?" Chen Boqi cleared his throat and replied, "The Blazing Wolf belongs to the rare bloodline category." As soon as he spoke, the playground erupted in uproar. No wonder this wolf is so handsome. It's a rare bloodline beast. How enviable. Li Kai's Ji-Feng Quan was merely of a high bloodline, a tier below the rare bloodline, thus making Qin Hao truly impressive. However, in a small place like Xiangnan, it's unlikely to find an egg capable of hatching a rare beast. All eyes converged on Qin Hao, who had suddenly become the center of attention at the school. Li Kai, feeling overlooked, hung his head, his complexion fluctuating between green and white, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Chen Boqi whispered, "Qin Hao, to my knowledge, all the pet shops in Xiangnan do not sell rare-level pet eggs. Where did your blazing wolf come from?" Qin Hao quickly responded with a mischievous grin. "Heh, it was a promotional gift with a phone recharge." Chen Boqi narrowed his eyes, but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead wearing a knowing expression. The acquisition of beasts can occur in many ways. Purchasing pet eggs to hatch beasts is just one method. Each talented Beastmaster has their own fortune and opportunities. Do not be anxious, I will not delve deeper. The phrase, "each talented Beastmaster has their own fortune and opportunities," struck a familiar chord with Qin Hao, reminiscent of what Aunt Lin Tao had said to him yesterday. Chen Boqi then turned to the students, reassuring them, there is no need for concern. Due to the rare bloodline of the Blazing Wolf, which contains the essence of the Wolf King, your beasts experienced bloodline suppression, resulting in symptoms of fear, vomiting, panic, and fainting. They will recover shortly. The students nodded in understanding, as this was their first encounter with the specialized term bloodline suppression in the realm of Beastmasters. The Blazing Wolf, being exceptionally intelligent, realized it was the most powerful beast present, and thus held its head high, occasionally emitting fireballs to flaunt its prowess. Its flamboyant display mirrored that of Qin Hao. As the fireballs soared and the heat surged, the other students' beasts erupted into chaos, creating a scene of delightful pandemonium. At precisely 8 o'clock, the bell tolled, marking the commencement of the selection. Chen Boqi donned his glasses and sifted through the files of the 28 students. With only one reserved admission slot available, the participants appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. It was clear to everyone that, regardless of the selection process, Qin Hao was the undeniable first choice, leaving no room for others. The genius Beastmaster with the Soul King physique and the rare bloodline, Blazing Wolf, Qin Hao's formidable assets overshadowed those of novices. 3 minutes later, Chen Boqi closed the file, scanning the students with a gentle tone. "Dear students, as this is an exceptional selection, there is only one reserved slot. Those who are not selected should not be disheartened. You may still apply to other beast academies." Then, Chen Boqi stepped forward to Qin Hao. "I hereby announce that the recipient of the reserved admission to Zhuke Academy is Qin Hao." Without a hint of doubt, it was unanimously decided. Although the other participants felt a wave of disappointment, many were genuinely happy for Qin Hao. As applause and cheers filled the playground, "Qin Hao, congratulations. You have been accepted into Zhuke Academy. If you chase after me now, I'll agree to be your girlfriend," exclaimed Ma Dongmei. Qin Hao simply replied, "No need for that." Wang Dachui exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you are incredible. You will surely be a genius at the 4 major beast academies. Following you was undoubtedly the right choice." Hee. Just as everyone celebrated Qin Hao's triumph, Li Kai rushed over, his expression twisted with rage. "This is unfair." Li Kai hurried to Chen Boqi, his voice thick with resentment. "Teacher, your selection method is unjust. The reserve slot should be awarded through a beast duel among the candidates, with the victor receiving the admission." Yet you did not arrange for a duel, directly granting the slot to Qin Hao. This is not fair. I suggest you reconsider. Li Kai argued with conviction, his demeanor resolute. Shinboki removed his glasses and spoke in a deep tone. Li Kai, are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? A powerful mental pressure enveloped the playground, the air chilling as a deadly aura spread. Li Kai's legs trembled in fear, panic overtaking him as he quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Teacher Chen. My attitude was inappropriate. On the surface, Qin Hao remained unruffled, internally marveling at the formidable aura of a 5-star Beastmaster. Shinboki relaxed his demeanor, smiling as he addressed Li Kai. I hope you understand something. Zhuke Academy is one of the 4 major beast academies in the nation, exclusively admitting talent. According to tradition, Zhuke Academy would never venture beyond the 10,000th rank in the nation to recruit. In truth, this reserved slot was specifically prepared for Qin Hao. The school erupted in excitement. Shinboki had made it abundantly clear he had come solely for Qin Hao, leaving the other students as mere collateral. Li Kai clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes brimming with indignation. Teacher Chen, I wish to challenge Qin Hao to a match. I am certain I can prevail. I need to prove that I am superior to him. Shinboki replied nonchalantly, let us not speak of Qin Hao for now. Even without him, I would not accept you. Why? Li Kai asked, bewildered. Because you are not a genius. Qin Hao is. In an instant, Li Kai felt utterly defeated, realizing that he had been the fool all along. After a moment of contemplation, he fled the playground like a tempest. Wang Dachui remarked, Brother Hao. Teacher Chen's words are truly piercing. Given Li Kai's petty nature, he might be enraged enough to jump into the river. Qin Hao sighed softly, responding, in truth, Teacher Boki just imparted a lesson to Li Kai. Whether he comprehends it is contingent upon his own insight. Subsequently, Shinboki received a box from the teaching assistant. Upon opening it, he retrieved a blue Beastmaster robe and a star badge inscribed with the emblem of the Empire. In the Yinxia Empire, the blue Beastmaster robe symbolizes a 1-star Beastmaster, accompanied by the star badge. Achieving the status of a 1-star Beastmaster constitutes the formal threshold within the profession. Typically, to obtain this qualification, one must undergo assessments at relevant institutions or within the Beastmaster Academy. However, the 4 prestigious Beastmaster Academies stand apart. Admission to any of these academies grants students the 1-star Beastmaster qualification without the need for examinations. This unique advantage at the starting line naturally attracts prodigious talents from across the nation. Qin Hao gingerly accepted the Beastmaster robe and star badge, his heart swelling with excitement. Shinboki patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. Congratulations, Qin Hao. From this moment forth, you are a 1-star Beastmaster and a member of our Zhuke Academy. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Qin Hao's mind. Achievement unlocked. Host becomes a 1-star Beastmaster. Achievement reward. Obtained a Bloodline Upgrade Scroll. Qin Hao had begun to grasp the function of the ultimate divine pet evolution system. Each time he unlocked an achievement, the system would dispense rewards. Chapter 21. The Unheard of 10-Star Beastmaster. Bloodline Upgrade Scroll. Composed by ancient Beastmasters using their soul power and essence blood. It can be used to upgrade the bloodline level of a beast. How extraordinary. It can elevate the bloodline of a beast, something unheard of. This is a tremendous gain. Upon discerning the purpose of the Bloodline Upgrade Scroll, Qin Hao was instantly filled with astonishment and elation. Conventionally, the bloodline level of each beast is determined by innate heredity. This aspect is akin to talent, impervious to the influence of diligent effort. Furthermore, the bloodline level directly dictates the evolutionary ceiling of the beast. Level 110 for the juvenile form, level 2020 for the mature form, level 2030 for the complete form, ordinary bloodline ceiling, level 30 to 40 for the transcendent form, high-level bloodline ceiling, level 40 to 50 for the ultimate form, rare bloodline ceiling, level 50 to 60 for the beast king form, epic bloodline ceiling, level 60 to 70 for the beast emperor form, legendary bloodline ceiling, level 70 to 80 for the beast god form, mythical bloodline ceiling, level 80 to 90 for the devouring god form, devouring bloodline ceiling, and level 90 to 100 for the dream form, bloodline requirements unknown. In summary, it is evident from the existing evolutionary system of beasts within human society that the higher the bloodline level, the longer and more distant the evolutionary path of the beast. Qin Hao's flame-howling wolf possesses a rare-level bloodline, a remarkable beast even in the small locale of Xiangnan City. However, when considering the nation as a whole, particularly the top 100 affluent districts and the foremost imperial district, rare-level bloodline beasts are hardly a rarity, with even epic and legendary bloodline beasts being commonplace. Now that Qin Hao holds a bloodline upgrade scroll, he has the opportunity to forcibly elevate the bloodline level of the flame-howling wolf, thus enhancing the evolutionary ceiling of this beast. Qin Hao, since you have been admitted to Zhuke Academy, I have some matters to discuss with you. Let us find a more suitable location. Qin smiled, extending an invitation to Qin Hao. Qin Hao, maintaining his composure, replied, "Very well." 10 minutes later, they found themselves at the Blue Mountain Cafe. Qin Hao gazed at the aromatic high-end coffee on the table, chuckling, "Teacher Boki, I never expected you to treat me to such an expensive coffee." "Thank you." Qin, who had just taken a sip of the coffee, found himself unable to suppress a sudden spurt, spraying it everywhere. Wiping his mouth, he said with a wry smile, "Qin Hao, do we harbor animosity?" "Not at all." "Teacher Boki, why do you say that? If there is no animosity, then call me Teacher Chun, and refrain from addressing me as Teacher Boki." "All right, Teacher Boki." Qin facial muscles tightened, and he stammered, very well. If I do not descend into hell, who will?" Sipping his coffee, Qin retrieved an acceptance letter from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Hao, instructing, "Qin Hao, keep this acceptance letter safe. After the summer break, please report to Zhuke Academy on the designated date." "Thank you, Teacher Boki, for granting me this reserved spot." "No need for thanks. Your exceptional talent merits this reserved spot." Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, a glint of discernment flashing in his eyes. "Teacher Boki, you flatter me. I am well aware of my standing. In the Yinxia Empire, gifted high school Beastmasters are as numerous as fish in a river. Compared to the children from affluent districts, my talent is nothing extraordinary. Thus, the Qinglong Academy, Baihu Academy, and Xuanwu Academy did not offer me reserved spots. My admission to Zhuke Academy is largely thanks to your care and recognition." A subtle shift crossed Qin expression. "Qin Hao, you are more astute than I anticipated. Ordinarily, I would not recruit students from a place like Xiangnan City." Qin Hao inquired, puzzled, "Then why did you make an exception for me?" Qin gaze and smile took on an enigmatic quality. "It is due to the aura you possess." "Aura?" "Indeed, it is your aura, Qin Hao. The restrained and composed aura you exude closely resembles that of a former friend of mine. He was a significant figure, a 9-star Beastmaster. No, to be precise, a 10-star Beastmaster." There exists a 10-star Beastmaster in this world?" Qin Hao was flabbergasted, his mind buzzing. The classification of Beastmaster levels has persisted for a century, with the universally acknowledged pinnacle being the 9-star Beastmaster. Qin Hao had never heard of the 10-star Beastmaster, just as he intended to probe further. Qin abruptly shifted the subject. "Qin Hao, in any case, I have high hopes for you. I trust you will not disappoint my expectations." "Yes, I will strive to meet them." Subsequently, an awkward silence enveloped the private room of the cafe. As Qin Hao sipped his coffee, he pondered Qin cryptic remarks. What manner of being is the 10-star Beastmaster? Teacher Boki mentioned that my aura resembles that of this prominent figure. Who could this person possibly be? After finishing a cup of coffee, Qin unexpectedly inquired, "Qin Hao, are you a local of Xiangnan City?" Qin Hao nodded in affirmation. Qin continued, "What do you know about the situation concerning Empress Medusa?" A chill ran down Qin Hao's spine as he began to improvise. "Empress Medusa? Isn't she the Imperial-level magical beast spy? I believe she was sighted in our Xiangnan City recently, and now she is wanted nationwide. I truly hope the Imperial Army captures her quickly and subjects her to a painful demise. Let the magical beast clan see that we humans are not to be trifled with. Offend us in Yinxia, and we shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." As Qin Hao grew more animated in his speech, his words sharp and impassioned, he felt that the nation owed him the honor of being a patriotic youth. Meanwhile, far away, Empress Medusa sneezed 18 times in succession, sensing someone was speaking ill of her, though lacking any evidence. Qin smiled lightly and casually inquired, "I recall hearing on the news that the location where the Medusa Empress appeared a few days ago was quite near your impoverished neighborhood. Have you had the fortune of encountering her?" Teacher Boki chuckled. "How could I possibly have seen her? If I had, I would have long since become her meal." On the surface, Qin Hao maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he was quite unsettled. "Haha, you are right. Qin Hao, would you care for another cup of coffee? The teacher is not short of money." "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Boki, but it is getting late. My sister has asked me to return home for dinner." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hao took the hand of the blazing Howl Wolf and prepared to depart. Just as Qin Hao reached the entrance of the cafe, Qin voice called out from behind, "By the way, Qin Hao, make sure to diligently practice your beast taming skills during this summer vacation. Once school resumes, you can attempt to sign a second beast." Upon hearing the term second beast, Qin Hao felt a wave of unease wash over him. for he already possessed the second beast, the catastrophe serpent, Medusa Empress. On his way home, Qin Hao was burdened with thoughts. Teacher Boki seemed suspicious. He felt that the teacher had deliberately tried to pry information from him. However, overthinking would yield no benefit. He decided to take each step as it came and remain vigilant at all times. Qin Hao's acting skills were nearly on par with an Oscar-winning performance, and he was confident in concealing the existence of the Medusa Empress from the world. As long as the catastrophe serpent did not reveal itself to the public, no one would suspect that Qin Hao's second beast was the Medusa Empress. When he arrived at a secluded alley, Qin Hao suddenly halted. He glanced around. The alley was deserted. "Handsome, keep watch for me while I change." Qin Hao swiftly shed his yellowed school uniform, leaving only a pair of SpongeBob shorts. He then retrieved a sky-blue one-star beast robe from his backpack. Donning the one-star beast robe significantly enhanced Qin Hao's aura, making his already admirable appearance even more striking, akin to that of a noble youth. "Handsome, quick, relieve yourself. I want to check my reflection." Upon hearing the command, the blazing Howl wolf immediately relieved itself all over the ground. Qin Hao looked down at the puddle of urine, which oddly resembled a mirror's reflection. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and horses are adorned with saddles. This saying proved to be true. The material, fabric, and design of the beast robe were truly exceptional, fashionable yet comfortable in both winter and summer. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Qin Hao affixed a star badge to his chest. The external symbol of a beast tamer is the beast robe and star badge. The more star badges one possesses, the higher the beast tamer's rank, and the color of the beast robe changes accordingly. "Handsome, let us return home." Qin Hao mounted the blazing Howl wolf, eager to share this joy with his sister. As they sprinted out of the alley, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Qin Hao squinted, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he recognized the person obstructing him. In the uneven center of the road stood Li Kai, accompanied by a swift wind dog encircled by wind blades. This was the outskirts, surrounded by dilapidated factories and unfinished buildings. The road was empty, with only the two individuals and their beasts confronting one another. Li Kai's gaze was fixated on the beast robe adorning Qin Hao, his face etched with jealousy and resentment. "Qin Hao, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, "Good dogs do not obstruct the way." Li Kai roared in fury. "I am not a dog." "But it is." Qin Hao pointed at the swift wind dog. The swift wind dog paused, seemingly agreeing with Qin Hao, and thus stepped aside, eager to be a courteous canine. Li Kai was infuriated, his temper flaring, and he commanded, "Haifeng, do not back down. You must defeat the blazing Howl wolf and crush Qin Hao's arrogance." The swift wind dog felt conflicted, internally cursing, "Perhaps I am not human, but you are truly a dog." It was evident to discerning eyes that the blazing Howl wolf was of a rare bloodline, while the swift wind dog was merely of a high bloodline. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly be the swift wind dog that would find itself in the ICU. Glancing at his phone, Qin Hao grew impatient and said, "Li Kai, I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside. My sister has called me home for dinner. If you wish to leave, let us have a fair duel. If you win, I will let you go. If you lose, you must return the guaranteed spot at Zhuke Academy to me." Li Kai's face twisted in obsession, revealing a maniacal fervor. Qin Hao smiled mildly. Teacher Boki made it quite clear that the guaranteed spot was specially reserved for me. Li Kai retorted, "If you have the skill, then face me. Are you afraid of losing to me?" "Haha, what a coward." "I apologize, Li Kai." Qin Hao replied calmly, "I am not afraid of losing. It is simply that you do not even possess the qualification to duel with me. An opponent like you does not pique my interest in the slightest." With that, Qin Hao turned to leave with the blazing Howl wolf. Qin Hao's dismissive reaction greatly provoked Li Kai. The more Qin Hao ignored him, the more humiliated he felt. Anger clouding his judgment, Li Kai suddenly shouted, "Haifeng, unleash, wind blade." The swift wind dog gathered energy and opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply before releasing a crescent-shaped wind blade. The crescent wind blade hurtled forward at high speed, accompanied by a howling gale that sent fallen leaves swirling, aiming to ambush Qin Hao from behind. The blazing Howl wolf immediately turned, engulfed in flames, raising the temperature of the surrounding area dramatically. The sudden surge in heat obliterated the crescent wind blade, rendering Li Kai's proud skill insignificant. Li Kai stared in shock, the might of the blazing Howl wolf exceeding his wildest imagination. Qin Hao turned, his gaze now icy. "Li Kai, you are truly obstinate. You have not grasped a word of what Teacher Boki conveyed to you. Stop pretending to be a life mentor. Qin Hao, I must face you in a fair fight." Li Kai insisted, exasperated, as he pulled a pill from his pocket and forced it into the swift wind dog's mouth. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Your so-called fair fight involves drugging your beast? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. 3 seconds later, the swift-wind dog's eyes turned blood red, its muscles bulging, exhaling scorching steam. The street was soon engulfed in a tempest, the fierce wind blades capable of slicing through walls. The pill Li Kai administered to the swift-wind dog was called Beast Frenzy Pill, retailing for 10,000 gold coins. When consumed, the beast would enter a frenzied state for approximately 3 minutes, boasting a staggering 100 increase in power and a 100 rise in anger. However, the Beast Frenzy Pill also bore significant side effects, particularly for lower-level beasts like the swift-wind dog. Once the effects wore off, they would not only become severely weakened, but could also suffer various long-term repercussions. Qin Hao's expression soured as he assessed the swift-wind dog's level at a mere 5, juvenile form, its organs still underdeveloped, and its resistance weak. The consequences of the Beast Frenzy Pill could very well leave the creature permanently disabled. To disregard the well-being of one's beast, as Li Kai did, rendered him unworthy of being called a beast tamer in Qin Hao's eyes. Heifeng, tear the blazing howl wolf apart, Li Kai commanded, and the swift-wind dog let out a furious howl, unleashing a storm of wind blades that descended upon Qin Hao like a rain of bullets. Handsome, unleash your flame breath. The blazing howl wolf tensed, the earth trembling beneath it, as a fiery glow flickered in its throat. With a thunderous howl, flames erupted skyward, swirling in a tumultuous blaze. After a long while, the earth gradually returned to tranquility. The flora surrounding the outskirts had been completely incinerated, and the air still bore the searing warmth of the flames, unnervingly hot. Li Kai collapsed to the ground, his charred hair standing on end. A look of astonishment plastered on his face, his mouth agape. The swift-wind dog stood frozen in place, trembling in fear, having lost control over its bodily functions. Behind the swift-wind dog loomed an abandoned factory, now marked by a hollow cavity approximately 10 meters in diameter in its wall, with crimson flames licking at the edges. Resembling a blazing sun on the hottest summer day, Qin Hao has already instructed the Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong to hold back. Had the fiery breath struck the Ji Feng Quan, it would have been reduced to ashes by now. Rare bloodlines possess superior lineage, bloodline suppression. Wang clan wolves exert racial dominance over ordinary canines. Interpreting this with a literary lens, in this starkly realistic battle of attrition, Li Kai's ignorance and shamelessness permeate the narrative, vividly illustrating his overestimation of himself and contrasting sharply with Qin Hao's elevated stature, serving as a reminder of the paramount importance of never provoking the protagonist. Li Kai lifted his stiff neck to gaze at Qin Hao. A gentle breeze rustled Qin Hao's Beastmaster robe, accentuating his already imposing figure. The Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong stood proud, flame still flickering at the corners of its mouth. Its wolfish gaze held a blend of indifference, arrogance, and a hint of wildness. Chapter 23. The mysterious man in black. With a thud, the Ji Feng Quan rolled its eyes back and collapsed. As the effect of the Kuang Shodan wore off, its aftermath struck. The Ji Feng Quan trembled violently and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey Feng, wake up! Why are you frothing at the mouth? Don't scare me. Li Kai, regaining his composure, cradled the feeble Ji Feng Quan, his eyes glistening with tears. Qin Hao approached Li Kai, activating his Jiao Zhuan Ming Tong to conduct an X-ray examination on the Ji Feng Quan. The prognosis was grim, and Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Li Kai, do you understand what the Kuang Shodan signifies? You cannot possibly be unaware. Right now, Hei Feng is suffering from the side effects of the medication. Its organs are failing, and it may likely face lifelong disability. Someone like you truly does not deserve to be a Beastmaster. Li Kai clenched his fists, filled with regret and resentment, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Qin Hao retrieved paper and pen from his bag, crafting an exclusive prescription. This is a remedy. If you follow this prescription to procure the necessary ingredients, you can salvage Hei Feng's life. Qin Hao, stop pretending to be a saint. I do not require your charity. Li Kai was as stubborn as a cooked duck. Qin Hao remained unperturbed and forcibly pressed the prescription into Li Kai's hands. This is not charity. It is repaying a favor. Li Kai was bewildered, not comprehending the meaning of Qin Hao's favor. Qin Hao stated coldly, during the first semester of our first year, you treated me to popsicles and grilled gluten. Li Kai's emotions became complex as he recalled the moment, his lips moving but ultimately falling silent. Do you know why Teacher Boki did not arrange a Beastmaster duel for us? Because everyone knows Ji Feng Quan cannot contend with Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong. It is a matter of bloodline and racial dominance. You understand this as well. If a battle occurs, the outcome is inevitable. Ji Feng Quan will be harmed. As a Beastmaster, forcing your beast into a duel that is 100 likely to result in injury and certain defeat, What would your beast think? Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Li Kai felt a pang of guilt, but continued to maintain his obstinacy. Don't speak without understanding. What if it were you? Qin Hao chuckled lightly, responding, if I encountered a beast that completely overwhelmed the Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong, I would never allow it to battle. You coward, retorted Li Kai. But I would stand by the Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong every step of the way, helping it grow stronger until it could crush the opponent. Li Kai fell silent, his gaze dropping to the unconscious Ji Fengquan, filled with regret. I must take my leave. My sister is calling me home for dinner. Qin Hao, leading the Lie Yin Xiao Tianlong, walked towards home. Qin Hao, just wait. One day, I will triumph over you. The echo of Li Kai's shout reached Qin Hao's ears. Qin Hao smiled silently, gradually receding into the distance. Once Qin Hao's figure disappeared, Li Kai hoisted the seriously injured Ji Fengquan onto his back and sprinted towards the veterinary hospital. Hey Feng, you must hold on. This is all my fault. I will definitely cure you. I swear, I will never force you to battle again, nor will I pressure you to take medication. You must endure. Suddenly, a figure blocked Li Kai's path. He looked up to see a tall man in a black cloak standing not far away. The man's face was obscured by white bandages, leaving only a pair of murky, decaying eyes visible. His most notable feature was his astonishing height, over 2 meters. Who are you? Don't block the way, Li Kai exclaimed. The man in black spoke in a voice as old as it was eerie. Young man, I witnessed the Beastmaster duel earlier. You are quite eager to defeat that Qin, aren't you? Li Kai felt a flicker of doubt. He had not noticed anyone watching during the duel. The man in black continued to entice him. If you take me as your master, I will guide you, ensuring you surpass that Qin in no time. Night fell. Qin Hao returned home, tossing the admission letter from Zhuke Academy onto Qin Yan's chest, proudly declaring, Sister, don't hold back. Show me that proud smile for my accomplishment. Upon seeing the admission letter, Qin Yan was elated, immediately embracing Qin Hao and excitedly exclaiming, Good brother, you are becoming more and more outstanding. I am so happy for you and proud of you. Let's celebrate with a bottle of red wine tonight. Today was a momentous occasion for the Qin family. Qin Hao not only received his admission letter from Zhuke Academy, but also donned the Beastmaster robe, officially becoming a 1-star Beastmaster. Such an achievement would have warranted his name etched on the first page of a family genealogy in other households. Unfortunately, the Qin family had no genealogy, as it consisted solely of him and his sister. After several rounds of drinks, the table was littered with empty bottles. 3 days later, at Xiaonan High School, the playground was bustling with graduates during the ceremony. De Chue, come over for the graduation photo. Chapter 24. Qin Hao leaves the city for Zhuke Academy in the center of the playground. Teachers from various subjects sat in the front row, while dozens of vibrant students stood behind them. Qin Hao was relatively low-key, initially standing in an inconspicuous corner. However, the head of the teaching department objected, calling out, Qin Hao, you are our most outstanding graduate. You must stand in the center. Everyone, make way for Qin Hao. His classmates eagerly pushed him to the spotlight, vying to stand beside him. Everyone, no pushing. I am most suited to stand next to Qin Hao. No way. I want to stand next to Qin Hao. Ma Dongmei, your face is rounder than a watermelon. Step aside. Qin Hao definitely prefers my oval face. That's a watermelon seed. Ultimately, Wang Dechue used his considerable bulk to elbow his way through the crowd and stand beside Qin Hao. With a silly grin, he said, Brother Hao, remember 3 years ago during military training at the start of our first year? We were standing together then. Qin Hao nodded with a smile. Of course, I remember. By the way, Brother Hao, Li Kai hasn't shown up again today. He's been missing for several days. I wonder where that guy has gone, even skipping the graduation ceremony. In the entire class, only one student was absent, Li Kai. Qin Hao found it peculiar. Ever since that Beastmaster duel, Li Kai had seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace. Wang Dechue added, Actually, it's probably for the best that Li Kai is missing. Even if he showed up, he'd just cause trouble for you. Out of sight. Out of mind. Qin Hao chuckled as he patted Wang Dechue's beer belly. We are all classmates. Don't say that. Wang Dechue sighed, reminiscing, indeed. We were all classmates. During our first year, Li Kai would often treat us to barbecues and milk tea. We would skip class to play basketball, go to internet cafes to game, and sneak peeks in the girls' restroom. Those were such carefree times. But then something changed. Li Kai became arrogant, using his father's position as principal to bully classmates and constantly cause trouble for us. I just can't understand how he became like this. Gazing at the azure sky, Qin Hao, possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, was more introspective than his peers. Dechue, remember this, people are bound to change. Brother Hao, I won't change. I will always stick by your side. Director, everyone, Stop whispering and prepare for the graduation photo. Show your gums, smile, look at the camera, and say eggplant. Just before the photographer pressed the shutter, Qin Hao had a thought. Did Chue leave the spot next to you empty? Why, how go? Just to leave a spot for Li Kai. How go? Is that really necessary? Someone like Li Kai to Chue, just do as I say. This is about vision. The flash of the camera captured a moment that encapsulated 3 years of high school youth. After collecting their diplomas, Qin Hao and Wang Dechue exited the campus together. Standing outside the school, Qin Hao glanced back at the sign of Xiangnan High School, a trace of reluctance crossing his face. In this world filled with peril, the graduation season arrived amidst chaos, abruptly halting their raucous youth. How go? Will we come back to visit in the future? Once I become a 9-star Beastmaster, I'll return to show off. Then when I become an 8-star Beastmaster, I'll join you in showing off. Becoming an 8-star is a bit of a stretch. Suddenly, Wang Dechue grabbed Qin Hao's arm and grinned. How go? Let me treat you to a feast tonight. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. This was a splendid opportunity for a meal. 10 minutes later, they sat in a Lanzhao noodle shop. Wang Dechue shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of Lanzhao noodles. Qin Hao's expression darkened. How go? Why do you look so glum? You're being stingy. What do you mean? Your vision is limited. Qin Hao flicked Wang Dechue on the head, exasperated. You fatso, you promised me a feast. And you think I'll be satisfied with just a bowl of Lanzhao noodles? Wang Dechue, feeling financially constrained, replied, My dad just sold the electronics factory. So my funds are limited. Once I make money, I'll definitely treat you to abalone and lobster. Forget it, I'll treat you instead, boss. Add a whole cow to my noodles. I want to devour it. As he spoke, Qin Hao slammed a pile of gold coins on the table, showing off his wealth. After a hearty meal, Qin Hao said seriously, Dechue, after summer vacation, I'll be attending Zhuke Academy in Xiling City. Our opportunities to meet will become scarcer. No. How go? We'll have plenty of chances to meet. What do you mean? Wang Dechue said proudly, I got accepted into Lanxiang Beastmaster Technical School, which is in the outskirts of Xiling City, so we'll still be in the same city. Qin Hao was taken aback. While Lanxiang Beastmaster Technical School? Such an absurd school exists? Following this, Qin Hao embarked on a 2-month summer vacation. During these 2 months, he lived a carefree life with his sister, while also training his flame-howling wolf in Baigushan, occasionally summoning Medusa to give him massages simply for his own amusement. 2 months flew by, and the flame-howling wolf reached level 10, juvenile form, the pinnacle of its juvenile stage. As soon as the right moment arrived, Qin Hao would guide it to initiate its first evolution. Compared to before, the flame-howling wolf had grown 3-fold in size, towering over Qin Hao when it stood. Xiao Hao, wake up, we need to set off. One morning, Qin Yin roused him from sleep. The siblings began packing their bags. Today marked the opening day of Zhuke Academy, and they were to take a maglev train to Xiling City. At 10 in the morning, under a clear sky, Qin Hao and Qin Yin arrived at the station with their luggage. Outside the station, the crowd was overwhelming. Almost all the citizens of Xiangnan City had come to see Qin Hao off. Being the only man in Xiangnan City's history to be accepted into one of the 4 major Beastmaster academies, he deserved such a grand farewell. Standing at the entrance, Qin Hao turned back one last time. He spotted Aunt Lin Tao, Ma Dongmei, the director, and the noodle shop owner. Just then, a plump old lady hurried over, panting. It was the landlady. Landlady, what is this? Child, these are Xiangnan City's local specialties, Xiangnan salted duck eggs. Take them with you, and don't forget the taste of home in the new city. Qin Hao smiled as he accepted a basket of salted duck eggs. Qin Yin said, Landlady, we need to board the train. Go on, have a safe journey. I'll always keep a room for you siblings. As the doors of the maglev train opened, the Qin siblings stepped inside the carriage. Through the glass window, Qin Hao could see the townsfolk waving goodbye. As the train started moving, he drifted further away from Xiangnan City. Until we meet again, Xiangnan. Qin Yin observed her brother with interest. Xiao Hao, don't you think the people from home are quite charming? Qin Hao nodded, indeed. Although the landlady often said she wanted us to leave, she only said it in jest. In reality, she tolerated our 6-month delay in rent. Suddenly, a question sprang to Qin Hao's mind. If even the acerbic humans have their moments of kindness, do the ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts also possess their endearing qualities? Gazing out at the billowing smoke of the wasteland, the visage of Medusa flickered in his mind. Chapter 25. The dragon-riding maiden and the magnetic storm pterosaur. After passing through a tunnel, the maglev train suddenly accelerated, racing northward like a bolt of lightning, its speed surpassing that of a fighter jet. Qin Hao gazed in astonishment at the ever-changing scenery outside the window. It was only after the beautiful attendant's introduction that he realized this was no ordinary maglev train, but an ultra-conductive maglev train, developed using superconductors' anti-magnetic properties, embodying the cutting-edge black technology of the Yinxia Empire in land transportation. Sister, it's fortunate that our tickets were provided for free by Zhuke Academy. Otherwise, we couldn't afford such a luxurious train. Qin Yin nodded slightly, her heart filled with worry. Xiangnan City was a border town of the Yinxia Empire, where the cost of living was quite low. Yet even so, the two had lived frugally over the years. Upon reaching the large city ranked 101st nationwide, Xiling City, they would likely face significant financial pressure. Qin Yin checked her wallet and found that their total savings were less than 70,000 gold coins. In Xiangnan City, 70,000 gold coins could buy several seaside villas, but in the economically thriving Xiling City, it was uncertain whether they could even afford a basement. 2 hours into the train ride, it was lunchtime. The leggy attendant rolled a food cart to Qin Hao's side, wearing a professional smile. Sir, what would you like to eat? Qin Hao cheerfully replied, Pretty sister, I'd like 2 servings of jianbingguozi. The flame-howling wolf, lying on the floor, protested pitifully. Qin Hao added, and a bag of dog food. The attendant looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have jianbingguozi. We only offer high-end Western cuisine such as Wellington steak, French foie gras, and sea cucumber soup. Qin Hao's face stiffened. High-end Western cuisine must be quite expensive, right? Never mind, I'll save money to buy my sister a big house. The attendant smiled. Sir, you need not worry. According to national regulations, all Beastmasters and their families traveling on the ultra-conductive maglev train can enjoy complimentary lunch and VIP services. Such a delightful surprise. The government is generous. After the meal, the table was a mess. Qin Hao let out a satisfied burp, tears welling in his eyes. Sister, this high-end Western cuisine is simply exquisite. The best food I've ever had. It's so delicious I could cry. The flame-howling wolf had devoured 50 pounds of steak, its belly round and full, lazily chewing on a toothpick as it napped. Qin Yin pouted, feeling a bit sour. Which is better, the food I make or this high-end Western cuisine? Qin Hao, driven by survival instinct, promptly responded, the high-end Western cuisine is delicious because it uses top-notch ingredients. But you can create a feast from the most affordable ingredients. Not bad. Your survival instincts are strong. Qin Yin smiled sweetly, pleased by her brother's flattery. At that moment, the train's announcement system suddenly broadcasted, Dear passengers, we have an urgent news bulletin. The Imperial Army has issued a new wanted notice, placing the beast spy, Queen Medusa, on the red list. Subsequently, the Imperial Army will dispatch the Shadow Organization to carry out a covert pursuit, eliminating the threat at its roots. The nation will not let its people down. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Hao's face turned pale, and his limbs felt icy. It seemed the Imperial Army was serious about eliminating his beloved Sasha. Feeling anxious, he decided to lean on his sister for comfort. The inclusion of Queen Medusa on the red list signified that the state recognized her as one of the most threatening criminals of the century. Those who qualify for the red list are invariably notorious figures, whose existence poses a potential threat to the entire Yinxia Empire. The enigmatic Shadow Organization, directly under the command of Emperor Li Qianquan, consists of a team of formidable Black Soul priests, S-class sorcerers, tasked with executing the highest-level assassination missions. Every individual on the red list is a target for this Shadow Organization. Sister, I feel a bit tired. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we are close to the station, he murmured. All right, rest your head on my shoulder, replied Qin Yin. 10 seconds later, Qin Hao was fast asleep, snoring thunderously. Qin Yin gently caressed her brother's cheek, her eyes filled with affection. Unfortunately, this peaceful moment was short-lived. Just as Qin Hao was deeply asleep, he was jolted awake by a violent shaking. Opening his eyes, he looked alarmed and asked, Sister, what is happening? Qin Yin briefly displayed a flicker of insight in her eyes, then appeared bewildered. I'm not sure. It seems like the train has malfunctioned. At that moment, the superconducting maglev train shook violently, resembling an earthquake, as luggage toppled and passengers cried out in panic. Instinctively, Qin Hao wrapped his arms around Qin Yin, prioritizing her safety. After a series of intense jolts and bumps, the train came to a halt. The loudspeaker crackled to life once more. Attention, passengers. Due to an unknown disturbance in the magnetic field of the tracks, this train has encountered a severe malfunction and is temporarily halted. Please remain calm. Our staff will investigate the issue as soon as possible. The train car was filled with a cacophony of complaints and grievances from the passengers. Qin Hao frowned and chuckled wryly. On my first trip out of the city, I encounter such troublesome issues. What a poor start. Suddenly, the fierce flame-howling wolf began to howl sharply toward the window. Realizing the source of the problem, Qin Hao pressed his face against the glass. Abruptly, a massive shadow obscured the sun, darkening the sky. Then, a roar echoed, shaking the eardrums of the passengers. Inside the carriage, panic ensued as people assumed a beast was attacking, with many crouching beneath their seats, crying out in fear. Some had even resigned to their fate, scribbling farewell notes to keep in their mouths. Yet, Qin Hao remained calm, activating his 9 turns dark eye to gaze at the sky, and was astounded. The massive shadow passed directly overhead, revealing its true form, a colossal wyvern. This was no mere beast, it belonged to a Beastmaster. According to the readings from his 9 turns dark eye, a detailed array of data appeared before Qin Hao's eyes. Name: Magnetic Storm Wyvern Level 25, Complete Form, Bloodline, Epic, Talent, Magnetic Field Disruption, Attributes, Dragon, Magnetic, Flying Loyalty, 87 Weakness, Fire, Strength Skills, 1, Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon, 2, Dragon Roar Intimidation, 3, Magnetic Field Shield, Evolution Path, 1, Demon Emperor Path, 2, Celestial Demon Path, Hidden Evolution Path, Magnet King Path, Habits, Sleepy, Attracted to Luminous Objects, Diamonds, Luminous Pearls, etc. Chapter 26. My name is Qin Hao, as in Qin Shi Huang, and the Hao in Daybreak. Qin Hao was taken aback. Goodness. This is my first encounter with a dragon-type beast. Their racial talents are indeed formidable. Although this magnetic storm wyvern was only at level 25, complete form, it belonged to the dragon lineage. The most notable feature of dragon-type beasts is their colossal size. Even the 25-level magnetic storm wyvern, with its wings spread wide, was capable of casting a shadow over the land. If it were to continue evolving, its size could potentially envelop an entire city. Moreover, the bloodline of dragons is at least epic, with no upper limit. This clearly indicates that dragon-type beasts occupy a pinnacle position among all species. Qin Yin gazed at the magnetic storm wyvern outside the window, her eyes reflecting a hint of fondness. Due to the rarity of dragon-type beasts, Qin Hao was captivated. Gazing intently at the sky, the scales of the magnetic storm wyvern shone a brilliant blue under the sun, occasionally emitting electromagnetic pulses from its mouth. With a gentle flap of its broad wings, it created gusts of wind that roared through the valley. Its long tail swayed gracefully like a giant serpent in the air. Sister, it's confirmed. The magnetic field of the superconducting maglev train has indeed been disrupted by this magnetic storm wyvern, he declared. Qin Yin nodded in agreement. Wherever the magnetic storm wyvern goes, it disturbs the magnetic field. Since the superconducting maglev train operates based on electromagnetic induction, it had no choice but to halt for repairs. Is that a figure I see? Qin Hao squinted, suddenly realizing that someone was seated atop the back of the magnetic storm wyvern. As he focused, he could vaguely discern the silhouette of a long-haired girl. It seemed that she was the owner of the magnetic storm wyvern, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Wishing he could ride a dragon too, Qin Hao murmured to himself. Soon, the magnetic storm wyvern flew out of his sight. He sighed softly, turning to the flame-howling wolf. Handsome, could you perhaps learn a flying skill from the magnetic storm wyvern? That way, we could save on flight tickets in the future. The flame-howling wolf looked distressed and lamented in wolf language. Master, I am a wolf. I have no wings. Please do not impose such impossible demands. At that moment, the train conductor's urgent announcement echoed once more. As expected, the conductor confirmed Qin Hao's suspicions. The investigation revealed that it was indeed the magnetic storm wyvern that had disrupted the magnetic field, resulting in the train's severe malfunction. Conductor, you must find a solution quickly. Don't delay my business dealings worth millions. I have a contract worth 600 million to sign. If the train is delayed, who will take responsibility? Passengers continued to voice their complaints, as life moves swiftly and no one wished to squander time aboard the train. The conductor, feeling the pressure, could only muster the courage to say, Dear passengers, please remain calm. According to our maintenance experts, the magnetic field issue will be resolved by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. Everyone will need to spend the night on the train, and we guarantee to provide quality dinner and service. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's brows furrowed. Today is the opening day of Zhuke Academy. It seems I will miss it. Xiao Hao, contact Teacher Chen and explain the situation, suggested Qin Yin. Qin Hao took out his phone and dialed Chen Boki's number. Hello. Teacher Boki, the train I'm on has malfunctioned, and I want to arrive at Xiling City until tomorrow. I apologize for not making it to school on time. Chen Boki, informed and understanding, replied with a chuckle. Yes, I've seen the news. It was caused by that magnetic storm wyvern, right? No worries. Just come to school tomorrow. It's not a problem. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Hao hung up the phone. Time ticked by, and before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, enveloping the train in encroaching darkness. Outside the train window, the low murmurs of various beasts could occasionally be heard. The train had come to rest at the foot of a mountain. The left window was pressed against the mountain, while the right window overlooked a desolate lake. In this desolate area, devoid of civilization, it is inevitable that a multitude of magical beasts lurks nearby, particularly at night. Many of these creatures venture out in search of sustenance. For the several hundred passengers aboard the train, they represent a delectable midnight snack. An atmosphere of anxiety permeates the train, with everyone fearing they might become targets for the beasts. Yet, Qin Yan rests soundly against Qin Hao's shoulder, observing his slumbering sister. Qin Hao removes his coat and drapes it over her. Lian Yan, raise the temperature in the carriage a bit. We wouldn't want my sister to catch a chill. The Lian Xiaotian wolf nods in agreement, exhaling a breath of fire, instantly warming the entire carriage in a comforting embrace. After a while, the train conductor hurriedly enters carriage number 8, recognizing Qin Hao thanks to the real name ticketing system. Good day, Mr. Qin. You are a Beastmaster, are you not? Qin Hao nods with pride, clad in a one-star Beastmaster robe that signifies his esteemed status. The conductor's face brightens with hope as he pleads, Mr. Qin, for the safety of our passengers, may I arrange for passengers from other carriages to join you here? Qin Hao inquires, am I the only Beastmaster aboard? The conductor bows deeply, aside from you, there is another Beastmaster in carriage 9. Our train staff has convened and hopes that both of you can ensure the safety of everyone. We implore you. Qin Hao smiles, as a Beastmaster. It is my duty to protect humanity. I have no reason to refuse. Please make the necessary arrangements. Under the staff's guidance, over 400 passengers are crammed into carriages 8 and 9. The noise awakens Qin Yan, and Qin Hao embraces her tightly. Sister, sleep a little longer. No, I shall keep you company through the night. In the dead of night, the mountains echo with the cries of more magical beasts. The people in carriage 8 are terrified to the core, desperately clinging to Qin Hao and the Lian Xiaotian wolf for comfort, seeking safety in the presence of the Beastmaster. Suddenly, the door to carriage 8 swings open, and a young man strides in from carriage 9. Qin Hao glances up to find that this young man is also clad in a one-star Beastmaster robe, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a buzz cut and a face adorned with freckles, exuding a bright smile. Hey buddy, I'm Yang Yu, Yang of the White Poplar and Yu of the Universe. Yang Yu extends his hand toward Qin Hao. I am Qin Hao, Qin of Qin Shi Huang and Hao of Ritian. Qin Hao responds with a smile and shakes his hand. Ritian Hao? Ha ha ha, what a splendid name, Qin brother. It seems we are the only 2 Beastmasters on this train. Qin Hao's gaze shifts to Yang Yu's side, where a massive black spider rests on the floor. Clearly his magical beast. Chapter 27. The most lethal display of conceit the 9-turn nether eyes sweep across. Qin Hao murmurs, a mature Moonshadow Demon Spider. Intriguing. Name, Moonshadow Demon Spider. Level 12, mature, bloodline, rare, talent, accelerated self-healing, attributes, Shadow Series, Support Series, Loyalty, 73, Weakness, Light Series skills, 1, Shadow Teleportation, 2, Spiderweb Prison, 3, Moonshadow Stab, conditions, Moonlight, Evolution Routes, 1, Poison Shadow Route, 2, Assassin Route, habits, active at night, combat enthusiasm increased by 50, enjoys consuming insects. The intricate details of the Moonshadow Demon Spider are clear to Qin Hao. Noticing Qin Hao's unwavering gaze upon the spider, Yang Yu enthusiastically introduces, Qin brother. This is my magical beast, the Moonshadow Demon Spider. I usually call it a Zhu. The Moonshadow Demon Spider, displaying intelligence, raises a slender leg to greet Qin Hao, its crimson eyes resembling 2 large cherries. Qin Hao smiles, Mr. Yang, shadow-type magical beasts are quite rare. Your Moonshadow Demon Spider possesses boundless potential. Please, just call me Lao Yang. Yang Yu, with a carefree demeanor, finds a kindred spirit in the equally bold Qin Hao. Subsequently, Qin Hao introduces his own magical beast, and Yang Yu is taken aback by the majestic presence of the Lian Xiaotian wolf. Although both the Moonshadow Demon Spider and the Lian Xiaotian wolf share a rare bloodline, the latter embodies the essence of a wolf king, radiating an inherent regal aura that the former cannot rival. Yang Yu gives a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Qin brother, your Lian Xiaotian wolf is of wolf king lineage, the most formidable among all wolf-type magical beasts I've encountered. The Lian Xiaotian wolf, flattered, shyly sticks out its tongue in appreciation of the compliment. Hold on, Qin brother, I sense a strange quality in your Lian Xiaotian wolf. It resembles a Siberian husky, doesn't it? Yang Yu's remark strikes home, prompting an awkward chuckle from Qin Hao, who knows that the Lian Xiaotian wolf indeed evolved from a husky. Sharing a similar age and both being one-star Beastmasters, the two find plenty to discuss. With the long night stretching ahead and sleep eluding them, they decide to converse. Yang Yu curiously asks, "Qin brother, where do you hail from?" Qin Hao replies, "My hometown is quite remote, located in 10086 district, Xiangnan City. You probably haven't heard of this small place." Yang Yu slaps the table in excitement, exclaiming, "Of course I know Xiangnan City. It's south, very close to my hometown. Mine is in 10010 district, Pingliang City." Intrigued, Qin Hao realizes the serendipitous connection he shares with Yang Yu. Both 10086 district and 10010 district rank beyond 10,000 in the national standings and are in close proximity. Lao Yang, then we are practically fellow townsmen. I shall treat you to Xiangnan salted duck eggs. Qin brother, meeting you is also my fortune. I'll treat you to Pingliang's stinky tofu. The two exchange local delicacies, filling the carriage with the aromas of salted duck eggs and stinky tofu. The other passengers dare not voice their displeasure, as they rely on these two young Beastmasters for protection. Yang Yu munches on stinky tofu alongside the salted duck eggs, mumbling, "Qin brother, what brings you so far from home?" "I'm heading to Xiling City. I'm a freshman at Zhuke Academy. Today marks the start of the semester. But due to a train malfunction, it has been delayed." "Wow, what a coincidence. I'm also a freshman at Zhuke Academy." Yang Yu leaps up in excitement, grasping Qin Hao's hand. What a remarkable twist of fate. After the excitement subsides, Yang Yu wipes his tears, lamenting, "Qin brother, to gain admission to Zhuke Academy. I woke up at 4 in the morning for rigorous training with a Zhu, day in and day out, without a moment's respite. On the day of the exam, I faced countless challenges before finally earning my place at the illustrious Zhuke Academy." Qin Hao hands Yang Yu a tissue. "Do not cry. Your efforts are commendable." Yang Yu dries his tears and asks, "Were you nervous during the exam, fearing Zhuke Academy would not accept you?" Qin Hao replies, "I was not nervous." Yang Yu, incredulous, retorts, "The chief examiner at Zhuke Academy has a fearsome appearance. How could you not be nervous?" Qin Hao scratches his head, casually saying, "Actually, I didn't take the exam. I was directly recommended to Zhuke Academy." The most lethal display of conceit. Yang Yu's expression turns to one of shock as he exclaims, "So you are the legendary prodigy with exceptional talent. My apologies." Every year, the 4 major Beastmaster academies allocate a few recommendation spots, and those who receive them are typically outstanding individuals with extraordinary potential. Historically, such outstanding candidates have primarily emerged from affluent districts, supported by robust family backgrounds and powerful magical beast resources, thus securing their recommendations. Qin Hao, as a representative of the impoverished class, is the first to gain a recommendation to one of the 4 major Beastmaster academies, a situation unprecedented in history. Qin brother, I truly admire you for obtaining a recommendation to Zhuke Academy. That is remarkable. Yang Yu gazes at Qin Hao with genuine respect and admiration. Qin Hao smiled shyly and said, "Lao Yang, you have done remarkably well to be accepted into Zhuke Academy. You are indeed a formidable peer." At that moment, Qin Yin approached with a thermos cup. "Xiao Hao, I've just brought you a cup of warm water to replenish your hydration." "Thank you, sister." Yang Yu, upon seeing Qin Yin, felt an overwhelming admiration. "Qin Xiong, is this beautiful lady your girlfriend? Your sister is truly stunning." Qin Hao nearly choked on his water. "You misunderstand. She is my sister." "I see, sibling romance is quite in vogue nowadays." Haha. Qin Hao found it tedious to clarify, as it only compounded the misunderstanding. "Xiao Hao, who is he?" "He is also a new student at Zhuke Academy." Yang Yu. After a round of introductions, they all became familiar with one another. However, Yang Yu was genuinely mistaken, believing that Qin Hao and Qin Yin were involved in a romantic relationship, referring to her as sister-in-law. Qin Yin was at a loss for words. No explanation seemed effective, so she decided to let the misunderstanding persist. At midnight, the passengers, weary in body and mind, mostly succumbed to slumber, enveloping the carriage in tranquility. The moonshadow magic spider spun a web hammock within the carriage. Yang Yu lay snoring on the web hammock. Leaning against the flame-howling wolf, Qin Hao's right eye gleamed with a purple light as he endeavored to further develop the abilities of the 9-turn underworld eye. Suddenly, the flame-howling wolf stood up, baring its fangs with a piercing gaze. Qin Hao sensed something amiss and immediately rose. Soon, rustling sounds echoed from outside the carriage. Drawing closer, "Lao Yang, wake up, there's trouble. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm dreaming of marrying a wife." The next moment, a loud crash resounded as a window shattered into a myriad of shards. The slumbering passengers jolted awake, followed by a harrowing wail that pierced the air. Qin Hao turned to see his pupils constrict sharply. A crocodile, covered in sharp spines, lurked at the shattered window, half of its body intruding into the carriage, clutching a passenger's body in its jaws. "Help! I don't want to die yet." The passenger, bloodied and on the verge of despair, cried out, tears streaming down his face. His expression a vivid portrayal of the human instinct for survival. The other passengers huddled in corners, trembling in fear, each one a mere clay Buddha crossing a river. Unable to help, the chaos escalated, and Yang Yu finally awoke, his eyes wide as saucers at the bloody sight. What in the world is that beast, Qin Hao? It looks ferocious. The crocodile emanated a chilling dark aura that spread throughout the carriage, causing the temperature to plummet. Activating the 9-turn underworld eye, Qin Hao stated solemnly. That is the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile, a beast soldier-level creature with a mundane bloodline. Its eyes are one of its weaknesses, thus it poses little threat. Lao Yang. Saving the person is our priority. Yang Yu nodded emphatically and shouted, Aju, seal its eyes. The moonshadow magic spider leaped high, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the carriage, its crimson eyes darting about to find an optimal attack angle. With a swift motion, 2 strands of viscous silk shot forth, instantly covering the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile's eyes. Deprived of its sight, the crocodile's movements became sluggish. Handsome, now is your chance. Oh whoa. The flame-howling wolf charged forward, raising its powerful claws, its inner wolf king strength surging forth. The passengers watched in astonishment as the flame-howling wolf, using sheer brute force, pried open the crocodile's jaws. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile, momentarily stunned, seemed to lose its pride. The injured passenger was freed, and Qin Hao promptly dragged him to safety. Is there a doctor or nurse? Come help. Qin Hao called out. A middle-aged man stepped forward. I am a doctor. Leave the injured to me. At that moment, Yang Yu exclaimed, Qin Xiong, we should relocate the battlefield. Otherwise, we risk collateral damage. Without hesitation, Qin Hao commanded, Handsome. Toss it out the window. With a thunderous howl, the flame-howling wolf's muscles bulged as it transformed into a powerhouse, directly launching the hefty ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile out the window. Qin Hao leaned close to Qin Yin and urged, Sister, whatever happens, do not leave the carriage. While I am here, there will be no accidents. With those words, Qin Hao leaped out of the window, followed closely by Yang Yu and the moonshadow magic spider. Outside the train lay a tranquil lake. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile landed heavily on the shore, wincing in pain, and unleashed a furious roar at the flame-howling wolf, its body emanating a sinister aura. This was Qin Hao's first encounter with a ghostly attribute beast. Name, Ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile. Level, Beast Soldier, Bloodline. Mundane talent, non-attribute, Ghost. Amphibious, weakness, Abdomen, Eyes skill, Ghost Chi entanglement, weaken. Yang Yu arrived at Qin Hao's side, confidently patting his chest. Qin Xiong, take a breather. Allow me to deal with this foul crocodile. Qin Hao cautioned, the ghostly aura emitted by the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile has a weakening effect. Ensure your beast does not come into contact with it. As the battle commenced, Yang Yu's expression turned serious. Aju, seal its eyes again. The moonshadow magic spider unleashed a barrage of silk, akin to a machine gun's fire. However, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile was not foolish, having learned from its previous encounter. It deftly swayed its bulky body to evade the strands. After dodging the silk attack, the crocodile grinned wickedly, spewing forth a cloud of dark, ghostly energy accompanied by a nauseating stench. The ghostly aura surged, enveloping the moonshadow magic spider, as if it were being swallowed by darkness. Observing this, Qin Hao did not rush to intervene. He understood that since Yang Yu had gained admission to Zhuke Academy, he must possess extraordinary skills. Moreover, the moonshadow magic spider was a level 12 matured beast, having broken through its juvenile limits and completed its first evolution. Thus its strength should not be underestimated. Watching his beast engulfed in the dark, ghostly energy, Yang Yu remained unfazed, instead wearing a satisfied smile. Vaguely, a shadow emerged on the ground, moving swiftly and stealthily, arriving behind the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile in the blink of an eye. Aju, reveal yourself. Yang Yu commanded, and as his words fell, the shadow suddenly surged upward, transforming into the moonshadow magic spider's true form. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile was filled with astonishment and confusion, completely unaware of when the moonshadow magic spider had circled behind it. Qin Hao, standing not far away, mused to himself, indeed, the shadow instantaneous technique has an unexpected effect. Shadow-type beasts are truly remarkable. I should acquire one to play with when I have the chance. The moonshadow magic spider's skill, known as shadow instantaneous technique, is a standard ability for shadow-type beasts. It harnesses the power of shadows to allow the beast to transform into a shadow, moving rapidly across surfaces such as ground, water, or buildings, and seamlessly switching between shadow and physical form. In the midst of battle, the shadow instantaneous technique can yield astonishing results. Aju, absorb the moonlight and use Moonshadow Spike. Upon hearing Yang Yu's command, the Moonshadow magic spider trembled violently, absorbing a substantial amount of moonlight, and a pale yellow glow enveloped its body. Qin Hao observed closely as the spider's 8 legs hardened instantaneously, resembling 8 sharp spears, their tips glimmering with moonlight. Without mercy, the Moonshadow magic spider wildly brandished its 8-leg spikes, piercing toward the ghost-boned sawtooth crocodile. The crocodile, bulky and slow-moving, had no chance to evade. The ensuing scene was a flurry of blades and a torrential downpour. The Moonshadow Spike skill was akin to witnessing a gruesome scene in Fast Forward as the character Rome Mama pricked Z-Wei with a needle. It was exceedingly bloody. Moments later, the ghost-boned sawtooth crocodile lay overturned on the ground, its body convulsing, riddled with holes, a gruesome sight from the Moonshadow magic spider's onslaught. The Moonshadow magic spider emitted a hissing sound, dancing in front of Yang Yu as if seeking praise. Aju, well done. Brother Qin. The monstrous beast has been subdued by me, ha ha ha. Just as Yang Yu let his guard down, the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile suddenly returned to life. It still retained a breath. With its last ounce of strength, the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile opened its massive jaws, attempting to sever the head of the Yu Ing Emoju. At this critical moment, a flash of fiery cross appeared in the sky. In an instant, the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile was torn to shreds by the explosive claws of the Lai Yin Xiao Tian Lang. The blazing flames conveniently provided the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile with a cremation service, scattering its ashes in the wind, leaving only a black magic crystal on the ground. Yang Yu, still shaken, exclaimed, Brother Qin, fortunately, you delivered the finishing blow in time. Qin Hao approached and patted Yang Yu's shoulder, revealing a bright smile. Old Yang. One must never underestimate the battle against monstrous beasts. Yang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. It's my fault. I thought that wretched crocodile was already dead. I didn't expect it to still have a breath left, truly treacherous. When battling beasts, one must exercise utmost caution. Brother Qin, you are indeed cautious. Letting the Lai Yin Xiao Tian Lang scatter the ashes of the beast, how could it not die? Qin Hao earnestly explained. We must protect the environment and advocate for local cremation. Ashes scattered on the land, civilization for you, me, and everyone. Chapter 29. The General Class Monster Gui Gu Di Crocodile. The Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile is dead, and the danger has temporarily subsided. The pitch-black night has returned to silence. Qin Hao picked up the magic crystal from the ground and handed it to Yang Yu. Yang Yu hurriedly waved his hands. No, 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 you killed the beast. This Gui system magic crystal is naturally your spoils of war. Qin Hao forcibly stuffed the magic crystal into Yang Yu's hands. Smiling, you deserve this magic crystal for your significant contribution in slaying the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile. I merely delivered the finishing blow. Unable to refuse Qin Hao, Yang Yu accepted the beast soldier-level Gui system magic crystal, which is quite rare and could fetch a handsome sum at the Divine Pet Shop. Brother Qin, you are too generous. Once we arrive at Xiling City tomorrow, I will definitely treat you to a meal. All right, it's a promise. The two exchanged smiles and prepared to return to the train. At that moment, the once peaceful lake's surface began to ripple ominously. Whoa! The Lai Yin Xiao Tian Lang suddenly howled toward the nearby lake, arching its body and revealing its sharp fangs, displaying an unusual agitation. Qin Hao turned back immediately. The scene before him was chilling. Countless plump black shadows emerged from the lake. Could it be? Yang Yu's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out. Qin Hao's expression darkened. It seems the entire clan of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles is hidden beneath the lake. A multitude of black shadows crawled ashore, illuminated by the bright moonlight, revealing that these shadows were indeed hundreds of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles. A single beast soldier-level monster is not terrifying. But when an entire clan of beast soldier-level monsters acts collectively, it spells disaster. Inside the train carriage, an injured passenger was bleeding profusely, the stench of blood seeping through the shattered windows, permeating the cool air. Monstrous beasts possess an acute sense of smell for human blood. And all the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles were stimulated by the scent, their ferocious gazes betraying a deep craving as they swiftly crawled toward the train. Yang Yu had never witnessed such a grand scene, fear etched on his face. Brother Qin, do you have a pen? I want to write a farewell letter. Don't speak such gloomy words. There are still hundreds of passengers on the train. We must defend it. Qin Hao mounted the Lai Yin Xiao Tianlang, positioning himself at the entrance of the carriage. Soon, Yang Yu and Yu Ing Mo Zhu also rushed over. The two novice beast tamers, accompanied by their respective beasts, confronted a horde of beast soldier-level monsters. Qin Hao roughly estimated the situation, his heart sinking. The number of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles before him exceeded 500 and was still increasing, more crocodile heads surfacing from the lake. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming. This was a battle that was impossible to win. As Qin Hao was lost in thought, all the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles acted in unison, opening their blood-filled mouths, targeting the passengers on the train. In an instant, dark, ghostly energy began to spread widely. Hundreds of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles unleashed their special abilities simultaneously, enveloping the train in ghostly energy that penetrated the carriage through the windows. The ghostly energy weakens both beasts and humans, causing their internal organs to deteriorate rapidly. Passengers began to cough violently, with those of weaker constitution bleeding from their orifices, lying on the ground in agony. The only calm passenger was Qin Yin. At this moment, Qin Yin wore a grim expression, her fingertips digging into the back of the seat. She was hesitating. Qin Hao shouted, "Handsome, Wolf King, intimidate." The Lai Yin Xiao Tianlang instantly erupted in fury, a blood-red Wolf King aura enveloping its body, raising its head to emit a deafening roar. The mighty wolf howl echoing through the valley. The powerful Wolf King aura dispelled the surrounding ghostly energy. However, the horde of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles remained unaffected, their ravenous desires unabated as they continued their fierce assault on the train. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, a doubt forming. The Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile is merely an ordinary bloodline beast soldier-level monster. Logically, the Wolf King gene of the Lai Yin Xiao Tianlang should at least have some intimidating effect on them. After some contemplation, Qin Hao conceived a bold hypothesis. Could it be that a more advanced monster is backing this group of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles? Yang Yu suddenly pointed at the lake, exclaiming, "It seems there's a big fellow in the lake." Qin Hao looked out. The surface of the lake was surging high, resembling a hill. In no time, a colossal creature surfaced, causing the entire lake to tremble and splashing waves everywhere. Yang Yu turned pale, speechless from fright. On the lake's surface stood a fearsome beast. Its appearance was similar to the Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodile, but its size was more exaggerated than a mammoth, slightly opening its massive jaws. It seemed capable of swallowing a train's front section whole. Qin Hao S9 turns Ming eyes activated instantly, successfully retrieving data. Name, Gui Gu D crocodile level, general class, bloodline, rare, prehistoric gene, innate talent, gigantic strength attributes, ghost system, amphibious, weakness, eyes skills, ghostly energy entanglement, gigantic bite. Qin Hao was left dumbfounded. It seemed his guess was correct. No wonder this group of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles was so rampant, as they had a general class monster backing them. Yang Yu clutched Qin Hao's arm, tears welling in his eyes from fear. "Oh my goodness, what kind of monster is this? So ugly and terrifying." Qin Hao explained casually. "This is the Gui Gu D crocodile, a general class monster with prehistoric genes. It is likely the overlord of this lake. And these Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles are its subordinates." Hearing the term general class, Yang Yu turned ashen. "It's over, it's completely over. Brother Qin, let us quickly write our farewells. Otherwise, it will be too late." General class monsters typically possess powerful genetic bloodlines, allowing them to establish a territory in specific areas. Akin to a general wielding military power, commanding a group of beast soldier-level monsters to serve them. With the Gui Gu D crocodile's appearance, the horde of Gui Gu Ju Chi crocodiles gained newfound confidence, their speed significantly increasing. Qin Hao and Yang Yu could only brace themselves and command their beasts to fight. Within a minute, the train was completely surrounded. Relying solely on the Lai Yin Xiao Tianlang and Yu Ing Mo Zhu was insufficient to withstand the overwhelming tide of beasts. "Brother Qin, my soul power is nearly exhausted. We must think of another way quickly." Yang Yu knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Every moment spent commanding beasts in battle depletes soul power. However, Qin Hao remained unaffected due to his Soul King constitution, which grants him full soul power. This approach is unsustainable. We will eventually be worn down by these wretched crocodiles. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Qin Hao's gaze shifted toward the Gui Gu D crocodile standing on the lake's surface. To incapacitate the enemy, one must first capture the leader. Qin Hao made up his mind and instructed Yang Yu. "Old Yang, we must capture the leader first. You focus on defending the train while I devise a way to slay the Gui Gu D crocodile." "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. That's a general class monster. People will die." Yang Yu's admonitions proved futile as Qin Hao, undeterred, galloped towards the lake atop the blazing Li Yin Xiaotianlang. Faced with such circumstances, Yang Yu had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. A Zhu quickly deployed the Zhu Wang Qiulong. The moon shadow magic spider unleashed a frenzied torrent of spider silk, weaving a vast and intricate web prison that ensnared over 100 ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles. However, the immense consumption of soul power left Yang Yu disoriented, leading him to collapse into unconsciousness. Chapter 30. The gaze of petrification hearing the commotion. Qin Hao turned to see Yang Yu lying unconscious on the ground, stirring a sense of urgency within him. If the ghost-bone emperor crocodile was not swiftly dealt with, the several hundred passengers aboard the train would soon become prey for the beasts. Time was running short for Qin Hao. Ingjun, go! The Li Yin Xiaotianlang let out a fierce howl and leaped, its powerful limbs granting it extraordinary leaping ability. It landed squarely atop the ghost-bone emperor crocodile's head. Enraged, the ghost-bone emperor crocodile thrashed about, its short forelimbs unable to reach its own head, rendering it helpless against the Li Yin Xiaotianlang's presence. Ingjun used the explosive flame claw to strike at its eyes. Flames erupted as the wolf's claws, engulfed in fire, slashed across the crocodile's eyelids with a sound akin to clashing metal. Upon closer inspection, Qin Hao was astonished to discover that the crocodile's eyelids were harder than iron, rendering the attack utterly ineffective. At that moment, the ghost-bone emperor crocodile violently shook its head, causing the Li Yin Xiaotianlang to lose its footing and be thrown into the air. Qin Hao had no choice but to command the wolf to unleash its ultimate attack. Flame breath. A thick, straight pillar of fire erupted from the Li Yin Xiaotianlang's mouth, illuminating the darkened skyline with its fierce light. Qin Hao, brimming with soul power, sustained the fiery breath for an extended period, causing the temperature around them to rise dramatically and even boiling the lake waters. When the flames finally subsided, Qin Hao was left stunned. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile remained unscathed, its gaze filled with pent-up fury and wrath, fixated on him and the Li Yin Xiaotianlang. Gritting his teeth, Qin Hao understood the grim reality. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile bore the genes of ancient behemoths, its ancestors being prehistoric giant crocodiles. And combined with its later magical mutations, it was covered in impenetrable, high-density scales. Although the Li Yin Xiaotianlang possessed boundless potential, it was still merely a juvenile beast tamer. Typically, only a fully matured beast could contend with a warrior-level magical beast. As if misfortune were not enough, another piece of dire news arrived. The web prison spun by the moon shadow magic spider was torn apart, and the horde charged towards the train car once more. Yang Yu lay in a state of unconsciousness, while the moon shadow magic spider had exhausted its strength, lying motionless on the ground. Inside the car, the passengers huddled together, eyes shut in fervent prayer. The situation was precarious, and Qin Yin could no longer contain herself, clenching her delicate fists. Qin Hao's thoughts wandered, consumed with concern for his sister's safety. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost-bone emperor crocodile lashed its massive tail, whipping up a fierce wind with tremendous force. With a howl, the Li Yin Xiaotianlang was struck by the crocodile's tail, crashing heavily onto the shore. Qin Hao was thrown into the lake, creating a splash. The Li Yin Xiaotianlang, fiercely protective of its master, struggled to rise from its injuries and immediately leaped into the water to rescue Qin Hao. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile bared its foul-smelling maw, emitting a sinister chuckle, seemingly mocking Qin Hao's insignificance. Suddenly, a red-glowing pentagram emerged on the surface of the lake. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile briefly froze, its pupils contracting in terror, its massive body trembling. 3 seconds later, a stunningly beautiful woman in a red gown emerged from the lake, none other than the Medusa Queen. The Medusa Queen cradled Qin Hao in a princess carry, her gaze exuding imperial authority. Qin Hao's face pressed against her chest, feeling utterly secure. Sha, good evening, Qin Hao greeted with a smile. Half a minute earlier, after plunging into the lake, he had summoned his second beast, the Medusa Queen, through their blood pact. In this life-or-death moment, Qin Hao had decisively played his trump card. The Medusa Queen lifted her enchanting gaze towards the ghost-bone emperor crocodile. The creature quaked in fear, trembling with dread. Bloodline suppression, level suppression, aura suppression. A mere warrior-level magical beast stood as insignificant as an ant before the calamity serpent, the Medusa Queen. At this moment, the Medusa Queen's expression turned frigid, her lips parting slightly. You wretched crocodile dare to harm my man. Qin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he murmured, Sha, that's not quite right. I'm not your man, I'm your master. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile, unable to withstand the Medusa Queen's oppressive aura, turned to flee. With her serpentine eyes flashing red, the Medusa Queen activated her gaze technique. In an instant, the colossal form of the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile began to petrify at a visible rate. By the time Qin Hao rubbed his eyes, the crocodile had already transformed into a motionless stone statue. The group of ghost bone sawtooth crocodiles that had been preparing to assault the train, upon witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified, fleeing in panic. Qin Hao's heart raced with excitement, his eyes sparkling in admiration. Wow, incredible, Sha. Is this the unique petrification gaze of your serpent clan? So cool. The Medusa Queen brought Qin Hao to the shore, and the Li Yen Xiao Tianlang followed, its face brimming with joy. Qin Hao leaped from her embrace, landing on solid ground with a grin. Thank you for your help. No need for thanks. You are my master. Protecting you is my duty as a beast, she replied. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she noticed a long, narrow cut on Qin Hao's cheek, appearing quite severe. If left untreated, it could leave a scar. Seeing the concern in her eyes warmed Qin Hao's heart. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. He reassured her. Honestly, I wouldn't have summoned you unless it was absolutely necessary. By the way, the Imperial Army has issued a new wanted notice. Be cautious of the Shadow Organization's pursuit. You must hide well and avoid exposure. Just as Qin Hao rambled on, the Medusa Queen stepped forward, her soft, gentle lips pressing against his cheek unexpectedly. The moment was entirely unanticipated, leaving Qin Hao in a daze, his mind blank. The kiss lasted 3 seconds before she pulled away. Satisfied. Now, there won't be a scar. Qin Hao stood there for a moment, then touched his cheek. His skin was smooth and flawless, showing no trace of injury. With a snap of her fingers, the petrified Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile shattered into fragments, turning to dust and blowing away with the wind. The Medusa Queen and Qin Hao were indeed of the same ilk, their methods entirely in sync, both accustomed to scattering their enemies' ashes. Chapter 31. The Cold Beauty of Medusa. Li Yen Xiao Tianlang takes the blame. The lake returned to tranquility. A glimmer of dark light shimmering in its center. The magic crystal of the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile. Jun, retrieve the magic crystal. The Li Yen Xiao Tianlang plunged back into the water, returning with a black magic crystal in its mouth. Qin Hao gently stroked the wolf's soft fur, encouraging. Jun, you performed admirably today, showing no fear even before a warrior-level beast. I'll reward you with spicy strips later. Qin Hao understood how to bond with his beasts. After each battle, he would praise them and offer rewards. The Li Yen Xiao Tianlang let out a joyful bark, licking Qin Hao's arm. Perhaps it was the legendary licking dog. The Medusa Queen surveyed the surroundings, her keen senses attuned. Qin Hao, aside from the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile I just eliminated, there are no other warrior-level magical beasts nearby. The danger has passed. Do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall take my leave. Qin Hao was not fond of the cold, detached tone of the Medusa Empress. Sha, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. And you're in such a hurry to leave? Fool, given my current situation, keeping my distance from you is the best way to protect you. The Medusa Empress's identity was rather unique. She was currently the most wanted criminal in the Yinxia Empire. She was acutely aware that lingering near Qin Hao would increase the risk for him if her whereabouts were exposed. Qin Hao understood this principle as well, lamenting. I had promised to treat you to bamboo shoots and braised noodles last time, but it seems I will miss that opportunity again. The Medusa Empress smiled rarely. It's all right. Consider it a debt. When the opportunity arises in the future, you can treat me to 3 bowls of noodles to make up for it. Very well. I will certainly treat you next time. As the Medusa Empress turned to leave, she glanced at the flame-howling wolf before pausing. After 2 months apart, she noticed that the flame-howling wolf had reached its peak juvenile stage. I suggest it is time to attempt a breakthrough evolution. Yes, I was just thinking the same. What evolution materials do we lack? Most of the materials are gathered, but we still need a high-quality beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal. Wait for me a moment. I will be back shortly. With that, the Medusa Empress walked towards the distant mountains. Soon, cries of magical beasts echoed from the mountains, startling a flock of crows. After half a minute, the Medusa Empress returned to Qin Hao's side, now holding a magic crystal that radiated a dazzling red light, of exquisite hue and warm to the touch, without any impurities. Qin Hao, using his 9-turn nether eye, scanned it and exclaimed, "This is the magic crystal of the Flame Demon Centipede." The Flame Demon Centipede, a beast soldier level fire-type magical beast, possessed a rare bloodline containing 1/4 of the bloodline of the Nether Centipede King. Undoubtedly, the magic crystal from the Flame Demon Centipede was of exceptional quality. Sha, I cannot thank you enough. You truly are my timely rain. Qin Hao's face lit up with joy, and in a moment of gratitude, he instinctively opened his arms to embrace the Medusa Empress. They pressed closely together, making the Medusa Empress's chest feel compressed against Qin Hao. The Medusa Empress stiffened, her skin taut. Until this moment, she had never been treated so intimately by any man. After a moment's contemplation, she symbolically raised her hands around Qin Hao's waist, giving him 2 gentle pats on the back. This gesture, though appearing reserved, represented the utmost extent of her warmth and affection. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Please be safe on your journey. Next time, I will treat you to noodles. The Medusa Empress waved goodbye and swiftly vanished into the darkness. As Qin Hao gazed in the direction of her departure, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Shasha appeared cold on the surface. Yet she was genuinely kind and had never harmed humanity. She should not be wanted. A determined expression spread across Qin Hao's face, regardless of the circumstances. He chose to stand by the Medusa Empress, vowing never to betray her. Harboring the Empire's most wanted criminal was a capital offense. And Qin Hao was daringly playing with fire. Returning to his senses, he diligently cleaned the battlefield, erasing all traces left by the Medusa Empress to prevent any inquisitive parties from investigating. Once everything was settled, he approached Yang Yu, who, along with the Moonshadow Spider, was still in a stupor. Qin Hao devised an excuse and used brute force to rouse Yang Yu. Yang Yu awoke, his mind foggy. Where are we, heaven? Brother Qin, it seems you have perished as well. What a coincidence. Qin Hao gave Yang Yu a heavy slap on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Wake up, we are not dead. Yang Yu, feeling the pain, quickly stood up, nervously scanning his surroundings. We really aren't dead. Where did that group of stinky crocodiles go? And what about that general-level magical beast? Qin Hao lied without flinching. Do not worry. The Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile has been slain by my handsome companion. Capturing the leader first was indeed effective. Once the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile was defeated, those beast soldier-level crocodiles scattered, and we are safe now. The Flame Howling Wolf pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. Since the Medusa Empress could not be exposed, it had to take the blame. Yang Yu's expression reflected confusion as he incredulously remarked, Brother Qin, you must be joking. Handsome is merely a level 10 juvenile beast. How could it possibly defeat a general-level magical beast? Qin Hao remained calm, continuing his fabrication. We were quite fortunate. After you fell unconscious, I discovered that the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile was gravely injured, its combat power barely at 20% of its prime. Otherwise, my handsome would surely not have been its match. Yang Yu fell silent, still regarding Qin Hao with skepticism. Oh, you still do not believe me? Brother Qin, the issue is just too absurd. Even if the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile was injured, Qin Hao reached into his pocket, producing the magic crystal of the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile and placing it before Yang Yu. This is the magic crystal of that general-level magical beast. All thanks to Handsome's prowess. Now do you believe me? The Flame Howling Wolf raised its head in collaboration with Qin Hao's performance, feigning an air of pride as if to proclaim that it had vanquished the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile itself. With the magic crystal now in view, Yang Yu was entirely convinced. Handsome, you truly are a divine wolf. Even in your juvenile form, you can slay a general-level magical beast. Imagine how formidable you will be when you evolve into an adult and reach your full potential. You are my idol. Please give me an autograph. Old Yang, do not flatter Handsome too much. It might get carried away. After being praised by Yang Yu, the Flame Howling Wolf became elated, scratching its claws on the ground as it practiced its signature, laying the groundwork to become a star wolf. However, Yang Yu could never have imagined that Qin Hao possessed more than just the Flame Howling Wolf as his magical beasts. A few minutes later, Qin Hao and Yang Yu returned to the carriage together. The passengers inside were huddled in the corners, seeking warmth, each one as pale as a ghost. Qin Hao smiled and announced loudly, Dear passengers, the magical beasts have been exterminated. The train is safe, and you may rest easy. The carriage was initially silent, but soon erupted with long-repressed cheers, applause, and tears of joy from those who had narrowly escaped death. Everyone rose simultaneously, bowing to Qin Hao and Yang Yu in gratitude for the life-saving deeds of these young Beastmasters. Chapter 32. Arrival at Xiling City. The train conductor tightly grasped Qin Hao's hand, tears of excitement brimming in her eyes. Mr. Qin, thank you so much. On behalf of all the train staff, I express our heartfelt gratitude and respect to you. I will also apply to headquarters for a hero's banner to be awarded to you. There is no need for the banner. I prefer to keep a low profile. Let us not publicize this matter. That will not do. You are our hero. Our publicity department will certainly announce your heroic deeds to the entire nation. Yang Yu chimed in, Brother Qin, do not be modest. I have already shared your heroic story in our Zhuke Academy's freshman group chat and campus forum, and the likes have already surpassed 10,000. Qin Hao's expression stiffened, feeling quite helpless. It seemed this incident was destined to become widely known, likely spreading throughout the nation by morning. Major newspapers would surely publish eye-catching headlines. 18-year-old genius Beastmaster Qin Hao leads a juvenile beast to overcome a general-level magical beast. Such sensational news would undoubtedly create a stir across the internet, causing waves of suspicion and envy among peers and those with ulterior motives in the field of beast mastery. Nevertheless, no matter how this matter unfolded, he resolutely vowed never to betray Xiaoxia. Deep within, Qin Hao was determined. He was willing to risk his life to protect the Medusa Empress, just as she would protect him. Sister, I apologize for alarming you earlier. Do not fear. I will always safeguard you. Qin Hao reassured as he sat beside Qin Yan, offering her comfort. He had always perceived his sister as an ordinary woman, and after the harrowing experiences of the night, she must have been terrified. However, Qin Yan appeared calm and composed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Xiao Hao, you need not worry about your sister. You must be exhausted from battling the magical beasts outside. There are still 3 hours until dawn. Go ahead and take a nap. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, unable to suppress a yawn. This fatigue was largely due to the immense energy expended when he summoned the Medusa Empress moments ago. Sister, I am indeed tired. I will sleep now. Good night. Leaning against Qin Yan's shoulder, he quickly drifted off to slumber. At 3 in the morning, the night was as deep as water. The carriage was enveloped in silence. All passengers fast asleep, with the grim reaper's scythe looming overhead. Yang Yu lay on his spiderweb hammock, snoring like a power drill. Outside the train, the moon-shadow demon spider had burrowed into a den. Its innate ability was accelerated healing, allowing it to recover swiftly from injuries while sheltered within the den. Among the passengers, only Qin Yan remained awake. Her gaze was cast downwards, observing the peacefully sleeping Qin Hao in her embrace, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. How infuriating. That little serpent had the audacity to kiss my brother. Had I known, I would have shown no mercy from the beginning. On Qin Hao's cheek lingered a faint imprint of the Medusa Empress's lips. The mark was subtle and difficult to detect, so much so that even Qin Hao himself was oblivious to it. Qin Yan wiped away the imprint with a tissue, her brow furrowed with concern for the future. Muttering to herself, since Xiao Hao insists on concealing that little serpent's identity, I shall refrain from interference. However, can that serpent be trusted? I fear she might bring endless trouble to Xiao Hao. The Medusa Empress was known as the catastrophic divine python precisely because wherever she roamed, she would incite unforeseen misfortune and calamity. At 5 in the morning, the sky began to brighten. After Qin Hao awoke, the train conductor brought good news. The track issues had been entirely resolved, and the superconducting maglev train resumed operation. By 9 in the morning, the train arrived at Xiling City. Qin Hao carried his luggage in his left hand and held his sister's hand with his right, while the imposing Lian Xiaoshenling followed closely behind. The trio exited the station in perfect unison. Upon stepping out, Qin Hao stood at the intersection, gazing in awe at the towering skyscrapers surrounding him. So this is Xiling City, ranked 101st in the nation. It truly surpasses Xiangnan City by 1,000-fold. Xiling City is one of the most crucial strategic cities of the Yanxia Empire. This city not only boasts 4 prestigious Beastmaster academies, but is also home to 3 major Beastmaster guilds under the Beastmaster Alliance, leading to substantial investments and resources from the state. Above the streets, the maglev tracks crisscrossed, and artificial intelligence vehicles were ubiquitous. Upscale magical creature shops and veterinary clinics were found in abundance. What astonished Qin Hao the most was that even an elderly lady casually strolling down the street was accompanied by a rare bloodline storm tiger. Qin Hao was left speechless. In this grand city, everyone seemed to be a beast master. Moreover, there was not a single ordinary bloodline beast in sight. Rare bloodlines roamed freely, while advanced bloodlines seemed as common as dogs. Qin Ge, let me call a taxi, and we can head to Zhuke Academy to check in. Yang Yu approached Qin Hao. The moon-shadow demon spider had already regained its health and was dozing on Yang Yu's back. Qin Hao declined, saying, You go ahead to school. I will follow later. I need to settle my sister first. The pressing matter was to find a residence for Qin Yan, while Qin Hao could stay in the school dormitory. It was unthinkable for Qin Yan to do the same. All right, I've heard there are many beautiful girls at Zhuke Academy. I will scout the area and wait for you. Yang Yu waved goodbye to Qin Hao and took a taxi to Zhuke Academy. The Qin siblings wandered the streets, occasionally glancing at the housing advertisements on the walls. Suddenly, A sharply dressed man approached Qin Hao with a greedy expression. Sir, I am a real estate agent in this area. Are you looking to purchase a property? Qin Hao nodded. The agent, eager to impress, quickly pressed on. What price range are you considering? 50,000 or 60,000? Qin Hao and Qin Yin exchanged smiles, as they had just over 60,000 gold coins in hand. 60,000, please. Sir, you are indeed generous. No wonder your girlfriend is so beautiful. Qin Hao could only manage an awkward smile, as others often mistook Qin Yin for his girlfriend. By the way, how many rooms can 60,000 gold coins buy? The agent appeared perplexed. Sir, I believe you may be mistaken. 60,000 refers to 60,000 gold coins per square meter. At that moment, Qin Hao felt a rush of disbelief. He had thought 60,000 gold coins could buy an entire apartment, only to realize it could scarcely cover a single square meter. Sister, it seems we can't even afford a restroom with this amount. Indeed, I never anticipated that housing prices in Xiling City would be so outrageous. With their inability to purchase a home, the siblings could only temporarily check into a hotel. Qin Hao chose a mid-range establishment named Rujia, where they booked a standard room for 3 days, costing over 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins would be sufficient to establish a large electronics factory in Xiangnan City. The cost of living and consumption levels in the big city were quite staggering. In the hotel room, Qin Hao, filled with determination, declared, Sister, you will have to endure staying here for 3 days. After that, I will surely devise a plan to buy a house. Although Qin Hao did not possess much money, he still had a warlord-level ghost-type magic crystal that would fetch a good price. In the post-apocalyptic environment, acquiring a home was challenging, especially in a metropolis like Xiling City where housing prices were exorbitant. The Qin siblings hailed from a remote county and felt utterly out of place in this bustling environment. Chapter 33. Encountering a schoolmate to avoid awkwardness. Qin Hao contemplated switching rooms. Xiao Hao, let's not change rooms. We should make do here for now and focus on figuring out a way to buy a house. Qin Hao was taken aback, looking at his sister with confusion. Qin Yin clarified, the room expenses are steep, and we cannot afford to switch to another room. So let's stay here. Sighing, Qin Hao realized he had misunderstood. It was merely that Qin Yin was reluctant to waste money. After a brief respite in the hotel, Qin Hao dressed neatly and prepared to head to Zhuke Academy for check-in. Sister, you stay put in the hotel and don't go anywhere. Within 3 days, I will definitely bring you to our new home. Qin Hao made a bold promise, determined to secure a house within 3 days. According to the price of 60,000 gold coins per square meter, a 3-bedroom apartment would cost around 5 to 6 million. At noon, Qin Hao set out with the Lianzai Oceanlang. The hotel was not far from Zhuke Academy, so Qin Hao chose to walk. The Lianzai Oceanlang followed closely behind, proudly showcasing its impressive physique and muscular build to passers-by. As the most majestic and handsome breed among wolf-type beasts, it attracted many curious glances along the way, filling Qin Hao with pride. Following the map, he muttered to himself, I just need to cross the intersection ahead, and I should be there. Just as he was about to cross the traffic lights, a gruff voice called out from the side, Little girl, no money and still wanting to dine out? Trying to eat and run? Sir, I lost my wallet, but I'm really hungry. I would be grateful for just a meat bun. Get lost. No money, no service. Don't block the entrance and hinder my business. Qin Hao turned to look. At the entrance of a restaurant stood a young lady in a floral dress. His eyes sparkled. This young lady had a delicate porcelain doll-like face. Paired with her energetic twin ponytails, she was the epitome of a cute girl. Gulch. Shangwan Ming held her growling stomach, her adorable face filled with distress. As the second miss of the Shangwan family, she had always lived in luxury. How had she fallen to this state of being unable to afford a meal? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Bowing her head, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, making her appear all the more pitiful. At that moment, a tissue was offered to her. Shangwan Ming looked up to see a sunny, handsome young man standing before her. Qin Hao, do not cry. A girl is not pretty when she cries. Shangwan Ming took a tissue to wipe her tears. Suddenly, a languid black cat peeked out from her backpack. It had 3 eyes, with the one on its forehead flickering with an eerie red light, giving it an ominous appearance. Qin Hao was astonished within. Wow, a 3-eyed demon cat. Such an exceedingly rare supernatural beast. It seems this well-endowed lowly is also a Beastmaster. Due to Qin Hao's virtuous aura, Shangwan Ming subconsciously believed he was a good person. Thus, she blinked her sparkling eyes and pleaded, Big brother, I am so hungry, but I lost my wallet. Could you please treat me to a meal? I have a small appetite, just 1 meat bun will suffice. Shangwan Ming was truly famished, back at home. She had turned her nose up at gourmet delicacies, and now just 1 meat bun would be enough to satisfy her. Qin Hao, moved by compassion, found it impossible to refuse such an adorable loli, especially considering her generous proportions. Given your cuteness, your pitiable state, I shall treat you to a meal. Thank you, big brother. Qin Hao led Shangwan Ming into a restaurant, where they sat by the window. The menu was filled with an array of dishes, though the prices were somewhat steep. However, Qin Hao could afford it, so he casually ordered several dishes along with a bowl of rice. Big brother, thank you for treating me to a meal. You are a good person. Shangwan Ming beamed, her cherubic face adorned with 2 dimples. Qin Hao sipped his tea and inquired, You look rather young. Are you a minor? I am 16 this year, replied Shangwan Ming. Qin Hao thought to himself, Indeed, she is a minor. It appears I cannot pursue her, otherwise, it would be a serious offense. The two then engaged in casual conversation. Upon learning that Qin Hao was a freshman at Zhuke Academy, Shangwan Ming became particularly excited. Brother Qin, what a coincidence. I am also a freshman at Zhuke Academy. You are? Qin Hao could hardly believe it, considering Shangwan Ming was only 16. She opened her backpack and retrieved her admission notice from Zhuke Academy. Qin Hao glanced at it and saw the words direct admission written on it. Wow, what a coincidence. I was also directly admitted. Zhuke Academy had only issued 3 direct admission spots this year, and by a twist of fate, 2 of these students had found each other. What an extraordinary connection. Curiously, Qin Hao asked, But wait, yesterday was the opening day for Zhuke Academy. Why have you not reported to the academy today? Shangwan Ming blushed and shyly replied, I got lost. How foolish. You could have used your phone for navigation. I lost my phone along with my wallet. Qin Hao felt speechless. It seemed this loli was indeed of the naive type. Had Shangwan Ming not encountered him, she might have wandered the streets of Xiling City for several days. 5 minutes later, the dishes arrived. Qin Hao handed Shangwan Ming a pair of chopsticks. Eat up. Once you finish, we will head to Zhuke Academy to report. Shangwan Ming sniffed the meat on her plate and frowned. Brother Qin, what kind of meat is this? Signature Sichuan dish, braised rabbit meat, Qin Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Ming's expression changed dramatically. She immediately set down her chopsticks, her eyes glistening with tears. Qin Hao was bewildered. Weren't you starving? Why wouldn't you eat? Shangwan Ming choked up and said, Rabbits are so cute. How can we eat rabbits? It's so cruel. Qin Hao was at a loss for words. It appeared this loli was quite the saint, perhaps even carrying some relics in her pocket. If you want to eat it, then I shall. As Shangwan Ming watched Qin Hao devour the food with increasing enjoyment, she couldn't resist and ended up eating 3 large bowls while holding back tears. Brother Qin, the braised rabbit meat is truly delicious. Thank you for treating me. Qin Hao smiled. Everyone ultimately succumbs to the allure of good food. While Shangwan Ming was engrossed in her meal, Qin Hao quietly observed this loli. After a while, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Something about her silhouette seemed strikingly familiar, as if he had seen her before. Suddenly, a scene flashed in Qin Hao's mind. Yesterday, the magnetic storm pterosaur had swooped over the superconducting maglev train. The girl riding on the dragon's back began to merge with the image of Shangwan Ming. With a loud thud, Qin Hao slammed his hand on the table, drawing curious glances from the other diners. Shangwan Ming, what is wrong with you? Qin Hao stuttered, his finger trembling as he pointed at her, his words tumbling out incoherently. You are the girl riding the dragon over the superconducting maglev train, causing the magnetic field disruption, the magnetic storm pterosaur. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shangwan Ming immediately lunged at Qin Hao. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, with Shangwan Ming straddling him and pressing her delicate hand over his mouth. Brother Qin, please don't make a scene, I beg you. Shangwan Ming pleaded desperately. Qin Hao was now in a state of panic, even feeling a surge of anger. It was because of this dragon-riding girl that the maglev train had experienced a significant malfunction, leading him to endure a night of near-death terror. Shangwan Ming also felt a pang of guilt, knowing she had caused a great mess. However, as the second young lady of the Shangwan family, she had the family backing and could downplay the situation. The key was that Qin Hao could not expose her identity. With his mouth blocked, Qin Hao could only emit muffled sounds. Shangwan Ming whispered, Brother Qin, promise me this. As long as you keep my secret, I will let you go. Qin Hao nodded repeatedly, and only then did she release her hold. Returning to her seat, Qin Hao lowered his voice. I had a feeling your figure seemed familiar. It turns out you are the owner of the magnetic storm pterosaur. Shangwan Ming asked in confusion. How did you know? Yesterday, I was on that superconducting maglev train and saw you riding the magnetic storm pterosaur soaring above. Heavens, I was flying so high. How could you see that clearly? Your eyesight is remarkable. It is well known that the 9-turn Ming eyes can also function as a telescope, occasionally allowing one to see beneath the skirts of lovely ladies. Qin Hao stared at Shang Wanmeng's innocent face, feeling frustrated. Do you realize the trouble you have caused? Shang Wanmeng lowered her head in shame, fully aware of the gravity of her actions. The magnetic storm pterosaur's innate ability was magnetic field disruption. According to national regulations, destructive magnetic beasts like this were strictly prohibited from approaching maglev trains. Yesterday, in a bid to take a shortcut, Shang Wanmeng disregarded these regulations and flew over the maglev tracks on her magnetic storm pterosaur, resulting in a train malfunction and forced suspension of service. If it had not been for Qin Hao's intervention last night, the hundreds of passengers aboard would surely have become the evening meal for the ghost-boned sawtooth crocodile. And those hundreds of lives would have been on Shang Wanmeng's conscience. Shang Wanmeng grasped Qin Hao's hand, her voice sweet and pleading, "Brother Qin, you must help me keep this secret. I sneaked out without my family knowing. If my father and sister find out about my mischief, they will surely bring me back." Qin Hao sighed, feeling utterly drained. Helping the Medusa Empress keep a secret had already put him at great risk. If he were to assist Shang Wanmeng as well, the stakes would double. As Qin Hao weighed the pros and cons, Shang Wanmeng leaned closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his, and adorably pleaded, "I beg you, Brother Qin." In this intimate proximity, Qin Hao could distinctly feel Shang Wanmeng's figure. Despite her young age, her physique was indeed remarkable, especially her exaggerated curves. "Very well, I agree. I will help you keep your secret." Qin Hao relented, as a normal man found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I will repay you in the future." Shang Wanmeng, innocent and naive, placed her complete trust in Qin Hao after just their first meeting. Qin Hao glanced at the three-eyed demon cat resting on Shang Wanmeng's shoulder. "Is this your beast?" Hom. This is my first beast, the three-eyed demon cat. You can call it Meow Meow." The 9-turn Ming eyes were activated. Name, Santong Yao Mao Level 10, juvenile form, bloodline, rare talent, super eye technique, attributes, supernatural. Support, loyalty, 83, weakness, electric type, low defense skills, 1 hypnosis, 2 illusion, 3 nether claws, evolution route, Lich King route, habits and preferences, obsessive cleanliness. Fond of ice cream, the data regarding Santong Yao Mao was thoroughly absorbed by Qin Hao, evoking in him a profound admiration for the formidable prowess of supernatural beasts. Theoretically, in a duel between beasts of the same level, those of the supernatural category possess an overwhelming victory probability of over 80. "Brother Qin, this fiery howling wolf is your beast, is it not? It is remarkably handsome." Qin Hao was suddenly struck by the sight of the fiery howling wolf lying beside Shang Wanmeng, allowing her to gently stroke its head and fur. Its demeanor reminiscent of a Siberian husky. It was curious, for such a handsome creature typically does not permit strangers to touch it. "Ah, its name is handsome. That suits it perfectly. Oh dear, it is licking my dress. How mischievous." Observing the affectionate interaction between the fiery howling wolf and Shang Wanmeng, Qin Hao could not help but inquire, "Are you of the Spirit Master constitution?" "Yes," Shang Wanmeng replied with a smile and a nod. Qin Hao suddenly understood. This made perfect sense. The special constitutions of genius Beastmasters are classified into 2 types, the Soul King Constitution and the Spirit Master Constitution. The Soul King Constitution, like Qin Hao's, allows an individual to possess an unlimited number of beasts, unrestricted by any limits. Conversely, those with the Spirit Master Constitution maintain a maximum affinity with any beast, enabling them to unleash the inherent potential of their beasts during combat. No wonder she was able to secure a guaranteed admission to Zhuke Academy. She is indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Qin Hao mused quietly before asking, "What of your magnetic storm wyvern?" Concerned about being overheard, Shang Wanmeng leaned closer to Qin Hao and whispered, "The magnetic storm wyvern is my second beast. It is too large, so I had to conceal it within a divine beast sphere." Upon uttering these words, Shang Wanmeng retrieved a fist-sized orb from her backpack. The orb was shimmering golden, with a texture and luster of high quality. Qin Hao immediately recognized it as a golden divine beast sphere, an item of considerable value, obtainable only by noble families, indicating that Shang Wanmeng's background was quite extraordinary. Due to the often colossal size of many beasts, the divine beast sphere was invented for convenience. This sphere serves as a storage device, with a spacious interior capable of temporarily housing larger beasts. Furthermore, divine beast spheres are categorized into 4 price levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the grade, the larger the internal space, providing the beast with a more comfortable living environment, and additionally possessing restorative and healing properties. The golden divine beast sphere in Shang Wanmeng's possession is worth approximately 1 million gold coins, a sum Qin Hao had never encountered in his lifetime. "Brother Qin, do you have a second beast?" Shang Wanmeng suddenly inquired. Whenever the topic of a second beast arose, the visage of the Medusa Queen would involuntarily surface in Qin Hao's mind. I do not currently possess a second beast, he replied, lying without a flicker of hesitation. After satisfying their appetites, the two set off towards Zhuke Academy. Along the way, Shangwan Ming suddenly halted, anxious as she exclaimed, "Brother Qin, I just remembered. My ID card is in my wallet. What should I do?" Qin Hao understood her predicament. An identification card would indeed be necessary for enrolling in school. Do not fret. I believe Handsome can assist in locating your lost wallet. With this thought in mind, he instructed the fiery howling wolf to sniff Shangwan Ming's scent. The fiery howling wolf, possessing the genes of a husky, has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Oh well. The fiery howling wolf lifted its paw to point southeast, emitting a low growl. The GPS navigation wolf is online. If we follow Handsome, we should be able to find your wallet. 10 minutes later, Qin Hao and Shangwan Ming arrived at a secluded alley. The fiery howling wolf emerged from the alley, proudly clutching a pink wallet in its mouth. My wallet. Thank you. Handsome, Shangwan Ming exclaimed, swiftly opening the wallet to check its contents. My ID card, bank cards, checks, and a photo of my sister and me. Everything is here. Foolish girl. You have good fortune, Qin Hao remarked, noticing the wallet was stuffed with a dozen bank cards. Indeed, you are quite the wealthy little lady. Suddenly, Qin Hao's gaze fixated on Shangwan Ming's ID card, which contained her residential address. Residential address, District 3, Shangwan Family Villa area. Qin Hao nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. This young girl hailed from the third-ranked noble district in the country. Shangwan, what is your connection to Mr. Shangwan Feiyu? Qin Hao inquired, recalling a prominent figure. He is my father, Shangwan Ming replied in a sweet voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao inhaled sharply, regarding Shangwan Ming with newfound awe. The background of this little girl was extraordinarily formidable. Shangwan Feiyu, a renowned 9-star Beastmaster, is also one of the nation's finest engineering scientists. It is no exaggeration to state that all military weapons and national defense equipment in the empire of Yinsha's high-tech sectors were personally designed and developed by Shangwan Feiyu. Qin Hao had frequently seen interviews with Shangwan Feiyu in newspapers and on television. This man's most remarkable achievement was creating a unique evolution route for beasts known as mechanical evolution. Typically, the evolutionary limit of a beast is dictated by its bloodline. Once a beast reaches its bloodline limit, its strength stagnates. To address this bottleneck, Shangwan Feiyu developed a new high-tech serum, mechanical serum. By administering the mechanical serum, a beast can surpass its bloodline limitations and embark on a new route of mechanical evolution. Qin Hao had witnessed many mechanically evolved beasts on the streets, such as a black bear equipped with a rocket launcher or a giant monkey with its arm transformed into a Gatling gun. In essence, Shangwan Feiyu's philosophy is straightforward: to utilize technology to alter the world. While Qin Hao was lost in thought, Shangwan Ming placed a check into his hand. Brother Qin, to thank you for treating me to a meal and helping me retrieve my wallet, please accept this check as a token of my gratitude. Regaining his composure, Qin Hao glanced at the amount on the check, his hands trembling. This check is for 5 million. Am I dreaming? 5 million in cash could very well crush Qin Hao. Do you find it insufficient? I can give you another 10 million. Shangwan Ming suggested. Nay, dear Miss Shangwan, I merely treated you to a meal, and you bestow upon me 5 million. I feel rather embarrassed, Qin Hao replied, though his body was more honest. Having already tucked the 5 million check into his pocket, Shangwan Ming displayed a pure and innocent smile. 5 million is nothing. My monthly allowance exceeds that. My father has always taught me that when out and about, I need not worry about spending money, for our family is only left with wealth. He also mentioned that the purpose of my sister and me being born is to help him lavishly spend his fortune and experience the joy of spending. Hey, Brother Qin, why are you crying? It is nothing. The wind is too strong, and sand has blown into my eyes. Qin Hao wiped away his tears, longing for a father such as that. Drying his eyes, he gazed at the innocent and charming Shangwan Ming, his mind drifting toward mischievous thoughts. Suddenly, Qin Hao wrapped his arm around Shangwan Ming's shoulder, smiling as he asked, "Does your father need a son?" Huh, it's getting late. We should head to Zhuke Academy to register. Qin Hao mounted the fiery howling wolf, with Shangwan Ming seated behind him, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her chest pressing firmly against his back. How soft and ample. Qin Hao could distinctly feel the two soft mounds against his back, an indescribable sensation. Shangwan, you must hold on tightly. We are about to set off. As soon as the words left his lips, the fierce flame howling wolf galloped away, racing through the bustling streets with exhilarating speed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it came to a screeching halt in front of a college, where the plaque bore the elegantly inscribed characters, Zhuke Shuiyuan. The two siblings entered the academy together, first heading to the administration office to register their student status, and were subsequently assigned to Class 18. In the classroom of Class 18, Qin Boki stood at the podium, elucidating the course titled The Self-Cultivation of Beast Tamers. Yang Yu, seated in the last row, fidgeted anxiously, wondering why Qin Xiong had yet to arrive, fearing something unfortunate had befallen him. Suddenly, a voice called out from the classroom door. Qin Hao and Shangwan Ming stood side by side, drawing the attention of all their classmates. Qin Boki smiled warmly upon seeing Qin Hao, saying, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time. It is wonderful to see you again." Originally, Qin Boki was a mentor for another class. But in order to seize the opportunity to teach Qin Hao, he had proactively requested a transfer from the dean to become the mentor for Class 18. As Qin Hao and Shangwan Ming entered the classroom, they introduced themselves, igniting a flurry of discussions among their classmates. "I heard both of them are top-tier students with guaranteed admission. Isn't Shangwan Ming the younger sister of Shangwan Ning? My cousin knows her. They both study at Qinglong Academy. The Shangwan family is truly formidable." The name Qin Hao sounds familiar. I recall news about him on the Academy's forum. His beast is a young flame-howling wolf, and he single-handedly defeated a general-level magical beast last night. Indeed, those who receive guaranteed admission are exceptional talents. Qin Boki teased, "Qin Hao and Shangwan, you both have quite the popularity. Please take your seats." Yang Yu stood up, waving frantically at Qin Hao. "Qin Xiong, look here, I have a spot next to me." Upon seeing Yang Yu in the last row, Qin Hao's face lit up with joy, but just as he was about to walk over, Shangwan Ming suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Qin Ge, how about we sit together?" Qin Hao felt a headache coming on. He was caught between a brother and a woman. A challenging dilemma. Thus, he decisively chose the woman. Witnessing Qin Hao and Shangwan Ming become desk mates, Yang Yu's heart shattered. He pounded his chest in despair, teary-eyed, lamenting. "In the end, I made a mistake. Who would have thought Qin Xiong was a man who forgets his brothers for a woman?" A tedious theoretical class swiftly passed, and the bell rang for dismissal. Qin Boki closed his textbook and announced, "Class, we need to elect a class leader. I have decided to hold a practical assessment tomorrow to select a candidate for this role." The students nodded in agreement and began discussing potential candidates for class leader. "Shangwan, here. You have been assigned to the girls' dormitory, room 702. Please come and collect your room key." Shangwan Ming approached the podium to receive the key from Qin Boki, who then turned his attention to Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, I have some unfortunate news. This year's incoming class has an overwhelming number of students, and the boys' dormitory is fully occupied." Qin Hao was taken aback, forcing a bitter smile. "Mentor, where will I stay? Are you suggesting I sleep on the streets?" Qin Boki's smile held a deeper meaning. "Fortunately, there are vacancies in the girls' dormitory. For now, you will stay there." Upon hearing this, the male students erupted in disbelief. Everyone envied Qin Hao, wishing they could be in his position. Qin Hao himself was in a daze, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. In room 520 of the girls' dormitory, Qin Hao surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware of the animosity directed at him from the boys in his class. To reside in the girls' dormitory was every young man's dream, and Qin Hao had turned that dream into reality, evoking feelings of envy and jealousy. "Mentor, I am a male after all. Residing under the same roof as female students seems inappropriate." "Worry not, Qin Hao. The girls' dormitory consists of suite-style rooms, each dormitory comprising 4 small rooms. Even if you share a suite with other female students, you will have your own independent room." With a resigned shrug, Qin Hao accepted the reality. Qin Boki descended the podium, placing the key to the girls' dormitory on Qin Hao's desk. "Remember your room number, room 520 in the girls' dormitory. Do not fret. I will adjust your accommodations as soon as a spot opens up in the boys' dormitory." At that moment, a short, pale-faced male student stood up. "Mentor, Li Bilang, do you have any questions?" Li Bilang gravely replied, "Mentor, I wish to switch dorms with Qin Hao." "Why?" "Because staying in the girls' dormitory is quite disgraceful, and Qin Hao is the most outstanding talent in our class. I must protect his dignity. So I will take on the burden of being the villain." Qin Hao silently scoffed, thinking, how hypocritical. He's just a lecher at heart. Li Bilang. Dormitory arrangements are managed by the logistics department and cannot be changed arbitrarily, Qin Boki stated. Dejected, Li Bilang slumped back into his seat, casting envious glances at Qin Hao. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as the sun set, the school bell rang, prompting Qin Hao to gather his belongings and head to the girls' dormitory. Yang Yu approached him, a look of jealousy etched across his face. "Qin Xiong, I truly misjudged you. We had agreed to sit together, yet you forsook our brotherhood for a woman. Old Yang, do not be angry. I had no choice. She is my sister." "She shares your surname, Qin?" She is your sister? No, she is my sister by adoption, Yang Yu suddenly realized, raising his eyebrows at Qin Hao. Oh, so she is your adopted sister. Qin Xiong, you truly are a master of charm, even managing to win over such a young girl. Meng Meng, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Yang Yu. Shangwan Meng politely responded, hello, I am Qin Ji's sister. Gazing at Shangwan Meng's adorable face, Yang Yu's anger dissipated. All right, I shan't pursue the matter any further. You two being desk mates is quite fine. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Qin Hao. Qin Hao, startled. He turned to see Li Bi Lang standing behind him. Li Bi Lang, is there something you need? Li Bi Lang gazed at Qin Hao with admiration, saying, Big brother, you are the first man in the history of Zhuke Academy to reside in the girls' dormitory. I wish to take you as my mentor. From now on, I shall call you Qin Laosher. Please accept me as your disciple. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. I do not take on disciples, thank you. After chatting for a while, the group grew closer. Li Bi Lang's beast was quite interesting and new to Qin Hao. It was a plant-type beast humorously named Chrysanthemum Swordsman. The Chrysanthemum Swordsman resembled an adult in size, topped with a blooming chrysanthemum, devoid of facial features, and wielding 2 long swords. Li Bi Lang, your beast suits your peculiar temperament. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Laosher. Yang Yu, struck by a sudden thought, inquired, Qin Xiong. The mentor mentioned a class leader election tomorrow. How confident are you? Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, I have no interest in the class leader position. I heard that the elected class leader receives a scholarship of 200,000. Let me clarify, I am not motivated by money. My primary desire is to serve as a class leader and become an exemplary class officer. The 4 of them headed to the cafeteria for dinner before returning to their respective dormitories. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hao entered the girls' dormitory, carrying his suitcase. The hallway of the girls' dormitory was filled with a subtle fragrance, a stark contrast to the stench of socks in the boys' dormitory. Room 520, this is it. Instead of using the key immediately, Qin Hao politely knocked on the door first. Footsteps approached, and the dormitory door slowly opened, revealing a stunning beauty clad in a spaghetti-strap nightgown. Qin Hao couldn't help but recall a line of poetry. The spring colors fill the garden, unable to be contained. The alluring beauty stood over 175 centimeters tall, with cascading golden locks and deep brown eyes, her features strikingly chiseled and imbued with an exotic charm. Aisha, with a lollipop in her mouth, surveyed Qin Hao from head to toe. Are you Qin Hao? She inquired. Qin Hao, somewhat foolishly, nodded in response. Teacher Chen Boki contacted me earlier and mentioned that the boys' dormitory is fully occupied, leaving you without a place to stay. You'll be temporarily lodging in our girls' dormitory, correct? Stop dawdling and come inside. Aisha bent slightly, her loosely fitting neckline revealing a hint of springtime allure. And she willingly assisted Qin Hao in carrying his suitcase into the room. Upon entering room 520, Qin Hao was struck by the significantly superior living conditions compared to the boys' dormitory. The entrance led into a spacious living room, adorned in a fresh and light decorative style, with an abundance of furniture and appliances. Furthermore, there were a total of 4 bedrooms. Don't be shy, make yourself comfortable. Aisha's exuberant personality gradually put Qin Hao at ease. He sat in a corner of the sofa, bashfully asking, Hello, beautiful, what should I call you? I'm Aisha. From Class A. Qin Hao's gaze flickered with surprise as he exclaimed, I thought we were in the same year, but it turns out you are a senior. My apologies. The educational system of the 4 great beast colleges was identical, spanning 2 years. In the first year, freshmen were grouped numerically, from Class 1 to Class 18. In the second year, students underwent a rating assessment to enter classes categorized by letters, such as Class C, B, A, and S. Since Aisha was a student in Class A, it indicated that she was in her second year at Zhuke Academy, thus making her Qin Hao senior. He regarded Aisha with admiration, as being accepted into Class A was a testament to one's prowess. Students lacking the requisite abilities were eliminated during the assessment and forcibly withdrawn from the academy. In other words, those who persisted at Zhuke Academy into their second year were exceptional individuals, especially a remarkable talent like Aisha who had secured a position in Class A, just beneath Class S. Aisha, is it just the 2 of us in this dormitory? He inquired. There's one more, another freshman like you. Nana, come out. We have a new roommate. From the corner bedroom emerged a Japanese beauty clad in a short skirt. Qin Hao's heart raced at the sight of his roommates being such stunning women, dispelling his earlier worries about encountering a female brute or tank. Hi, I'm Qin Hao from Class 18. The Japanese beauty exhibited a somewhat introverted demeanor, the type to blush when speaking to boys. Hello, Qin Hao-kun. I'm Uchiha Yukina from Class 17. Her accent and surname suggested her origins were from the Eastern Isles. Chapter 37. Rare bloodlines are the minimum requirement as a newcomer. Qin Hao aimed to impress his roommates. Thus he spoke in a dialect of Japanese, Yukina-chan, Konnichiwa, Kawaii-kao. Flattered by Qin Hao's familiar praise, Yukina felt a rush of warmth, her fair complexion blooming with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Hao-kun, your Japanese is quite standard, Aisha kindly remarked. Qin Hao, Nana and I occupy the 2 bedrooms on the left, the 2 on the right are vacant. Feel free to choose any of them. Qin Hao casually selected a room and entered. Upon stepping inside, his expression shifted slightly as he realized the decor was excessively feminine. With an abundance of pink hues and remnants of cosmetics on the desk, indicating someone had recently resided there. Aisha, did someone live in this room before? Indeed. The previous occupant moved out just yesterday. Aisha leaned against the doorframe, her alluring legs drawing attention. Her eyes displayed a hint of disdain and bitterness. Qin Hao found it peculiar. After all, yesterday marked the start of the school year. Who would leave the dormitory on the very first day? Aisha explained. Her name is Lin Yan, and she entered the academy the same year as I did. Not only was she my roommate, but also my deskmate. Where did Lin Yan go? Qin Hao queried. Aisha's tone suddenly turned frosty. Do not refer to her as a senior. That traitor is no longer a part of Zhuke Academy. Yukina chimed in to clarify. Qin Hao-kun, Aisha told me that Lin Yan possesses exceptional talent. And Qinglong Academy offered her better conditions, so she transferred there. So that's the case. She truly is a traitor. The 4 great beast colleges have long been embroiled in fierce competition, each striving to cultivate the most formidable students. Currently, Qinglong Academy boasts the greatest prestige, renowned for its superior faculty and regarded as a royal academy. Qin Hao had seen numerous discussions online about how Qinglong Academy, leveraging its abundant resources, often poached talents from other colleges. In recent years, many promising individuals from Baihu Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Zhuke Academy have been enticed away by Qinglong Academy, with Lin Yan being one of them. Qin Hao turned to Aisha, solemnly stating, Aisha, I do not wish to reside in a room once occupied by a traitor. Aisha's expression softened, and her appreciation for Qin Hao grew. Of course, you can stay in another room. The other one has been uninhabited and is a bit dusty. Nana, let us help Qin Hao clean it up. Qin Hao proceeded to the alternate bedroom. Aisha and Yukina were both kind-hearted, assisting him in tidying the bed and cleaning the space. After half an hour, Qin Hao's room was transformed. Gratefully, he beamed. Thank you both. I'll treat you tomorrow. Aisha responded eagerly, great. Let us go for some skewers and beer tomorrow. Qin Hao felt that Aisha had a big sister vibe. Her cheerful and carefree personality unusual for a typical girl to mention drinking and skewers so casually. By the way, Qin Hao, what about your beast? I heard your beast is a juvenile Lianzai Oceanlang, and you defeated a general-level beast in a higher tier yesterday. Qin Hao sighed. It seems everyone knows about this. Aisha, can beasts stay in the dormitory? Of course. Our beasts are kept on the dormitory balcony. Xiaohong, come out. As soon as Aisha spoke, a 2-meter-long poisonous scorpion crawled into the living room from the balcony. The scorpion was entirely blood-red, exuding a menacing aura, its long tail arched high, ending in a barbed stinger. This is my first beast, the desert scorpion. I affectionately call it Xiaohong, Aisha introduced. The desert scorpion waved its venomous tail, as if greeting Qin Hao. With a sweep of the 9 turns underworld eye, fresh attribute information emerged. Name, Desert Scorpion Level 30, Complete Form, Bloodline, Rare Talent, Lifesteal, Attributes, Sand Type, Poison Type, Loyalty, 69, Weakness, Water Type Skills, 1 Sand Trap, 2 Sandstorm. 3 Scorpion Tail, Swipe, Evolution Route, Scorpion King Route, Hidden Evolution Route, Skeleton Scorpion King Route, Habits and Hobbies, none through observation. Qin Hao discerned that the Desert Scorpion had reached its peak in complete form, a mere step away from evolutionary breakthrough. Aisha, your admission into class surely indicates you possess more than one beast. You're quite astute. I have a second beast. However, it is a large water-type beast, so I usually keep it in a divine pet sphere. Casually, Aisha produced a silver divine pet sphere. Qin Hao shifted his gaze to Yukina, who, feeling his stare, blushed profusely, her heart racing. Yukina-chan, what is your beast? Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, causing the temperature in the living room to plummet. A hawk soared in from the balcony, landing gracefully on Yukina's shoulder. The hawk, of moderate size, was adorned with pristine white feathers, its piercing eyes emanating an air of aloofness. A flash of violet light flickered in Qin Hao's right eye. Name, Baoshua Liefeng Level 15, Mature Form, Bloodline, Rare talent. Absolute 0 attributes. Ice, wind loyalty. 79 weaknesses. Fire, rock, skills. 1. Blizzard 2. Absolute 0 confinement. Evolution path. Jinwu route. Habits and hobbies. Unpacking deliveries. Residing in the refrigerator in a murmured tone. Qin Hao contemplated. Everyone's beast companions possess rare bloodlines. Thus, it seems that rare bloodlines are merely the standard configuration. It appears the upper limits in large cities are indeed quite high. Qin Hao, what about your beast companion? You could bring it to our dormitory and place it on the balcony, Shu and I encouraged, summoning the courage to initiate conversation with a boy for the first time. Initially, I thought beasts were not permitted in dorms, so I tethered the Lian Xiaoyan Long to the utility pole downstairs. I will return shortly. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, a throng of girls surrounded the pole. This wolf is so handsome. If only it were my beast companion, they exclaimed. I heard this is Qin Hao's Lian Xiaoyan Long. Qin Hao, is he not the one who snatched the guaranteed admission spot from Ma Zixuan? To be fair, this wolf does resemble a Siberian husky. At that moment, the Lian Xiaoyan Long was secured to the pole with a Qi Pi Long belt, its head held high as it practiced signatures with its paws, reveling in the attention. Excuse me, please make way, Qin Hao urged as he squeezed through the crowd, hastily unfastening the belt and leading the Lian Xiaoyan Long back to the 520 dormitory. Chapter 38. The evolution of the Lian Xiaoyan Long shocks the girls' dormitory upon entering the room. The Lian Xiaoyan Long was greeted with enthusiastic welcomes from two beautiful girls. Aisha bent down, gently stroking the wolf's fur. Indeed, the Lian Xiaoyan Long is the most aesthetically pleasing among all wolf-type beasts. It is truly magnificent, and its fur feels remarkably soft. Shu and I affectionately patted the Lian Xiaoyan Long's head and exclaimed, Kawaii yo. Qin Hao, what is its name? Its full name is Wang Yingjuan, but you may call it Yingjuan. This name suits it perfectly. Its sideburns and head feel delightful to the touch, far more comfortable than petting a cat. Suddenly, the Lian Xiaoyan Long squinted its eyes, its nostrils quivering, clearly disturbed. Achoo! The Lian Xiaoyan Long sneezed, sending a gust of wind sweeping through the living room. Aisha, clad in shorts, remained unaffected, while Shu and I, wearing a short skirt, was caught in the whirlwind. Qin Hao, quick to notice the predicament, observed the key issue. Shu and I, already shy, felt utterly mortified by this embarrassing incident. Immediately pressing her hands against her skirt while exclaiming, Yamejia, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. That familiar voice resonated in his mind, having heard it countless times before. Once the wind subsided, Qin Hao cast a stern glance at the Lian Xiaoyan Long. Yingjuan, if you sneeze recklessly again, I shall deduct a month's worth of spicy strips from your allowance. The Lian Xiaoyan Long appeared aggrieved. Its keen sense of smell could not withstand the perfume lingering in the room. Noticing the tears gathering in Shu and I's eyes, Qin Hao hastily reassured her, Nine. I sincerely apologize, but rest assured, I truly saw nothing. Aisha raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping onto her lips as she provocatively remarked, lace leopard print. Qin Hao instinctively retorted, clearly, it was pink stripes. His slip of the tongue sent alarm bells ringing. Qin Hao quickly covered his mouth, internally lamenting the blunder. Shu and I could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. Aisha embraced her in comfort. Qin Hao, terrified of a girl crying, felt a wave of guilt wash over him and confessed, Nine, I'm truly sorry. I did see, but not entirely. Shu and I's sobs grew more intense. Qin Hao, trying to lighten the mood, devised a plan. Nine, since I have seen what I should not have, I must take drastic measures to atone. When Shu and I witnessed Qin Hao grasping a fruit knife, panic set in as she rushed to stop him. Qin Hao, no. You mustn't. I hold no grudge against you. It is my fault for wearing a short skirt. Shu and I, pure-hearted and innocent, responded to Qin Hao's antics. Aisha, still holding Shu and I's shoulders, suggested, Nine, I recommend you follow my example and avoid wearing short skirts. Shorts are much better. Qin Hao mused, I like both skirts and shorts, as long as they reveal legs. After this minor incident, the night grew quiet. Qin Hao returned to his own room. The Lian Xiaoyan Long, unwilling to sleep on the balcony, lay on Qin Hao's bed, nearly causing it to collapse under their combined weight. Qin Hao first called his sister. Siblings always have endless topics to discuss. When Qin Yin learned over the phone that Qin Hao possessed a check worth 5 million, she was astounded. Xiao Hao, where did you acquire such wealth? The methods for quick money are all written in the criminal law. You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? Sister, you worry too much. I am a law-abiding citizen. This money comes from. After 5 minutes, Qin Hao explained the entire situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin sighed in relief, only to quickly question, what about your little sister? She must come from a wealthy family. perhaps even a noble one. Qin Hao, still oblivious to the severity of the matter, laughed. Yes, she lives in District 3, from the Shangguan family. Qin Yan fell silent. Sister, did you hear me? Hello? After a long pause, Qin Yan asked coolly, what is the name of that girl? Shangguanming. She seems to be the second daughter of Shangguan Feiyu. You know, the renowned 9-star Beastmaster. Qin Yan's tone suddenly turned stern. Xiao Hao, return that check to the girl tomorrow, and keep your distance from her. Why? Qin Hao was perplexed, hearing his sister speak in a commanding tone for the first time. Qin Yan bit her lip, torn inside. For certain special reasons. She wished to keep her brother away from the Shangguan and Sidu families. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. As Qin Hao had already established a connection with someone from the Shangguan family, even recognizing her as his little sister. Xiao Hao, do not question why. Just listen to your sister and stay away from that girl. I'm feeling a bit tired. I will sleep now. Qin Yan ended the call, leaving Qin Hao bewildered. My sister seems a bit unusual. Why does she want me to avoid Shangguanming? How peculiar. After pondering for some time, Qin Hao ultimately decided to set the matter aside. In any case, he had no intention of returning the 5 million check to Shangguanming. He planned to use that money to buy a house for his sister. At 3 in the morning, while everyone else was asleep, Qin Hao remained wide awake. This was his first time living apart from his sister, and he was still adjusting. Ingjuan, wake up. The Lian Xiao Yanlong stirred awake, and the two exchanged wide-eyed gazes. Ingjuan, you are at the pinnacle of your juvenile form, just one step away from breaking through. Do you wish to evolve? The Lian Xiao Yanlong nodded eagerly. Appearing somewhat impatient, Qin Hao retrieved various materials required for evolution from his bag. 3 yuhua grasses, a fire-type evolution pill, a vial of beast essence, and more. Among these, the most crucial evolutionary material was a beast soldier-grade fire-type magic crystal gifted to him by the Medusa Empress. This crystal, sourced from the flame demon centipede, was of exceptional quality and would enhance the likelihood of successful evolution. I should take this opportunity to elevate Ingjuan's bloodline as well. An idea struck Qin Hao, and he held up a bloodline upgrade ticket, a reward he received upon becoming a 1-star Beastmaster. With everything prepared, they awaited the final catalyst. 15 minutes later, a deafening bang resonated throughout the girls' dormitory, shaking it as if an earthquake had struck. Aisha and Xuanai, clad in flimsy nightwear, hurriedly rushed out of their rooms, exchanging startled glances before simultaneously directing their gaze toward Qin Hao's room. The door to Qin Hao's bedroom had collapsed, smoke swirling ominously within. Qin Hao, Qin Hao. The two girls dashed into Qin Hao's room, discovering him seated on the floor, a fervent expression on his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the smoke began to clear, Aisha and Xuanai turned to the side, their faces paling as they let out a series of shrieks. At this moment, a colossal wolf beast stands imposingly within the confines of the bedroom. Its appearance distinctly reveals it to be the Lia Yanxiao Tianlong. However, compared to its previous form, it has now doubled in size, with chains of an unknown material coiling around its limbs and neck. Most peculiarly, the flames emanating from its body are pitch black. Could it be the fires of hell? Aisha, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognizes the name of the flame, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Chapter 39. Qin Hao's triple profession, the male rival of all students. Xuanai, her face alight with curiosity, inquires, Aisha, what exactly is hellfire? Taking a deep breath, Aisha compels herself to regain her composure. Hellfire is a type of divine power. As its name suggests, it is flame originating from the depths of hell. Compared to ordinary flames, it possesses additional attributes capable of burning the soul, inflicting extra mental torment upon enemies, forcing them to endure the searing agony from the very depths of their souls. Xuanai gasps in astonishment. Heavens, that's impressive. How did you manage that? Qin Hao. Aisha turns her gaze toward Qin Hao, her eyes reflecting profound confusion as she finds it increasingly difficult to decipher this enigmatic junior. Qin Hao, suppressing his inner elation, manages to compose himself. At this moment, the Lia Yanxiao Tianlong has successfully completed its first evolution, transforming from its juvenile form into a mature one, now at level 11. Moreover, the Lia Yanxiao Tianlong has embarked on a hidden evolution path, evolving into an unprecedented new species. A fleeting glimmer of subtle brilliance passes through his Jiao Zhuanming tome. Name, Yuhua Xiao Tianlong, formerly Lia Yanxiao Tianlong. Level, 11 mature, bloodline, epic, talent, hellish intimidation, divine power, hellfire, attributes, fire, royal. Brutal assault, loyalty, 100 weakness, water skills, 1, hell chains, 2, exploding claws, 3, hell meteor body slam, 4. Hellfire Breath, Evolution Path, Helazura Route, Locked, Habits and Preferences, Homewrecker, Show Off, Fond of Spicy Snacks Qin Hao, and the Yuhua, Xiao Tianlong exchange a glance. The latter grinning widely, its smile as sunny as before. During this evolution, Qin Hao discreetly utilized a bloodline upgrade scroll, elevating the bloodline level of the Yuhua, Xiao Tianlong from rare to epic. However, apart from Qin Hao, no one else perceives this change. According to the traditional beliefs within the beast tamer community, the bloodline level of a beast is innate and cannot be altered later on. Qin Hao. I have conducted some research on the Lia Yin Xiao Tianlong. If I recall correctly, it has 3 possible evolution paths: the Demon King route, the Celestial Demon route, and the Phantom route. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seems to have deviated from these 3 paths. Have you therefore created a new evolution path for it? Aisha, as expected of a senior, displays her extensive knowledge. Qin Hao scratches his head, feigning ignorance, and cheerfully replies, I prefer to tread an unconventional path. Not wanting to let my handsome companion follow the usual evolution route, I casually experimented, and to my surprise, I truly opened up a new evolution path. It was merely a coincidence, all mere coincidence. Aisha smirks mischievously. Is it truly just coincidence? I can't help but feel that everything is within your master plan. Could it be that besides being a beast tamer, you are also an evolutionist? Qin Hao finds himself at a loss for words. Aisha asserts, silence equates to acquiescence. You, my friend, are indeed a dual profession practitioner, a beast tamer and an evolutionist. Thus far, the civilization of beast tamers has flourished for a century. During this time, many specialized professions have emerged, with the beast tamer at their core. The profession that complements the beast tamer is known as the evolutionist. The sole duty of an evolutionist is to study the evolution paths of all creatures in existence. Over the past century, myriad remarkable beasts have been thoroughly researched by evolutionists. And all evolution paths have been documented in textbooks, circulating globally. Therefore, theoretically, the evolution paths of beasts are confined to those established by evolutionists. If someone were to pioneer a new evolution path for a beast, it would essentially threaten the livelihood of evolutionists. Qin Hao. No wonder you have secured a direct admission quota at our Zhuke Academy. It turns out you are a dual profession practitioner. I truly admire you. Xuanai gazes at Qin Hao with awe, as it is often the most beautiful girls who are drawn to strength. Qin Hao forces a couple of awkward chuckles. For in truth, he is a triple profession practitioner. With the aid of his Jiao Zhuanming tome, Qin Hao is capable of simultaneously mastering the roles of beast tamer, veterinary expert, and evolutionist. Aisha scrutinizes Qin Hao for a moment, a thought forming in her mind. She intends to arrange a private meeting with him at the earliest opportunity. By the way, Qin Hao, I have another query. Logically, only beasts with a bloodline level of epic or higher possess a chance of developing divine powers. Yet, your companion's bloodline is merely rare, insufficient to meet that standard. So, where did its hellfire originate? Feigning ignorance, Qin Hao responds, I truly have no idea. Aisha narrows her eyes. This little rascal certainly harbors numerous untold secrets. Suddenly, a rapid knocking resonates from outside the dormitory. I'll go open the door. Xuanai hastily runs to the entrance. As the dormitory door swings open, a throng of girls floods into room 520, instantly enveloping the petite Xuanai, leaving only a faint "you may die" echoing through the living room. In an instant, Qin Hao's bedroom is filled with the presence of girls, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. These girls are clad in thin nightwear, and as Qin Hao surveys the scene, he is met with a dazzling array of slender, fair legs. Undoubtedly, this moment marks the pinnacle of Qin Hao's existence. Due to the seismic effects created by the evolution of the Lia Yin Xiao Tianlong just moments ago, all the girls in the dormitory have gathered in room 520, eager to join the excitement. Wow, the Lia Yin Xiao Tianlong has evolved. It looks even more handsome than before. What a peculiar evolution path. The flames are actually black. Hellfire. This is a divine power. Could it be that Qin Hao is an evolution master? Qin Hao, could you assist in evolving my beast? I can offer you some little perks. Qin Hao, do you lack a girlfriend? If you help me evolve my beast, would you consider making me your girlfriend? That night, the girls' dormitory remained in a constant state of commotion, and Qin Hao found himself sleepless throughout the night. The following dawn, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire Zhuke Academy. Shocking. Last night, all the girls from the dormitory rushed into Qin Hao's bedroom, leaving him defenseless and ultimately. At 7 in the morning, all the male students gathered on the playground, united in a fervent plea for the academy to expel Qin Hao, all in an attempt to rescue the wayward girls of the school. Qin Hao, feeling utterly helpless, could only lament that he had done nothing but share cold jokes with the girls all night. At 8 in the morning, the students of Class 18, accompanied by their respective beasts, began to assemble at the outdoor training grounds. Qin Hao stood at the center of the training field, his massive ice-armored war turtle resting beside him in a state of serene slumber. Before long, Qin Hao arrived at the training ground, with the Yuhua Xiao Tianlong closely trailing behind him. Everyone, look! Qin Hao has arrived. Is that the Yuhua Xiao Tianlong? It really does have black flames. How incredibly cool. Qin Hao, what did you do to my girlfriend who lives in the dormitory? I'm ready to fight you. Calm down, my friend. Your girlfriend is quite unattractive. She probably wouldn't have made the cut last night. According to informed sources, the girls had formed a queue to enter Qin Hao's bedroom the previous night. Qin Hao shakes his head and sighs, stating simply, "Dear friends, let rumors cease with the wise. I truly did nothing last night." The male students of Class 18 exchanged glances, then in unison declared, "You definitely did something last night." Chapter 40. You truly are the worst class of students I have ever taught. Faced with the skepticism of the crowd, Qin Hao, weary of further debate, found that no explanation would suffice. No one would believe him now. Shang Wanming resolutely approached Qin Hao, her small face brimming with unwavering determination. "Brother Qin, I believe in you. You are a paragon of virtue." Qin Hao affectionately ruffled Shang Wanming's twin ponytails. "My dear sister, you truly understand your brother's character. Tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast. At your age, you must nourish your growing body." Shang Wanming beamed. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I intend to indulge in all the delicious food this evening, since you are paying." Shang Wanming had already been thoroughly influenced by Qin Hao. Even if he were to sell her, she would assist him in counting the money. Yang Yu and Li Bilang approached. "Brother Qin, did you really do nothing last night?" Yang Yu winked. Qin Hao retorted, What do you think? I truly did nothing. I am a man of integrity." Yang Yu patted Qin Hao's shoulder, stating seriously, "Men understand each other. The girls' dormitory is quite complex. It's only natural for you to be unable to resist." Li Bilang interjected, "Teacher Qin, may I inquire what the girls' dormitory is like? Could you perhaps take some photos next time? I would be willing to buy them." Qin Hao regarded the shameless Li Bilang with disdain. "Since you are so interested in women, why not find a girlfriend or marry?" "Teacher Qin, you clearly do not comprehend the mindset of us introverted boys. Women are creatures that prolong life when admired from afar, yet shorten it when married. Only through secret observation can one truly savor the experience. I appreciate beautiful women not for any other reason but to uplift my spirits." Qin Hao pondered for a moment, suddenly finding merit in Li Bilang's words. Yang Yu could not help but give Li Bilang a thumbs up. "You are indeed a seasoned introvert. How insightful." Qin Hao interrupted, "Classmates, cease your whispers and maintain silence." Upon the instructor's command, the training ground fell silent. Regarding the rumors about Qin Hao, let us refrain from discussing them in private. We shall now proceed with the election for class monitor. Selecting the individual to assume the role of monitor for Class 18 through practical assessments. Qin Hao patted the head of his ice-armored war tortoise, explaining, "This ice-armored war tortoise is my spirit beast. Its age surpasses that of my late great-grandfather, and it has participated in the first war of spirit Beastmasters." Qin Hao reflected, the ice-armored war tortoise possesses the trait of extraordinarily long lifespan. It is likely that it will outlive Teacher Boki. Qin Hao continued, "The assessment is quite simple. You will engage your spirit beasts in combat against my ice-armored war tortoise." Upon hearing this, the students groaned in despair. "Instructor, are you jesting? Your ice-armored war tortoise is a level 50 ultimate spirit beast at its peak. We are merely freshmen, with our spirit beasts being juvenile or mature. How could we possibly compete? Forget it. I shall not participate in the assessment. I do not want the position of monitor. I will run for the sports committee instead." Qin Hao, stroking his stubbly chin, chuckled, "Do not worry, classmates. For this assessment, I plan to implement new rules to determine victory and defeat. I do not require your spirit beasts to defeat the ice-armored war tortoise. As long as your spirit beasts can touch its shell, you will pass the assessment." With the introduction of new rules, the difficulty of the assessment significantly decreased, and the students rekindled their hope. Qin Hao produced the roll call. The first participant in the assessment is Shi. True to his name, Shi bore a prominent black mole near his mouth. His spirit beast was a lightning-type creature, the thunder-eared rabbit, at level 16 and in its mature form. As the thunder-eared rabbit ascended the stage, its fluffy ears stood erect, occasionally emitting sparks of electricity. Qin Hao smiled. The assessment begins. Shi, filled with confidence, commanded, "Thunder-eared rabbit, use lightning strike." The rabbit flicked its ears, sending 2 bolts of electricity hurtling towards the ice-armored war tortoise. Typically, the lightning element ranks among the most domineering of the natural elements, enabling lightning-type spirit beasts to unleash devastating damage while inflicting paralysis. However, the ensuing scene plunged Shi into despair. The electricity struck the ice-armored war tortoise, but all was absorbed by its thick shell. The classmates gasped in amazement. The shell of the ice-armored war tortoise possesses damage absorption capabilities, a fact Qin Hao was already aware of, remaining completely unfazed. Shi, still unconvinced, shouted, "Thunder-eared rabbit, lightning leap." Upon receiving the command, the rabbit was enveloped in electricity, vanishing from sight in an instant. On the stage, the spectators could only see a blue lightning glow bouncing around the ice-armored war tortoise at incredible speed. The tortoise remained unmoved, its demeanor lazy, as if to say, "All flash, no substance." Suddenly, the thunder-eared rabbit reappeared behind the ice-armored war tortoise, reaching out its paw in an attempt to touch its shell. Shi was overjoyed, convinced of his impending victory. Qin Hao, however, foresaw disaster, murmuring, "I suspect it will hit a wall." The temperature in the training ground plummeted as a formidable ice wall arose. A resounding thud echoed as the thunder-eared rabbit collided with the ice wall, stars swirling in its eyes. Shi's face fell, contemplating a dinner of braised rabbit head. Shinboki declared, "Assessment failed, next student." Half an hour passed, and the assessment continued fervently. The training ground was filled with the disheartened sighs of the students. The class comprised 50 individuals, yet over 30 had participated in the assessment thus far, with none succeeding. Shinboki frowned, muttering, "You all are truly the worst class I have ever taught." Li Lang chimed in, "Instructor, you said the same thing last year." Shinboki retorted, "How do you know?" Li Lang replied, "Instructor, you truly have a forgetful nature. I am a repeat student." Qin Hao cast a glance at Li Lang, realizing that this seasoned introvert was indeed a repeat student. It made sense. He had devoted all his energy to studying beautiful women, so it was only natural. Shinboki adjusted his mindset. Next up, Shangwan Meng. The students' gazes shifted to the class beauty. Shangwan Meng, with her youthful visage and ample figure, sported twin ponytails and possessed an adorably innocent personality, earning her the title of the class beauty in Class 18. "Goddess Shangwan, you can do it. You are a celestial beauty." The male students fervently cheered for Shangwan Meng, and Qin Hao joined the crowd, though his vocabulary was limited, simply shouting, "Sister, you're amazing." Shangwan Meng carried her three-eyed cat onto the stage. Shinboki announced, "The assessment begins. Meow hypnosis." The three-eyed cat commenced by employing its hypnotic gaze. The prowess of a psychic-type spirit beast is not to be underestimated. Upon locking eyes with the ice-armored war tortoise, its demeanor became lethargic, its spirit waning. Chapter 41, Beastman-type spirit beasts, Battle Axe Minotaur. Shinboki's attention shifted to the three-eyed cat, squinting slightly and nodding in approval. Psychic-type spirit beasts are indeed impressive. It seems this young lady from the Shangwan family has a chance. The hypnotic ability of the three-eyed cat typically induces a state of slumber in its opponents. However, given the substantial level difference, the ice-armored war tortoise merely exhibited a state of sluggishness, which was inconsequential. Shangwan Meng was aware of this. She promptly commanded her three-eyed cat to circle the ice-armored war tortoise while repeatedly utilizing its hypnosis skill. Under the influence of the hypnosis, the ice-armored war tortoise's reactions grew increasingly sluggish, and its ability to conjure ice walls slowed down. After a series of maneuvers, the three-eyed cat successfully circled behind the ice-armored war tortoise. Qin Hao smiled, recognizing that while Meng appeared naive, she displayed great acumen when directing her spirit beast in combat. The small, agile three-eyed cat, under Shangwan Meng's guidance, fully capitalized on its advantages while skillfully avoiding its weaknesses. However, just as the three-eyed cat approached the ice-armored war tortoise, it suddenly turned its head, launching a sharp ice spike from its mouth. The observing classmates gasped, their hearts racing for Shangwan Meng, as the ice spike appeared poised to strike the three-eyed cat. Wait, where did the three-eyed cat go? It was an illusion. The three-eyed cat had activated its second skill. After being struck by the icy spikes, the Santong Yao Mao transformed into a fleeting breeze, disappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, its true form appeared above the shell of the Bing Jiazhan Gui. The exhilarating moment had arrived. The cat's paw was mere inches from the turtle's shell, and Shangwan Meng was poised to become the first among the 18 classes to pass the assessment. Meow meow, stop. Shangwan Meng suddenly called for a halt, retracting her claws and landing gracefully. Her face radiated pride and aloofness, as if to convey, I could touch the turtle shell, but I choose not to. I am merely playing. Shangwan Ming's enigmatic maneuver left all her classmates bewildered. Qin, intrigued, inquired, Shangwan, you were on the verge of passing the assessment. Why did you withdraw at the final moment? Shangwan Ming approached Qin Hao, wrapping her arm around his, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Mentor, proving my strength is sufficient for me. As for the position of class leader, it rightfully belongs to my brother Qin. Qin Hao felt warmth in his heart and gently pinched Shangwan Ming's cheek. Good sister, you're so obedient. Shangwan Ming relished the affection from Qin Hao, leaning against his shoulder as the two siblings displayed their intimacy. All the male classmates cast envious and disdainful glances at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, you are charming underage girls. Don't stop me. I shall report you. They exclaimed. Ha, you claim to be siblings, but in truth, that is merely a facade. I'm envious. I too wish for a little sister. Wake up, don't harbor such fantasies. Your mother has already reached menopause. Qin chuckled and sighed. Everyone, please be quiet. The assessment continues. The next student, Arthur Chris. Following this, heavy footsteps reverberated, shaking the entire training ground. Qin Hao glanced sideways to see a golden-haired youth clad in knightly attire, a knight's sword at his waist, leading a massive beast-type pet onto the stage. A battle-axe minotaur? An exceedingly rare beast-type pet. This is intriguing, Qin Hao murmured to himself. Wow, Arthur Chris is also in our class. I hadn't noticed him at all. The Chris family is renowned nationwide for their mastery over beast-type pets. Said to have noble roots from the empire of the sun never sets. It seems our class has no shortage of talent. Arthur stood on the stage beside a battle-axe minotaur, which possessed a human body and a rhinoceros head, towering at 2.5 meters. Exuding a fierce demeanor while wielding two sharp battle-axes. Qin Hao was captivated by the beast-type pet, and his 9 turns Ming Tong glimmered with purple light. Name, Battle-Axe Minotaur Level, 17 Mature, Bloodline, Rare, Talent, Super Strength Attributes, Strength, Defense, Loyalty, 97 Weakness, Shadow, Flying Skills, 1, Storm Axe, 2, Dominant Body, 3, War Trample, 4, Giantization, Evolution Route, Ancient Giant Beastman Route, Locked, Habits, Drinking, Weightlifting in the Gym. The evolution route has already been locked. It seems this is a hereditary evolution path from his family. Qin Hao discerned the essence. Arthur hailed from the Chris family, which possesses a unique evolution route tailored for beast-type pets. The assessment commenced. As Qin voice faded, Arthur's gaze hardened, and he commanded, Battle Cow go. The battle-axe minotaur let out a roar, charging towards the Bing Jiajian Gui, each step creating a deep pit. The temperature in the training ground plummeted as ice walls erupted from the ground. The battle-axe minotaur swung its battle axes with sheer force, shattering the ice walls without a hint of technique, carving a bloody path with brute strength, astonishing all spectators. Seeing the situation escalate, the Bing Jiajian Gui exhaled a chilling breath, rapidly freezing the training ground. Arthur shouted, Activate Dominant Body. The battle-axe minotaur unleashed its second skill, a layer of cold light enveloping its body. In the dominant body state, the minotaur would still suffer frost damage, yet it could endure the pain and continue its advance. Observers could clearly see that the minotaur's approach to combat lacked strategy, relying solely on 2 words, brute force. With the dominant body activated, the battle-axe minotaur forced its way to the Bing Jiajian Gui, gently nudging its rhinoceros horn against the turtle shell. A wave of applause erupted from the audience. Qin revealed a satisfied smile. Congratulations, Arthur. You have successfully passed the assessment. Arthur, maintaining a serious demeanor, bowed to Qin, adhering to the knightly family's standard protocol, symbolizing the knightly spirit. Once the dominant body state was lifted, the battle-axe minotaur, exhausted, trembled from the frost damage it had endured. Arthur expressed concern. Battle Cow, you've worked hard. Suddenly, Arthur felt a surge in temperature around him. Turning to see the hellfire howling wolf approach, it opened its mouth and expelled a stream of fire towards the battle-axe minotaur. The frost on the minotaur quickly melted away, restoring its normal state. Arthur was momentarily taken aback, then bowed to Qin Hao. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are all classmates, Qin Hao replied with a friendly smile. Arthur remained expressionless, perpetually wearing a stoic face. Qin Hao found the situation somewhat awkward, pondering whether all members of the knightly family were so emotionless. Next, Qin Hao. Upon being called by Qin Hao ascended the stage with the hellfire howling wolf. A buzz of conversation erupted amongst the audience. Qin Hao was undoubtedly the center of attention. Shangwan Ming, cradling the San Tong Yao Mao, cheered from below. Go, brother Qin. Boki regarded Qin Hao, a gleam of intrigue lighting up his deep-set eyes. Qin Hao, you have not disappointed me. You have remarkably forged a new evolution route. Truly a once-in-a-century talent. You flatter me, Teacher Boki. I merely had good fortune. Good fortune is also a part of strength. Hence I have decided to increase the difficulty of your assessment. Qin Hao's heart sank as he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The gaze of the Bing Jiazhan Gui sharpened, and it unleashed a barrage of sharp ice spikes. Hundreds upon thousands of ice spikes rained down upon the hellfire howling wolf like a tempest. In contrast to previous assessments, Boki had intentionally raised the stakes for Qin Hao, commanding the Bing Jiazhan Gui to attack proactively. The classmates exclaimed in excitement, eager to witness Qin Hao's potential downfall. Excellent. It seems the mentor can no longer tolerate Qin Hao's arrogance and seeks to rein him in. Mentor, you must suppress Qin Hao's arrogance. Qin Hao felt a sense of despair, steeling himself to command. Handsome, develop cautiously, and utilize serpentine movements. Chapter 42. You truly are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. Ever since the successful evolution last night, the Hellfire Howling Wolf's speed had significantly increased, allowing for swifter movements. Despite the countless ice spikes launched by the Bing Jiazhan Gui, none managed to touch a hair on the Hellfire Howling Wolf. The male classmates below were anxious, desperately hoping for Qin Hao to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Boki closely observed the movement trajectory of the Hellfire Howling Wolf. Feeling puzzled, this cannot be the display of a mere rare bloodline beast. Could it be that the Hellfire Howling Wolf has upgraded its bloodline? That is implausible. While he harbored doubts, Boki could not fully believe that the Hellfire Howling Wolf had upgraded its bloodline. Throughout a century of beast mastery history, any beast's bloodline is inherently hereditary and cannot be altered postnatally. This is an immutable law. Yet, in reality, Qin Hao had indeed defied this ironclad rule. Boki narrowed his slanted eyes, intending to test the depths of Qin Hao's abilities. The Bing Jiazhan Gui, in perfect sync with its master, suddenly released a wave of frigid air, enveloping the vast training ground in frost. All the students trembled with cold, and even the nearby fountain froze solid. Qin Hao gritted his teeth in silence. Damn, is he serious? Teacher Boki intends to put me in peril. Although the Hellfire Howling Wolf possessed the divine ability of Hellfire, the disparity in levels could not be bridged. The Bing Jiazhan Gui, being a pinnacle creature of level 50, possesses the formidable capability to annihilate a commander-level beast when unleashed to its full potential. Astute observers might discern that Boki is not merely conducting an assessment for selection, but rather probing the limits of Qin Hao, attempting to unveil his hidden strengths. The Bing Jiazhan Gui unleashed a barrage of abilities, its icy artillery echoing in rapid succession. The sound of explosions resonated, filling the air with a chilling mist of ice crystals. The Yuhua Oceanlang could only evade desperately, appearing somewhat beleaguered. The cheers of fellow students gradually subsided as they recognized an unsettling reality. The Bing Jiazhan Gui was clearly intent on vanquishing the Yuhua Oceanlang. Something was amiss. It seemed the instructor was quite serious. It appeared that Qin Hao was in grave danger. We should retreat swiftly to avoid collateral damage. The students hastily stepped back 50 meters. Qin Hao's expression turned grave as he cast a sidelong glance at Boki. What was the instructor's true intention? Was he forcing him to reveal his trump card? Did he know about the Maidusha Nuhuang? A wave of dread washed over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He vividly recalled that during a coffee meeting in Xiangnan City, Boki had inquired specifically about the Maidusha Nuhuang, even mentioning the second beast. Connecting the dots, Qin Hao was suddenly struck by the realization that Boki was a perilous individual. Qin Gij, don't lose focus. Ingjuan is on the verge of defeat. Shang Guanmeng's reminder jolted Qin Hao back to reality. The immediate priority was to pass the assessment while ensuring the secret of the Maidusha Nuhuang remained concealed. The Bing Jiazhan Gui's offensive was relentless, and the Yuhua Oceanlang, suffering from a level disadvantage, felt quite stifled. Ingjuan roar. Let it out at maximum volume. Qin Hao commanded. The Yuhua Oceanlang opened its maw wide and howled to the heavens, its roar reverberating throughout the Zhuqiu Academy, causing the students to shudder. In an unexpected turn of events, the Bing Jiazhan Gui abruptly ceased its assault, shaking its massive head as if in a daze. Boki, typically composed, was taken aback. How could this be? How does this boy know the hidden weakness of the Bing Jiazhan Gui? While each beast's strengths and weaknesses are generally documented in textbooks, their hidden vulnerabilities are often known only to their masters who have spent time with them. The Bing Jiazhan Gui's concealed weakness lay in noise. The Yuhua Oceanlang, already frustrated, infused its roar with fury, shattering the windows of the teaching building. Unable to withstand the high decibel cacophony, the Bingjia Zhonggui became disoriented and dizzy. A sly grin spread across Qin Hao's face. "Ingjuan, now's your chance." The Yuhua Xiao Oceanling leapt forth, pouncing upon the Bingjia Zhonggui. The Bingjia Zhonggui, flustered by the noise, barely managed to conjure a flimsy ice shield. Flames of hellfire erupted, engulfing the entire training ground. The ice melted, releasing a thick cloud of vapor. After a while, the mist cleared, and the students opened their eyes to gaze at the arena, falling into an eerie silence. On the platform, the Bingjia Zhonggui gritted its teeth, visibly unwilling to concede. The Yuhua Xiao Oceanling stood triumphantly upon its shell, the flames dancing in the wind, exuding an air of superiority. The Bingjia Zhonggui could not endure being bested by a mere level 11 beast atop its shell. Just as it prepared to retaliate, Qin intervened. "That's enough. The assessment is concluded." The Bingjia Zhonggui sighed in resignation, lying on the ground in frustration, its pride thoroughly wounded. Qin approached Qin Hao, announcing, "Congratulations, Qin Hao. You have successfully passed the assessment." Qin Hao's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. Is this truly an assessment? It felt more like a life-and-death challenge. Attempting to compel me to summon the Maidusha no Huang? Not a chance. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. The students below the platform exhaled in relief, grateful that the battle had finally concluded. Had the Bingjia Zhonggui and Yuhua Xiao Oceanlang continued their skirmish, Zhuqiue Academy might have been reduced to rubble. Qin leaned closer to Qin Hao. "You are indeed the most unique talent I have encountered." Qin Hao chuckled foolishly. "Heh, you flatter me, instructor. I am well aware that the level 11 Yuhua Xiao Oceanlang is no match for the level 50 Bingjia Zhonggui. I barely passed due to your leniency." That, however, was not the crux of the matter. The real question was how Qin had discerned the Bingjia Zhonggui's hidden weakness was noise. Qin gaze darkened as he scrutinized Qin Hao's expression and demeanor, seeking clues. Qin Hao was prepared, feigning ignorance. "Huh? The Bingjia Zhonggui's hidden weakness is noise? No textbook has ever indicated any hidden weakness of any beast. I know nothing." Qin, opting not to probe further, revealed a warm smile. "It appears it was all mere coincidence. You truly are fortunate." While maintaining a carefree facade, Qin Hao inwardly categorized Qin as a potential threat, sensing that the man was testing his limits. After another 15 minutes, the class assessments concluded, with only 2 students, Qin Hao and Yace, successfully passing. Qin surveyed the results and spoke. "Class, there is only one position for class leader, but both Qin Hao and Yace have passed the assessment. Therefore, I have decided to elect the class leader through a vote. Those in favor of electing Qin Hao as class leader, please raise your hands." Shang Guanmeng was the first to stand on tiptoe and raise her hand, wholeheartedly supporting her brother. Yang Yu and Li Bialong also raised their hands. Subsequently, the female students raised their hands in support of Qin Hao, their preferences swayed by his handsome appearance. In truth, Yace was also quite handsome, but his aloof demeanor led many to speculate about his sexual orientation. The male students whispered among themselves, grappling with their thoughts. In terms of strength, it was undeniable that Qin Hao excelled. However, as the target of animosity among the male students, some felt a sense of resentment. At that moment, Yace raised his hand. "I also cast my vote for Qin Hao." The entire class of male students was taken aback. They had not anticipated Yace would vote for Qin Hao, thus alleviating their dilemma. Ultimately, all 49 students supported Qin Hao, and Qin proclaimed, "Qin Hao, from this moment on, you are the class leader of Class 18. Standing before his classmates, Qin Hao tightly clutched the 200,000 scholarship check just issued by Qin delivering his speech. "Classmates, I assure you, I am not motivated by money. I simply aspire to be an exemplary class officer." In Chapter 43, Shang Guanming's desperate phone call occurred. With Qin Hao ascending to the position of class leader, all classmates began to shower him with flattery. Even those male students who had previously harbored grievances against him began to fawn over him, for the role of class leader signified being the backbone of the class, upon whom everyone would rely. At the same time, Qin Hao now bore the responsibility and obligation to protect his classmates. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Qin departed. Qin Hao approached Yace, curiosity piqued. "We are competitors. Why did you support me just now?" Yace, his expression unreadable, replied matter-of-factly, "I observed your performance on the platform very clearly. If I were in your position with my beast, there is no way we would have passed the assessment." Yang Yu clapped Yace on the shoulder. "Man, your honesty is a bit too blunt. You don't seem very aristocratic. I used to think nobles were all arrogant." Yace straightened his posture, addressing Qin Hao earnestly. "Qin Hao, you are formidable. However, I will not concede easily. I intend to reclaim the position of class leader with my strength. Courageous, unyielding, devout, the spirit of knighthood shall forever reside in my heart. Qin Hao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, his toes gripping the ground as he fidgeted uncomfortably. Yang Yu shivered, teasing, "Yes. May I ask if you have always had this stoic expression? Can't you smile just once?" Yace's gaze remained steadfast, his voice unwavering. To remain unperturbed embodies the spirit of knighthood. "I shall never smile in my lifetime." Yang Yu exclaimed, "Damn, you truly are a fierce one." The Zhandu Naturan stood beside Yace, its expression mirroring that of its master, unyielding to the vicissitudes of the world. In his lifetime, Qin Hao had never felt such a sense of bewilderment. Arthur was the most peculiar noble descendant he had ever encountered. By noon, after classes had concluded, Qin Hao intended to treat everyone to a meal using his scholarship funds. Yang Yu, Li Bilang, and Arthur all received the invitation. Originally, Shangwan Meng was also meant to join, but after receiving a phone call, her expression dramatically changed, and she stated that she had an urgent matter to attend to, thus opting out of the gathering. At 12 o'clock, Qin Hao and his companions arrived at a local restaurant near the academy. He unfolded the menu and declared, "Feel free to order whatever you like. Today, I shall treat Qin Xiong. Then I shall not stand on ceremony," said Li Bilang. "Waiter, bring us 2 bowls of rice and a plate of cold cucumbers." "Old Yang, your ambitions are rather modest. Let us order some substantial dishes first." 10 minutes later, the dishes arrived, accompanied by a case of beer. Arthur pushed away his glass and stated with conviction, "I do not drink alcohol." Qin Hao pondered for a moment and laughed heartily. If a man does not drink, he is unworthy of discussing the spirit of chivalry. Without hesitation, Arthur seized the bottle and downed it in one go, burping afterward and inquiring seriously, "Is this sufficient for the spirit of chivalry?" Li Bilang and Yang Yu laughed until their bellies hurt. Qin Hao jested, "Not quite. Let us continue drinking." After several rounds of drinks, the bond among the 4 grew stronger. Arthur's face flushed, imbued with the scent of alcohol, yet he maintained his serious demeanor, embodying the essence of a knight. Li Bilang placed his hand on Arthur's shoulder, smirking, "Arthur, do not be so stoic. A man must embrace his nature. I possess a collection of unedited films from the island nations. Would you like me to share some with you? Are they truly unedited?" Yang Yu interjected eagerly, "I want them. Send them to me." Arthur shot Li Bilang a sideways glance. "I have no interest in women." "What then piques your interest?" Arthur suddenly drew a knight's sword from his waist, his face radiating conviction. "I seek strength. Strength is the main theme of chivalry. Women merely hinder my sword-drawing speed." Li Bilang shook his head discreetly. "Alas, what a staunchly masculine man. It seems he is beyond redemption." Qin Hao shot a glare at Li Bilang, boldly. "Not everyone is as lewd as you. We must respect Arthur's character and uphold the spirit of chivalry." Arthur nodded in agreement with Qin Hao's words and raised his glass. "Qin Hao, it seems we are like-minded individuals. Let us toast to the spirit of chivalry." Li Bilang chuckled mischievously. "Qin Laosher, spare us the sermon. Our class beauty, Shangwan Meng, has already fallen for you. You are merely preaching to the choir." "Cough, cough. Do not speak nonsense. She is merely my sister," Qin Hao retorted. "A friendly reminder. The law has changed. It used to be a minimum of 3 years. Now it's 5, Li Bilang added. "I believe even if he were to serve 5 years, Qin Xiong would still come out ahead. After all, 5 years later, he would still be a fine man." Qin Hao rolled his eyes, feeling like the only sane person at the table. After finishing their meal, the 4 prepared to return to Zhuge Academy. On the way, Qin Hao's thoughts wandered as he recalled the fierce battle between the Inferno Howling Wolf and the Ice-Armored Battle Turtle on the arena. Shinboki was undoubtedly suspicious. He seemed to target me with hidden motives each time. After all, he is just a mentor. Why would he single me out? Does he have another identity? The confusion weighing heavily on Qin Hao's mind was unshakable, and he suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Bilang. "Boldly, may I ask you something?" "Of course." "Qin Laosher, ask away. As long as you impart to me your secrets of wooing women, I'd give my life for you, huh? You are a repeat student. You must have heard more news. I would like to inquire if our mentor, Shinboki, has always been a mentor at Zhuge Academy." Li Bilang stroked his chin in contemplation and replied, "I've heard several alumni mention that Shinboki has been a mentor at Zhuge Academy for about 10 years. 10 years ago, he seemed to reside in the Imperial District. The Imperial District, ranked first in the nation? Indeed, according to rumors. He even served as a military advisor to the Imperial Army. Hey, Qin Laosher, why does your expression suddenly look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? I have some 6-flavor Remania pills. You should take a few to replenish your health." Qin Hao's face turned ashen, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The mention of the Imperial Army filled him with dread. If Chun Boki is connected to the Imperial Army, then everything makes sense. Regarding the matters surrounding the Medusa Empress, he may indeed be suspecting me, hence his continuous probing. Could it be that Chun Boki is actually a member of the Ying organization? No. One must not jump to conclusions. This matter is too serious to treat lightly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao momentarily set aside his wild thoughts. Just as they reached the school gate, his phone rang. Shangwan Meng was calling. You all head back to the classroom. I need to take this call. Qin Hao answered, hello? Meng. On the other end, a frantic voice rushed through. Qin Gu, please come quickly to save me. If you don't come soon, I will be taken away. Qin Hao's heart leapt into his throat. Meng, do not fear. Where are you now? I'm at. Before Shangwan Meng could finish, the call abruptly ended. Qin Hao felt a surge of panic, but thankfully, his wits remained intact. Ingjun, do you remember the scent on Meng? Lead me to her. Chapter 44. Qin Hao sees someone's first kiss. The Inferno howling wolf galloped through the streets with Qin Hao on its back, resembling a streak of black lightning. 5 minutes later, the Inferno howling wolf abruptly halted at the entrance of a narrow alley. This alley was concealed, devoid of pedestrians, quiet and secluded. Qin Hao leapt down from the wolf's back and heard Shangwan Meng's cries for help echoing from deep within the alley. Let me go? I went through so much trouble to escape home. I refuse to go back. So what if I am a minor? I am not a 3-year-old. I am in charge of my own life. You can attend Qinglong Academy. Why can't I go to Zhuke Academy? Qinggu, why aren't you here yet? Help! Hearing Shangwan Meng's desperate cries, Qin Hao's eyes turned crimson with fury. Though their time together was short, he had already come to regard Shangwan Meng as his own sister. Meng, I am coming. Qin Hao charged into the depths of the alley, snatching Shangwan Meng from the grasp of a woman. Qinggu. Shangwan Meng quickly hid behind Qin Hao, her tear-streaked face blooming with a smile once more. With her brother's protection, she felt secure. Qin Hao gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not fear, Meng. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. Who are you? Qin Hao turned to see a stunning woman standing before him. She wore a purple Beastmaster robe, adorned with 4-star badges on her ample chest. The purple Beastmaster robe symbolized a 4-star Beastmaster. What a remarkable woman. At such a young age, she is already a 4-star Beastmaster. Her figure is exquisite, perfectly proportioned. Like countless men, Qin Hao's gaze instinctively traveled to the woman's figure first. A woman with an appealing figure was worth a second glance at her face. After assessing her figure, Qin Hao's gaze settled upon her face. In that fleeting moment, he truly comprehended the meaning of a breathtaking glance. The beauty standing before him was of a similar age, with long hair flowing in the wind, a graceful countenance, and skin as pristine as snow, exuding an ethereal charm. Qin Hao had encountered numerous stunning women before, such as his sister Qin Yin and the Medusa Empress. However, if he were to be honest, he found this beauty before him to be the most captivating. Her face radiated innocence and desire. Her poised demeanor projecting an air of aloofness that made men feel she was unattainable, yet deep down, they yearned to conquer her. Setting aside these objective factors, the reason for Qin Hao's accelerated heartbeat was that this woman's eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of his ex-girlfriend from a past life. I shall ask once more. Who are you? Shangwan Ning demanded sharply, her gaze piercing like a sword. He is my sworn brother, Qin Hao. Shangwan Ming interjected on his behalf. Qin Hao? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Shangwan Ning raised an eyebrow, as if she had inadvertently heard it several times before. Returning to his senses, Qin Hao asked in confusion. Meng, who is this woman, and why does she want to take you? Shangwan Meng, with a sweet and innocent voice, said, she is my sister, Shangwan Ning. Although she is older than I am, we both possess equally fine figures. Does your sister have a good figure? It's not apparent, came the reply. My sister has that perfect physique, slim in clothes, curvy without, she explained. Qin Hao paused momentarily, shifting his gaze between Shangwan Ning and Shangwan Meng. And suddenly it dawned on him. I wondered why you two shared such similar expressions. It turns out you are sisters. The mystery is finally solved. With a sigh of relief, Qin Hao approached Shangwan Ning. The moment their eyes met, his heart raced, and he blurted out, Miss Shangwan, greetings. My name is Qin Hao. At first glance, you bear a resemblance to my ex-girlfriend. Lacking emotional intelligence, his clumsy attempt at flirtation was akin to a death sentence. Shangwan Ning's phoenix-like eyes narrowed in irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not your ex-girlfriend. Qingij, please help me plead my case. My sister wants to take me home, but I don't want to leave you, Shangwan Meng whimpered, gripping Qin Hao's sleeve tightly, her adorably innocent face filled with distress. Qin Hao found himself at a loss. realizing that family matters are indeed complex. Shangguan Ning, losing her patience, coldly interjected, Qin Hao. This is a private matter for the Shangguan family. Do not meddle. Hand my sister over. Qin Gij, if my sister takes me home, we may never see each other again. Shangguan Ming's voice trembled with emotion. Initially, she had run away from home out of a desire for adventure. But now she deeply relied on Qin Hao, seeing him as an older brother. She would always cherish the memory of him treating her to a meal when she was hungry. Qin Hao set aside his usual nonchalance and said earnestly, Miss Shangguan, since Ming Ming acknowledges me as her brother, I have a duty to protect her. What brother-sister nonsense? You, an outsider, dare to interfere in our Shangguan family matters? I will not be polite. Shangguan Ning's face flushed with anger as she drew a golden spirit orb from her waist. A blinding light filled the alley, and the roar of a lion echoed for miles. Qin Hao's eyes widened in shock as a massive, majestic white lion appeared before him. Its head bore intricate magical symbols, exuding an aura of dominance. Golden wings sprouted from its sides, and it crackled with black lightning. The Inferno Howler, fiercely protective, ignited with hellfire. The two beasts faced off, black flames against black lightning, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. A purple light flashed across Qin Hao's right eye. Name, Song Lei Xiong Shi, level 35, Transcendent Body, Bloodline. Epic, Talent, High Critical Hit Probability, Divine Power, Destruction Lightning, Attributes, Lightning, Flying, Royal Loyalty, 97, Weakness, Rock. Earth Skills, 1, Thunder Roar, 2, Sky Rift Lightning Slash, 3, Destruction Lightning Sphere, Evolution Path, Divine Thunder Lion King Path, Locked, Habits, Prefers Stormy Weather. After reviewing the data, Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine and could not help but exclaim, no wonder she is the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. Her beast mastery is astonishing. Shangguan Ming chimed in, my sister is the top-ranked 4-star Beastmaster at Qinglong Academy. Her second beast is even more formidable than my magnetic storm winged dragon. Qin Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Ming Ming, why don't you return home with your sister? Why not? You just said you would protect me. Because I want to live a few more years. Shangguan Ning regarded Qin Hao, her elegant brows slightly furrowing. You are merely a 1-star Beastmaster. I do not wish to bully the weak. Hand over my sister, and I will not make things difficult for you. Miss Shangguan, why do you insist on forcing your sister? This is our family matter. Do not meddle. Hey, I have a bad temper. I will intervene today. Both the Tsang Lei Xiong Shi and the Inferno Howler stepped forward, their heads butting together, intertwining black lightning and flames. If a fight ensued, the Inferno Howler would surely be at a disadvantage due to its lower level. To Shangguan Ming, both Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning were dear to her. Thus, she rushed in to mediate. Qin Gij, sister, please stop. The three pushed against each other, creating chaos. By chance, Qin Hao stepped on a piece of watermelon rind, losing his balance and tumbling onto Shangguan Ning. A miraculous scene unfolded as the Tsang Lei Xiong Shi and the Inferno Howler ceased their standoff, both gazing at the ground. There. Qin Hao had pinned Shangguan Ning beneath him, their lips pressed tightly together. My first kiss is gone, Shangguan Ning exclaimed. It's been a while since I kissed a woman. Qin Hao shrugged helplessly. Ahem, it was unintentional. It was an accident. Blame that piece of watermelon rind. The watermelon rind silently protested. I refuse to take the blame. Faced with Shangguan Ning's inquiry, Qin Hao stammered, unable to defend himself. When their lips had met earlier, he should have immediately gotten up, but he was a beat slow, and the kiss lasted 10 seconds. Qin Hao thought, I am merely a 1-star Beastmaster. While Shangguan Ning is a 4-star, I cannot afford to linger here. My sister called me home for dinner. I must take my leave. Stop. You think you can take advantage of me and just walk away? Shangguan Ning blocked Qin Hao's path, her demeanor fierce. Yet, she was so beautiful, even when angry. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, deciding to abandon all restraint. Before Shangguan Ning could react, he grasped her hands. His gaze turned serious as he said earnestly, since this has happened, I will take responsibility. The property ownership will be in your name. My mother can swim. I will ensure a smooth delivery. Please guide me in the years to come. Shangguan Ning was left utterly bewildered. Qin Hao's logic was perplexing. What are you rambling about? What I mean is, at worst, I will marry you. Shangguan Ning's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never encountered a man as straightforward and blunt as Qin Hao. Clenching her delicate fists, she scolded playfully. I do not need you to marry me. Stop talking nonsense. Then what do you propose? Given the circumstances, if you feel better after hitting me, then go ahead. Although Shangguan Ning was angry, she realized that regardless of whether she hit Qin Hao, what was meant to happen had already occurred and was irreversible. After a moment's silence, Shang Ning spoke in a low voice. Do not tell anyone about today's events. I do not wish to see you again. Regaining her composure, she asked one last time, are you truly not going back with your sister? Sister, I want to stay at Juke Academy. I wish to live the life I desire. Shang Ning sighed softly, no longer insisting. With the conflict temporarily resolved, she offered a few last words of advice before mounting the Tsang Lei Xiongshi, preparing to leave. The Tsang Lei Xiongshi flapped its golden wings, creating a fierce wind in the alley. Sister, this weekend, I will visit you at Qinglong Academy with Qin Gich. As she watched Shang Ning depart, Shang Ming joyfully bounced, clutching Qin Hao's hand, exclaiming, Qin Gich, I can stay at Juke Academy. This is wonderful. In the afternoon, Qin Hao took a leave of absence, planning to surprise his sister. By 6 o'clock in the evening, as the sun set, Qin Yan, her eyes covered by a black ribbon, was in complete darkness. Qin Hao supported her from the side, and she was entirely unaware of her surroundings. Sister, we are home now. You can open your eyes. As Qin Yan removed the black ribbon from her eyes, she was stunned by the sight before her. It was a spacious living room, fully furnished, with everything one could need. The walls were adorned with countless photos of the siblings from their childhood. The decor was designed in accordance with Qin Yan's favorite style. Bathed in soft lighting, the entire room exuded a romantic and warm atmosphere. Xiao Hao, what is this? Sister, we no longer have to stay in a hotel. From now on, this will be our home. Qin Hao handed her the property ownership certificate. On the property certificate, the name Qin Yan signifies that she is the head of the household. Qin Yan was deeply moved as she opened her arms to embrace Qin Hao. The siblings basked in the happiness of finally having a home. Once composed, Qin Yan inquired, Xiao Hao, you've made an investment, haven to you? This house must have cost a fortune. Where did you acquire the funds? Qin Hao candidly replied, it was from that 5 million yuan check. Chapter 46, A Dramatic Encounter. Qin Yan versus Medusa Empress Sister. You have repeatedly advised me to steer clear of the women from the Shangwan family. What is the reason behind this? Are you concealing something from me? Doubts crept into Qin Hao's mind, as he sensed that something had been amiss with Qin Yan for quite some time. Qin Yan's gaze faltered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Hao, you must be hungry. I will prepare some food. She diverted the topic, swaying her slender waist towards the kitchen. Qin Hao remained alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in contemplation. As children, the siblings grew up in an orphanage. Qin Hao had inquired numerous times about their parents, yet Qin Yan's responses were always vague. What secrets was she hiding, and why was she reluctant to be forthright? Why must he avoid the women of the Shangwan family? Qin Hao's mind raced, yet he found no answers. In the kitchen, Qin Yan turned on the faucet, the sound of running water creating a natural barrier. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a mysterious number. Once the call connected, she lowered her voice. Father, Xiao Hao has begun to associate with the women of the Shangwan family. I have certainly advised him against it, but the more I caution him, the more he doubts me. After all, he is now an adult and no longer as easily persuaded as he was in childhood. The mysterious man let out a sigh. Alas, it has come to this. Let Xiao Hao's relationship with the Shangwan girl unfold naturally. However, remain vigilant of Shangwan Feiyu, that scientific fanatic. Above all, do not reveal your identity. Xiao Hao is not mature enough yet. Should he discover certain secrets, it could lead to his downfall. Understood. By the way, I must remind you, 3 days from now, the Imperial Army will make significant moves. Ensure Xiao Hao's safety. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's expression turned grave. At 7:30 in the evening, the meal on the table had been devoured. Qin Yan reclined on the sofa while Qin Hao stood beside her, massaging her back. Sister, is this pressure suitable? Qin Yan chuckled. It was only natural for a younger brother to tend to his elder sister. No thanks were necessary. Qin Hao's efforts to please Qin Yan were merely a ploy to soften her heart, so that when he erred, she would be reluctant to punish him. Furthermore, Qin Yan managed all of Qin Hao's savings, and he sought to extract a few pocket money from her. Sister, let me massage your back as well. Sure. I've been experiencing back pain lately. Noticing something unusual, Qin Yan couldn't help but ask, why have you been so attentive today? Are you hoping for some pocket money? I just gave you some last week. As he continued to knead her back, Qin Hao pressed, Sister, I must know why you don't want me to interact with the women of the Shangwan family. Qin Yan stiffened momentarily before hastily providing an excuse. It's just that I am possessive and do not wish for you to associate with other girls. However, you are grown now, and I have come to realize that you can interact with any girl you wish, and even have a girlfriend. I will not interfere. What a sudden change in attitude. Qin Hao was perplexed. Just as he was about to probe further, Qin Yan swiftly changed the subject. Xiao Hao, it's getting late. You should return to Juke Academy. Be cautious about the dormitory curfew. No, I want to stay at home tonight and keep you company. I'll head back to the academy in the morning. Very well, go take a shower and rest early. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao cast aside all his confusion, exhilarated. Sister, that means I can stay at home tonight and enjoy your breakfast in the morning. Qin Hao was overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness, oblivious to Qin Yin's odd behavior. Typically, she wouldn't be so gentle with him. He had to plead earnestly for her to acquiesce. In the dead of night, as gentle rain pattered outside, Qin Hao lay in bed, soundly asleep. His sleep was of such quality that even an earthquake could not rouse him. In the pitch-black room, Qin Yin suddenly appeared, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at the slumbering Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao. After several attempts to confirm that Qin Hao was in deep sleep, Qin Yin bit her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto his forehead. She manipulated the blood, drawing a pentagram upon his brow. Blood contract summon. In the next moment, the pentagram glowed with crimson light, and an enchanting figure emerged from its depths. The Medusa Empress, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Little one, why have you summoned me at such an hour?" Initially, she had thought Qin Hao had called for her. But upon seeing the woman before her, her face turned pale with terror, her serpent-like eyes wide with fear. "It's you. Shoo, do not wake my brother, or I shall skin you alive," Qin Yin warned, covering the Medusa Empress's mouth. The Medusa Empress, who usually held an exalted position, appeared as meek as a subservient wife before Qin Yin. "Little snake, let us speak elsewhere." In the bathroom, the Medusa Empress was shoved down, landing comically on the toilet seat. Qin Yin loomed above her, radiating an overwhelming aura. "How fortuitous. I spared your life once, yet by some twist of fate, you ended up signing a blood contract with my brother. Your brother is Qin Hao?" Qin Yin nodded affirmatively. The Medusa Empress was taken aback, pondering how small the world truly was, with connections intertwining seamlessly. Noticing the Medusa Empress trembling slightly, Qin Yin reassured her, "Do not be alarmed. Since you are now my brother's guardian beast, I will not make things difficult for you." The Medusa Empress sighed in relief and retorted, "Then what do you seek me for? I have heard that 3 days from now, the Imperial Army will initiate significant actions." The Medusa Empress's expression changed drastically. Qin Yin grasped the Medusa Empress's pointed chin, warning, "You may do as you please, and I have no inclination to interfere. But you must ensure my brother does not suffer any consequences from your actions. If he is harmed because of you, I will annihilate your serpent clan." The Medusa Empress, indignant, shot back, "You need not remind me. Qin Hao is still my master, and I would never harm him." The two women locked eyes. One, Qin Hao's sister. The other his guardian beast, both entwined in an intimate relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yin added, "Furthermore, my brother is unaware of my true identity. You must help me keep this secret. To him, I am merely an ordinary sister." The Medusa Empress smiled alluringly. "It seems the Qin family has a formidable background. I shall keep your secret. All right, you may leave now. I'm feeling a bit parched. There's a water dispenser in the living room. Help yourself. I would prefer tea." Qin Yin shot her a glare. "Do not push your luck. Leave before my brother discovers you." The Medusa Empress, with a strong sense of revenge, suddenly shouted, "Qin Hao." Qin Yin hastily covered her mouth. "You wretched snake. Have you lost your mind?" The Medusa Empress retorted, "Last time you severely injured me, I held my tongue. Is it too much to ask for a cup of tea?" With hands on her hips, Qin Yin huffed. "Do you have Longjing tea or pu'er tea?" "Longjing, please. 100,000 gold coins per cup." 100,000 gold coins for a cup of tea? Are you robbing me?" The Medusa Empress, hands on her hips, glared at Qin Yin. "You were an Air Force commander. Surely you can afford 100,000 gold coins?" "That was then. I am now the #1 wanted criminal of the Yinxiao Empire. How would I have any money?" Qin Yin's heart softened. "Very well. You may have it on credit. Just pay me back when you have the funds." Chapter 47. Qin Hao rises to the Four Spirits list. Brawling outside school after a vivid spring dream, Qin Hao awoke to find himself alone in bed. In the kitchen, the sounds of Qin Yin preparing breakfast can be heard. Qin Hao had slept soundly through the night, unaware of any disturbances, and the wound on his fingertip had long since healed, leaving no trace. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he donned his Beastmaster robe and approached the kitchen door. Inside, Qin Yin had tied an apron around her waist and held a spatula in her hand. She wore only a pair of black shorts that revealed the upper part of her thighs, accentuating her perfect figure, causing Qin Hao to salivate. "Good morning, sister." "Good morning. Xiao Hao. Today I've specially made you strawberry sandwiches. Please tidy up the table, as breakfast is ready." As Qin Hao entered the living room, he prepared to set the table, only to notice a bag of open tea leaves on the surface. "Sister, I remember you don't like tea." Qin Yin emerged from the kitchen with a serving tray, quickly responding, Last night, I had some discomfort in my lower abdomen and heard that drinking tea could alleviate cramps. So I decided to give it a try. Cramps? Sister, is it that time of the month? Stop spouting nonsense. Hurry and eat breakfast, then get ready for school. After finishing breakfast, Qin Hao bid farewell to his sister and rode the Inferno Howling Wolf towards Zhuke Academy. The first 2 classes of the morning were theoretical lessons, with an instructor wearing reading glasses recounting the history of the Beastmaster profession. Qin Hao found little interest in the subject. Instead, he reached into his desk and pulled out a black magical crystal. This crystal was a battle-grade ghost-type crystal obtained from the ghost-boned Emperor Crocodile. Having recently purchased a house, his savings were dwindling, so he planned to sell the crystal for cash. As his deskmate, Shangwan Meng suddenly leaned in, her slightly chubby face almost touching Qin Hao's. Meng, why are you so close to me? Brother Qin, I have a surprise for you tonight. You little rascal. What are you plotting? Hee, I can't tell you yet. You'll find out tonight. Just then, the lunch bell rang, and Shangwan Meng slipped out of the classroom before Qin Hao could ask further questions, her twin ponytails swaying like reins in the wind, making Qin Hao wish to grasp them. Qin Hao chuckled softly. Having a quirky little sister was rather enjoyable, and all he had to do was patiently wait for her to grow up. Brother Qin, you're in the spotlight. You've made the rankings. Yang Yu bounced over to Qin Hao, gesturing animatedly. Old Yang, have you lost your mind? Brother Qin, as your friend, I'm genuinely proud of you. You've made it onto the 4 Spirits ranking. That's incredible. Qin Hao was taken aback. I only know about the Campus Flower ranking and the Actress ranking. What is the 4 Spirits ranking? The 4 Spirits ranking is the list of super geniuses from the 4 major Beastmaster academies. There are only 10 spots, and you just squeezed into the top 10. Look for yourself. Yang Yu handed his phone to Qin Hao. On the screen was a list titled the 4 Spirits ranking. To Qin Hao's astonishment, he recognized a familiar name at the top, Shangwan Ning. Well, the woman I've kissed is quite impressive. The 10th spot was occupied by Qin Hao himself. Being in 10th place is nothing to boast about, Qin Hao remarked dismissively. Yang Yu rolled his eyes and retorted. Come on, can't you be satisfied? The ones ahead of you are all seniors, and you are the only freshman. Hearing this, Qin Hao found it somewhat intriguing. Yang Yu continued. Making it onto the 4 Spirits ranking signifies that you are a super genius with limitless potential. We've only just started school, and you've already made the list. This honor is unprecedented. Qin Hao's expression turned somber as he sighed. Since ancient times, the tall tree attracts the wind. As a student from a poor area, I fear I will incur the envy of others. In truth, Qin Hao wished to remain low-key, but his capabilities did not permit it. The news of Qin Hao's ascension to the 4 Spirits ranking stirred considerable commotion within the 4 major Beastmaster academies. At the Qinglong Academy training grounds, Shangwan Ning, during a break, overheard her classmates discussing the name Qin Hao and could not help but pay attention to the matter. Upon learning that Qin Hao had made the 4 Spirits ranking, she felt quite surprised. When she had first entered the academy last year, she bore the title of the proud daughter of the Shangwan family, but she did not achieve her own ranking until the 2nd semester. In contrast, Qin Hao managed to attain such recognition right from the start of the term, making him, in a sense, extraordinarily remarkable. With a guaranteed admission spot, defeating battle-grade magical beasts, and pioneering new evolution paths for beasts, Qin Hao's achievements and accolades had indeed drawn the attention of many. Old Yang, I won't be going to the cafeteria for lunch today. You guys go ahead. I have something to attend to. Qin Hao parted ways with Yang Yu and the others, leading the Inferno Howling Wolf out of the school gates. Following his phone's navigation, he headed towards the nearest magical pet shop. Once I cross that alley, I should arrive. Qin Hao muttered to himself. As he stepped into the secluded alley, 2 groups of individuals suddenly emerged, blocking both his path forward and backward. Qin Hao halted, and the Inferno Howling Wolf arched its body, baring its fangs, ready to protect its master. Qin Hao, a red-haired youth approached, clad in a 1-star Beastmaster robe, the emblem of Zhuke Academy adorning his chest, holding a silver magical pet ball in his hand. Ouyang Jun regarded Qin Hao with disdainful eyes and inquired, Do you know who I am? Qin Hao frowned. Oh, so you're a woman? But how would I know who your mother is? A lackey beside Ouyang Jun shouted angrily. Qin Hao, don't be so insolent. This is young Master Ouyang, the class leader of our group. Thinking back, Qin Hao recalled that the headmaster of Zhuke Academy had the surname Ouyang. Ouyang Jun sneered and said in a mocking tone, Kid, do you know why I brought people to confront you today? Because you stole my thunder. Qin Hao feigned innocence. Classmate Ouyang, what do you mean? Stop pretending. You took the guaranteed admission spot. You got to stay in the girls' dormitory. You made it onto the 4 Spirits ranking. All the glory has gone to you. The honors that should belong to me have all been snatched away by you, and today we'll settle this score. Qin Hao felt speechless. It seemed his earlier speculation was correct. The tall tree attracts the wind, and the more impressive one is, the more likely they are to incite jealousy. Jun glared at Qin Hao, flicking his wrist to open the silver magical pet ball, revealing a bird engulfed in red flames, its shrill cry echoing through the alley. Flame bird, rare bloodline, level 20, mature peak, wingspan of 3 meters when fully spread. Qin Hao's face turned increasingly cold as he spoke with an icy tone. According to the third rule of Zhuge Academy, students are not permitted to engage in fights off campus. Violators face severe penalties, including expulsion. Jun scoffed at this, contempt dripping from his words. What nonsense rules? I, young master, will not let you off today. Now you have 2 choices. First, we engage in a Beastmaster duel and let our strength speak. Second, you voluntarily withdraw from Zhuge Academy. Jun's 2 choices were designed to corner Qin Hao. If Qin Hao refused to fight, he would have to withdraw from school. If he accepted the challenge, he would be violating the school rules and risk expulsion. Qin Hao, hailing from the remote Xiangnan city, lacked a strong family background or financial backing, making his admission to Zhuge Academy a hard-won achievement. Yet Jun, driven by selfish desires, sought to ruin Qin Hao's entire Beastmaster career. Jun, we are both alumni. Do not go too far. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When Qin Hao mentioned consequences, it was a warning not to provoke him, for doing so could lead to dire outcomes. Jun laughed loudly, his demeanor and tone arrogant. Even if I go too far, what can you do to me? Flame bird, what are you waiting for? Go. Upon receiving the command, the flame bird let out a cry, flapping its wings as 2 fiery wind blades surged toward Qin Hao, the air thickening with waves of heat. Howl! The inferno howling wolf erupted in fury, its eyes blood red, effortlessly shattering the 2 fiery wind blades with a swift motion of its claw. Qin Hao's forehead was lined with prominent veins, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. According to the fundamental principles governing beast tamers, beasts are prohibited from directly attacking humans during confrontations. However, Jun's recent command for the flame bird to assault Qin Hao directly was not only disgraceful, but also a complete breach of the beast tamer's code. Oblivious to the severity of his actions, Jun smugly proclaimed, Qin Hao, now you understand my prowess, don't you? I'll give you one last chance. If you voluntarily withdraw from Zhuge Academy, I shall spare you. Qin Hao lowered his gaze, and the deeper his calmness, the greater his fury. A battle between beasts is meant to be a contest of their strengths. If you command your beast to attack me directly, what distinguishes it from a bloodthirsty monster? What of it? You could have your beast protect you. If it cannot, then it is worthless. Raising his eyes, Qin Hao displayed a benign smile and spoke with a flat tone. 3 minutes. No, just 1 minute. What nonsense is this 1 minute? Jun retorted. Handsome. Don't hold back. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The hellfire howling wolf nodded slightly, its body ablaze with infernal flames. With a roar, Jun was left dumbfounded as the flame bird plummeted to the ground, its feathers consumed by the hellfire. Not only that, but the black flames continued to sear its very soul. Jun struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality. The flame bird was at its peak maturity, level 20, while the hellfire howling wolf had only just entered maturity at level 11. Yet, level alone does not dictate everything. The hellfire howling wolf now possessed an epic bloodline and the divine ability of hellfire. Bloodline suppression, divine ability suppression, royal gene suppression. The hellfire howling wolf stomped on the flame bird, exuding an aura of dominance, its eyes glinting with malice as it fixated on Jun. In a state of panic, Jun urged his subordinates forward. Don't just stand there. Summon your beasts and attack together. All summoned their beasts, crowding the narrow alley. Qin Hao remained unmoved, stating, Handsome. Feel free to consider this a training exercise. The hellfire howling wolf grinned, mirroring Qin Hao's wicked charm, its methods exceedingly ruthless. What followed was a deluge of dark hellfire that engulfed the entire alley, the cries of various beasts echoing in a cacophony. 1 minute later, the alley lay scorched and barren. Qin Hao stood at its center, the hellfire howling wolf beside him, proud and unyielding. Dozens of beasts lay bound by hellish chains, unconscious on the ground, their ranks decimated. Originally, the numerous beast tamers had aimed to overpower Qin Hao, yet the outcome was a complete reversal. Jun and his companions collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The power of the hellfire howling wolf exceeded their wildest imaginations. No, this cannot be a rare bloodline beast. Jun realized something was amiss, as only an epic-level beast could exhibit such terrifying combat prowess. Handsome, retract the hellish chains. Qin Hao instructed. The hellfire howling wolf shifted, the chains coiling back around its limbs. At this moment, Qin Hao was unaware that everything that transpired in the alley had been secretly recorded by an observer. Ouyang Jun, this is the reason why I can ascend the four spirits ranking while you cannot. You are merely an underachiever. Leaving those biting words behind, Qin Hao mounted the hellfire howling wolf and departed with poise. Ouyang Jun pounded the ground in humiliation and rage. Qin Hao, wait for me. My grandfather is the principal of Zhuke Academy. Driving you away will be a trivial matter. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Hao arrived at the entrance of a pet shop. This establishment, named Yin Pavilion, boasted an impressive 5 stories, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon stepping inside, Qin Hao was greeted by the alluring scent of perfume. Is this a pet shop or a haven for men? He mused, observing that all the sales staff were female, predominantly aged between 18 and 22, attired in maid uniforms and adorning cute hats, each more charming than the last. No wonder Li Lang, that old lecher, directed me here. It seems there is more than meets the eye. A delightful young saleswoman approached Qin Hao. Hello, sir, I am saleswoman Lily from store 38. How may I assist you? Qin Hao retrieved the magic crystal of the ghost-bone emperor crocodile from his bag. I wish to sell this magic crystal. Does your store accept it? Wow, judging by its hue, it should be a battle general grade ghost-type magic crystal, quite rare indeed. May I ask how you would like to price it? Let's adhere to the market price. The market price is 1 million gold coins. The price of battle general grade magic crystals typically fluctuates around 1 million, with potential for markup. Although ghost-type magic crystals are uncommon, their niche audience makes them difficult to price higher. Content with a fair exchange, Qin Hao readily agreed. Mr. Qin, then let us finalize this delightful decision. Please follow me to the front desk to complete the paperwork. Wait. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Qin Hao's path. He looked up to find a tall man, approximately 1.95 meters, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, radiating an aura of righteousness. Though still young, he appeared to be under 30. Hello, my name is Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan extended his hand toward Qin Hao. Qin Hao's pupils widened as he noticed that Zhou Zhan's entire right arm was mechanical, clad in an Air Force uniform, with a black weapon at his waist. This weapon resembled a fusion of a giant sword and cannon, embellished with several gleaming magic crystals. Sir, are you a magic engineer? Qin Hao inquired. Zhou Zhan nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am a major in the Imperial Air Force and also a magic engineer. Chapter 49, Unlocking a New Profession. Mechanical Master Qin Hao felt a surge of curiosity. It was his first encounter with a magic engineer. The profession of magic engineer is, in essence, a branch derived from beast tamers. Among humans, talents vary. Some may lack the potential to awaken as beast tamers, but possess extraordinary physical capabilities. They excel in speed, strength, endurance, and explosive power, with physical resilience comparable to monsters. Equipped with specialized weapons known as magic devices, they can engage in close combat with magical beasts. Their combat prowess not to be underestimated. This category of individuals is classified as magic engineers, divided into 4 ranks: C, B, A, and S. Qin Hao's gaze was drawn to the golden badge worn by Zhou Zhan, inscribed with the letter A, signifying his status as an A-rank magic engineer. Typically, A-rank magic engineers possess the capability to single-handedly slay leader-level magical beasts. Additionally, Zhou Zhan was a member of the Imperial Army, achieving the rank of Major in the Air Force before 30 attests to his exceptional talent. Officer Zhou, I am Qin Hao, a law-abiding citizen. I do not smoke, drink, or engage in any illicit activities. May I inquire about your business with me? Always cautious around members of the Imperial Army, Qin Hao feared exposing the existence of the Medusa Empress. Zhou Zhan's gaze fixated on the magic crystal in Qin Hao's hand, and he cheerfully asked, Mr. Qin, I overheard that you intend to sell this magic crystal? Yes. How fortuitous. I happen to need a battle general grade ghost-type magic crystal. Why not sell it directly to me? Qin Hao hesitated, as he had just negotiated a price with Lily, and business etiquette dictates first come, first served. Zhou Zhan continued. I understand that ghost-type magic crystals are quite rare. I can offer an additional 20,000. Officer Zhou, you misunderstand. This isn't merely about the money. How about an additional 30,000? Deal. Lily, I apologize. While you are indeed charming, I will opt to transact with Officer Zhou. Qin Hao was pragmatic. An extra 50,000 could be used to purchase a small car for his sister's convenience. Do not worry, Mr. Qin. I wish you and Officer Zhou a delightful transaction. I shall take my leave now. Lily smiled, aware of her position as merely a shop assistant, wary of opposing a major general from the Imperial Air Force. The deal was struck, and Qin Hao received 1,500,000 gold coins. Zhou Zhan, having acquired the magic crystal from the Gui Gu De, was utterly enamored with it. Mr. Qin, encountering you is truly my fortune. Prior to this, I scoured every pet shop in the vicinity, but found no suitable ghost-type magic crystal. We are indeed fated. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao chuckled a few times, relieved to realize that Zhou Zhan was not here specifically to investigate him. Wait, that school badge looks remarkably familiar, Zhou Zhan observed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the insignia on Qin Hao's chest. You are a student of Zhuke Academy. Yes, I am a freshman at Zhuke Academy. Majoring in beast taming, Qin Hao replied, perplexed by Zhou Zhan's excitement. Zhou Zhan, filled with exhilaration, threw an arm around Qin Hao's shoulders in a very friendly manner. Brother, we are incredibly fated. I too am a student of Zhuke Academy, specializing in magic engineering, though I graduated 5 years ago. Qin Hao was taken aback. It seemed that Zhou Zhan was indeed his senior. Senior Zhou, what a coincidence. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Ha ha ha. There's no need for such formality. We are all from the same school, brothers at heart. Just call me Zhou Gu from now on. With this bond of brotherhood, a deep friendship quickly blossomed between Qin Hao and Zhou Zhan. As they conversed, Qin Hao learned of Zhou Zhan's impressive accomplishments, having graduated only 5 years prior. He had risen to the rank of Major General in the Air Force, commanding a sizable bomber unit with a record of slaying over 1,000 magical beasts. Zhou Gu, are you so eager to purchase a ghost-type magic crystal to enhance the quality of your magic device? Zhou Zhan grinned. Indeed. I intend to use this warlord-level ghost-type magic crystal to elevate the quality of my Gui Qi. The Gui Qi, as Zhou Zhan referred to it, was clearly the unique weapon strapped to his waist. Qin Hao felt a surge of interest. Zhou Zhan placed the Gui Qi upon the counter beside him. It was a massive sword-like weapon, exceedingly heavy, with a blade integrated with a cannon, exuding a strong sense of technological prowess. This special weapon belonged to the sword cannon category, commonly wielded by magic engineers. Intriguingly, the creator and developer of magic devices was Shangwan Feiyu, the father of Shangwan Meng and Shangwan Ning. Beyond his identity as a 9-star beast tamer, Shangwan Feiyu was an unrelenting scientific fanatic, dedicating his life to research and the development of various advanced technologies. Qin Hao meticulously examined the appearance of the Gui Qi. The blade featured 3 grooves, 2 of which were embedded with warlord-level ghost-type magic crystals, leaving 1 groove empty. Zhou Zhan then installed the magic crystal from the Gui Gu De into the 3rd groove, and the blade immediately shimmered with an eerie black light, emanating a faint ghostly aura. The magic crystal served as the core of the magic device, its source of energy. The more magic crystals embedded within a device, the more potent its power. All done. Qin Lao Di, thanks to your Gui Gu De magic crystal, I will feel much more confident heading into battle the day after tomorrow. Qin Hao instantly seized upon this crucial information. Zhou Gu, from your words, does that imply there will be a battle the day after tomorrow? Zhou Zhan hesitated, realizing he had spoken out of turn, promptly correcting himself. Apologies, Qin Lao Di, but this matter pertains to military secrets and cannot be disclosed. Qin Hao nodded in understanding and instinctively activated his Jiao Zhuan Ming Tong. Casting his gaze upon the Gui Qi, the Jiao Zhuan Ming Tong possessed X-ray vision, and with his right eye shimmering with purple light, he could clearly discern the intricate mechanical structure within the Gui Qi. Ah, truly remarkable. Magic devices are indeed advanced weaponry. Their internal design is complex and exquisitely crafted, yet it appears to possess certain flaws, Qin Hao noted. Having been a science prodigy in his previous life and possessing considerable knowledge of technology and mechanics, he quickly identified the issue. Zhou Gu, does your magic device have some minor defects? When switching between the giant sword and cannon modes, there is approximately a 13-second delay, which affects both attack speed and agility. Zhou Zhan's eyes widened, and he stared at Qin Hao in disbelief. Qin Lao Di, how did you know? Aren't you a beast tamer? How do you possess such knowledge of magic devices? Could you perhaps also be a mechanic? Those responsible for repairing magic devices are known as mechanics, a relatively niche profession, making them a scarce and valuable talent. Qin Hao hastily waved his hands. No. I merely possess a basic understanding. I can't claim to be a mechanic. Zhou Zhan's hopes ignited, and he smiled. Being overly modest is just pretentious. Qin Lao Di, stop being humble. Please, attempt to help me repair it. If you manage to fix my Gui Qi, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Very well. I shall give it a try. Qin Hao braced himself, activating the Jiao Zhuan Ming Tong once more. He meticulously examined the cause of the malfunction, countless complex data and mechanical principles rearranging themselves in his mind. Moments later, 6 solutions to the repair issue appeared before him. Wow, this is incredible. The Jiuzhuan Ming Tong has such utility. My peculiar knowledge has increased. Qin Hao felt a thrill of joy and then spoke, Zhou Gu. I need some tools, a screwdriver, a wrench, and a hammer. Not a problem. 5 minutes later, Zhou Zhan gathered all the tools Qin Hao required. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao grasped the various tools and, with a flurry of precise movements, disassembled the Gui Qi, scattering a plethora of mechanical parts across the table. Zhou Zhan's mouth twitched, anxiety creeping into his heart as he began to worry about Qin Hao's capabilities. Ahem, Qin Shuadi, how confident are you in this? I must head to battle tomorrow. Please ensure there are no mishaps. Otherwise, I am certain to perish in battle. If that happens, please do not forget to burn paper for me next spring. Qin Hao focused intently, diligently reassembling the parts. 1 minute later, the Gui Qi was restored to its original form. With a serious demeanor, Qin Hao smiled, Zhou Gu. It is fixed. Please, give it a try. Wow, that was quick. Is it truly reliable? Zhou Zhan asked, half believing. You will know its reliability once you test it. Qin Hao replied confidently. Zhou Zhan, still skeptical, gripped the handle of the Gui Qi and pressed the mode switch. With a crisp mechanical sound, the Gui Qi transformed instantaneously from sword mode to cannon mode. The transition was seamless, devoid of any delays or stutters, and Zhou Zhan was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, the mode switch is much smoother than before. It operates far more intuitively. Qin Lao Di, it seems you are indeed a hidden gem. I shall henceforth refer to you as a mechanical master. You are truly my benefactor. Qin Hao felt elated. Inadvertently, he had unlocked a new profession, mechanical master. After the excitement settled, Zhou Zhan pulled Qin Hao along. Qin Lao Di, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Come, let us celebrate with drinks and chat. Zhou Gu, please wait for me a moment. I still need to purchase a few items. Qin Hao approached the counter. Spending 500,000 gold coins on 5 high-quality beast, soldier-level, fire-type magic crystals. The Inferno Howling Wolf was at a crucial growth stage and required ample nourishment. Therefore, he needed to consume more fire-type magic crystals to expedite its evolution. However, moderation was key, as excessive consumption could lead to overheating. Should it happen to urinate lava, it could potentially damage the toilet. Mr. Qin, is there any other service you require? Lily inquired with a smile. Qin Hao's gaze fell upon a nearby counter displaying a variety of pet balls. The Inferno Howling Wolf had already grown quite large, and it would become even larger as it continued to evolve. It would be quite inconvenient for it to remain at Qin Hao's side at all times. I would like to purchase a pet ball. What level of pet ball do you desire? Stubborn bronze, order silver, or glory gold? Each level of pet ball had varying price points. The bronze pet ball was the most affordable, costing merely 100,000 gold coins. The silver pet ball was priced at 500,000 gold coins, while the gold pet ball cost 1 million gold coins and required the purchaser to possess noble status. In truth, the most prestigious pet orb is the diamond pet orb. However, every pet shop across the nation is devoid of stock. Only the 9-star beast tamers are deemed worthy of the diamond pet orb, which is personally bestowed by the Emperor Li Qianquan of the Yinxia Empire, and currently, there are no more than 10 in existence nationwide. In fact, Qin Hao is willing to grit his teeth and spend 1 million gold coins to acquire a golden pet orb. The golden pet orb possesses remarkable effects, allowing the beasts within to swiftly recover their stamina and injuries, all while providing a most comfortable living environment. Some describe the internal structure of the golden pet orb as akin to a grand villa for humans, where the beasts can indulge in a life of luxury. Although Qin Hao indeed has 1 million gold coins, he lacks noble status, preventing him from purchasing the golden pet orb. I will settle for a silver pet orb. Qin Hao expressed with a hint of resignation, temporarily placing his trust in the Yu Hua Xiao Tian Lang. Brother Qin, why waste your money? Zhou Zhan suddenly intervened. Since you are in need of a pet orb, I happen to have one on hand. Consider it a gift. Zhou Zhan retrieved a gleaming golden pet orb from his backpack and thrust it into Qin Hao's arms. Stunned, Qin Hao questioned whether Zhou Zhan was a divine messenger sent to deliver him fortune. A golden pet orb? Brother Zhou, are you a noble after all? Not at all. I am no noble. This golden pet orb was a gift from a friend. However, as a magus, I am not a beast tamer, so it is of no use to me. Thus, I am giving it to you. Qin Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment and intended to offer Zhou Zhan some money in return. Zhou Zhan immediately expressed discontent. We are brothers. Discussing money will harm our friendship. If I say it is a gift, then take it. Otherwise, I shall be angry. Thank you, Brother Zhou, I shall accept it. Qin Hao exclaimed with delight. Lily, I have obtained a pet orb, so I will hold off on purchasing for now. His spirits soared as he reveled in the fortune of acquiring a golden pet orb for free. Lily rolled her eyes secretly, muttering to herself about the misfortune of not completing any business deals. Qin Hao opened the pet orb. Come forth, my handsome companion, and experience your new abode. The Yuhua Xiao Tianlang, filled with joy, transformed into a beam of light and excitedly entered the pet orb. Holding the petite, exquisite golden pet orb, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if he were among the nobility. After a brief trial period of 1 minute, he released the Yuhua Xiao Tianlang once more. Except in extraordinary circumstances, Qin Hao preferred to have his beast by his side, akin to a cherished friend. Zhou Zhan threw an arm around Qin Hao's shoulders, his smile radiating warmth. Let us go drink. It is on me. Brother Zhou, my tolerance is limited. I can manage only 3 cups at most. Not a problem. 3 cups it shall be. As evening descended at 7 o'clock, the night enveloped the world. In the girls' dormitory, room 520, Aisha lay languidly on the couch, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, her long legs from her shorts finding no place to rest. Her height of 175 centimeters, strikingly impressive. The television droned on with a tedious soap opera, and Aisha found herself bored, her thoughts inevitably drifting to Qin Hao. Nai, did you call for me? Xuanai emerged from her bedroom, the naive girl still oblivious, wearing a short skirt in the dormitory. Seemingly unaware of the need to guard against Qin Hao, Aisha asked, Nai, did Qin Hao not return to the dormitory last night? It is quite late today, and I have yet to see him. Do you know where he might be? Xuanai replied, I am not in the same class as Qin Hao, so I am not well acquainted with his private life. Aisha asserted confidently, he is likely spending time with his girlfriend. After all, a young man of his age is full of vigor and passion, easily swayed by temptation. Xuanai blushed, then I know even less. Just then, Qin Hao stumbled through the door, reeking of alcohol, his gait unsteady. Qin Hao, you're back. Oh, the smell of alcohol is overpowering. Oh my God. How much did you drink? Your face is as red as a tomato. Aisha and Xuanai rushed to support Qin Hao to the couch. It is well known that men often become unruly when intoxicated. Qin Hao opened his arms, embracing Aisha and Xuanai, grinning foolishly. Drink, keep pouring. I won't return until I am thoroughly inebriated. With that, he planted kisses on both Xuanai's and Aisha's cheeks. Aisha took it in stride, while Xuanai blushed profusely, her cheeks blooming with color. If this scene were witnessed by all the male students in the school, Qin Hao would undoubtedly be subjected to scorn. Aisha, adopting a tone of an experienced elder, admonished, Qin Hao, pull yourself together and stop acting foolishly. Just how much have you consumed to arrive in such a state? 3 cups, Qin Hao replied. Xuanai whispered incredulously, 3 cups and you're like this? That's impossible. Qin Hao lamented, resting his head on Xuanai's lap. Who could have known that the cups at that bar were larger than buckets? Xuanai, ever kind-hearted, comforted him as she held him close. Nai, please help Qin Hao to his bedroom. I will prepare a bowl of hangover soup. The 2 women busied themselves for the sake of one man. A scenario every man would envy. An hour later, Qin Hao awoke, the stench of alcohol significantly diminished, though his mind still felt foggy. Forcing himself to rise, he entered the living room, where Aisha and Xuanai were watching television. Aisha greeted him with a smile. Ah, you are awake. Qin Hao nodded awkwardly. I apologize, Aisha. I should not have drunk so much. I caused you and Nai trouble. Xuanai inquired, is your head still hurting? Would you like me to massage your temples? Much better, arigato, Nai-chan. Qin Hao felt warmth in his heart. With these 2 beautiful roommates by his side, he felt immensely happy. Buzzing filled the air as his phone vibrated. Qin Hao pulled it out to find a private message from Shangwan Meng. Qin Ge, I have come to bring you a surprise. Recalling that Shangwan Meng had indeed mentioned giving him a surprise that evening, he found himself lost in thought when the dormitory door swung open. Shangwan Meng entered, dragging a heavy suitcase behind her. Meng, what is going on? Why are you here? Qin Ge, surprise. Are you surprised? Are you caught off guard? Shangwan Meng leapt into Qin Hao's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. Chapter 51. Shangwan Meng moves into room 520, Long Kuei's sister calls. Aisha and Xuanai exchanged glances, both misinterpreting the situation, assuming that Shangwan Meng was Qin Hao's girlfriend. Xuanai whispered to Aisha, Aisha, Qin Hao's girlfriend is so cute, and her figure is fantastic. But she looks quite young, she seems underage. Aisha feigned expertise, concluding, that girl still has baby fat on her face. Based on my experience, she must be a minor. I can't believe Qin Hao is so reckless. This could lead to severe consequences, 5 years minimum, or even the death penalty. Qin Hao, ever perceptive, caught wind of Aisha and Xuanai's whispers and, with a wry smile, clarified, ladies, please do not misunderstand. This is not my girlfriend. But my sister, Shangwan Ming. Aisha queried, your cousin? Qin Hao replied, no, she is my sworn sister. Aisha countered, what is the difference between a sworn sister and a girlfriend? Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words, with Shangwan Ming now affectionately clinging to him. It was difficult to defend his innocence. Ming, what on earth is going on? Why did you suddenly come to my dormitory? Qin, I brought my suitcase. Don't you understand? You're so slow. Only then did Qin Hao realize, you plan to move into our dormitory? Shangwan Ming nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. I heard there's an empty spot in room 520, so I applied to change dorms with the instructor. Now I can live with Qin. I'm so happy. Tonight, I want Qin to tell me a bedtime story. Qin Hao affectionately ruffled Shangwan Ming's hair, thinking that this was not such a bad thing after all. The more beautiful roommates, the better. He would gladly sleep on the balcony if it meant having more lovely company. Following that, Qin Hao introduced Shangwan Ming to Aisha and Xuanai. Shangwan Ming possesses a sweet and adorable appearance, complemented by a lively and endearing personality. Both Aisha and Xuanai hold her in high regard, and the three quickly forge a deep friendship. Aisha, as the leader of the 520 dormitory, proposed, to welcome Ming into our 520 dormitory, I will treat everyone to a late-night snack. There is a delightful barbecue stall behind the school. At the mention of late-night snacks, the eyes of Xuanai and Shangwan Ming sparkled with excitement. Qin Hao, having spent the afternoon drinking with Zhou Zhan, found himself yearning for food after an empty trip to the restroom. The four of them reached a unanimous decision, quickly dressing and stealthily exiting Zhuke Academy. At 9:30 in the evening, under the brilliant moonlight, the nightlife of Xiling City was just beginning. The barbecue stall was filled with the rich aroma of grilled skewers mingling with the malty scent of beer, tantalizing the taste buds of all who passed by. Envious gazes were cast upon Qin Hao, who found himself surrounded by three beautiful women, a privilege few could boast. Aisha, carefree and unrestrained, raised her glass, exclaiming, sisters, let us toast to our friendship. Qin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized he was now included in the sisterhood of the 520 dormitory. Brother Qin, you've just been tipsy, so you should drink less. It's not good for your stomach. Shangwan Ming's concern was evident. You're so considerate, little sister. Qin Hao remarked, feeling a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. Make sure you eat plenty of grilled oysters and leeks. They're great for strengthening vitality. Shangwan Ming's words were blunt, and Qin Hao noticed Aisha and Xuanai regarding him with peculiar glances. This was a predicament he found hard to explain. Desperate to clarify, Qin Hao stammered, Aisha, Xuanai, you're misunderstanding. Ming is simply speaking her mind. Aisha, with an alluring smile, replied, Qin Hao, there's no need to pretend. We are all adults here. Failing to salvage his image, Qin Hao opted to bury his head in the food. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Glancing at the caller ID, Qin Hao was both surprised and pleased. I need to take this call, he said, stepping aside beneath a large tree. Hello, Sister Kuei. He greeted. Howdy. You haven't contacted me in ages. Have you forgotten about your elder sister? Came Long Kuei's slightly plaintive voice from the other end. Qin Hao felt guilty, having avoided reaching out due to Qin Yan's jealousy. Sister Kuei, how could I forget you? My memory is quite sharp. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Hao shifted to the matter at hand. Sister Kuei, is there something important that prompted you to call me so late? Long Kuei replied with enthusiasm. The Imperial Army has a secret operation coming up, and I will be visiting Xiling City tomorrow for official business. I would love to see you. I've missed you. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Hao as he sensed something amiss. Zhou Zhan was a major in the Air Force, while Long Kuei held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. The synchronized mention of secret operations by both indicated that something significant was afoot. Howdy. Are you listening? I said I miss you, and you're not reacting at all. Long Kuei's irritation was evident. Sister Kuei, I miss you too. Let us meet tomorrow, and I'll treat you to a meal. He quickly assured her. That's better. Good brother, see you tomorrow. Good night. The naval officer, who had slain countless magical beasts on the battlefield, reserved all her tenderness for Qin Hao. Truly a devoted sister. Good night, Sister Kuei. After hanging up, Qin Hao's mind was filled with memories of Long Kuei's striking silhouette, the last time they met being 2 months prior. Following their barbecue feast at midnight, Qin Hao and his 3 beautiful roommates returned to the dormitory. Initially intending to head to his own room, Shangwan Ming insisted on having him narrate a bedtime story. Reluctantly, he entered her room. 3 minutes later, Qin Hao emerged. Aisha, still in the living room, teased, only 3 minutes? It seems you really need to recuperate. Qin Hao, caught between embarrassment and amusement, clarified, Aisha, you're overthinking it. I was merely telling Ming a bedtime story, and she fell asleep halfway through the tale of Neza. Haha, don't be so tense. I was just joking. Come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Qin Hao was taken aback. At such a late hour, Aisha was inviting him into her room. Was this a hint? Was she being so forward? A true man must not falter at such moments. Gathering his courage, he stepped into Aisha's room. Noticing Qin Hao loosening his belt, Aisha inquired, I merely wanted to ask you about beast evolution. Why are you loosening your belt? Qin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson as he realized his misunderstanding. Aisha, please don't misconstrue. It's just that my belt was too tight. His explanation fell flat. Aisha shouted, Xiaohong, come here. From under the bed emerged a massive poisonous scorpion. Her first beast, the desert demon scorpion. Qin Hao greeted, Hi, Xiaohong, good evening. The scorpion waved its tail in a friendly manner. Aisha got straight to the point. Qin Hao, Xiaohong is currently at level 30, at the peak of its complete form. However, it has yet to break through its bottleneck, and I was hoping you could help. If you assist in its evolution, I can offer you generous rewards, along with some additional perks. Aisha leaned closer, her exquisite features and enchanting gaze causing Qin Hao's heart to race. Chapter 52. Qin Hao is wronged. Shang Wanmeng seeks help from her sister. Qin Hao recited the calm heart incantation in his mind, striving to maintain composure and not succumb to desire. Aisha, you need not offer rewards. I am willing to help you evolve your beast. Aisha's face lit up with joy as she embraced Qin Hao's shoulders, drawing them close. Qin Hao, you're truly generous. You are indeed a great friend. While at Zhuke Academy, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to answer to me. Thank you, Aisha. At that moment, Qin Hao felt a great internal struggle. Aisha was too close, and he could detect her intoxicating fragrance, while his peripheral vision caught glimpses of her alluring figure. The two of them were bold in their words and actions. Qin Hao activated his 9-turn nether eye, examining the desert demon scorpion, and remarked, Aisha, from my observations, Xiaohong could explore an alternative evolution path aside from the conventional one. Aisha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you suggesting that my Xiaohong could also pave a new evolution path like Jun? Qin Hao nodded, revealing that his 9-turn nether eye could discern hidden evolution routes for any beast. The concealed evolution path for the desert demon scorpion was known as the Skeleton Scorpion King evolution route, a secret known only to Qin Hao. Qin Hao, I want Xiaohong to try the alternative evolution path you mentioned. I trust you. Aisha tightly grasped Qin Hao's hand, her expression filled with anticipation. Given the prior success of the infernal fire howling wolf case, Aisha held complete faith in Qin Hao. Aisha, since you've made your decision, I will certainly assist you. However, the evolution route I propose requires numerous precious materials, which are rather costly. Don't worry, I'm financially secure, my family owns mines. Upon learning this, Qin Hao felt a pang of inferiority. It turned out that Aisha indeed had 3 mines, and her father was a mine owner. Among all the students at Zhuke Academy, Qin Hao was undoubtedly the poorest. Following this, Qin Hao listed all the evolution materials required for the desert demon scorpion. Aisha, once you gather these materials, I will help Xiaohong evolve. Thank you, I appreciate it. And here is a little bonus. Aisha, overwhelmed with excitement, leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Qin Hao's cheek. His face flushed, and he felt a surge of happiness. Living in a girl's dormitory was indeed a divine experience. As he drifted off to sleep that night, Qin Hao's dreams were filled with visions of Aisha's legs, leaving his pillow damp with drool. The night passed, and the next morning arrived. Qin Hao was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by an urgent lowly voice. Qin Gij, wake up quickly. There's trouble. Meng Meng. Good morning. Qin Hao rubbed his drowsy eyes, his mind still hazy. Shang Wanmeng's face was filled with anxiety as she thrust her phone screen in front of him. Qin Gij, a video of you fighting outside school has been uploaded online, and it's causing quite a stir. What nonsense. Let me see. Qin Hao instantly became alert, carefully watching the video playing on the phone. The footage depicted the scene from the previous day when he and Jun's gang were brawling in an alley. His expression gradually darkened with anger, for the video had been maliciously edited. The clip omitted the part where Jun provoked him first, commanding his beast to directly attack Qin Hao, leaving only the segments where the infernal fire howling wolf was overpowering other beasts. Based solely on this misleading video, the online community was rife with criticism against Qin Hao, claiming his character was wanting and that he was unworthy of ascending the 4 spirits ranking. The forums of Zhuke Academy were filled with keyboard warriors slandering and mocking Qin Hao, who had long been a target for their disdain. And they seized this opportunity to strike. With a furious punch to the wall, Qin Hao exclaimed, "This video is a malicious edit. It was clearly Jun who provoked me first, and he violated the basic rules of beast tamers by ordering his beast to attack me directly. Qin Gij, please calm down. You have been wronged in this matter. We must find a way to set the record straight. Bang! At that moment, the door to room 520 was forcefully flung open. Qin Hao hurriedly got dressed and rushed to the living room. There, the director of the guidance office, Li Yanhong, stood with an imposing presence, her face full of indignation. Qin Hao, I never expected Zhuke Academy would produce such a disgraceful student as you. Come with me. The dean wishes to interrogate you. Aisha, Xuanai, and Shangwan Ming stepped forward simultaneously, shielding Qin Hao behind them. Director Li, this video is a misunderstanding. I know Qin Hao's character. He would never violate school rules. Aisha spoke loyally, defending Qin Hao. Aisha, you are a good student in Class A. This matter does not concern you. The video is irrefutable, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. I must take Qin Hao away. Li Yanhong glared at Qin Hao with a fierce demeanor. No, no one can take Qin Hao away. Aisha declared resolutely, standing her ground. Aisha, are you willing to jeopardize your promising future for someone with a tarnished reputation? If you insist on protecting Qin Hao, I will demote you from Class A to Class C. Demote me if you must, but you cannot take Qin Hao. Aisha refused to back down in her defense of Qin Hao. Qin Hao regained his composure, reassuring her. Thank you, Senior Aisha, for standing up for me. I will go with Director Li. This matter will be clarified. Do not worry about me, Ming Ming and Nai Nai. The truth will come to light, and I will return. With that, Qin Hao followed Li Yanhong out of room 520. Xu and I paced anxiously. Senior Aisha, I heard that Jun is the grandson of Dean Hai. I'm afraid Qin Hao will be at a disadvantage. Aisha walked back and forth in the living room, her expression grave. Shangwan Ming's eyes turned red. Asking timidly, what is the worst possible outcome? Aisha sighed. Qin Hao could very well be expelled. Shangwan Ming was terrified and rushed to the balcony to call Shangwan Ning for help. Chapter 53. Qin Yin brandishes a kitchen knife, forcefully intruding into the dean's office. Why isn't my sister answering my calls? At such a critical moment, she's letting me down. It's driving me crazy. Shangwan Ming frantically dialed Shangwan Ning's number repeatedly. Unable to get through. Overwhelmed with worry for Qin Hao, Shangwan Ming dashed out of the dormitory, determined to find Shangwan Ning at Qinglong Academy. Before long, a mighty dragon's roar echoed through the sky as a massive shadow swept across the clouds. The city of Four Spirits was suddenly engulfed in a crisis of magnetic field disruption, causing widespread electrical malfunctions and chaos. Shangwan Ming, undeterred by the exposure of her second beast, mounted her magnetic storm wyvern and sped towards Qinglong Academy. At Zhuke Academy, in the dean's office, an elderly man of slender build sat behind the desk. This dignified figure, with a head of crimson hair, a hooked nose, and a beard, emanated an aura of authority. This man was Hai, the dean of Zhuke Academy, and the grandfather of Jun. Jun lounged on a nearby sofa, his legs crossed, seething with rage as he maliciously accused, "Grandfather, you must stand up for me. That Qin Hao blatantly disregarded school rules and crippled my beast. He must be expelled." At that moment, the flame bird lay beside Jun, with bruises covering its body, its neck in a cast, and bandaged all over, appearing both pitiful and comical. Utterly unrecognizable after the beating from the infernal fire-howling wolf. Hai's expression darkened. "Juner, I have seen the video. Qin Hao's actions are indeed reprehensible. I will certainly support you." "Thank you, grandfather." Jun secretly grinned, eagerly awaiting the moment Qin Hao would be expelled from Zhuke Academy. 5 minutes later, the office door swung open. Director Li Yanhong entered, escorting Qin Hao. "Dean, I have brought Qin Hao," she announced respectfully. Upon seeing Jun present, Qin Hao momentarily froze, then realized the gravity of the situation. Jun had red hair, as did Dean Hai, clearly a hereditary trait. Seeing Qin Hao, Jun gritted his teeth in hatred. "Grandfather, it's this brat." Hai admonished. "This is the dean's office. Control your tongue." Jun attempted to calm himself. Addressing Dean "It was Qin Hao who cornered me in the alley yesterday, commanding the infernal fire-howling wolf to injure my flame bird. Please deliver justice." Qin Hao scoffed coldly. "Huh, if you can't win, you resort to slandering first. Even a 3-year-old in kindergarten wouldn't stoop so low. Qin Hao, this is the dean's office. Not a place for your reckless outbursts. Mind your words." Hai barked, trying to intimidate Qin Hao with his authoritative presence. Qin Hao remained undaunted, disdainfully retorting, "What if you are the dean? Does that grant you the right to defame others?" Hai's fury boiled as he realized that this young man showed no fear of authority, a defiance he had never witnessed in any student before. Adjusting his demeanor, Ouyang Hai feigned righteousness, declaring, "Qin Hao, I have held the position of dean at Zhuke Academy for 30 years, always upholding justice and fairness, never defaming any student. You have seen the video, correct? With witnesses and physical evidence, who is truly slandering whom?" Qin Hao clenched his fists, asserting, "The video is maliciously edited. It was clearly Ouyang Jun who provoked me first, forcing me to fight outside school, and he commanded the flame bird to directly attack me, violating the fundamental laws of beast tamers." Ouyang Jun smirked, maliciously replying, "Qin Hao, the video is indisputable evidence. You are merely stubbornly deflecting blame." With a composed expression, Qin Hao insisted, "Dean, I request to review the surveillance footage. The cameras in that alley must have recorded the entire incident, which can prove my innocence." Ouyang Hai coldly replied, "All the cameras in that alley are malfunctioning, but this video is sufficient to prove your guilt." Qin Hao frowned, derisively scoffing. It appeared that the two of them were colluding to frame him, fabricating charges without any basis. Ouyang Hai took a sip of tea, stating solemnly, "Qin Hao, your egregious actions have violated school rules. We cannot allow your misconduct to tarnish the reputation of Zhuke Academy. Therefore, I have decided to expel you." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao erupted with rage, wishing he could summon the Queen Medusa to annihilate the entire Zhuke Academy. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Chen Boqi rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "Teacher, do not worry. I will resolve this matter and ensure you are not wrongfully accused," Chen Boqi assured, patting Qin Hao's shoulder in comfort. Ouyang Hai turned his icy gaze towards Chen Boqi, stating coldly, "Teacher Chen, just in time for you to hear this. First, I must reprimand you. Qin Hao's character is appalling. He has violated school rules. You must have seen the video as well, and as his mentor, you bear significant responsibility. However, in light of our past friendship, I shall not pursue the matter further. Moving forward, you are to ensure the removal of Qin Hao's academic records, expediting his departure from our Zhuke Academy to prevent any tarnishing of our institution's reputation." Chen Boqi resolutely stated, "Qin Hao is a student I personally recruited. I entrusted him with a recommendation slot because I believed in his character and capabilities. He would never engage in behavior that violates school regulations. There must be an issue with the video, and we should conduct a thorough investigation to avoid wrongfully accusing a rare talent." "Absurd." The dean, Ouyang Hai, retorted, "Chen, the footage is quite clear, and you still defend Qin Hao. You should never have given him a recommendation slot in the first place, regardless of his talent. We at Zhuke Academy do not accept students of poor character. Dean, I am aware of the situation. Qin Hao's character is beyond reproach. If you insist on expelling him, I shall resign and take a position at Qinglong Academy." Upon uttering this, Chen Boqi incited considerable ire in Ouyang Hai, who coughed repeatedly in agitation. "Are you threatening me?" "Chen," Ouyang Hai growled, "Qinglong Academy has approached me multiple times with offers 3 times more favorable than those at Zhuke Academy." His teeth clenched, Ouyang Hai seethed with anger, unable to express his frustration. Although merely a mentor, Chen Boqi was a prominent figure, a cornerstone of Zhuke Academy. If he were to switch to Qinglong Academy, Zhuke would suffer significant losses, especially given the long-standing rivalry between the two institutions. Ouyang Hai, ever the astute elder, suddenly smiled and said, "Chen, do not act impulsively. This matter is serious. We should first summon Qin Hao's parents. I wish to have a discussion with them." Given the turmoil this incident had caused, contacting Qin Hao's family was indeed warranted. Thus, Chen Boqi stepped aside to call Qin Yan. "Hello, is this Qin Hao's sister? If convenient, could you please come to Zhuke Academy? Teacher Chen, has my little brother done something wrong? Due to some misunderstandings, Qin Hao is currently at risk of expulsion. Please come at your earliest convenience." After hanging up, within 15 minutes, a tall and striking woman burst into the dean's office, brandishing a kitchen knife. "Who dares to expel my brother?" Qin Yan exclaimed, her expression fierce. Seeing his sister had arrived, Qin Hao felt a pang of guilt, wishing to spare her worry. In Chapter 54, the backdrop of Qin Hao's identity unfolds as the Imperial Army surrounds Zhuke Academy. Ouyang Hai, maintaining a facade of cordiality, addressed the newcomer, "Madam. You are Qin Hao's guardian?" "Yes, I am his sister. Whatever the matter, direct it towards me. How dare you expel my brother?" Qin Yan, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, emanated a commanding presence, slamming the knife onto the desk with a piercing gaze. "Whoever dares to harm my brother shall face dire consequences. Miss Qin, please remain calm. My decision to expel Qin Hao is based on valid grounds. You may view this video." Ouyang Hai, perspiring profusely, cautiously moved the knife aside before handing Qin Yan a tablet. After viewing the footage, her astonishment was palpable. Dean, this video must be tampered with. I have raised my brother since childhood. I know his character well, and he would never violate school rules. Ouyang Hai suddenly declared with authority, all unrelated parties, please leave. Chun, Director Li, you two must exit. I will handle this matter. Chen Boqi, feeling somewhat helpless, approached Qin Hao and whispered words of comfort. Do not be afraid. My young friend, even if you are expelled, I will resign and take you with me to Qinglong Academy, which is far superior to Zhuke and teeming with beautiful women. We shall not suffer. A warmth spread within Qin Hao. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Chen Boqi, but it was now evident that Chen genuinely cared for him, stirring a sense of gratitude in Qin Hao. After Chen Boqi and Li Yanhong departed, only the Ouyang family and the Qin siblings remained in the dean's office. Ouyang Hai, fingers intertwined, squinted his murky eyes and craftily remarked, Miss Qin, since you believe I have wrongfully accused Qin Hao, please present your evidence. If you cannot provide counter-evidence, then this video stands as irrefutable proof of Qin Hao's violation of school regulations. In accordance with precedent, I must expel him for the sake of all faculty and students. In a fit of rage, Qin Yin slammed her hand on the table and argued, You cannot expel my brother without a thorough investigation. What gives you the right? Ouyang Jun interjected with a mocking tone. Oh, and what gives you the right? Simply put, you and your brother hail from a remote, impoverished area. As the saying goes, from poor mountains and bad waters come the worst of men. You are both of ill character, and your presence sullies the air of Ling City. Enraged, Qin Hao retaliated by delivering a swift kick that sent Ouyang Jun sprawling. He was not to be trifled with, especially when it came to his sister. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Hao unleashed a barrage of punches upon Ouyang Jun, who soon found himself bleeding profusely. Qin Hao, cease this instant. Ouyang Hai bellowed. Miss Qin, now you see. Your brother is a demon. Such a student must be expelled. Wiping away the blood, Ouyang Jun glared menacingly at Qin Hao. How dare you hit me? Qin Hao, understand your position. The dean is my grandfather, and our Ouyang family wields considerable influence in Ling City. We could easily drive you and your sister out. Qin Yin's beautiful visage turned cold as she clenched her fists, subtle golden scales beginning to appear on her knuckles. If it came to family lineage, the Qin family would not be overshadowed by any other clan. Before her emotions could erupt, Qin Yin recalled the mysterious man's repeated caution, the time is not yet right. Do not reveal your identity. Gritting her teeth, she fought to maintain her composure as the golden scales receded. Meanwhile, at Qinglong Academy, within the women's gym, a solitary figure was diligently exercising on a treadmill, Shangwan Ning. The gym was empty save for her, sweat glistening on her ethereal face as she maintained a high ponytail. Clad in a lightweight sports bra and paired with short black shorts, her long, fair legs moved gracefully, a sight to behold. As Shangwan Ming had mentioned, Shangwan Ning possessed an extraordinary physique, though her typically conservative attire often concealed her assets. Frustrated, she pondered why thoughts of that insufferable man plagued her mind. Ever since Qin Hao had stolen her first kiss, she found herself dreaming of him at night and daydreaming during the day. Such was the power of a first kiss. Qin Hao had left an indelible mark on her heart that she could not erase. Sister, I finally found you. Shangwan Ming burst into the gym, breathless and anxious. Shangwan Ning, surprised, turned off the treadmill and asked, Ming, what brings you here? Sis, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. Sighing, she replied, lately. My memory has been terrible. I must have left my phone in the dorm. All because of Qin Hao. My condition has declined recently. I've even been forgetful and experiencing irregularities. As she wiped her sweat with a towel, Shangwan Ning inquired, What is it that has you so eager to see me? Qin Ge has run into trouble. You must help him. Qin Hao? What trouble has he encountered? What does it matter to me? Your first kiss was with Qin Ge. Naturally, he concerns you. Who knows? He may become my brother-in-law. Stop talking nonsense, or I might just hit you. Shangwan Ning flushed crimson, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the moment Qin Hao had claimed her first kiss. Shangwan Ming clutched her sister Shangwan Ning's arm, tears brimming in her eyes as she sobbed. Brother Qin has been wrongfully accused and may very well be expelled from Zhuke Academy. Expelled? Such a grave matter. What on earth happened? Sister, take a look at this video. After watching the video, Shangwan Ning furrowed her brows. From what I can see, Qin Hao indeed violated school rules. Sister, I know Qin brother's character better than anyone. When I was on the brink of starvation, it was Qin brother who treated me to a meal. He is a good person. This video must be maliciously edited. Even if it is edited, it has nothing to do with me. Sister, you must help Qin brother. If you leverage our family's connections, you can save him. Shangwan Ning was torn, stubbornly retorting. Although he is your Qin brother, I am not well acquainted with him, and I have no obligation to assist. Fine, I will find a way myself. Shangguan Ming's face was a canvas of grievance as she defiantly turned to leave. Ming, wait. Shangguan Ning suddenly called out to her sister, feigning indifference as she said, let me change my clothes, and then I will visit Zhuke Academy. Sister, you are truly wonderful. I knew you had a heart of gold beneath that tough exterior. You cannot bear to see Qin brother suffer. Stop talking nonsense. I am not doing this for Qin Hao. I am merely trying to appease you, you little brat. Shangguan Ning defended herself. Meanwhile, a military convoy passed by Zhuke Academy. An armored vehicle came to a slow stop, and Long Kuei stepped out, stretching languidly to showcase her alluring and graceful figure. Looking up at the plaque of Zhuke Academy, she revealed a smile of anticipation. It has been ages since I last saw Brother Hao. I bet that boy has become even more handsome. I must embrace him tightly when I see him. As a devoted sister, Long Kuei could hardly contain her eagerness to reunite with Qin Hao. However, after several fruitless attempts to reach him by phone, she found it odd that Brother Hao was not answering. How heartless of him. At that moment, several passing students were discussing Qin Hao. Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear you talking about Qin Hao. What happened to him? The students, seeing Long Kuei in her military uniform, did not dare to conceal the truth and quickly recounted the events, even showing her the video. After viewing it, Long Kuei was filled with fury. She understood Qin Hao's character well, and this video was clearly manipulated. How dare Zhuke Academy tarnish my brother's reputation? Lu, at your command. Yes. Please give your orders. Mobilize the entire city's forces and surround Zhuke Academy. Chapter 55, The Military Suppression. Ouyang grandfather and grandson kneel to apologize to Qin Hao in the office of the Academy's president. Ouyang Hai slammed his hand on the table, his face stern as he reprimanded. Qin Hao, first you violate school rules, and now you have injured student Ouyang Jun in my presence. You are utterly disrespectful and arrogant. You truly lack proper upbringing. A cold smile crept onto Qin Hao's lips. You old fool, do not presume to stand on a moral high ground to judge me. Ouyang Jun insulted my sister, and I showed restraint by not retaliating. If you utter another word, I will not spare you either. As he finished speaking, Qin Hao unleashed his golden divine pet sphere, summoning the Inferno Howling Wolf, which filled the president's office with black flames. Ouyang Hai's face turned pale with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Qin Hao, bellowing, You insolent wretch. A student like you is a parasite to Zhuke Academy. I have decided to expel you immediately. Get out of my academy at once. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire for Qin Hao, the sound of armed helicopters roared from outside the window. Then, the director of education, Li Yanhong, burst into the office, panic-stricken and breathless, exclaiming, President, it's bad. Zhuke Academy is surrounded by the Imperial Army. The entrance is filled with tanks and armed soldiers. Ouyang Hai's expression changed dramatically, though he held some power. The Imperial Army represented royal authority, sacred and inviolable. At that moment, the entrance of the academy was blocked with tiger tanks, fighter vehicles, armored cars, and a heavily armed military presence. Long Kuei led an impressive force of 100,000 troops, encircling Zhuke Academy in layers. Above the academy, over 100 fighter jets circled, and even a warship carrying nuclear weapons was present. Such a formidable display of military might created an overwhelming atmosphere, rendering the small Zhuke Academy akin to a fragile boat in a vast ocean, poised to be crushed by raging winds and towering waves. Bang! The office door burst open as armed Imperial soldiers surged in, their guns aimed squarely at Ouyang Hai. His face drained of color, he was overtaken by fear and confusion. Dressed in a Navy uniform, Long Kuei strode into the office, a rocket launcher slung over her shoulder, exuding an aura of commanding presence, the epitome of a striking female officer. Sister Kuei, what brings you here? Qin Hao exclaimed with delight, his heart lifted by her unexpected and joyous arrival. Qin Yin hesitated momentarily, a pang of jealousy rising within her. However, she soon relaxed, recognizing that Long Kuei's intervention was advantageous, allowing her to conceal her identity. Long Kuei approached Qin Hao, concern etched on her features as she gently inquired, Brother Hao, have they been bullying you? Since familial connections were now at play, Qin Hao nodded decisively. Pointing at Ouyang Hai, Sister Kuei, this old fool slandered me and even threatened to expel me. Long Kuei's anger ignited as she slammed the rocket launcher onto the desk, shouting, Old man, how dare you bully my brother? Do you believe I will blow this Zhuke Academy to smithereens? Ouyang Hai forced a sycophantic smile, bowing and scraping, Commander, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. How should I address you? Nearby, Lieutenant Lu interjected, Our commander is Vice Admiral Long Kuei from the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral of the Navy? Huh. I thought you were a big shot. Turns out you were just a Vice Admiral. What gives you the right to surround UK Academy? Ouyang Hai, a man of superficial values, considered himself superior due to his family's background and mocked Long Kuei with contempt. Lieutenant Lu's expression darkened as he replied, "How dare you? Our commander's father is Admiral Long Jingye. Of course, she has that authority." Long Jingye, the 9-star Beastmaster. Ouyang Hai felt a chill run down his spine, fear flooding his eyes as he nearly fell to his knees. Long Jingye was not merely an admiral. He was a renowned 9-star Beastmaster. In the entire Yinsha Empire, 9-star Beastmasters were extremely rare, representing the pinnacle of the Beastmaster domain, capable of influencing the very fate of the nation with their every word and action. Cold sweat streamed down Ouyang Hai's forehead as he hurriedly apologized. "Commander Long, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I have long admired your father's reputation." "Enough flattery. I ask you again, why did you bully my brother?" Ouyang Hai was left dumbfounded, glancing left and right, bewildered. "Miss Qin, Commander Long. Who exactly is Qin Hao's sister?" "I am," they both declared in unison. Qin Yan huffed disdainfully, casting a resentful glance at Long Kuei. Long Kuei's face flushed crimson as she cleared her throat and explained, "She is Qin Hao's biological sister, and I am his godsister. However, in my eyes, Qin Hao is just like my own brother." From Long Kuei's tone, Ouyang Hai could discern the profound closeness of their relationship. At that moment, despair washed over Ouyang Hai as he thought to himself that this was the end. He had walked right into the line of fire. Ouyang Jun, cowering in the corner, dared not lift his head, utterly terrified that Qin Hao possessed such formidable military backing. Long Kuei kicked over the desk, seizing Ouyang Hai by the collar. Her voice cold and steely. "Ouyang Academy head, you intend to condemn my brother based on a maliciously edited video and expel him? A scoundrel like you does not deserve to lead UK Academy." "Commander Long, it was all a misunderstanding. Everything was a misunderstanding. Qin Hao, I must confess that my previous demeanor was less than commendable. I hereby rescind my decision to expel you. It is indeed an honor for our UK Academy to have a talent like you among us." Under the pressure of Long Kuei's military background, Ouyang Hai's demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a desperate desire for survival. Qin Hao cast a scornful glance at Ouyang Hai, recalling how he and his grandson had initially conspired to tarnish his reputation and had shamelessly insulted his sister. Now, he expected to simply back down and seek peace? "Kneel and apologize to my sister and me." Qin Hao was genuinely furious. Long Kuei, feeling for her brother, snapped her fingers. In an instant, the walls of the office crumbled under an overwhelming force as a tank crashed through, its dark barrel aimed squarely at Ouyang Hai's forehead. Long Kuei, her expression icy, demanded, "Kneel and apologize to the Qin siblings, or I shall fire upon you." Ouyang Hai, trembling with fear, abandoned his dignity and hastily pulled Ouyang Jun to kneel before Qin Hao and Qin Yan. At that moment, Ouyang Jun's face turned ashen. His greatest regret was opposing Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, Miss Qin, I apologize for my previous behavior," Ouyang Hai and his grandson uttered in unison. However, Qin Hao coldly replied, "I do not accept your apology." Consequently, Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun remained kneeling, their faces devoid of color, their dignity reduced to dust, utterly humiliated. At that moment, several of Qin Hao's companions burst into the office. Yang Yu hurried to Qin Hao's side, panting, "Brother Qin, we have obtained the original surveillance footage and uploaded it online. Take a look." Qin Hao glanced at Yang Yu's phone, where the original video revealed Ouyang Jun's various misdeeds, confirming Qin Hao as the true victim. Particularly shocking was the segment where Ouyang Jun commanded the Firebird to attack Qin Hao, a blatant violation of the Beastmaster's code, igniting outrage across the internet. As the original video was released, Qin Hao's name was finally cleared. The keyboard warriors of the internet swiftly changed sides, reclaiming the moral high ground as they mocked and vilified Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun. It seemed these individuals had conveniently forgotten their previous slander against Qin Hao. Such is the tragic state of society today. Without the original footage, Qin Hao might have borne the blame for a lifetime. After watching the original video, Qin Hao's icy expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. "Old Yang, how did you manage to procure the original footage?" Yang Yu pushed Li Bilang forward, grinning, "Brother Qin, we owe it all to Li Bilang. This lad has some hacking skills and managed to restore the recordings from the Ali's surveillance cameras." Though Li Bilang appeared unseemly, he proved reliable in crucial moments. "Arthur, ever serious, declared, Qin Hao, even without the original footage, we trust your character because you embody the spirit of a knight. Qin Hao smiled broadly. Even if the entire world opposed him, he had steadfast support from his brothers and sisters. Long Kuei compared the original video with the maliciously edited version, her anger boiling over as she pointed at Ouyang Hai, reprimanding, "With a dean like you at Juke Academy, what future do the students have? Brother Hao, this academy is rife with corruption. We should not remain here. I will assist you in transferring to Qinglong Academy." Long Kuei had thoughtfully considered Qin Hao's situation. However, Qin Hao shook his head and countered, "Sister Kuei, I have done nothing wrong. Why should I leave Juke Academy?" Long Kuei paused, quickly understanding Qin Hao's intentions. "Brother Hao, you are in the right. It is the wrongdoers who should depart from Juke Academy." She then made a phone call. "Hello, Uncle Zhao, this is Long Kuei. My brother has been bullied. Please assist with a matter." Upon hearing the surname Zhao, Ouyang Hai was struck with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Among the influential figures in Xiling City, there was only one Zhao, the city's chief administrator, Zhao Guowei. Zhao Guowei wielded immense power, personally appointing the deans of the 4 Beastmaster academies. In essence, Zhao Guowei was Ouyang Hai's superior. Long Kuei casually spoke for a moment before hanging up. Within 5 minutes, a dismissal letter was delivered to the office. Ouyang Hai, upon reading the letter, was overwhelmed with tears. It was all due to provoking Qin Hao that he faced immediate unemployment. This was the consequence of challenging Qin Hao's background. "Commander Long, I beg you, grant me another chance. Speak to Mayor Zhao on my behalf. I realize my mistakes." Long Kuei kicked Ouyang Hai aside, coldly asserting, "Given your treatment of my brother Hao, you are unworthy to remain in the position of dean. Pack your things and leave." Ouyang Hai regretted his actions, realizing he could not bear the repercussions of antagonizing Qin Hao. Ouyang Jun was even more distraught. He had initially aimed to expel Qin Hao from Juke Academy, only to find himself ensnared, with even his grandfather dismissed. Amidst the outcry and ridicule from the faculty and students, Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun became pariahs, forced to leave Juke Academy in disgrace. This marked a significant day, as the power structure of Juke Academy was reshuffled, creating quite a stir in Xiling City. Other Beastmaster academies benefited from the fallout, as the despicable actions of Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun led to a dramatic decline in Juke Academy's reputation. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hao exited the dean's office and stepped onto the playground, inhaling the fresh air, yet his mood remained heavy. The playground was filled with onlookers, and Qin Hao's cold gaze swept over the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes, aware of their guilt. Before the original video was released, these individuals had indiscriminately slandered and insulted Qin Hao. Initially, Qin Hao attended Juke Academy for enjoyment, maintaining a relaxed, carefree attitude. However, at this moment, he resolved to become the dominant figure at Juke Academy, compelling all students and faculty to submit to him, lest the events of the day repeat themselves. Long Kuei and Qin Yan approached him. "Brother Hao, should you encounter such circumstances again, do not hesitate to call me. Remember, your sister Kuei is a naval vice admiral and one of the most powerful second-generation officials in the Empire of Yanxia. You have the strongest military backing, understand?" Long Kuei regarded Qin Hao with compassion, recognizing the extent of his distress. Qin Hao adjusted his mood and flashed a radiant smile. "Thank you, Sister Kuei." Junior Qin, Lord Qin, Aisha and Xuan Nai rushed over to comfort him, surrounding Qin Hao with a throng of women, his romantic prospects flourishing. After enduring a slight grievance, he was now comforted by many beautiful women. Reflecting on this, Qin Hao felt it was worth it. In a distant corner, Shangwan Ning watched Qin Hao, surrounded by women, with a look of resentment, stomping her foot in frustration, inexplicably feeling jealous. "Meng Meng, perhaps I should not have come. With such charm and surrounded by so many women, it seems I have no chance. Sister, do not be jealous. With your figure and beauty, I believe Brother Qin will surely choose you as his primary consort. Moreover, if you bear him a son, you will elevate your status, and no other concubines will stand a chance." Shangwan Ming, having watched too many palace dramas, showcased her naivety. Shangwan Ning suddenly pinched Shangwan Meng's ear. "I am not jealous. If you keep talking nonsense, I will deduct your allowance for 10 years. That Qin Hao fellow is no prize. Always surrounded by women, he clearly is a scoundrel. I must steer clear of him. Meng Meng, you should too." Following this, Shangwan Ning silently vowed, "Cherish life, stay away from Qin Hao." Thus, the farce came to a close, coinciding perfectly with noon, marking the end of school. Qin Yan and Long Kuei exchanged glances, assessing each other's figures, a competitive spark igniting in their gazes. Long Kuei took the initiative to greet. "You must be Qin Hao's sister, Qin Yan. Indeed, you are quite beautiful. The genes of the Qin family are truly remarkable." Out of courtesy, Qin Yin expressed her gratitude. Commander Long, thank you for assisting Xiao Hao today. Long Kuei affectionately wrapped her arm around Qin Yan's shoulder, displaying an endearing familiarity. No need for formalities. You are Qin Hao's sister, and I am his godsister. We should address each other as sisters. How about calling you Qin Yin Jia from now on? Qin Yin frowned, replying, please don't call me Jia. We cannot ascertain who is older. Long Kuei smiled. Then I shall call you Yin Mei Mei. Qin Yin felt a pang of disadvantage. Although she was reluctant to share her brother with Long Kuei, she was indeed grateful for Long Kuei's help today. Therefore, she graciously invited Long Kuei to her home for dinner. At the dining table, a splendid array of 4 dishes and a soup, complemented by a dessert, showcased Qin Yan's culinary prowess. Long Kuei eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, savoring it with delight. So fragrant. Yin, your cooking is truly exceptional. I haven't had such delicious home-cooked meals in ages. May I frequently come to your home for meals in the future? Qin Yin feigned a smile. Of course, you are most welcome. Xiao Hao, make sure to eat more. It's important for your growth. Long Kuei instinctively served Qin Hao some food. He hesitated, glancing at Qin Yan's expression, fearing she might feel jealous. Qin Yin had to pretend to be indifferent, forcing a smile as she said, Xiao Hao, look, your sister Kuei is serving you. Don't let her kindness go to waste. Eat up. It will help you grow strong. Qin Hao was drenched in cold sweat. The last time Qin Yin spoke to him in such a tone was when he scored 23 points on a math test in middle school. To eat or not to eat, that was indeed a dilemma. He felt anxious throughout the meal, as Qin Yin and Long Kuei took turns serving him. Akin to feeding a pig. Midway through the meal, Long Kuei suddenly set down her chopsticks. It's so hot lately. She then removed her naval uniform, revealing a snug white shirt underneath, the buttons straining against her alluring figure. Qin Hao's eyes widened, and he even drooled slightly. Noticing his dazed expression, Qin Yin felt a pang of jealousy and discreetly kicked Qin Hao under the table. He quickly averted his gaze, burying his head in his food to save himself. Although Long Kuei's action was unintentional, it subtly intensified the rivalry between the two women. It is indeed quite warm. I shall change into a different outfit. Qin Yin rose and walked into the bedroom, leaving only Qin Hao and Long Kuei at the table. Long Kuei noticed Qin Hao's unwavering gaze on her upper body and teasingly inquired, Xiao Hao, what do you think of my figure? I swim and work out at the naval headquarters every day. It is quite exhausting. Sister Kuei, your physique is indeed impressive. Judging by your silhouette, you exhibit signs of training, with firm skin and an almost perfect waist-to-hip ratio, free from any concerns of disc issues. Such a healthy beauty is rare among ordinary girls. Moreover, with your ample posterior, your chances of bearing children are higher. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable. Who taught you all this about women's physiques? Long Kuei feigned surprise. Sister Kuei, you flatter me. I learned it all on my own. Qin Hao shyly smiled, recognizing that his knowledge of women's physiques was largely due to his exposure to Li Lang. After some light-hearted banter, Qin Hao could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked, Sister Kuei, when you supported me today, you not only mobilized the army, but also the Air Force. Yet you are a naval admiral. It feels rather odd. Long Kuei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she leaned closer to Qin Hao and whispered, Xiao Hao, the reason I came to Si Ling City, aside from visiting you, is due to my father's orders. He has commanded me to temporarily borrow the Army and Air Force from Si Ling City, and then return to the naval headquarters to prepare for battle. Prepare for battle? Are we going to war? When? Tomorrow. A tempest of emotions stirred within Qin Hao. Just yesterday, he had encountered Air Force Major General Zhou Zhan, who had also hinted at impending conflict. Long Kuei sighed, resting her chin on her hands. Currently, 2/3 of the national military force is converging on the naval headquarters. Tomorrow, we will face an epic confrontation, and I feel quite uncertain. Xiao Hao, if anything happens to me tomorrow, you must remember me and at least offer incense and paper for me each year. Don't say such things, Sister Kuei. You are destined for good fortune. Nothing will happen to you. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao could not suppress his curiosity and pressed on. Who are we fighting against tomorrow? The 6 demon emperors or the Caesar Lord? The Caesar Lord, whom Qin Hao referred to, was the current leader of the Beast faction. A sovereign-level beast dispatched from outer space, powerful enough to challenge several 9-star Beastmasters. The Caesar Lord's goal was to annihilate the Yinxia Empire, eradicate all of humanity, and dominate the Earth. Additionally, the Caesar Lord commanded 6 trusted subordinates, all peak imperial-level beasts, collectively known as the 6 demon emperors. Notably absent was the Medusa Queen, as she operated as a high-level spy, concealing her identity until now. The Caesar Lord and the 6 demon emperors represented the apex of the Beast faction strength. However, in reality, They were merely a vanguard force sent by an extraterrestrial beast clan. Rumor has it that beyond Earth, there exist immortal and eternal level beasts. Faced with Qin Hao's inquiries, Long Kuei's expression became conflicted. I'm sorry, Xiao Hao, but this matter involves military secrets. I can only disclose so much. I cannot say more. Even if you knew, it would be of no use. You should focus on your studies, strive to become a formidable Beastmaster, and enlist in the military. Then, we can fight side by side as siblings. With Long Kuei having said this, Qin Hao refrained from pressing further and quickly changed the subject to more lighthearted topics. Shortly after, the bedroom door opened, and Qin Yan emerged. Qin Hao's chopsticks fell to the ground as his gaze fixated on Qin Yan, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. With her long hair cascading, high heels, a body-hugging skirt, black stockings, and golden frame glasses, Qin Yan epitomized the pinnacle of elegance and allure. Qin Hao felt a twinge in his nostrils and soon realized he had dripped a few drops of blood from his nose. Returning to the dining table, Qin Yan sat beside Qin Hao and smiled at Long Kuei. It was quite hot earlier. This outfit feels much cooler. Long Kuei scrutinized Qin Yan's figure with a hint of envy, gritting her teeth as she thought, how infuriating. This woman also boasts a 36D bust. A fierce sense of rivalry unexpectedly brewed between the two sisters, each unwilling to concede. Qin Hao dared not speak, focusing intently on his meal while occasionally stealing glances at the figures of Qin Yan and Long Kuei, finding the food even more delectable. After lunch, Qin Yan intended to bid farewell, but Long Kuei stubbornly refused to leave, plopping down on the sofa to watch television and snack. Unable to force her guest to leave, Qin Yan joined Long Kuei in conversation, and their discussion veered towards women's private matters, leaving Qin Hao on the sidelines, admiring the beauty of their legs. Time passed swiftly, and as the sun set and dusk fell, Long Kuei donned her naval uniform once more, bidding farewell to the Qin siblings. Yan, Xiao Hao. It's time for me to return to the naval headquarters. Once I finish my duties, I'll invite you both to the beach for a vacation. With a smile, Qin Yan handed Long Kuei a package. What is this? It's my homemade taro balls and glutinous rice cake. Consider it a gift for the journey. Wonderful. Yan. I want to be polite then. Thank you. Long Kuei exclaimed with delight, stepping forward to embrace Qin Yan. The two sisters, who had just moments ago been rivals, now shared an intimate camaraderie akin to best friends. Qin Hao watched, astonished. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, Qin Yan patted Qin Hao on the head. Xiao Hao, see Sister Kuei off. Qin Hao nodded and accompanied Long Kuei downstairs. As they reached the entrance of the community, a military armored vehicle awaited them. Long Kuei turned around, helping Qin Hao adjust his attire, then placed her hands on his shoulders, revealing a radiant smile. How Didi, I must return to the naval headquarters. Once we achieve victory tomorrow, I will be the first to call you. Sister Kuei, you must take care of your safety. I will. The two embraced, savoring each other's warmth. The mountains and rivers will meet again. We shall see each other another day. See you another day? Qin Hao watched as the armored vehicle departed, the night enveloping the last remnants of sunset. Logically, with Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun expelled from Zhuke Academy, Qin Hao should have felt elated, yet a sense of inexplicable oppression and worry weighed upon him. What could the Imperial Army's covert operation entail? This question lingered in Qin Hao's mind, refusing to dissipate. Just as he prepared to return to his community, he suddenly halted, a familiar silhouette catching his peripheral vision. Qin Hao swiftly turned his head, spotting a mysterious woman at the alley's entrance. Sha, Qin Hao exclaimed, immediately recognizing her identity. The Empress Medusa donned a loose black robe, her stunningly cold beauty concealed beneath her hood. Chapter 58. The Empress Medusa feeds Qin Hao noodles, rubbing his eyes. Qin Hao initially thought he was mistaken. This time, it was not he who summoned the Empress Medusa. Rather, she had sought him out. In a moment of panic, he grasped her hand and hurriedly led her behind a large tree to hide. Sha, you are currently wanted nationwide. Aren't you afraid of being captured by the Imperial Army by coming to see me? His tone was filled with concern for her. The Empress Medusa chuckled lightly. In this attire, I can remain inconspicuous. No one but you would recognize me. But I did not summon you. You rarely come to find me without a reason. What brings you here? Oh, it's nothing much, just a quiet couple of days, so I thought I'd come to see you. The Empress Medusa gazed at Qin Hao with complex emotions swirling beneath her calm facade. In truth, she had been silently accompanying him throughout the day. When Ouyang Hai troubled Qin Hao, she felt a surge of anger, wishing to intervene on his behalf. However, due to her unique status, she could only remain in the shadows. Thankfully, Long Kuei had stepped in to assist Qin Hao with his troubles. Sha, You look unwell today, with dark circles under your eyes. You seem burdened with worries. Do tell, what is it you wish to discuss? Qin Hao's perceptiveness was acute. He noticed the Empress Medusa's sullen demeanor and lackluster eyes, her emotional state starkly contrasting with her usual self. The Empress Medusa, not wanting him to discern her concerns, quickly composed herself, smiling as she spoke. I came to remind you of your promise. What promise? Have you forgotten? You still owe me 3 bowls of bamboo shoot noodles. Qin Hao slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Ah yes, I almost forgot. Tonight is a perfect opportunity. Follow me. With that, he naturally took the Empress Medusa's hand. She smiled, relishing the moments spent with him. Half an hour later, Qin Hao brought the Empress Medusa to a quaint noodle shop in the outskirts of Xiling City. The area was sparsely populated, and the restaurants experienced little foot traffic. Qin Hao chose this location to minimize her exposure, ensuring she would not be recognized by anyone with ill intent. In the noodle shop, he deliberately selected a discreet corner and used his modest frame to shield the Empress Medusa, creating a sense of safety for her. The Empress Medusa grinned and said, "Little one, you need not be so cautious. With my hood covering half my face, no one can recognize me. Better safe than sorry. A precaution is always wise." Qin Hao's caution was justified, as this matter could not be taken lightly. "Sir, your noodles are ready." The waiter placed 8 bowls of bamboo shoot noodles on the table, steam rising enticingly. The Empress Medusa inquired, 3 bowls would suffice for me. Why order 8? Do not misunderstand. You shall have 3 bowls while I indulge in 5. The Empress Medusa chuckled softly, muttering, I never expected my master to be such a glutton. Sha, enough chit-chat. Do taste the noodles. I will add some chili and vinegar. It will be even more fragrant. The Empress Medusa lifted a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, blowing gently on it, her eating posture graceful. Who would have thought this woman was akin to a colossal serpent of unparalleled magnitude? The flavor is delightful. Hee, then do eat your fill. If you find it insufficient, I can always order more. After all, I can afford to sustain you. Qin Hao transferred all the bamboo shoots from his bowl to the Empress Medusa's. In this moment, their interaction resembled that of newly acquainted lovers rather than a master and servant. As she watched Qin Hao continuously add bamboo shoots to her bowl, her eyes shimmered with a chaotic blend of emotions. Little one, open your mouth. Qin Hao was taken aback. The Empress Medusa was actually feeding him noodles. As the noodles approached his lips, he felt a peculiar sensation. Sha, why do I sense an unusual warmth from you today? Are you up to something mischievous? I am your beast, and you are my master. You once expressed a desire to enjoy the treatment of a master. Let me grant you that experience. Master, please open your mouth. Qin Hao complied, and the Empress Medusa placed the noodles mixed with bamboo shoots into his mouth. At that moment, a singular word echoed in Qin Hao's mind, bliss. The Empress Medusa, of noble serpent lineage, was feeding him like a maid, allowing him to experience a powerful sense of conquest. After satisfying their appetites, Qin Hao and the Empress Medusa strolled along a rural path under the stars, leisurely and content. The night was desolate and tranquil. Qin Hao, animatedly chatting, treated the Empress Medusa as a confidant, sharing numerous amusing tales. Previously, she had found his chatter tiresome, but this time she listened attentively, never interrupting him, fully engrossed in his stories. Unbeknownst to them, time passed, and when Qin Hao finally grew weary and halted, turning to face the Empress Medusa, he remarked, Little one, what troubles you? He gazed intently into her eyes, stating seriously, Sha, you have been unusually different today. In what way? You are typically aloof and uninterested in my trivial tales. Yet today, you have been gentle, feeding me noodles and listening to my ramblings. Qin Hao was right. The Empress Medusa today seemed transformed. Something is amiss. Qin Hao scrutinized her eyes. You are concealing something from me. Confess it now. Qin Hao, you are overthinking this. It is late, and I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The Empress Medusa's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as she prepared to depart. Suddenly, she felt a tremor as Qin Hao tightly embraced her from behind. He pressed against her back, wrapping his arms around her waist, demanding, Medusa, I warn you, I am your master, and we must share complete trust with one another. What are you hiding? Speak, or I shall not let you go. The Empress Medusa felt his warmth and found her heart racing. Perhaps this would be the last time she saw this little one. A twinge of reluctance surfaced within her. Simultaneously, she recalled Qin Yan's warning, Little serpent, I advise you to pursue whatever you wish. I do not wish to interfere. But you must never allow my brother to come to harm because of you. Should he suffer due to you, I will not hesitate to annihilate your serpent clan, even without Qin Yan's admonition. The Empress Medusa would never permit Qin Hao to bear the consequences of her actions. Turning to face him, She gently brushed the dust from his shoulder. Her voice unexpectedly soft. Little one, you truly overthink matters. I have nothing to conceal from you. Tomorrow, focus on your studies. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. When shall we meet next? We shall see, as I will be quite occupied. Once the Empress Medusa departs, Qin Hao falls into silence. The more he contemplates, the more he senses something amiss. Today, the Empress Medusa has unusually sought him out, her demeanor inexplicably grave, reminiscent of a life-and-death parting. Could it be related to the movements of the Imperial Army? Qin Hao is startled, piecing together the information, and vaguely perceives that something dire looms. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. He retrieves the golden divine pet orb from his waist, summoning the Inferno Howling Wolf. Handsome, let us pursue. As darkness envelopes the night, a boy riding a wolf traverses mountains and valleys. Chapter 59, The Gathering of the Divine Python Clan. A great battle approaches at 11:30 at night. The sky is thick with thunderclouds, and an unexpected downpour transforms this midsummer night into a frigid ordeal. Qin Yin gazes anxiously out the window. Having called Qin Hao over 10 times, yet he remains unreachable. This troublesome boy truly gives me no peace. Qin Yin complains, her heart racing with worry as she grabs an umbrella and rushes out. At Zhuke Academy, in the girls' dormitory room 520, Aisha, Shu and Shangwan Ming sit together on the sofa, applying face masks. Aisha glances at the wall clock and murmurs, it's already 11:30. Why hasn't Qin Hao returned yet? Shangwan Ming explains, Brother Qin said he wouldn't be returning to the dorm tonight. He.s. staying with Sister Qin. Knock, knock, knock. I'll get the door. Shu opens the door to find the anxious Qin Yin standing outside. Oh, Sister Qin, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Qin Yin steps into the room, looking around. Where's my brother? Shangwan Ming, puzzled, replies, Brother Qin isn't in the dorm. He said he.s. staying home tonight. Logically, he should be with you, Sister Qin. Qin Yan's expression turns blank, and after a moment of contemplation, panic washes over her. Oh no. It must be because of that little snake. Little snake? What little snake are you talking about, Sister Qin? Qin Yan forces a smile, deflecting, Ming. I just remembered that Xiao Hao went to a friend's house tonight. It's all my poor memory's fault. Shangwan Ming asks, a friend? A girlfriend or a boyfriend? To avoid any misunderstandings, Qin Yan explains earnestly, to be precise, it's a male friend, a high school classmate of Xiao Hao named Wang Dachui. Whenever Xiao Hao gets into trouble, it's usually Wang Dachui who takes the blame. Shangwan Ming, lacking in guile, believes whatever Qin Yan says. Alright, but it's a pity I want to get to hear Brother Qin tell me a bedtime story tonight. Ming, Shu Aisha. I feel bad for disturbing you so late. I must take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye, Sister Qin. After leaving Zhuke Academy, Qin Yin finds a telephone booth. Once connected, she speaks urgently. Dad, something has happened again. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but I have an ominous premonition that tomorrow Xiao Hao will likely appear on the battlefield in Lanling Sea. At 4 in the morning the next day, before dawn breaks. 50 kilometers beyond the southern border of the Yinxiao Empire lies the Beast Mountain Range. Amidst the towering peaks, demonic energy surges, devoid of human presence. Only fierce magical beasts lurking about. In the depths of the Beast Mountain Range resides the home of the Divine Python Clan. At this moment, the Empress Medusa stands atop the mountain peak, the howling winds billowing her skirt, her 2 fair legs barely visible in the icy air. Surrounding her are massive serpent-like magical beasts, all of which are at the monarch level, just 1 tier below the imperial level. As the leader of the Divine Python Clan, Empress Medusa delivers an impassioned speech in a complex and obscure beast language. All the monarch-level beasts present nod in agreement, expressing their support for the Empress's decision. With a grave expression, Empress Medusa commands, Clansmen, no matter what, we must rescue the 9-tailed Fox King. All beasts from the Divine Python Clan gather in unison, forming an imposing army of 100,000, all answering to the Empress's call. Empress Medusa surveys the preparations, awaiting the dawn, at which point she will lead the Divine Python Clan to the naval headquarters on Donghuang Island, engaging in a fierce battle against the human army. Sasha, you are a complete liar. I despise you. A familiar voice echoes. And Empress Medusa turns in alarm to see Qin Hao charging up the mountain atop the Inferno Howling Wolf. Qin Hao? How did you get here? Empress Medusa's eyes widen in disbelief, her pupils trembling. She never imagined that Qin Hao would traverse over 10,000 mountains, pursuing her all night. Crossing half the map of the Yinxiao Empire, the Inferno Howling Wolf, exhausted, collapses to the ground, panting heavily, and complains to Qin Hao, just to save 2 plane tickets. You treat me this way? Qin Hao, feeling guilty, quickly retrieves a bottle of energy drink from his backpack. Handsome, drink this, and you'll rejuvenate instantly. After downing the energy drink, the Inferno Howling Wolf regains its strength and stands once more. All the Monarch-level magical beasts exchange bewildered glances. They have never encountered a human so audaciously courting death. Qin Hao greets the beasts cheerfully. Hey there, good evening. His boldness leaves the magical beasts somewhat uncertain. After a moment of silence, all the beasts unleash fierce roars towards Qin Hao. Empress Medusa quickly interjects, "Stop! He is my master." The members of the Divine Python clan are instantly dumbfounded. Their leader is bowing to a human. This world is utterly chaotic. A mouse serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. Qin Hao activates his 9-turn nether eyes, scanning the magical beasts before him, and exclaims in astonishment, "Wow! These fellows are all monarch-level magical beasts. The Yomi King Snake, the Shaloman Python, the 3-headed Skeleton Python, the 6-winged Black Snake Emperor, the 9 Hells Purgatory Python. Indeed, the Divine Python clan lives up to its reputation, all members possessing semi-divine attributes." The 9-turn nether eyes present the data templates of all members of the Divine Python clan in Qin Hao's mind, making him feel as though he has opened the door to a new world. Empress Medusa strides towards Qin Hao, coldly questioning, "You little rascal, you actually followed me. What do you intend to do?" Qin Hao, filled with anger, retorts, "If I hadn't followed you, how would I know what you were concealing from me? I am your master, and you are my magical beast. I have the right to know your whereabouts. Qin Hao, can you please stop this? Return to Ling City immediately." "Huh, but I am your master. Are you instructing me?" Empress Medusa, lacking confidence, resorts to a softer approach. "Master, there are matters I cannot explain to you. Knowing too much could endanger you. I beg you, please return." Qin Hao resolutely shakes his head, his expression unwavering. "Sasha, unless you clarify the situation, I will not leave. Tell me, gathering all members of the Divine Python clan overnight, does it relate to the Imperial Army?" Empress Medusa hesitates. Torn. Qin Yin has instructed her to keep Qin Hao out of this, no matter what. "I'm sorry, I have my reasons. The fundamental essence of human relationships is trust. Do you not trust me? I think you are mistaken. I am not human. I am a magical beast." "No, you are no longer a magical beast. You are now my Qin Hao's magical beast. You live as my woman and die as my ghost. Do you understand?" Qin Hao's roar reverberates through Empress Medusa's soul. "Indeed, I am no longer a magical beast. I am your magical beast. And that is precisely why I cannot allow you to face any danger. I can die, but you cannot. Absolutely not." Empress Medusa forces a smile, her voice hoarse and pale. Qin Hao silently shakes his head, his gaze clear as he opens his arms, embracing Empress Medusa and whispering, "For me, you cannot die. Absolutely not." Chapter 60, Qin Hao's decision, journey to the naval headquarters, and the rescue at the execution ground. The Empress Medusa was profoundly moved. She had never felt any emotions towards humans, yet Qin Hao was an exception. This youthful and naive boy inadvertently touched the tender depths of her heart. "Little brat. To you, I am merely a beast tamer. Do not overthink it. No, in my eyes, you are a woman of flesh and blood, with curves. I truly am just a beast tamer. Beast tamers do not wear clothes. If you are a beast tamer, please remove your clothing to prove it." Faced with Qin Hao's abrupt and brazen words, the Empress Medusa was rendered speechless. She certainly could not disrobe to prove a point. The members of the Divine Python clan were bewildered. It was one thing for their leader to yield to a human, but now they were embracing and exchanging flirtatious banter. Times had truly changed. Regaining her composure, the Empress Medusa gently pushed Qin Hao away and said solemnly, "Let us both take a step back. I can reveal to you the matters I previously concealed, but you must promise me one thing." "No problem, just say it." "You must promise to obediently return to Ling City and refrain from interfering in my affairs. If you do not agree, then there is nothing more to discuss." "I promise you." Qin Hao nodded decisively, his agreement unwavering. The Empress Medusa exhaled a deep breath, leaning against a tree, her expression sorrowful as she began to recount her tale. "During my years of lurking within the Imperial Army, I was not alone. I had a comrade by my side." Qin Hao was taken aback. "Are you saying that besides you, there was another beast spy in the Imperial Army?" "Indeed, she was also a peak-level Imperial beast. The Nine-Tailed Fox Queen." "The Nine-Tailed Fox Queen? Wow, that is the bloodline of the legendary Tian Yao. Impressive." Qin Hao grasped the meaning of the saying. Birds of a feather flock together. Those of remarkable caliber often surrounded themselves with others of equal merit. A gentle recollection surfaced on the Empress Medusa's cold visage. "We grew up together and were very good friends. To put it in your human terms, we were like best friends." When I acted as a spy, my identity was as the Air Force commander, Luo Ya, while she was the Army commander, Hong Xiao. She has a kind nature and, like me, has never harmed a human. Goodness, the high-ranking officials of the Imperial Army are all spies. Who wrote this script? It is so dramatic. Qin Hao's interest was piqued. Hong Xiao is a beautiful name. In her human form, who is more beautiful, she or you? She is married to a human, a high-ranking figure within the Imperial Army. So, she is married. But it doesn't matter. As long as she is beautiful, a married woman can be quite interesting. Qin Hao felt increasingly disoriented, likely influenced by Li Bilang. However, things did not remain favorable for long. Not long after I revealed my identity, Hong Xiao's was exposed as well. Fortunately, I managed to escape, but she did not. Hong Xiao was exposed too. But why is there no news about her in the newspapers, on television, or online? The Empress Medusa explained, the Imperial Army intentionally sealed off internal news to prevent chaos. Currently, Hong Xiao is imprisoned at the naval headquarters. Qin Hao sensed the underlying truth and quickly inquired, so you are gathering the Divine Python clan for a rescue mission? To be precise, it is not a rescue. It is a rescue at the execution ground. A rescue at the execution ground. How thrilling. At dawn, Hong Xiao will face public execution at noon, precisely at 12 o'clock. At the naval headquarters, Donghuang Island. Qin Hao suddenly understood why 2/3 of the military forces nationwide had been dispatched to the naval headquarters. Soon, the Empress Medusa would lead the Divine Python clan to the execution ground, which would undoubtedly be an epic battle. Filled with concern, Qin Hao grasped the Empress Medusa's hand and earnestly said, Sasha, this is clearly a trap set by the Imperial Army. We cannot go. The Empress Medusa lowered her gaze, her heart heavy. I am fully aware it is a trap. Their goal is to force me to reveal myself and capture me alive. But Hong Xiao is my dearest friend. I cannot bear to watch her perish at the hands of humans. Sasha, why won't you heed my advice? The Empire of Yansha has gathered 2/3 of its military strength at the naval headquarters. If you go, it is tantamount to seeking death. My master, I am truly sorry. But this time I cannot heed your words. I must go. The Empress Medusa's stubbornness and dedication left Qin Hao in silence. Putting himself in her shoes, he realized their choices were alike. He ceased his persuasion and instead asked, do you have no other allies? What about Caesar, the foremost figure in your beast camp? And the 6 great beast kings under him? Will they not assist you? Caesar's methods are rather extreme. He never engages in actions that waste military strength. He believes that once Hong Xiao was captured, she no longer held any value. Qin Hao clenched his fists. Reality was indeed harsh. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and made an irrational decision. Sasha, if no one else will help you, then I will. I will be your ally and accompany you to the naval headquarters, to the execution ground. Absurd. You must not go. The Empress Medusa's reaction was intense. She was unafraid of death, but she could not accept that Qin Hao would accompany her into danger. I am your master. I should be responsible for you. No, absolutely not. You just promised me you would not interfere in my affairs. How can you go back on your word? Qin Hao grinned playfully. A man's word is as good as a ghost's. You should know this, right? Besides, you have deceived me several times. Is it too much for me to trick you once? Qin Hao, do not act recklessly. When I say no, it means no. Sasha, do not forget that you are no longer a beast. You are a beast tamer. If I, your beast tamer, am not present, you cannot unleash your true power on the battlefield. How will you save Hong Xiao then? Qin Hao's statement held weight. Unlike beasts, beast tamers needed to be present for their full potential to be realized. The Empress Medusa still shook her head, her stance resolute. No matter how you argue, I will not allow you to accompany me to the battlefield. Do you look down upon me as a 1-star beast tamer? Yes, I do look down on you. You are only a 1-star. Tomorrow, there will be at least 2 9-star beast tamers on the battlefield. If you go, you will surely die, leaving not even a bone behind. Since you are my beast, I must protect you even at the cost of my life. The Empress Medusa fell silent, gazing into Qin Hao's determined eyes and youthful face. Her eyes misty with tears as she spoke softly. Little brat, just listen to me this once and return home, all right? Your sister is waiting for you. His sister was the most important part of Qin Hao's life, and he hesitated for a moment before responding. My sister once said that a man should protect his woman. You are a man. Perhaps not yet, but you, Medusa, are my woman. Qin Hao's earnest demeanor caused the Empress Medusa's heart to race. The bond of their blood pact surpassed any emotion. Subsequently, Qin Hao tore off the black cloak from the Empress Medusa and swiftly donned it himself, while also storing the infernal howling wolf into the golden divine beast ball. Wearing this black cloak, I am momentarily not Qin Hao. I am merely an unnamed beast tamer. My beast is the catastrophe divine python, the Empress Medusa. Chapter 61. Two 9-star beast tamers and an S-class magus. The Empress Medusa gazed at Qin Hao, shrouded in black, her face displaying a mixture of emotions. She set aside her previous aloofness, her lips parting softly, her tone more tender than ever. I truly concede to you. Do as you wish, and I will bear all the consequences. Qin Hao smiled charmingly. When shall we act? When the sun rises. The two stood side by side at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, quietly awaiting dawn's arrival. Gradually, Qin Hao leaned against the Empress Medusa's shoulder and fell asleep. The Empress Medusa glanced at Qin Hao's handsome profile. Her heart stirred as ripples of autumn water danced in her eyes. She had made up her mind that even though this incident would provoke the wrath of Qin Hao's sister, she was willing to bear the consequences. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Hao was awakened by a ray of morning light. As he opened his eyes, he caught the sunrise. The Empress Medusa remained by his side, her beauty still captivating. I was just about to call you, and here you are awake. Shasha, good morning. To be honest, this is my first time witnessing a sunrise. The Empress Medusa gazed towards the rising sun, murmuring, the beauty of the sunrise lies in its emergence from the deepest darkness. Qin Hao teased, wow, I didn't expect you to be so poetic. All I can say is, wow, the sunrise is beautiful. The Empress Medusa rose. Master, we should set off. Yes, let us depart. Qin Hao slowly stood up, the gentle mountain breeze stirring his black robe. Donning a skull mask, Qin Hao concealed his identity and, alongside the Empress Medusa, led the Shunmeng tribe into the ocean, heading towards the naval headquarters on Donghuang Island. At 11:50 a.m., above the Lanling Sea, the waters were calm, and the sky was clear. The Lanling Sea was vast and desolate, with no land in sight except for Donghuang Island, situated in the center of the sea. The Imperial Army's naval headquarters was stationed on Donghuang Island, surrounded by thousands of naval fleets, while countless fighter jets circled above. At that moment, on a cold execution platform, a silver-haired beauty clad in prison garb was shackled by thick iron chains, her face devoid of color, with dried blood at the corners of her mouth. This woman was the beast spy, the nine-tailed fox king. Before her identity was exposed, she served as the army commander of the imperial forces under the alias Hongxiao. At the entrance of the naval headquarters grand hall, 3 chairs were arranged. 3 powerful figures sat side by side, exuding an imposing presence. The man in the central seat, named Long Jingye, was a naval admiral and a 9-star Beastmaster. He had long hair and a thick beard, appeared to be around 40, and wore a naval uniform. The man on the left was extravagantly dressed, radiating an air of nobility. He was Shangguan Feiyu, who held the core technology of the Yinxia Empire and was also a 9-star Beastmaster. The man on the right appeared to be frivolous. He was Yang Dianfeng, an S-class magus from the Beastmaster Alliance, with one eye severely scarred. As the highest authority at the naval headquarters, Long Jingye preferred to work alone and generally disliked collaborating with other factions. However, in light of the impending war, he had specifically invited Shangguan Feiyu and Yang Dianfeng. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the nation's military force was gathered around Donghuang Island, a formidable sight. Long Jingye glanced at his watch. There were 5 minutes left until noon. Time was running out. Why had the Empress Medusa not yet appeared? Was she not coming? Long Jingye murmured as he gazed at the calm sea. Shangguan Feiyu twirled a ring in his hand and replied nonchalantly, Commander Long, you worry too much. The Shunmeng tribe values emotions deeply. With the 9-tailed fox king in our grasp, the Empress Medusa will undoubtedly come. Yang Dianfeng, reclining with a dismissive expression, added, Brother Long, no matter how powerful the Empress Medusa is, she is merely an imperial-level beast. Do we need to go to such lengths? Long Jingye chuckled lightly, sighing, better safe than sorry. The Emperor has decreed that we must capture the Empress Medusa alive today, or my position will be at stake. Yang Dianfeng laughed heartily. No wonder you're so anxious. It turns out you feared emotion. Don't worry, she's just a little snake. With our forces, we will certainly capture the Empress Medusa today. Just then, the sea suddenly erupted with violent waves. Dark clouds obscured the sun, the sky turned gray, and thunder rumbled throughout the Lanling Sea. In an instant, a vast horde of giant serpents surged from the sea, carrying an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, charging towards Donghuang Island. The troops on the island fell into chaos. The Shunmeng tribe is here. That is the Empress Medusa. Do not make eye contact with her, or you will turn to stone. Everyone, remain calm. Prepare for defense. All battleships, stand by. Air Force deployment is complete. Around Donghuang Island, 1 million soldiers stood ready. In no time, the 10,000 demonic army of the Shunmeng tribe had drawn near to Donghuang Island. Both forces faced each other across the expanse. Qin Hao and the Empress Medusa stood side by side atop the head of a blazing giant serpent, their height level with the execution platform on Donghuang Island. The Empress Medusa looked out and saw the nine-tailed fox king bound in chains. Hongxiu. The Empress Medusa silently whispered the name of the nine-tailed fox king, her silver teeth grinding together, her serpentine eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Qin Hao quickly reminded her. Sha, remember not to harm anyone. The Empress Medusa regained her composure and nodded, saying, my only goal is to rescue Hongxiu. Beyond that, I will not harm humans. Beneath the skull mask, Qin Hao smiled. Rest assured, with me here, humans will not harm you. The Empress Medusa's expression turned serious as she said, Qin Hao, confidence is commendable, but I hope you recognize a reality. As I mentioned yesterday, the Imperial Army has truly spared no effort to capture me alive. Their ranks include 2 9-star Beastmasters and an S-class Magus. Wow, this is getting serious. Am I too late to go home now? Qin Hao had initially been fearless. But now, standing on the battlefield, he felt an unprecedented pressure, the scent of blood in the air making him dizzy. Meanwhile, Long Jingye and the others also noticed Qin Hao's figure. Yang Jianfeng remarked, how strange. Who is the figure in the black robe beside the Empress Medusa? I've never seen him before. Shangwan Feiyu replied, clearly, he is a helper she has summoned. However, that guy is wearing a skull mask. It's unclear whether he is human or beast. At this moment, no one knew that the youth beneath the black robe was, in fact, a 1-star Beastmaster. Long Jingye sincerely said, during the upcoming battle, I hope both of you will lend your full support. He then rose and proclaimed loudly, execute. On the execution platform, the executioner raised a blade embedded with magic crystals and swung it towards the nine-tailed fox king's neck. This was true warfare, swift and ruthless, with no time wasted on idle exchanges. Upon witnessing this, the Empress Medusa was suddenly engulfed in fury. Her serpentine eyes sparkled with brilliance as she activated her petrifying gaze. Even from a distance, the executioner fell victim to her gaze, his body turning to stone, frozen in place. Long Jingye shouted in anger, attack. War was imminent. The naval fleet surged forward, bombers took to the skies, and gunfire and cannon fire rang out like thunder. Amidst the chaos, the sea roiled, and the blazing giant serpent thrashed violently, making it difficult for Qin Hao to maintain his stance. Oh no, Sha, I want to go home. My sister called me back for dinner. Qin Hao was terrified. This was his first time participating in an epic war, and he clung to the Empress Medusa like a koala, burying his face in her chest and refusing to look up. The Empress Medusa, exasperated, roared, kid. You said yesterday you would protect me. Was that just empty talk? Why are you so cowardly now? Qin Hao replied pitifully, I'm just a 1-star Beastmaster. The Empress Medusa scoffed, men are indeed unreliable. Step aside, I will handle this myself. She pushed Qin Hao away, leapt up, and with a flourish of her sleeve, a wave of green toxic mist enveloped the area. Within the mist, innumerable poisoned arrows formed. With a fierce cry, the Empress Medusa unleashed a barrage of arrows. The poisoned arrows, laced with the corrosive venom of the Shunmang tribe, rapidly eroded the hulls of warships and aircraft, forcing pilots and crew members to leap into the sea to save themselves. The Empress Medusa descended from the sky, her feet splashing in the sea as she sprinted across the surface, racing towards Donghuang Island. Shangwan Feiyu watched this scene and couldn't help but applaud. Indeed, the genes of the Shunmang tribe are powerful. The strength of the Empress Medusa should not be underestimated. Yang Dianfeng chuckled. This Empress Medusa is quite audacious. Mr. Shangwan, will you go first, or shall I? Shangwan Feiyu sipped his coffee, exuding an air of tranquility. Let us not rush. Instead, let us observe for a moment. The reason behind Shangwan Feiyu's restraint lay in his cautious nature, as he kept half of his attention focused on the figure in the black robe. Thus far, the black-robed individual had made no move, leading Shangwan Feiyu to mistakenly assume he was a figure of substantial influence. As for Qin Hao, he was in a state of utter panic. The Queen of Medusa moved with astonishing speed, her path unobstructed by any battleship or submarine. Hongxiu, hold on. I will come to your rescue. On the execution platform, the king of the nine-tailed fox gazed at the sea, his eyes filled with worry and guilt as they fell upon the Queen of Medusa. Luoya, you foolish girl, why did you return to save me? Just as the Queen of Medusa was nearing Donghuang Island, Long Jingye issued another command. Beastmaster Corps, Mage Corps, mobilize. Capture the Queen of Medusa alive. Long Kuei, riding the Thunderfang saber leopard, led the Beastmaster Corps to encircle the Queen of Medusa. Zhou Zhan, wielding the magical artifact Ghost Cry, guided a group of mages to assist Long Kuei. With the backing of modern high-tech weaponry, the naval forces surged with momentum. Although the Queen of Medusa was formidable, she was surrounded by ambushes, and the enemy's strength was overwhelming. Moreover, at that moment, the Queen of Medusa was no longer a magical beast, but a Beastmaster. Her magical energy diminished by half. Without Qin Hao's strategic guidance, she could not unleash her true power. Witnessing the encirclement of the Queen of Medusa, Qin Hao's fear was swiftly replaced by anger. As the 9-turn Nether Eye activated, the latent power hidden within his pupils surged in response to his emotional turmoil. Suddenly, an ancient Beastmaster formation diagram materialized before Qin Hao's eyes. No one shall harm my woman. All members of the Divine Python clan, heed my command. As the master of the Queen of Medusa, Qin Hao possessed the ability to indirectly command the Divine Python clan. Subsequently, every member of the Divine Python clan obeyed Qin Hao's orders, forming a complex formation and launching a fierce assault towards Donghuang Island. Qin Hao's command of the Beastmaster formation was ever-changing. Even though the Divine Python clan's numbers were vastly inferior to those of the Navy, they cleverly disrupted the naval defense system, throwing the naval forces into chaos. Thorn-Flying Python, suppress the enemy's aerial units. 9 Poison Ghost Serpent, sink the enemy submarine. Giant Kuan-Bone Python, swallow that vessel. Do not harm anyone, spit them out. The Great Rock Diamond Serpent, Shimming King Serpent, and Shadow Black Flood Python executed a triangular assault strategy, breaking through the enemy's left flank and flanking to support the Queen of Medusa. Under Qin Hao's masterful command, the Divine Python clan advanced with unstoppable momentum, threatening the naval defenses. The Queen of Medusa seized the opportunity to breathe, casting a sweeping glance, and activated her petrifying gaze once more, turning tens of thousands of naval beastmasters into stone statues. The tide of battle shifted, with Qin Hao earning the first merit. Long Jingya, observing the situation, marveled. The formation displayed by the Divine Python clan is both real and illusory, shifting between yin and yang. What kind of beastmaster possesses such wisdom? Shangguan Feiyu watched Qin Hao from a distance, his expression grave. Who exactly is this black-robed figure? When did the Yinxiao Empire gain such a powerful traitorous beastmaster aiding the magical beasts in their assault against humanity? Yang Dianfeng, growing impatient, urged. The enemy is at our doorstep. Will you go or not? If you won't, I will. Shangguan Feiyu suddenly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. Allow me. I find this black-robed individual quite intriguing. No sooner had Shangguan Feiyu spoken than the seabed began to tremble violently. The Queen of Medusa and Qin Hao joined forces, standing atop the head of the fiery giant python, both sensing an ominous premonition. Sha, what is happening? I sense the aura of the Beast Emperor. Be cautious of the seabed. Suddenly, a deafening whale call echoed from the depths, followed by a massive tsunami. As the waves receded, a colossal beast emerged from the ocean's surface. Qin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the Sea Emperor Leviathan? The monstrous creature, resembling a whale, was covered in a hard shell, its tail resembling that of an octopus, adorned with countless tentacles. Its size was truly exaggerated, the largest marine beast Qin Hao had ever encountered. Strangely, this creature shimmered with a metallic sheen, each movement accompanied by a mechanical sound. No, this is not the Sea Emperor Leviathan. This is the mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan. The Sea Emperor Leviathan, the largest beast of the ocean, possessed the ability to dominate the seas and belonged to a nearly extinct bloodline. In other words, this type of beast had long been presumed extinct for decades and should not be present here. Thus, the oceanic giant before Qin Hao was not the Sea Emperor Leviathan, but rather a mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan created through mechanical evolution. In the entire Yinxiao Empire, only one individual could achieve such a feat, Shangguan Feiyu. Standing atop the mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan, Shangguan Feiyu looked down upon the black-robed Qin Hao. At this moment, Shangguan Feiyu was unaware that this very black-robed figure had stolen the first kiss of his daughter, Shangguan Ning. Sha, let us fight with your true form, Qin Hao commanded, adopting the demeanor of a beastmaster. A true man will even strike his father-in-law when the moment calls for it. The Queen of Medusa radiated a blinding light, transforming into her true form, the cataclysmic divine python. The sea roiled, and warships were swept away by the surging waves. The cataclysmic divine python, enormous and elongated, reached toward the clouds, covered in indestructible purple-gold scales. With the slightest movement of her body, she could unleash a devastating tsunami. Standing atop the Queen of Medusa, Qin Hao locked eyes with Shangguan Feiyu. Chapter 63. Queen of Medusa versus Sea Emperor Leviathan. After their gaze met, Qin Hao finally recognized Shangguan Feiyu. He had seen numerous interviews with Shangguan Feiyu on television and in newspapers. This man was indeed remarkable, having single-handedly propelled the technological civilization of the Yinxiao Empire. Once, Qin Hao had idolized Shangguan Feiyu, and he never expected their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. Oh no, it's Mr. Shangguan. How embarrassing, just days ago, I stole the first kiss from his daughter. The image of Qin Hao kissing Shangguan Ning lingered vividly in his mind. And now facing Shangguan Feiyu felt akin to confronting a father-in-law, an immense pressure weighing upon him. Shangguan Feiyu cast a glance at the Queen of Medusa and could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated that the majestic imperial-level magical beast, the cataclysmic divine python, would one day lower its noble head and submit at the feet of humanity, becoming a beastmaster in human hands. He then returned his gaze to Qin Hao, inquiring with curiosity, pray tell, who exactly are you? To be able to tame the Queen of Medusa. There are scarcely 5 Beastmasters in the entire Yinxiao Empire who can achieve such a feat, such power as yours. Why do you choose to ally with the magical beasts against humanity? Could it be that you hail from the Devourer organization? The Devourer organization, as mentioned by Shangguan Feiyu, was a faction that had splintered from the Imperial Army, a band of rebels. Their belief was to overthrow the current rulers of the Yinxiao Empire and re-establish human order. Qin Hao could not reveal his reasons, so he raised his voice, responding in a hoarse yet resonant tone, You are not worthy to know my name. Divine Python Clan. Attack. The entire Divine Python Clan, numbering a staggering 100,000 magical troops, surged through the waters, thrashing and releasing their magical energy as they launched a full-scale assault against Shangguan Feiyu, their momentum overwhelming. The mechanical sea emperor Leviathan emitted a mechanical roar, and the surface of the sea was filled with innumerable deep-sea giants, forming a massive oceanic army. Qin Hao was not surprised. He understood that the sea emperor Leviathan was the apex predator of the ocean, commanding all giant beasts within it. The two forces faced each other, titanic waves crashing. As the war escalated to an intense peak, neither side gaining the upper hand. Next would be the duel between the two Beastmasters, a 9-star Beastmaster versus a 1-star Beastmaster. Sha, dive and conceal yourself. The Empress Medusa stealthily descended into the deep sea, her serpentine scales merging seamlessly with the water, rendering her nearly invisible. The Sea Emperor Leviathan's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he scanned the surroundings, employing radar and sonar for detection, accompanied by the roaring waves. Empress Medusa twisted her elongated form and surged forth from the ocean's depths. With a mighty leap, she soared into the sky, commanding the winds and clouds to part the heavens. With her gaping maw, Empress Medusa swiftly bit through the tail fin of the Sea Emperor Leviathan. A piercing scream escaped Leviathan as it furiously thrashed its body. Well done. Qin Hao cheered, exhilarated that he had unexpectedly gained an advantage before a 9-star Beastmaster. However, the smile on Qin Hao's face quickly faded as he observed the severed tail fin of Leviathan reassembling and regenerating within moments. Was this the regenerative technology of nanotechnology? Qin Hao was astonished. In his previous life, he had only witnessed such technology in science fiction films, and now, witnessing it firsthand left him in awe. Shangguan Feiyu wore a proud expression. Each of his beasts had undergone mechanical evolution, their bodies infused with a serum containing nanotechnology. Thus, the mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan could regenerate any lost body part within a remarkably short time during battle. In a sense, Shangguan Feiyu's beasts approached invincibility. Sasha used the Gorgon-esque gaze. However, it was futile. Leviathan's body was mechanical, rendering her petrifying gaze ineffective against non-living entities. At that moment, the abyssal maw of Leviathan transformed into a mechanical cannon, aimed directly at Empress Medusa. A thunderous blast followed, as a robust electromagnetic laser pierced the coastline, creating a deep chasm in the ocean. Empress Medusa plummeted into the deep sea, reverting to her human form, cradling Qin Hao in her arms as they resurfaced. Qin Hao coughed lightly, his visage concealed beneath a skeletal mask, revealing his pallor. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Empress Medusa's mouth. Had it not been for her desire to protect Qin Hao, she would have remained unscathed. Sasha, I am sorry for being a burden, Qin Hao lamented, biting his lip in frustration and guilt. The combat power and ferocity of beasts were intricately linked to the mindset and strength of their masters. Empress Medusa was undoubtedly powerful. Yet Qin Hao was merely a 1-star beast master, lacking any experience in large-scale warfare. Moreover, his opponent was a seasoned 9-star Beastmaster, creating an insurmountable gulf between them. The disparity in strength among the Beastmasters also led to a disparity among their beasts. Empress Medusa bore no resentment towards Qin Hao, yet her face was etched with urgency. Time was of the essence, and they must rescue Hongxiu swiftly, lest the imperial reinforcements arrive. Qin Hao gazed into the distance, where several massive aircraft carriers gradually came into view. Qin Hao, I will have the fire giant python protect you. Your safety is paramount. The rest is up to me. Empress Medusa commanded the fire giant python to safeguard Qin Hao before transforming back into her true form, the cataclysmic serpent, engaging the Sea Emperor Leviathan in a fierce battle. The entire sea was thrown into chaos, the scene unfolding with tragic intensity. Since becoming Qin Hao's beast, Empress Medusa's rank had aligned with the Beastmaster system. She now belonged to the Beast Emperor rank, at level 70, in her prime. The Sea Emperor Leviathan shared her level, yet despite Medusa's divine bloodline, Qin Hao's ineptitude as a Beastmaster prevented him from unlocking her ultimate potential. This led to a stalemate. If this continued, the Serpent clan would inevitably be annihilated by the Imperial forces. Qin Hao struggled to maintain his composure. Lacking strength, he resolved to employ cunning. Activating the 9-turn Mystic Eye, he fixed his gaze on the Sea Emperor Leviathan, a data panel materializing before him. Name, Mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan Level 70, Beast Emperor, Bloodline, Legendary, Talent, Nanoregeneration Attributes. Loyalty, 100 Weakness. Skills, Evolution Path, Mechanical Evolution, Locked, Habits and Preferences. Why were all the data points obscured by question marks? Panic seized Qin Hao. This was the first time the 9-turn Mystic Eye failed to comprehensively analyze an enemy beast's data. Previously, a mere glance allowed him to discern weaknesses and hidden vulnerabilities. This time, he encountered a setback. It seemed the power of the 9-turn Mystic Eye had been significantly diminished. He surmised that excessive use had strained it, and frustration welled within him. Recalling the previous battles while commanding the Serpent clan's forces, he realized he had overexerted his eye's power. At this moment, Empress Medusa found herself at a disadvantage. The vast disparity in strength between her and Shangguan Feiyu rendered her unable to contend with the Sea Emperor Leviathan. Damn it! I will give it my all. Qin Hao resolved, sacrificing his own vitality to forcibly activate the 9-turned Mystic Eye. Crimson blood trickled from his right eye, staining his skeletal mask. The 9-turned Mystic Eye operated at overload. Finally, he could see it. Ignoring the pain, a surge of joy illuminated his pale face. He had discerned the attributes of the Sea Emperor Leviathan. Sasha, its weakness lies in the neck. The energy source is there. Upon hearing Qin Hao's voice, Empress Medusa let out a deafening roar, using her long, powerful serpentine body to ensnare the Sea Emperor Leviathan tightly. Leviathan struggled sluggishly, finding it difficult to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Empress Medusa opened her massive jaws, her sharp fangs plunging deep into the neck of Leviathan. Shangguan Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. How did he know the hidden weakness of Leviathan? In an instant, Empress Medusa lifted her grand head, clutching a glowing circular vessel, the very source of Leviathan's energy. Deprived of its power, Leviathan resembled a machine deprived of electricity, its body disintegrating as the light in its eyes extinguished, all its weaponry coming to a halt. With a splash, the Sea Emperor Leviathan slowly descended into the depths. Standing at the edge of Dongwang Island, Shangguan Feiyu watched in disbelief. Who was this cloaked figure? Despite appearing inexperienced as a Beastmaster, he could perceive the hidden weaknesses of beasts. It was truly bizarre. Did he intend to force me to summon my second beast? What would that mean for my reputation? Shangguan Feiyu's face turned ashen as a 9-star Beastmaster. To have his primary beast defeated and sunk to the ocean's depths was an immense disgrace. With the defeat of the primary beast belonging to the 9-star Beastmaster, the morale of the naval forces plummeted, fear etched upon the faces of the soldiers. Empress Medusa reverted to her human form, gently landing beside Qin Hao. Qin Hao, I owe my gratitude to you, but what happened to your eye? At this moment, blood flowed freely from Qin Hao's right eye, staining his skeletal mask. Qin Hao felt lightheaded, forcing a weak smile despite his frailty. Do not worry, I am fine. Sasha, we must rescue the others. Amidst the turmoil, Qin Hao and Empress Medusa led the Serpent Army onto Dongwang Island. The battle on Dongwang Island was fierce, with gunfire ringing out and explosions echoing. Beasts clashed with monsters, the scent of blood permeating the air. Hongxiu, hold on a little longer. I am coming. Empress Medusa had scarcely taken a few steps when a shadow blocked her path. An S-class mage, Yang Dianfeng, wielded a colossal axe of magical engineering, embedded with 5 sovereign-grade magic crystals and the skull of an imperial-grade beast. A mere serpent dares to be so audacious. Yang Dianfeng swung the massive axe with tremendous force, red lightning coursing through it, brimming with formidable power. Empress Medusa raised her long leg to counter, but due to her earlier exertion, she was unable to shake off Yang Dianfeng's relentless assault, the battle growing increasingly desperate. Sasha, little brat, I cannot spare a hand. It is up to you. Qin Hao realized that he was the only one who could rescue the nine-tailed Fox King. Fire Giant Python, clear the soldiers. The Fire Giant Python lashed its enormous tail, sending a group of naval soldiers flying. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hao sprinted toward the execution platform. Suddenly, a graceful figure obstructed Qin Hao's path, and he was taken aback to discover that the woman before him was none other than Long Kuei. In a battlefield of such vastness, with both sides boasting over 1,000,000 troops, the likelihood of encountering an acquaintance was nearly non-existent. Yet, against all odds, the siblings found themselves in this serendipitous meeting. Long Kuei, unable to recognize Qin Hao, barked, "Shaolei, attack!" The Lei Ting Jian Shi Bao surged towards Qin Hao, enveloped in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The Lihua Juman swiftly maneuvered to Qin Hao's side, as the forces of heaven and earth clashed with the beasts of magic. Without mercy, Long Kuei drew a dagger from her waist and lunged at Qin Hao. Lacking substantial combat experience, he could only clumsily evade her assault. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed forth. The scorching red liquid splattered across Long Kuei's face as Qin Hao emitted a muffled groan of agony. The dagger had pierced his left arm, and blood dripped down the edges of his black robe. Long Kuei paused, the sound of Qin Hao's muffled cry resonating with an unsettling familiarity. "You." Long Kuei's hand trembled slightly as she attempted to remove Qin Hao's mask. At that critical moment, a fierce gust of wind swept past, toppling Long Kuei to the ground. Rising, she gazed skyward as the six-winged Snake King carried the injured Qin Hao toward the execution platform. Could it truly be him? No, it cannot be him. I must have misheard. Long Kuei shook her head, repeatedly offering herself mental reassurances. The six-winged Snake King soared to the execution platform with Qin Hao on its back. Ignoring his wounds, Qin Hao hastened to the side of the Jiawei Huli Wang and exclaimed, "Hongxiu, I am here to rescue you." Confusion flickered in Hongxiu's eyes as she queried, "Benefactor, what is your relationship with Luya?" "I am her master," Qin Hao replied. A faint smile graced Hongxiu's lips. Who would have thought that the typically aloof and proud Luya would willingly become a human's Beastmaster? Six-winged Snake King, sever the chains. The sound of metal fracturing echoed as Hongxiu regained her freedom. At that moment, a cannonball plummeted from the sky. Qin Hao, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut. After a brief pause, he realized he had not heard an explosion. When he opened his eyes, elation surged within him. Before him stood a colossal Jiawei Yaohuli, effortlessly grasping the heavy cannonball, exuding an aura of rose-purple demonic energy. The true form of Hongxiu, the Jiawei Huli Wang, had re-emerged. "Benefactor, thank you." "No need for thanks. Your nine tails are stunning. Did you purchase that skin?" Observing this, the Medusa Empress wept with joy, transforming into her true form, the Tianzai Shenmang. Descending once more upon Dongwang Island, the once mighty duo of Imperial-level magical beasts united, sending tremors throughout the entire Dongwang Island. Shangguan Feiyu's expression hardened as he retrieved a diamond pet ball from his waist. "Mr. Shangguan, allow me," Long Jingya interjected, his demeanor grave. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Qin Hao struggled to maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground. What on earth is happening? An earthquake? A soul-shattering roar erupted from the ocean depths, causing the entire Dongwang Island to tremble. The Medusa Empress and the Jiawei Huli Wang were both thrown back, crashing into the frigid waters. In that moment, a remarkable sight unfolded over the Lanling Sea. Beneath Dongwang Island lay not solid ground, but a colossal turtle shell. A gigantic Longgui gradually surfaced, its shell bearing the weight of Dongwang Island. Qin Hao, currently upon the island, was utterly dumbfounded. What creature is this? The Jiuzhuang Ming Tong activated once more, blood streaming from his right eye. Name, Xuanwu Longgui, level 80, beast god body, bloodline, mythical, talent, power of Xuanwu, attributes, water element, supernatural loyalty. Weakness. Skills. Evolution path, Xuanwu path, locked. Habits. Sleeping. Though the data collected by the Jiuzhuang Ming Tong was incomplete, it did not prevent Qin Hao from feeling utterly terrified. This marked his first encounter with a beast of the divine body, an overwhelming shock coursing through him. On the surface of the sea, the Medusa Empress and the Jiawei Huli Wang stood side by side. "Loya, the situation is dire. This is Long Jingya's second beast, the Xuanwu Longgui. Together, we are no match." In truth, the plan to execute had succeeded. The Jiawei Huli Wang had been rescued. Escape was the true path to survival. However, The Medusa Empress could not flee, for she understood clearly that Qin Hao was trapped upon Dongwang Island. Hongxiu, you must retreat. I need to save Qin Hao. I will not leave. Qin Hao is my benefactor, and I must save him. Chapter 65. 10-Star Beastmaster, Ancient Dragon Species. Yanlong Wang chaos reigned upon Dongwang Island. The Xuanwu Longgui, with a mere shake of its body, could induce tremors akin to a seismic event for Qin Hao. The naval fleet surrounding the island was capsized by towering waves, and the structures upon the island swayed precariously, the naval headquarters teetering on the brink of collapse. Long Jingye was resolute in his intent to capture the Medusa Empress alive, willing to pay any price, even at the cost of his own forces. At this moment, Qin Hao, clutching his wounded left arm, leaned against a tree, his condition dire. The overuse of the Jiao Zhuangming Tong and the dagger wound inflicted by Longgui had resulted in significant blood loss, leaving Qin Hao reliant solely on his mental will to sustain his body, at risk of fainting at any moment. Gazing at the Medusa Empress upon the sea, Qin Hao murmured, "Sha, you cannot withstand the Xuanwu Longgui. You all must leave. I will find a way." The bond between Beast and Beastmaster was profound, and the Medusa Empress could hear Qin Hao's thoughts. Yet, she would never abandon him. Enraged, the Medusa Empress radiated a purple-golden glow, her demigod bloodline surging forth as her physique doubled in size, charging at the Xuanwu Longgui. The Jiawei Huli Wang followed suit, its voice resonating like thunder, expelling waves of demonic energy. Long Jingye, witnessing this, commanded his beast into combat mode. The Xuanwu Longgui raised its head, two blood-red eyes swirling with malice. Due to the disparity in level and bloodline, the Medusa Empress's petrifying gaze proved ineffective. Suddenly, violent tremors emanated from the ocean floor. The Xuanwu Longgui possessed the ability to manipulate water elements and earth forces. When combined, it could incite tsunamis and volcanic eruptions beneath the sea. A cataclysmic tsunami surged from all sides, forming a prison around them. The undersea volcano erupted, scalding magma spewing forth, transforming the Lanling Sea into a blazing inferno. The Medusa Empress and the Jiawei Huli Wang found themselves ensnared within the fiery tempest, unable to rescue Qin Hao, let alone protect themselves. Qin Hao watched helplessly, consumed by rage and despair, striking the ground with his fist. "It's all my fault. I am too weak." His heart sank into a quagmire of self-reproach and guilt. Even with the assistance of the Jiao Zhuangming Tong, Qin Hao remained merely a fledgling one-star Beastmaster, his experience, mindset, and strength vastly inferior to that of a 9-star Beastmaster. Had Qin Hao been sufficiently powerful to elicit the Medusa Empress's strongest form, he could have faced the Xuanwu Longgui without falling into such a passive predicament. At this moment, his desire to grow stronger surged to unprecedented heights. Long Jingye stood atop the Xuanwu Longgui, surveying the Medusa Empress and the Jiawei Huli Wang trapped in the inferno. The outcome was apparent. Should they cease their resistance, he might consider sparing them some suffering. An uncontrollable fury ignited within the Medusa Empress's eyes as she struggled in vain to break free from the flames. To be fair, it was due to Qin Hao's insufficient strength that her capabilities were curtailed. Moreover, this battle had always been one of overwhelming disparity, with the Imperial Army prepared for combat. At that moment, more aircraft carriers and air support rushed to the scene, encircling the fiery realm with a formidable blockade. Qin Hao had anticipated such an outcome, yet he felt no regret. Rather, he would have regretted allowing the Medusa Empress to face such peril alone. Shangguan Feiyu approached Long Jingye, his finger pointing towards the distant Qin Hao, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Director Long, that man in the black robe poses a significant threat. I have witnessed an unprecedented ferocity within him." Long Jingye dismissed this with a wave. "He is merely a clown. His beast mastery is feeble. His combat experience is particularly naive, and he is incapable of unleashing the full form of the Medusa Empress." Shangguan Feiyu's demeanor turned serious as he pondered. There exist two types of courage in this world: the brute force of the fool and the wisdom of the sage. The former relies solely on strength and power, while the latter commands the masses through intellect and vision. This black-robed man has discerned the concealed weaknesses of the mechanical sea emperor, Leviathan, and has orchestrated the command of 100,000 beasts from the divine Python clan, effortlessly dismantling the first line of defense we established. Moreover, he has compelled you to employ your second beast, has he not? At this juncture, Long Jingye's composure began to falter. Coincidentally, Long Kuei was nearby, and Long Jingye commanded, "Kuei, eliminate that black-robed man." "Yes, father." Long Kuei responded with the decisiveness of a soldier. Yet, as she gazed upon the black-robed figure, her determination waned, replaced by hesitation. The command was difficult to oppose. The battlefield is devoid of familial ties. Long Kuei could only steel herself to approach Qin Hao, yet her heart was in turmoil, delaying her decisive action. Surely, it could not be him. What harm could come from his demise? Long Kuei incessantly reinforced her resolve, yet she still lacked the courage to strike. Qin Hao, tormented within, sensed that Long Kuei was questioning his identity. You are truly indecisive, little girl. Allow me to take charge. Yang Dianfeng swung the crimson thunder battle axe, descending from the heavens with the intent to cleave Qin Hao in two. Faced with an S-rank sorcerer, the already weakened Qin Hao could offer no resistance, awaiting his inevitable demise. Just as peril loomed, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the depths of the dark clouds. Long Jingye and his companions looked skyward, their eyes widening in fear. In the next moment, flames erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth. A colossal dragon emerged from the clouds, its wings unfurling, summoning a tempest across the vast ocean. The dragon swooped down, resembling a meteor cloaked in flames. A deafening crash resounded, vaporizing half of the seawater. The dragon's iron claws landed heavily upon the back of the Xuanwu turtle, which cried out in agony, immobilized. The Medusa Empress, taken aback, trembled. The ancient dragon breed, the Flame Dragon King, the Nine-Tailed Fox King, aghast, blurted out. Could that man also have arrived? On Dongwang Island, smoke billowed, chaos reigned. As the dust settled, all eyes turned towards the execution platform. In the center, Qin Hao lifted his gaze to behold a tall, robust man standing before him. This man presented only his back to Qin Hao, wielding a sword that blocked Yang Dianfeng's crimson thunder battle axe. Yang Dianfeng's face turned pale, his expression one of horror. Yin Wang. Shangguan Feiyu's demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. This man seems to have been absent for quite some time. The last I saw him was during the Second Demon War. Long Jingye furrowed his brow. Why has the God-eating organization involved itself in this matter? Is there a close relationship between the black-robed man and Yin Wang? At this moment, Qin Hao remained unaware that the man who had rescued him was the leader of the God-eating organization, Yin Wang. Yin Wang, the most wanted man on the Empire's bounty list, once the mightiest warrior of the Imperial Army, celebrated as a 10-star Beastmaster. He later defected, founding the God-eating organization and opposing the Empire. Yang Dianfeng, drenched in sweat, faced Yin Wang, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, bellowing, "Why do you appear here? Your presence only brings chaos." Yin Wang chuckled softly. Do you understand the benefits of chaos? It brings fairness and upholds justice. With a crisp snap, Yang Dianfeng's magical apparatus shattered into two. Yang Dianfeng felt utterly helpless. The man before him was too powerful. Chapter 66. Qin Hao's Third Beast. Little Fox Girl. The sword in Yin Wang's hand was forged from the reverse scales of 10,000 dragons, embedded with the magic crystal of the ancient dragon breed. Heralded as the world's strongest magical apparatus, the Dragon Slayer sword. The Medusa Empress transformed into her human form, leaping onto Dongwang Island and landing on the execution platform. Little one, let us depart. Seizing the moment, the Medusa Empress scooped the weakened Qin Hao into her arms and leapt away, escaping Dongwang Island. Observing the Medusa Empress fleeing, Long Jingye's gaze fixed on Yin Wang as he shouted across the distance, "Why do you involve yourself in this matter?" Yin Wang turned to Long Jingye, smiling. "It has been a long time, Director Long. The days we spent drinking tea and playing chess are still fresh in my memory. Traitor, do not feign familiarity." Long Jingye growled through gritted teeth, then bellowed, "All forces, listen up. Pursue the Medusa Empress. Do not let them escape." Every battleship on the sea swiftly aimed their cannons at the Medusa Empress. Yin Wang interjected, "Director Long, I shall take charge of this matter." The dragon roared, causing the sea to tremble, and all warships were engulfed by towering waves. The Xuanwu turtle, unable to withstand the onslaught, was driven into the depths of the ocean by the dragon's iron claws. In an instant, Dongwang Island sank. As Qin Hao fled the battlefield, he cast a glance back, witnessing the gargantuan dragon overpowering the Xuanwu turtle, leaving him in profound shock. The nine-turn mystic eyes were temporarily inoperative. Qin Hao could not examine the data template of this colossal dragon. Yet, he recognized it as the ancient dragon breed, the king of dragons, the Flame Dragon King. The man capable of commanding such a beast was evidently a figure of immense stature. In the Lonling Sea region, smoke and flames engulfed the area. After an indeterminate duration, the Xuanwu turtle resurfaced. The shell of Dongwang Island lay in ruins, the naval headquarters reduced to rubble. Long Jingye surveyed his surroundings. That man and the Flame Dragon King had vanished without a trace. The sea was strewn with the wreckage of countless warships, Fortunately, there were no casualties, as the Navy personnel could all swim and would not drown. A soldier approached Long Jingye, fear evident in his demeanor. Report. The mission has failed. The Medusa Empress, Nine-Tailed Fox King, and the black-robed man have escaped. The military has suffered severe losses, with financial and material damages estimated to exceed 3 billion. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The notion of a war without casualties was incredulous. Observers could easily discern that the Medusa Empress's sole aim was to rescue the Nine-Tailed Fox King, harboring no intent to harm humanity. Otherwise, the death toll would have been in the tens of thousands. Long Jingye's brows furrowed tightly, the veins on his arms clearly visible. Regardless of the circumstances, the failure of the mission lay squarely on his shoulders, signifying the impending consequences of demotion. Shangguan Feiyu approached and placed a comforting hand on Long Jingye's shoulder. This is not your fault. Had that man not appeared, we would have successfully captured the Medusa Empress. Mr. Shangguan, why do you think Yin Wang saved that black-robed man? This question was difficult to answer. From my preliminary speculation, the black-robed man may be a core member of the God-eating organization, and perhaps Yin Wang intends to groom him as a successor. Do not dwell on this too much. The matter has exceeded our control. Let us return to the Imperial City to report on the situation and expedite the issuance of a warrant for the capture of the black-robed man. This battle shall be recorded in history. The Imperial Army faced defeat, the Nine-Tailed Fox King rescued under the watchful eyes of 2 10-star Beastmasters. The mysterious black-robed man made his debut, and the leader of the God-eating organization, Yin Wang, openly revealed himself. The world order has thus been altered. All of this was instigated by Qin Hao. Yet, no one could fathom that the black-robed man was indeed Qin Hao. As the sun set in the dusk, on a small island within the territory of the magical beasts, Qin Hao lay in the embrace of the Medusa Empress, his eyes tightly shut. After escaping the battlefield, Qin Hao fell into a coma and had yet to awaken. Luoya, I owe you and Qin Hao my gratitude. There is no need for thanks among our own. The Nine-Tailed Fox King transformed into human form, gazing at the unconscious Qin Hao with a sense of guilt. Suddenly, the Nine-Tailed Fox King coughed up a copious amount of blood, her face as pale as a sheet, vitality swiftly dissipating. Hongxiu, what has happened to you? The Nine-Tailed Fox King grasped the hand of the Medusa Empress, revealing a sorrowful smile. My time is fleeting. Do not speak such nonsense. We have gone to great lengths to rescue you. It is futile. I am destined to perish. The Medusa Empress paused, suddenly realizing something. Hongxiu, could it be yes? I have borne a child with a human. I have a daughter. The Medusa Empress's eyes widened in shock, her heart plummeting as if weighed down by cold lead. The physique of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe is peculiar. Once they bear offspring with humans, their organs begin to deteriorate rapidly, leading to a significantly shortened lifespan. In truth, Hongxiu's body had long been on the brink of collapse, but she still had matters to resolve. Dipping her fingertip into the blood at the corner of her mouth, Hongxiu drew a military map in the palm of the Medusa Empress's hand. Luoya, this is the core secret of the Imperial Army. This conspiracy is more terrifying than we imagined. With this map, our years of effort will not have been in vain. The Medusa Empress's eyes reddened as she tightly embraced Hongxiu. Fool, do not be sad. We shall be sisters in our next life. Hongxiu gently stroked the Medusa Empress's hair, her gaze dimmed with regret. I have but one request. Please take care of my daughter. The Medusa Empress's voice was hoarse. I promise you. Hongxiu glanced once more at the unconscious Qin Hao. Luoya, since you are willing to be his beast, it indicates that he is a man worthy of trust. If possible, allow my daughter to become his beast as well. Consider it my repayment to him. The Medusa Empress choked on her words, unable to speak, and could only nod. Qin Hao had been in a deep slumber for an extended period, and when he finally awoke, the sky had darkened. Sha. At the moment of awakening, Qin Hao called out for the Medusa Empress. Seeing him awake, the Medusa Empress forced a smile. Wonderful, you have finally awakened. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Hao opened his arms to embrace the Medusa Empress, who reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his waist. Surviving a calamity, their bond had deepened. After the embrace, Qin Hao looked around. Where is Sister Hongxiu? The Medusa Empress lowered her head in silence, holding a purple magic crystal in her hand. Qin Hao was struck as if by lightning. Sister Hongxiu. She is gone. He could hardly believe it, but the truth was evident before him. This magic crystal was indeed that of the Nine-Tailed Fox King. Sha. What has happened? We went through so much to rescue her. How could it end like this? Qin Hao, she has left behind a daughter. She hopes her daughter will become your beast. Qin Hao fell silent. After a long pause, he asked, where is her daughter? In the deep of night. At Jiuyu Mountain, a mountain range near the western border of the Yanxia Empire, the dense forest was filled with ferocious beasts. Deep within the woods stood a humble thatched cottage, incongruous with its surroundings. Is Sister Hongxiu's daughter here? It should be. Chapter 67. Qin Hao gently knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Footsteps echoed from within. Creak. The door opened, revealing a small girl with a head full of silver hair, petite in stature, with a sullen expression. This little girl bore a striking resemblance to the nine-tailed fox King Hongxiu, showcasing the strength of familial inheritance. Intriguingly, two fluffy fox ears sprouted from the top of her head. The offspring of humans and beasts often retains some features of their beast lineage, even if they are born in human form. The little girl stared at Qin Hao with fear in her eyes. Are you humans? Qin Hao kindly inquired. Little sister. Your name is Xiao Qingzi, right? Lin Yicheng nodded, her nickname given by her mother. Qin Hao crouched down, placing his hand on Lin Yicheng's head, and said gently, Xiao Qingzi, this beautiful lady and I are friends of your mother. Lin Yicheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Where's my mother? Why hasn't she come to see me? The Medusa Empress bit her lip, her eyes again misty. Qin Hao swallowed hard and forced a smile. Your mother is very busy, and she asked me to take care of you. My name is Qin Hao. You can call me brother. Hello, brother. Hello, Jia. The more obedient Lin Yicheng was, the more difficult it became for the Medusa Empress to face her. She turned away to wipe away her tears. Then, they all entered the cottage. The thatched house was quite simple, making it hard to imagine that a little girl had lived here alone for many years. From the Medusa Empress's description, Qin Hao learned that 7 years ago, before Hongxiu's true identity was exposed, she had fallen in love with a powerful figure within the imperial army and had given birth to Lin Yicheng. Because Lin Yicheng, being the offspring of a human and a beast with her fluffy fox ears, could not stay in human territory, Hongxiu had temporarily hidden Lin Yicheng in this deep mountain. The beasts of the mountain had been responsible for raising Lin Yicheng, and Hongxiu had occasionally come to visit her over the years. But everything would change from this day forward. Lin Yicheng was very enthusiastic, presenting various fruits to Qin Hao and the Medusa Empress. Brother, have an apple. Jia, have a banana. The Medusa Empress softly asked, Xiao Qingzi, have you only been eating fruit these years? Lin Yicheng nodded. In this mountain, there is nothing but fruit. Qin Hao felt a pang of sympathy. The nine-tailed fox tribe are carnivorous. Surviving without meat is quite challenging. Lin Yicheng could not help but ask again, Brother, I know my mother is busy, but according to our agreement, she should have come to see me last month. When will she have time? The Medusa Empress and Qin Hao exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they could not reveal Hongxiu's death to Lin Yicheng. Your mother cannot visit you for a while. She is truly very busy. All right, but I really miss her, Lin Yicheng said, lowering her head, her face filled with despondency. Qin Hao added, however, your mother entrusted me to let you live with me. Tomorrow morning, you will come with me. Lin Yicheng asked innocently, where to? To see Ling City. It is a beautiful place with delicious food and fun activities. Will my mother come to see Ling City in the future? She should. Great. Lin Yicheng cheered, spinning around Qin Hao, her innocence and cuteness shining through, the essence of childhood. Qin Hao smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Qingzi, your mother also said for you to become my beast. Do you agree? Brother, what is a beast? It means you will always be by my side. Just like Jia here, she is also my beast. Of course I agree. Qin Hao wasted no time, pricking his finger and letting his blood drip onto Lin Yicheng's forehead. The resonance of their souls allowed the process of signing the blood contract to proceed smoothly. As a descendant of the nine-tailed fox king, Lin Yicheng became Qin Hao's third beast, and her data panel appeared before him. Name, Sanwei Ling Hu level 7 juvenile, bloodline, Tian Yao legend, talent, power of the fox king, attributes, demon, royal, supernatural, loyalty, 100 weakness, light skills, 1. Dazzling eye technique, 2. Three-tailed binding, 3. Fox demon claw strike, evolution path, nine-tailed demon fox path, locked, habits and hobbies, fruit picking, eating oranges from the evolution path. It was evident that Lin Yicheng had completely inherited her mother's traits, destined to grow into the nine-tailed fox king. Xiao Qingzi, from now on, you are my beast. And also my sister. Qin Hao ruffled Lin Yicheng's fluffy ears. Lin Yicheng beamed with joy, even though she could not see her mother for the time being. She now had a brother and sister, no longer feeling abandoned and alone. As night fell, Lin Yicheng lay on her bed, sound asleep, her two fox ears twitching adorably. Outside the thatched cottage, Qin Hao and the Medusa Empress sat side by the little river. Sasha, could you divulge all the hidden truths to me? I yearn to comprehend why you infiltrated the Imperial Army as a spy and what intelligence you possess. What secrets lie between the Imperial Army and the Beast faction? Qin Hao's tone was unprecedentedly solemn, After everything that transpired today, he was desperate to uncover the truth. The Medusa Empress reiterated her familiar refrain. You are still too weak. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Qin Hao, filled with fury, rose to his feet and shouted, Medusa, I have truly had enough of you. Ever since we forged our blood pact, you have deceived me with lies time and again. Each time we meet, I bare my soul to you. Yet you have consistently withheld the truth from me. Today, I must know the reality. After all these years of espionage with Sister Hongxiu, what intelligence have you unearthed? And why did Sister Hongxiu have to die? When we rescued her, she seemed perfectly fine. For the first time, Qin Hao was irrational, his eyes ablaze with anger and hatred as he fixed his gaze upon the Medusa Empress. After a day filled with turmoil, having narrowly escaped death, they had finally rescued Hongxiu, only for her to perish. Qin Hao was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. He did not even know who among humans or beasts held the moral high ground. And this feeling of being kept in the dark was profoundly unsettling. The Medusa Empress remained silent. Qin Hao's face flushed slightly, the fire of his anger dissipating. Chapter 68. Qin Yin and the Medusa Empress's second confrontation. Sasha, you are truly formidable. May I inquire if that was your first kiss? The Medusa Empress glared at Qin Hao with a melancholic expression. Of course. Qin Hao secretly rejoiced. The Medusa Empress leaned closer to Qin Hao's ear and spoke earnestly. There are some misunderstandings between us, and I wish to clarify a few matters today. My reluctance to share the hidden truths and realities with you does not stem from a lack of trust, but rather from genuine concern for your well-being. On the battlefield today, you should have deeply felt the immense power of those 9-star Beastmasters. The military strength of the Imperial Army far exceeds your imagination. Were it not for the timely intervention of influential allies, not only Hongxiu, but we both might have perished there. Qin Hao, I hope you can comprehend this. From the moment I became your Beastmaster, my loyalty to you has been unwavering, and I only wish to protect you in my own way. I recognize your limitless potential, but you are still too weak at present. The hidden truths and realities I possess require the support of continuous warfare. Even if I were to disclose everything to you, what could you, as a mere 1-star Beastmaster, possibly change? Qin Hao sensed the Medusa Empress's concern and care for him, murmuring, I apologize, Sasha. My tone was inappropriate just now. The Medusa Empress gently stroked Qin Hao's cheek and replied softly, Little one, let me give you another example. Is it right or wrong for us to conceal the truth from Xiaoqingzi? It is undoubtedly the right choice. If Xiaoqingzi were to learn the truth now, she would be unable to accept it. Similarly, if I were to reveal all the hidden truths to you, you would also collapse. Moreover, you would feel restless and blame yourself for being so weak, realizing that you cannot change anything. Qin Hao fell into deep contemplation, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear regarding the truth. I will no longer press you for answers. My next goal is to become the world's strongest Beastmaster. Shedding his black cloak, Qin Hao reclaimed his former identity. He intended to temporarily forget everything that had transpired on the battlefield today. You finally grasped it. Once you become a 9-star Beastmaster, I will reveal everything to you. Sasha, let us refrain from discussing such heavy topics. Shall we change the subject and share another kiss? The Medusa Empress shot Qin Hao a disapproving look. Don't push your luck. 3 bowls of bamboo shoots braised noodles as a trade. Just 3 bowls. Do you look down on me? 30 bowls, no more than that. Deal. The Medusa Empress once again pushed Qin Hao against the wall and initiated a kiss. This time, the kiss was merely a fleeting brush, a momentary spark. The Medusa Empress's cheeks flushed. She kissed Qin Hao both to express gratitude for his assistance today and to placate him, sparing herself from further trouble. The effect was remarkable. Qin Hao, charmed, returned to his carefree and mischievous demeanor. The truth about Hongxiu would inevitably come to light. How do you plan to explain it to Xiaoqingzi in the future? After a moment's reflection, Qin Hao replied, Give me Sister Hongxiu's magic crystal, and I will safeguard it. The Medusa Empress handed him the magic crystal of the 9-tailed Fox King. Her expression one of puzzlement. What do you need the magic crystal for? As long as the magic crystal remains, there will always be a chance to resurrect Sister Hongxiu. Qin Hao was resolute. The 9-turn nether eye is an ancient Beastmaster's legacy. As the ocular techniques develop and upgrade, anything is possible. The following morning, Qin Hao returned to Xiling City with Lin Yaqing. After a day of travel, they arrived at Xiling City as night fell once again. The Medusa Empress and Qin Hao bid farewell, uncertain of when they would meet again. Qin Hao bought a hat for Lin Yaqing. Wearing the hat to conceal her fox ears, Lin Yaqing appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary little girl. Qin Hao held Lin Yaqing's hand as they walked toward home. Along the way, Lin Yaqing was captivated by the sights around her. The brilliantly lit skyscrapers and bustling commercial streets were a spectacle she had never encountered before. Brother, what is that iron shell rushing down the road? That is a car. A means of transportation. Qin Hao quickened his pace. He had been missing for 2 days regarding his sister Qin Yan. He needed to return home quickly to reassure her. As they passed through a sparsely populated alley, the Qin family's neighborhood came into view. Suddenly, Lin Yaqing halted, her gaze fixed intently on a wall. Qin Hao also stopped, turning to look, and gasped in shock. This is bad. On the wall at the alley's entrance were 3 wanted posters. The first depicted the figure in a black cloak. The second was the Medusa Empress. The third, the nine-tailed Fox King. Lin Yaqing's eyes were glued to the third wanted poster, her gaze intense. Mother. Although Lin Yaqing had grown up in the deep mountains and forests, she had learned to read, as she possessed half-human genes. Brother. Why is the army trying to capture my mother? Did she do something wrong? Has she been arrested? My mother is not a bad person. At just 7 years old. Lin Yaqing's emotions were difficult to control when they spiraled out of control. Qin Hao hurriedly reassured her. Xiao Qingzi, please don't panic. These wanted posters are lies. Come back home with me. I have plenty of delicious snacks at home. I refuse. I want to search for my mother. Lin Yaqing's emotions flared. Transforming into her true form, a strikingly beautiful white fox appeared before Qin Hao. This white fox had 3 tails, embodying a youthful 3-tailed spirit fox. Yet it had yet to awaken its demonic powers. Qin Hao feigned anger. If you continue to act so willfully, your brother will become upset. I want to find my mother. The infernal fire howling wolf emerged, blocking the path of the 3-tailed spirit fox. Qin Hao said, calm down. I promise I will help you find your mother. The 3-tailed spirit fox transformed back into human form. Lin Yaqing lowered her head, tears falling onto her toes. Qin Hao knelt down and embraced Lin Yaqing. At that moment, his heart mirrored that of the Medusa Empress. Little Qingzi, let us make a pact. Once you ascend to become a 9-tailed demon fox, I promise you will see your mother. Lin Yaqing was relatively easy to console, nodding slightly. Qin Hao suddenly realized that comforting Lin Yaqing was strikingly similar to how the Medusa Empress had comforted him. Whether human or beast, before one possesses sufficient strength, it is truly unwise to confront the truth. Qin Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly, finally understanding the Medusa Empress's good intentions. 5 minutes later, Qin Hao arrived at his doorstep with Lin Yaqing. He rang the doorbell, and the moment the door opened, Qin Yan, with tears in her eyes, rushed to embrace Qin Hao. Little Hao, where have you been these past 2 days? I couldn't reach you by phone. Do you have any idea how worried your sister was? Sister, I apologize. Qin Hao felt a slight sting in his eyes. After experiencing life and death, the reunion with his sister made him cherish this moment of togetherness even more. After the siblings embraced warmly, Qin Yan noticed a little girl beside Qin Hao. Xiao Hao. Who is this girl? Qin Hao pulled Qin Yan aside and whispered, this is my adopted little sister from the orphanage. Her name is Lin Yaqing, but we call her Xiao Qingzi. Adopted? Didn't you prefer mature women? Why the sudden inclination towards a little girl? She seems so young, looking no older than 10. This is not appropriate. It could lead to serious consequences. Cough, cough. Sister, you've misunderstood. I feel a special connection with this little girl, so I decided to adopt her. Qin Yan did not press further and soon accepted Lin Yaqing. Xiao Qingzi, from now on, you can call me sister. Welcome to our family. In the dead of night, as Qin Hao lulled Lin Yaqing to sleep, he also succumbed to slumber. Qin Yan quietly pushed open the door and approached the bed, confirming that Qin Hao was in a deep sleep. She planned to use her usual method to bite his finger and initiate a blood pact summoning. Miss Qin, there's no need for the blood pact summoning. I am right here. A voice emerged from the doorway. At that moment, the Medusa Queen stood at the entrance of the bedroom. Chapter 69, Xiao Qingzi's father escapes. Dismissing Long Kuei's suspicion, Qin Yan glared at the Medusa Queen, her eyes cold and filled with a palpable aura of menace. You little snake. You have quite the audacity to appear before me. Lower your voice. Your brother is sleeping. Let us speak elsewhere. Suppressing her fury, Qin Yan exited the bedroom and then firmly grasped the Medusa Queen's neck, pushing her onto the living room sofa. I warned you, I don't care what you do, but you must never involve my brother. Did you take my words lightly? You actually took my brother to the naval headquarters to raid the execution ground, putting his life at risk. Do you believe I would not kill you right now? Seeing the faint golden dragon scales appearing on Qin Yan's profile, the Medusa Queen chuckled softly. Miss Qin, the Fire King's assistance has something to do with your Qin family, right? Qin Yan snorted coldly. What qualifications do you have to question me? Fine, I want to ask. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I violated our agreement. I was prepared to die. So you may kill me now. Do you think I fear to kill you? Before you do, allow me to show you something. The Medusa Queen raised her right hand and opened her palm. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yin noticed a meticulously drawn map inscribed with blood in the Medusa Queen's palm. This is a confidential document left to me by Hong Xiao. It is a military map of the Imperial Army. Qin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this map related to the Emperor's plan? The Medusa Queen nodded slightly. Indeed. Where is Hong Xiao? After you rescued her, where did she go? She died, leaving behind a daughter. Qin Yin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze unintentionally drifting towards the bedroom. Xiao Qingzi. Yes. Miss Qin, I beg you for a favor. I am willing to share this map with you if you help take care of Xiao Qingzi. Why should I agree to such a thing? Consider it a plea. I can even kneel for you. The Medusa Queen, who had a deep bond with the nine-tailed Fox King, was willing to relinquish her dignity for her friend's daughter. Qin Yin raised an eyebrow, impatiently responding, Fine, no need to kneel. Let us consider this a transaction. We will share the map, and I will look after Xiao Qingzi. Thank you, Miss Qin. Do you have paper and pen? I will help you replicate the map. 5 minutes later, the Medusa Queen set down her pen, revealing a finely crafted map on the A4 paper. Miss Qin, here is the map. I entrust Xiao Qingzi to you. Do with me as you please. The Medusa Queen spoke with righteous determination, having resigned herself to face Qin Yin's wrath. Qin Yin remained motionless, and after a long silence, she finally spoke. Very well. After all, you are Xiao Hao's beast. I will grant you a chance this time, but do not let it happen again. The Medusa Queen, who had been prepared for death, was taken aback by Qin Yin's mercy. Miss Qin, are you serious? Before I change my mind, you may leave now. The Medusa Queen flashed a charming smile. I would like to have some tea. Please, a cup of tea before I depart. You little snake. I warn you not to overstep. The following morning, Qin Hao awoke. Lin Yaqing was nestled against him, soundly asleep. The events of the past few days replayed in his mind, causing him a headache, as if everything were unreal. Upon opening his phone, Qin Hao scanned the news headlines regarding significant events in the Empire of Yinxia. Admiral Long Jingya was temporarily suspended. All 9-star Beastmasters rushed to the royal city for an imperial meeting. A mysterious figure in a black robe was suspected to be the heir of the Devourer organization. The highest commander of the Beast faction, Caesar, issued a declaration of war against the Imperial Army, threatening to destroy the Empire of Yinxia within a year. Former Army General Lin Feng had escaped from prison. All these explosive headlines were connected to Qin Hao. Lin Feng escaped? Isn't he Xiao Qingzi's father? How could he have broken out? Qin Hao glanced at the sleeping Lin Yaqing, his emotions particularly complex. The battle from 2 days prior triggered a series of chain reactions. The Imperial Army sustained heavy losses, and the conflict between humans and beasts escalated, causing global unrest. I cannot panic. I must maintain an appearance of ignorance and swiftly return to normalcy. Qin Hao remained rational, his demeanor steadily composed. After breakfast, he asked Qin Yin, Sister, I am heading to school. I entrust Xiao Qingzi to you. Qin Yin responded with a gentle smile. Of course, you can rest assured with Xiao Qingzi in my care. The siblings concealed certain matters from each other, yet this did not affect their familial harmony. Before leaving, Qin Hao noticed the tea bag had been opened. Sister, did you drink tea again last night? It was not Qin Yin who drank the tea, but the Medusa Queen. Qin Yin, with her sharp tongue but soft heart, still showed kindness even towards the Medusa Queen. Upon returning to Zhuke Academy, Chen Boqi inquired about Qin Hao's disappearance over the past 2 days. Qin Hao explained he had been injured and ill. Chen Boqi did not press further, as it was unlikely anyone would connect Qin Hao with the figure in black. In the evening, Long Kuei, dressed in casual attire, arrived at Zhuke Academy. She felt quite anxious, as she intended to confirm something with Qin Hao. Long Kuei knocked on the door of dormitory 520, and it was Xuanai who answered. Although Long Kuei was in casual clothing, Xuanai recognized her immediately. After all, Long Kuei had almost blown up Zhuke Academy last time, and the entire school knew that Qin Hao was Long Kuei's sworn sister. Commander Long, what brings you here? Long Kuei forced a smile. Is Xiao Hao here? Yes, Qin Hao just returned to school today. He is resting in his room with injuries. Ah, I see. I came to check on him. Long Kuei entered Qin Hao's bedroom, carrying a basket of fruit. Qin Hao lay on the bed, engrossed in a book. Xiao Hao, I came to see you. Sister Kuei. The siblings exchanged pleasantries, but Long Kuei's gaze remained fixated on Qin Hao's left arm. Xiao Hao, where have you been these past few days? Long Kuei's tone seemed somewhat unusual. Don't mention it. I had the worst luck and injured my arm. Qin Hao rolled up his sleeve to reveal a shocking wound on his right arm. Long Kuei froze momentarily, recalling how she had stabbed the figure in black in the left arm, while Qin Hao's injury was on the right, indicating they were not the same person. After a moment of realization, Long Kuei felt a wave of relief, thinking to herself, It seems I was overthinking. How could the figure in black be my little brother? How foolish of me. Long Kuei beamed again, sitting beside the bed with concern. Little brother, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. But I am worried about you. You should lie down and rest while I peel an apple for you. Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He understood that Long Kuei's visit was a test. Thankfully, he had been prepared and had injured his right arm in advance. Whenever Long Kuei gazed upon the injury on his right arm, she would be misled, thus neglecting his left arm. This exemplifies a psychological vulnerability inherent in human nature. In truth, Qin Hao's left arm bore a conspicuous scar, a remnant of a dagger's wicked touch. I am truly sorry, Sister Kuei, but I must deceive you, Qin Hao thought. Casting an apologetic glance at Long Kuei, who was busy peeling an apple for him, feeling a pang of guilt. Chapter 70. The new principal of Zhuke Academy, Su Yun. One of the three divine commands. Long Kuei sat by the bedside, keeping Qin Hao company, as the two siblings engaged in conversation for an extended period. Throughout their dialogue, Long Kuei wore a radiant smile, choosing not to mention the tumultuous events that transpired at the naval headquarters just days prior, as she wished to shield Qin Hao from any distress. Overcome by guilt, Qin Hao could not help but inquire, Sister Kuei, I saw the news. It reported a major battle at the naval headquarters a few days ago, and Uncle Long has been suspended. I am quite worried. When will Uncle Long be reinstated? Long Kuei's complexion paled slightly as she held Qin Hao's hand, sighing deeply. Many significant events have occurred recently. The news online is merely the tip of the iceberg. My father voluntarily requested his suspension because someone must bear the responsibility for the defeat on the battlefield. Qin Hao extended his arms and embraced Long Kuei, reassuring her, Sister Kuei, there are no insurmountable obstacles. Everything will turn out well. A warmth blossomed within Long Kuei's heart as she smiled, wrapping her arms around Qin Hao's waist and whispering softly. Brother Hao, the situation in the Yinsummer Empire is becoming increasingly dire. The Shirshan organization is formidable, and the Beastmen are stirring. Caesar has issued a challenge to us humans, and the third great war against the demons may erupt at any moment. Thus, you must strive to improve yourself. After graduation, we will join the military and face the battlefield together to slay the beasts. Understood, Qin Hao replied earnestly. As the clock struck midnight, Long Kuei reluctantly took her leave. After she departed, Qin Hao lay in bed, his mind racing as he reflected on the events of the past few days, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The most perplexing aspect for Qin Hao was the appearance of the Yin Wang. Previously, he had never heard of Yin Wang, but through this incident, he gleaned some information about him and the Shirshan organization from the lips of the Medusa Queen. Impressive terms such as the 10-star Beastmaster, the National Guardian, and the traitor who founded the Shirshan organization were all labels associated with Yin Wang. Qin Hao would never forget how Yin Wang wielded the dragon-slaying sword to shield him from Yang Dianfeng's lethal strike. The sight of Yin Wang's beast, the Flame Dragon King, was also etched in his memory. The might of this ancient dragon species exceeded his imagination, effortlessly overpowering the 80-level beast god, the Xuanwu dragon turtle. What connection do I have with Yin Wang that he would save me? Could it be that Xia is also linked to the Shirshan organization? Qin Hao found himself unable to comprehend. The Imperial Army, the Beastmen, and the Shirshan organization. He could no longer discern who was righteous and who was wicked. His mind was a tumultuous chaos. It was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. As Xia had said, his strength was far too feeble. The path to greatness lay in swiftly enhancing his abilities. Setting aside his distractions, Qin Hao reviewed his current status. He had contracted 3 beasts. The first was the infernal howling wolf, the second was the Medusa Queen, and the third was the 3-tailed spirit fox, Lin Yaqing. Due to identity restrictions, Qin Hao's second and third beasts could not be utilized in public, leaving him reliant solely on the infernal howling wolf for any semblance of prestige, which was woefully insufficient. It appeared imperative to swiftly contract a 4th beast. A strong desire surged within him. Typically, most Beastmasters can only contract 3 beasts, which is already considered the pinnacle of their capabilities. However, given that Qin Hao possessed the Soul King constitution, the number of blood contracts he could form was unbounded. Theoretically, he could contract countless beasts. In the following days, Qin Hao rested in his dormitory. Qin Yin completed the enrollment procedures for Lin Yaqing, who was 7 years old and commencing 1st grade. Furthermore, Lin Yaqing was now listed on the Qin family's household register, with both Qin Yin and Qin Hao serving as her legal guardians. Though the 9-tailed Fox King had perished, her daughter remained a beacon of hope. The Imperial Army was entirely unaware of the 9-tailed Fox King's progeny, so as long as Qin Hao exercised caution, Lin Yaqing would remain concealed and could develop in secrecy. 3 days later, Qin Hao's injuries healed, and he resumed his normal classes. In the classroom, an elderly teacher sporting reading glasses stood at the podium, lecturing on compulsory history of beasts 2. Below the podium, Shangwan Ming nestled closely against Qin Hao, her soft, youthful voice chiming. Brother Qin, you are finally healed. We can attend classes together again. How delightful. Qin Hao smiled. The greatest perk of sharing a desk with Shangwan Ming was the advantage it provided. During class, she always sat right next to him, allowing his elbow to inadvertently brush against her softness. Though the little girl was not his type, which man could resist a well-endowed young girl? Suddenly, Shangwan Ming's stomach growled. Ming, you just finished breakfast not long ago. How can you be hungry again? It's perfectly normal for me to have a hearty appetite at this stage of my growth, she replied. Brother Qin, my meal card is out of funds, and my father has been in a bad mood lately, so I can't ask him for money. I'll have to mooch lunch off you. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of Shangwan Feiyu's somber disposition. He had invested 10 billion in cutting-edge technology for the mechanical sea emperor Leviathan, only to have it sunk by the Medusa Queen. Who wouldn't he be in a foul mood? After class, Yang Yu, Arthur, and Li Bilang gathered around to inquire about Qin Hao's injuries. As the group had not seen each other for some time, Qin Hao wished to avoid discussing his injuries further and instead asked, "What significant events have transpired in our academy during my absence?" Li Bilang excitedly recounted, "Brothers, yesterday afternoon after school, I went swimming at the reservoir in the suburbs and nearly drowned, but thankfully my girlfriend saved me." Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Bilang, exclaiming in unison, "You actually have a girlfriend?" Fortunately, I had already inflated my girlfriend beforehand. Otherwise, I might have truly drowned. Thinking back, it's quite terrifying. Upon hearing this, the group realized that Li Bilang's girlfriend was none other than an inflatable doll, a rather fitting couple. By the way, Brother Qin, Yang Yu interjected, during your absence, our academy indeed experienced a significant event. After Ouyang Hai was dismissed, a new principal has taken office. Already? Who is it? Qin Hao asked with keen interest. Su Yun, came the reply. Qin Hao frowned, shaking his head, indicating he had not heard of her. No way, you've never heard of Su Yun? She's quite renowned as a 7-star Beastmaster and one of the 3 divine commands, a true beauty. Old Yang, it seems I am quite ignorant. Could you elaborate? Seeing Qin Hao still bewildered, Arthur stepped in to provide a detailed explanation. The Beastmaster factions in the Yinsummer Empire can be broadly categorized into 2, the Imperial Army and the Beastmaster Alliance. The Beastmaster Alliance oversees all Beastmaster guilds nationwide, with the core guild known as the Divine Hall. The Hall Master, Sidu Rian, holds a status in the Yinsummer Empire that rivals that of the Emperor, Li Qingquan. Our new principal, Su Yun, hails from the Divine Hall. She is one of the 3 capable aides to the Hall Master, hence her title as one of the 3 divine commands. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao inhaled deeply. It appeared that this new principal possessed considerable clout and a formidable background. Suddenly, Chen Boqi entered the classroom, clapping his hands to signal for silence, then announced, "Students. Urgent notice. Principal Su will convene a meeting for all faculty and students. Please proceed to the playground promptly." Chapter 71. Su Yun's meeting with Qin Hao. Preparations to capture the 4th beast. 10 minutes later, all faculty and students of Zhuke Academy gathered in the expansive playground. Qin Hao stood amidst the crowd, gazing up at the main podium. There stood a striking woman with purple hair, clad in a professional form-fitting dress and adorned with 10-centimeter high heels. Her demeanor was elegant yet icy, seemingly in her late 20s, exuding the allure of a mature woman. This purple-haired beauty was none other than the new principal of Zhuke Academy, Su Yun. Qin Hao has a particular fondness for mature women, embodying the quintessential characteristics of an admirer of the Yujia. However, at this moment, his gaze is firmly fixed upon the magnificent beast accompanying Su Yun. Su Yun's beast is a robust tiger, its fur a deep black, with 2 fangs resembling swords. Surrounding its imposing figure is a swirling green flame, creating a striking visual impact. A purple gleam flickers in Qin Hao's right eye as he activates his 9-turn nether eye. Name, Yuming Guihu Wang. Level 60, Beast King Form. Bloodline, Epic, Talent, Life Drain, Divine Power. Yuming Guihua. Attributes, Fire, Ghost, and Assault. Loyalty, 79. Weakness, Water. Skills, 1. Burning Silence, 2. Nether Claw, 3. Judgment of the Ghost King. Evolution Path. Yuming Guiwang Route. Locked. Habits, Eating. Napping. As Qin Hao silently contemplates the attributes of the Yuming Guihu Wang, he feels a sense of familiarity. Like the infernal howling wolf, it possesses a fire-based divine power. The infernal howling wolf wields black flames, known as hellfire, while the Yuming Guihu Wang commands green flames, the ghostly fire. Both flames share similarities, capable of scorching an opponent's soul and inflicting mental damage. Brother Qin, how would you rate our director Su's beauty? Yang Yu whispers as he leans toward Qin Hao. Qin Hao's attention shifts to Su Yun as he replies, her figure is a solid 9, and her looks are also a 9. Such a high-caliber Yujia only deserves a 9? Why deduct that 1 point? Qin Hao muses, in my eyes, only my sister can earn a perfect 10. The pinnacle of Yujia beauty is none other than Qin Yun. Su Yun's beautiful eyes coldly scan the students, her clear voice resonating as she declares, students, I trust you have all been following recent news. The current situation is tumultuous, and a third great beast war could erupt at any moment. The higher authorities have decreed that the 4 major beast academies must expedite their teaching processes to swiftly train you into competent beastmasters, ready to serve the nation in battle. The playground buzzes with chatter, and the students' anxiety is palpable. Without question, this cohort faces the greatest pressure. Su Yun gestures for silence. And once the playground settles, she continues, to accelerate your development, the Beast Alliance has decided that starting next Monday, the Dark Knight Forest will be officially opened. All students from the 4 major beast academies are eligible to enter the Dark Knight Forest and capture beasts. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. For Su Yun's announcement has created quite a stir. Qin Hao, unfamiliar with the Dark Knight Forest, turns to inquire of Shangwan Meng. Meng, do you know what the Dark Knight Forest is? Yes, my sister told me about it. The Dark Knight Forest is a wild beast area established by the Beast Alliance 30 years ago, located on the outskirts of Sealing City. The forest is teeming with wild beasts, those that have yet to form contracts with humans. Typically, the Dark Knight Forest is not open to students. Now, we can venture there next week to capture beasts. Qin Hao feels a surge of curiosity and asks, where do these wild beasts come from? Shangwan Meng explains, years ago, the Beast Alliance placed numerous divine pet eggs in the Dark Knight Forest, which naturally hatched into a large number of beasts. These beasts grew up in the forest, having never interacted with humans, akin to wild animals. While they lack the malevolence of magical beasts, they still possess a primal fierceness. Capturing and taming them presents a challenge for Beastmasters. Qin Hao nods thoughtfully, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity. A journey to the Dark Knight Forest could lead him to acquire his 4th beast. Brother Qin, since the Dark Knight Forest is open to all students from the 4 major beast academies, competition will surely be fierce. Let us form a team. Shangwan Meng proposes eagerly. Absolutely. Qin Hao responds with enthusiasm. He has long understood a fundamental truth. A harmonious partnership between men and women leads to fruitful endeavors. United in purpose, siblings thrive. Yang Yu, resembling a disgruntled spouse, sighs, alas, my hopes have been dashed. I thought Brother Qin would team up with me, but once again, I have been outmatched by a woman. How tragic. Li Bilang chimes in, Old Yang, don't be disheartened. Would you like me to lend you my girlfriend? Yang Yu retorts, get lost. I'm not interested in inflatable dolls. After the teacher-student assembly concludes, Qin Hao intends to return to class when teacher Chen Boki suddenly blocks his path. Teacher Boki, are you looking for me? Boki adjusts his glasses and smiles. It's not me seeking you. It's Director Su. You need to visit the director's office. Director Su is looking for me. I haven't done anything wrong lately. Why would she want to see me? 5 minutes later, Qin Hao enters the director's office, filled with curiosity. Good day, Director Su. Qin Hao greets politely, bowing slightly. Su Yun is seated at her desk, her legs crossed elegantly, her skirt slightly rumpled, revealing a pair of alluring legs. The tips of her high heels sway gently, exposing part of her heel. This enticing posture subtly hints at her allure, causing Qin Hao's heart to race. Sensing a difference in her demeanor compared to her usual self, Qin Hao, please take a seat, Su Yun invites, but then suddenly hiccups, filling the office with the rich scent of alcohol. Only then does Qin Hao notice an empty bottle on the desk, and he realizes that Su Yun's cheeks are flushed, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Goodness, could it be that Director Su has been drinking during work hours? Through this encounter, Qin Hao learns that Su Yun is a secretive drinker, needing to consume a bottle of liquor every hour to satisfy her cravings. Just moments after the assembly ended, she had already polished off a bottle of high-proof liquor, leaving her inebriated. With one problematic figure gone, now another drunken woman has taken the helm at Zhuke Academy, causing Qin Hao to sigh in concern for the institution's future. Qin Hao, you need not be overly formal in my presence. I am good friends with Long Kuei, and she called me yesterday, asking me to look after you. Upon hearing this, warmth floods Qin Hao's heart. His elder sister Long Kuei truly cares for him. Director Su, is there something you wanted to discuss? Su Yun gazes at Qin Hao with a dreamy look, murmuring, Soul King physique, exceptional talent, indeed a promising prospect. Qin Hao, as far as I know. You currently have only one beast, correct? Qin Hao, unflinchingly lying, replies, yes, I only have one beast, the infernal howling wolf. Suddenly, Su Yun rises and approaches Qin Hao, her breath carrying the scent of alcohol. Next Monday, with the opening of the Dark Night Forest, you must quickly capture your second beast. Additionally, I have decided that you will represent Zhuke Academy in this year's Supernova competition. Qin Hao has heard of the Supernova competition. It is an event jointly organized by the 4 major beast academies, where each institution selects a freshman representative to compete. The victorious contestant not only brings honor to their academy, but also receives generous rewards from the Beast Alliance. Director Su, I recall that according to tradition, the representative for Zhuke Academy is usually chosen through a voting process. I am the director, and I have unilaterally chosen you as the representative. Who dares to object? Su Yun's commanding tone is anything but the demeanor of a respected director. She exudes the air of a powerful figure in society. Reluctantly, Qin Hao agrees, recognizing that representing Zhuke Academy in the competition is also for the sake of collective honor. Su Yun pours Qin Hao a glass of red wine, her smile warm but her tone authoritative. Qin Hao, as I have just taken office, I am eager to achieve results to justify my position to the higher-ups. Therefore, in the Supernova competition, you must defeat the representatives from the other 3 academies. Do you understand? Qin Hao forces a smile. What if I lose? With a smile, Su Yun replies, if you lose, I shall pour 10 gin of liquor down your throat and deny you access to the restroom. Qin Hao's body stiffens, a chill creeping down his spine. Director Su is indeed formidable. Chapter 72. Qin Hao's date with Shangwan Ning, 10 gin of liquor. With no restroom breaks, this could spell trouble for his prostate. Su Yun lightly pats Qin Hao's shoulder, laughing, I was just joking, don't be so tense. Qin Hao glances at the desk, where 10 boxes of liquor are neatly arranged beneath it. Dean Su, it seems you are not jesting. I shall strive to secure victory in the competition. To safeguard my prostate, Qin Hao must not falter. Upon exiting the dean's office, Qin Hao gasped for breath. Internally reflecting, this Su Yun is undoubtedly a ruthless predator. Moreover, she is a spirited drinker. Should she, in a drunken stupor, usurp my virginity, I would be at a disadvantage. I have heard that women with a robust capacity for alcohol are not to be trifled with. I might find myself utterly drained. It appears prudent to maintain a distance from her, prioritizing the preservation of my vitality. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, he has succumbed to a delusion of persecution, convinced that women across the globe harbor ulterior motives towards him. The afternoon's lesson consisted of outdoor training. In the training ground, Qin Hao and the Inferno Howling Wolf exerted themselves vigorously. The rapport between man and beast grew increasingly profound. As a mere glance from Qin Hao would suffice for the wolf to comprehend his intent. Well done, you are exhibiting remarkable improvement in speed and strength. I shall procure additional fire-type magic crystals for you. After several days of specialized training, the Inferno Howling Wolf ascended from level 11 to level 12, mastering the application of Hellfire with greater finesse. Concurrently, Qin Hao's finances began to dwindle. In an effort to foster the growth of the Inferno Howling Wolf, he extravagantly invested in fire-type magic crystals and beast nutrition fluids, exacerbating the financial strain on his already modest household. That evening, after showering and changing into fresh attire, Qin Hao ventured out for a stroll with his 3 roommates. Exiting Zhuke Academy, they relished the evening breeze and visited a convenience store to procure their favorite ice cream, exchanging flavors amongst themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hao indulged in the ice creams tasted by Shangwan Meng, Aisha, and Xuanai, akin to sharing kisses with these 3 young women. During their stroll, Aisha intentionally drew close to Qin Hao, her alluring fragrance wafting tantalizingly towards him. Dressed lightly in a low-cut tank top, her delicate shoulders and collarbone caught Qin Hao's eye. Qin Hao, do you remember the promise you made to me? Of course. I shall assist you in evolving your beast. Aisha's excitement was palpable as she intertwined her long arm around Qin Hao's neck, whispering, I have gathered all the evolution materials you requested. Taken aback, Qin Hao inquired, among the evolution materials I mentioned, several are rare and costly herbs. How did you manage to procure them in such a short time? Hee, my family possesses wealth. Money can resolve all matters. A twinge of envy stirred within Qin Hao. He wished his family had similar resources. In that case, I shall help you evolve your beast tonight. Wonderful. Thank you, Qin Hao. Come to my dormitory at midnight, and I shall provide you with some additional rewards. Qin Hao's face flushed, with an insistent heat rising within him. The senior sister's flirtation was irresistible to any man. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Peering from behind a nearby tree was Lin Yaching, her furry fox ears unmistakable. What the? Qin Hao exclaimed, startling his 3 roommates. Qin Hao, what is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Nah, you 3 should return to the dormitory. I will join the boys' dormitory for a game of mahjong shortly. As his roommates departed, Qin Hao hurried behind the tree and hoisted Lin Yaching into his arms, fleeing. Moments later, he brought her to a secluded alley and chastised her in a tone reminiscent of an elder. Little Orange, why did you sneak out without a hat? If someone with ill intentions discovers you, you are in grave danger. Lin Yaching, aware of Qin Hao's concern, lowered her head in apology. Brother, I'm sorry. Kneeling down, Qin Hao embraced Lin Yaching, soothing her. I did not mean to scold you. Why did you secretly come to find me? Brother, we made a pact. You said that once I ascend to a 9-tailed fox, I could meet Mother. Thus, I wish to evolve. Lin Yaching spoke cautiously. And Qin Hao felt a pang of compassion. In recent days, he had overlooked her feelings, treating her as an ordinary girl, allowing Qin Yin to enroll her in elementary school, leading a mundane life. Yet, Lin Yaching was fundamentally his beast, and evolution was paramount. Very well, starting today, I shall assist you in evolving. Let us begin by accumulating combat experience. Qin Hao produced the golden divine beast orb, summoning the inferno howling wolf. Handsome, you shall temporarily serve as a mentor to Little Orange, teaching her some combat techniques. The wolf, eager to comply, showcased a variety of combat skills, with a hint of showmanship. Handsome, remember, Little Orange is a girl. Do not teach her any unscrupulous maneuvers. That night, Qin Hao did not return to dormitory 520. Instead, he brought Little Orange home and slept alongside Qin Yin. Awakening the next day, he realized it was Saturday. Glancing at his phone, he became aware that he had missed his appointment. He had originally promised to assist Aisha in evolving her beast, yet he had spent the night at home. During breakfast, Qin Yin inquired, Little Hao, it's Saturday and you have the day off. What are your plans? After some contemplation, Qin Hao noted that Lin Yaching was a level 7 juvenile 3-tailed spirit fox, only 3 levels away from the evolution threshold, necessitating the preparation of evolution materials. Sister, I need to visit the Divine Beast shop shortly. I should return by afternoon. How about we all go to the amusement park together? Sounds good. We will wait for your return. At 10 in the morning, Qin Hao exited the Divine Beast shop with a despondent expression. Alas, battle-grade demon-type magic crystals are indeed a scarce resource. Even with money, they are unattainable, and I am currently impoverished. Lin Yaching, like her mother, is a demon-type beast, and her evolution necessitates high-quality battle-grade demon-type magic crystals. In desperation, Qin Hao called Shengwan Meng. Hello, Meng. I seek a battle-grade demon-type magic crystal. Do you have any leads? Demon-type magic crystals? Handsome is a fire-type beast. Why do you need demon-type magic crystals? Ahem, I have a friend who requires demon-type magic crystals. Qin Hao fabricated a friendship, and Shengwan Meng suspected nothing. Brother Qin, I do not possess any demon-type magic crystals, but my sister does. Shall I arrange a meeting with her? You mean Shengwan Ning? Would that be appropriate? No worries, I will set it up for you. At noon, in a certain Western restaurant, Qin Hao faced Shengwan Ning across the table. Nervousness gripped him. He had never anticipated that Shengwan Meng would actually arrange for him to meet Shengwan Ning. Thus, their encounter bore an uncanny resemblance to a date. Miss Shengwan, what would you like to eat? My treat. Shengwan Ning responded coldly, I'm not hungry. If you have something to say, please do so. If it were not for my sister's request, I wouldn't waste time meeting with you. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, discerning a hint of dissatisfaction, anger, and a touch of grievance in her tone. Could it be that she still harbored resentment over the loss of her first kiss? In truth, Qin Hao was mistaken in his assumption. Shengwan Ning's ire stemmed from jealousy. The last time Qin Hao had offended Ouyang Jun, facing expulsion, Shengwan Ning had softened her heart after Shengwan Meng's persuasion, intending to assist him. However, upon arriving at Juke Academy, she found Qin Hao surrounded by numerous young women, and the crisis had already been averted, rendering her assistance unnecessary. From that moment forth, Shengwan Ning categorized Qin Hao as a scoundrel. Young ladies of her stature, particularly those from aristocratic backgrounds, place immense significance on their first kisses and possess strong tendencies toward control and possessiveness. Since Qin Hao had taken her first kiss, Shengwan Ning subconsciously developed a desire to control him. Whenever Qin Hao engaged in close interactions with other women, she felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, leading to sleepless nights of anger. What do you want from me? If you have something to say, please be quick. Do not waste my time, Shengwan Ning coldly urged. Qin Hao wore a bitter expression and meekly inquired, I heard Meng mention that you possess numerous demon-type magic crystals. Could you possibly sell one to me? Why should I assist you? We are not related. You are surrounded by beautiful women. Let them help you. What concern is it of mine? Shangwan Ning abruptly stood up. Her tone elevated, clearly agitated. Qin Hao was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Shangwan Ning had suddenly directed her ire at him. Miss Shangwan, may I ask what I have done wrong? Shangwan Ning realized her emotional outburst and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She murmured, "You are not at fault. It is I who am wrong for meeting you." With that, she turned to leave. Qin Hao clenched his teeth in frustration, suddenly recalling a saying from Li Lang. Women are the most delightful creatures. One must coax them. Although he considered Li Lang unreliable, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Ninger, wait. Qin Hao abruptly grasped Shangwan Ning's hand. She froze momentarily, unprepared for such intimacy. Qin Hao, do not call me by that name so casually. If you are still angry about me taking your first kiss, I sincerely apologize once more. I am truly sorry. Qin Hao's eyes radiated sincerity, which only made Shangwan Ning feel more bashful, as her anger was not directed at that incident. Please let go of my hand. If you do not accept my apology, I shall not release you. Qin Hao stubbornly held on to Shangwan Ning's hands. The girl's hands were not meant for casual touches. She had never been this close to any male, Qin Hao being the first. Very well, I accept your apology, Shangwan Ning relented. Qin Hao beamed with a radiant smile. Ninger, thank you for forgiving me. Now we are friends. I do not seek any favors from you. Today, I merely wish to treat you to dinner. Afterward, let us go watch a movie. Watching a movie was something typically reserved for couples, and Shangwan Ning, though not inexperienced, found herself in a dilemma, hesitating to respond. Ninger, if you do not agree, it implies you are still upset with me, and I shall continue to apologize. Qin Hao once more grasped Shangwan Ning's hands, incessantly muttering apologies. More insistent than a monk. I am not angry. Fine, I shall agree. Shangwan Ning found herself unable to resist Qin Hao's audacity. As a noble lady, her suitors were also from affluent backgrounds, each refined and gentle, hesitant to pursue her with brute force. Qin Hao, however, was different. His advantage lay in his audacity. Subsequently, Qin Hao ordered an array of dishes, even assisting Shangwan Ning with her steak and pouring her drinks, providing meticulous service. Shangwan Ning's anger gradually dissipated, her demeanor softening. After their meal, Qin Hao took Shangwan Ning's hand and led her to the entrance of the cinema. By this point, she had forgotten about the intimacy of their hand-holding. Everything felt so natural. Ninger, what type of movie would you like to see? This is my first time at the cinema. I am not well versed in it. I shall defer to your judgment. Qin Hao discerned that, as Meng Meng had indicated, Shangwan Ning was a rather solitary individual, usually alone, with no friends. Never partaking in recreational activities, having never even watched a movie. This girl appeared aloof, yet was as innocent as a blank canvas. He selected a comedy and purchased a bucket of popcorn, leading Shangwan Ning into the theater. Inside, the darkness enveloped them, and several couples were engaged in discreet mischief. The comedy on the large screen was amusing, yet Shangwan Ning remained expressionless. Her sense of humor seemed to align with Qin Hao's misfortunes. Only when Qin Hao choked on popcorn and coughed violently did Shangwan Ning let out a laugh, bringing a refreshing warmth to the atmosphere. Ninger, why are you not eating the popcorn? I do not consume junk food. Junk food is the most delicious. Just try it. Qin Hao pinched a piece of popcorn and fed it to Shangwan Ning. She felt the light touch of his fingertip against her lips, sending a jolt through her, causing her cheeks to flush. After the film, it was already evening. As they walked back to Qinglong Academy, they strolled side by side along the Cherry Blossom Avenue. Qin Hao, yes? You mentioned that you needed demon-type magic crystals, correct? They both halted, locking eyes. Qin Hao replied with a grin, indeed. My initial intention in seeking you was for the demon-type magic crystals. However, now things have changed, we are friends. And friendship should not be tainted by ulterior motives or interests. I no longer require the crystals. As long as you are no longer upset with me, I shall be content. His skillful application of the tactic of feigned indifference revealed his strategic acumen. This is for you, the magic crystal of the six-eared demon monkey. Shangwan Ning handed Qin Hao a purple magic crystal. Qin Hao examined its luster and radiance, his heart racing with excitement. The six-eared demon monkey is a battle general level magical beast. This crystal is a top-tier battle general level demon-type magic crystal. Ninger, I truly do not know how to thank you. How much is it? I shall buy it. I do not need money. This crystal is a gift. It is not to help you, but rather for the sake of my sister. In the next moment, Qin Hao opened his arms and embraced Shangwan Ning, drawing her in closely. His overwhelming excitement found expression in this embrace. Shangwan Ning stood frozen, this being her first experience of being embraced by a man. The scene of Qin Hao holding Shangwan Ning amidst the cherry blossom-strewn street seemed to freeze in time. In the shadows, a dark figure slipped by. After the embrace, Qin Hao realized he had acted too impulsively, awkwardly laughing. I apologize. I was just overly excited. I did not intend to overstep boundaries. I must return to Qinglong Academy now. Shangwan Ning quickened her pace, feeling tumultuous emotions and unsure how to face Qin Hao. Qin Hao followed closely behind. Ninger, let me walk you back. Suddenly, a chilling evening breeze swept through, causing Qin Hao to shiver. Thud. Panic crossed Qin Hao's face as he witnessed Shangwan Ning unexpectedly collapse to the ground. Ninger, Qin Hao exclaimed, quickly bending down to assist her. Shangwan Ning leaned against Qin Hao, her lips pale, a layer of frost covering her brows, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Qin Hao touched her hand, astonished to find it colder than ice. Heavens, how can this be? I shall take you to the hospital. No need. It is merely an old ailment acting up. I am just very cold. Qin Hao promptly shed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, the residual warmth restoring a hint of color to her cheeks. Ninger, what affliction do you have? How can a mere gust of wind cause you to faint, and your body is colder than ice? It is outrageous. Shangwan Ning pressed her dry lips together, seemingly harboring unspoken troubles, and did not respond to Qin Hao's inquiry. Qin Hao firmly held her hand, attempting to share his warmth with her. Simultaneously, he scrutinized her reactions, suspecting that this was not an ordinary cold-related illness, but perhaps connected to her beast mastery. Activating his 9-turned dark eyes, Qin Hao's right eye functioned like a detector, revealing an invisible chill of dark energy coiling around Shangwan Ning. Qin Hao's mind was clear. She must have contracted a beast with an innate cold constitution, resulting in her own affliction. Shangwan Ning, proud and fiercely independent, could not bear to expose her frailty before Qin Hao. Thus, she forced herself to stand straight and pushed Qin Hao away. I am fine. I can go back by myself. You need not concern yourself with me. Your body is in such a weakened state that even walking is a struggle. Do not put on a brave front. I shall carry you. Qin Hao was resolute, lifting Shangwan Ning onto his back and heading towards Qinglong Academy. Along the way, Shangwan Ning's thoughts were in disarray. Lacking strength, she leaned against Qin Hao's broad back, her chin resting on his shoulder. Having always been strong-willed and aloof, Shangwan Ning had borne her pains alone since childhood. She has never trusted men, for Shangwan Feiyu once betrayed her mother, leading to her mother's demise at the hands of a beast. However, this time, Qin Hao became her pillar of support. 20 minutes later, Qin Hao carried Shangwan Ning into Qinglong Academy. Upon entering the campus, Qin Hao sparked a sensation. Shangwan Ning, already a figure of great renown at Qinglong Academy, was surrounded by countless suitors, yet she had never engaged in intimate contact with any man. Now, a boy was carrying her into the campus, which sent shockwaves through the student body, and Qin Hao was suddenly heralded as Shangwan Ning's rumored boyfriend. The goddess of Shangwan was in a relationship? What a surprise. Who is that boy? Just days prior, Shangwan Ning had rejected Mo Zongang. Could this boy be superior to him? It seems he is Qin Hao. I've seen him before. He is from Zhuke Academy. Qin Hao? The man ranked 10th on the Four Spirits list. TSK. It feels like Qin Hao is not worthy of our goddess Shangwan. Shangwan Ning, however, paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Ninger, we have arrived. Qin Hao gently set Shangwan Ning down beside the girl's dormitory. She returned his jacket but struggled to utter the words of thanks, and a silence enveloped them. I'll head back now. Make sure to drink plenty of warm water and cover yourself well at night, Qin Hao advised, aware of Shangwan Ning's personality. And he departed without further ado. Shangwan Ning watched Qin Hao's retreating figure, whispering a soft thank you, though he was already too far away to hear. On his way back, Qin Hao called Shangwan Ming. Ming, your sister's health is quite poor. Could you come to Qinglong Academy to take care of her? By the way, may I ask you another question? Besides Tsang Lei Xiongshi, does your sister have a second beast? Shangwan Ming responded, Qin Gu. My sister's second beast is the Ying Yao Long beast. The Ying Yao Long beast. I see. It seems my previous conjecture was correct. The Ying Yao Long beast belongs to the category of beasts associated with an innate extreme Yin constitution. When a Beastmaster forms a blood pact with such a beast, they inevitably become influenced by it. Shangwan Ning is no exception. Having formed a blood pact with the Ying Yao Long beast, she must endure the intense Yin energy it exudes. This imbalance of Yin and Yang within her body renders her vulnerable to the elements, causing her to suffer from bone-chilling cold at the slightest gust of wind or rain, plunging her into a state of weakness. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Forming a pact with the Ying Yao Long beast is akin to inflicting self-harm while attempting to defeat an enemy. This woman is truly ruthless toward herself, showing no regard for her own health. She must harbor some obsession. Regardless, Qin Hao held a sense of gratitude towards Shangguan. She generously gifted him a battle general level beast crystal. For such an extravagant gift, Qin Hao would willingly offer his virginity, relinquishing the savings he had accumulated over 18 years. The following day was Sunday, and Qin Hao took Qin Yin and Lin Yaqing to the amusement park. After a day of unrestrained fun, Qin Hao collected his thoughts. It was time to capture his fourth beast. On Monday, as classes resumed, several buses were parked outside Juke Academy. Starting today, the Dark Knight Forest was officially open to the 4 great beast academies. Qin Hao and his classmates from Juke Academy boarded a bus to the northern border of Xiling City. After the bus stopped at the foot of the mountain, Qin Hao disembarked and noticed that buses from other academies were also present. Yang Yu approached and draped an arm around Qin Hao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Students from Qinglong Academy, Baihu Academy, and Xuanwu Academy have all come. The competition is fierce." Qin Hao chuckled, "Old Yang, don't be too anxious. Most of the upperclassmen 1T participate in this event. They already possess their second and third beasts. Thus, the students taking part in this event are primarily freshmen like us." Li Bilang, ever the lecher, interjected, "Hee, the quality of female students from Baihu Academy is exceptional. They are all so curvaceous, truly befitting of Baihu Academy. I love Baihu." "Arthur, look at that girl. Her chest is bigger than a landmine." Arthur replied, "Leave me alone. I only cherish the noble spirit of knighthood." Shangguan clung to Qin Hao's arm, beaming, "Qin Gu, once we enter the Dark Knight Forest, what type of beast do you plan to capture?" Qin Hao's right eye sparked with a purple glimmer, pondering, "Let fate decide. As the Buddha says, one should not force matters." At that moment, Su Yun, holding a megaphone, called out, "Students of Juke Academy, I must remind you that the Dark Knight Forest is fraught with peril. Please act within your capabilities and avoid stepping into the danger zone and high-risk zone. Additionally, you must ensure your return before sunset, or the consequences will be dire. No one will collect your bodies." At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the entrance to the Dark Knight Forest opened, and students from the 4 great beast academies surged in, eager to claim powerful beasts. Although the Dark Knight Forest is teeming with wild beasts, truly formidable ones are few, and everyone is vying to seize those strong beasts. Qin Hao and Shangguan formed a team, leisurely trailing at the back of the main group as if they were on a leisurely excursion. Chapter 75, Shangguan, my brother can eat 2 pounds of dung. The Dark Knight Forest is vast, encompassing mountains, lakes, snowy terrains, oceans, volcanoes, and underground caves. Among various geographical features, different terrains give rise to wild beasts of varying attributes and bloodlines, showcasing a vibrant diversity. Due to its remote location, there is no signal for any electronic devices. Thus, Qin Hao could only consult the printed map as they walked. Meng, I have thoroughly studied the map. The Dark Knight Forest is divided into 4 zones based on danger levels: safe zone, low-risk zone, danger zone, and high-risk zone. While the safe zone is secure, the wild beasts there are weak, and we need not waste time and energy there. I have decided to explore directly from the low-risk zone. Let us take the shortcut on the left. Shangguan eagerly nodded, following Qin Hao wherever he led. Upon entering the low-risk zone, the air became thick and heavy. Deep within the forest, the atmosphere turned frigid, with the occasional roar of tigers and howls of apes resonating, accompanied by the screams of students. As they journeyed, Qin Hao surveyed his surroundings. This tropical rainforest was filled with peculiar plants, resembling beasts with outstretched limbs and thorny vines, ready to attack humans at any moment. Qin Hao took out the golden divine pet ball and summoned the inferno howling wolf. Awoo! Following a thunderous howl, all the plant-type beasts in the vicinity recoiled, parting to grant Qin Hao passage, as if to say, "Brother, please." There were indeed many plant-type beasts nearby, but they did not pique Qin Hao's interest. He halted, feeling disappointed with this tropical rainforest area. Shangguan, munching on bread, asked, "Qin Gu, do you want to share? The strawberry-filled bread is delicious. I can give you half." Qin Hao felt exasperated, ruffling Shangguan hair. "We've only just entered the Dark Knight Forest, and you've already devoured all your food reserves. What will you do if you get hungry later?" Shangguan replied with a silly grin, "Your bag still has food. I can eat yours." Qin Hao face-bombed, "Haha. If you eat my food, what will I eat?" Shangguan blinked her sparkling eyes, standing tall. "You can eat me. I have plenty of meat. I'm sure it will fill you up." Qin Hao cast a glance at Shangguan well-endowed figure, swallowed hard, and chuckled wickedly, "I don't eat meat. I just need a bottle of milk. I've loved drinking milk since I was little. 1 bottle a day makes me strong, like the fiery summer people." This was a life lesson Qin Yin had imparted to Qin Hao since childhood. After finishing her bread, Shangguan skipped in front of Qin Hao. "Qin Gu, Minter Chun said that from a comprehensive perspective, I need to capture a water-type beast. Qin Hao nodded, agreeing with Minter Chun Boki's suggestion. Generally speaking, a Beastmaster's sole power is sufficient to form packs with 3 beasts. Ideally, these 3 beasts should encompass land, sea, and air. The sea-land-air structure, as the name suggests, entails the signing of a water-based beast, a land-based beast, and an aerial beast. By securing these 3 types of beasts, a Beastmaster can adapt to any battlefield environment, whether it be naval, terrestrial, or aerial. Shangguan Meng currently possesses 2 beasts, a 3-eyed demon cat and a magnetic storm pterosaur. She is merely in need of a beast capable of combat in the ocean. As a devoted brother, Qin Hao is naturally inclined to assist his sister. After a brief glance at the map, he resolutely declared, Meng Meng, let us head east. That direction leads to the oceanic region, where we should be able to find a suitable aquatic beast for you. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng emerged from the tropical rainforest, greeted by a breathtaking view. Sandy beaches, sunlight, and the azure sea and sky stretched before them. Numerous wooden boats were anchored along the shore, provided by the Beastmaster Alliance specifically for the students of the 4 major Beastmaster academies. Boarding a wooden boat to venture into the sea facilitates the capture of aquatic beasts. Qin Hao observed that many students had already set sail, indicating fierce competition. Meng Meng, let us board the vessel. The wooden boat was rather rudimentary, relying solely on human power for rowing. Qin Hao took charge of the rowing, while Shangguan Meng focused on scanning the surface of the sea for her desired beast. As they rowed to the center of the ocean, the waves surged violently, causing the boat to sway precariously, while dark shadows occasionally darted beneath the surface. The waters teemed with various beasts: ice squids, swordbeak fish, stink spirits, venomous seahorses, and whirlpool dolphins. Qin, look over there, Shangguan Meng exclaimed excitedly. Qin Hao followed her gaze to see a shark fin emerging not far off. Suddenly, with a splash, a robust young shark leapt from the water, twisting joyfully in the air while emitting cheerful cries. Its body was composed of rocky material, with sharp teeth, and it favored habitats near underwater volcanoes, capable of spewing magma, showcasing great potential. This was a juvenile lava shark. Meng Meng, this beast is excellent. It would suit you perfectly. The lava shark possessed a rare lineage and harbored the genes of an ancient shark king. With the right evolutionary path, it held promising prospects. Qin, I am quite fond of this lava shark. Let it be my beast. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Lava shark, you are chosen. As the wooden boat inched closer to the lava shark, it sensed Qin Hao's intentions and, filled with rage, opened its mouth lined with sharp teeth, spewing a torrent of magma towards the boat. Handsome, counter it. The infernal howling wolf, embodying the prowess of the national server's top shooter, unleashed a black fireball in retaliation. The hellfire surged forth, overpowering the juvenile lava shark, which, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Handsome, do not let it escape. The infernal howling wolf released hell chains, ensnaring the lava shark and rendering it immobile. However, at that moment, 2 peculiar vines surged from the side, wrapping around the lava shark's tail. Qin Hao glanced over to see another wooden boat nearby, from which stood a brother and sister duo clad in the uniforms of the Qinglong Academy. Lu Fan and Lu Mei, resembling one another with freckled faces, struck an imposing pose. Beside Lu Fan was a plant-type beast, the venomous vine demon, whose eerie form was quite unsettling. The vines unleashed by the venomous vine demon ensnared the lava shark's tail, indicating that the pair aimed to seize the lava shark for themselves. Shangguan Meng placed her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. This lava shark was caught first by my Qin. Fairness dictates we honor the order of capture. Lu Mei, with a haughty demeanor, boldly lied. My brother is a genius from Qinglong Academy. He caught it first. Shangguan Meng retorted, Huh? My brother stands at 1 meter 80, taller than yours. Lu Mei shot back. My brother weighs 180 pounds, heftier than yours. Shangguan Meng countered. My brother can ascend the 4 spirits rankings. Lu Mei boasted. My brother can secure a full scholarship at Qinglong Academy. Shangguan Meng exclaimed. My brother can eat 2 pounds of dung. Lu Mei retorted. My brother can eat 10 pounds. Meng Meng, stop. I truly cannot consume 100 pounds. Qin Hao interjected, hastily covering Shangguan Meng's mouth. Lu Fan sneered. Kid, my sister is quite fond of this juvenile lava shark. I advise you not to contest with me, or you shall face dire consequences. Qin Hao dismissed Lu Fan's bravado. Why are you so ordinary yet so confident? Lu Fan, fuming with anger, challenged. Then let us settle this with a beast duel. Qin Hao felt exasperated. He had captured the lava shark first and believed it unjust to determine its fate through a beast duel. Observing Lu Fan's mocking expression, he said, It seems you are feeling insecure, afraid to engage in a beast duel. No wonder Qinglong Academy ranks lowest among the 4 major academies. Insecurity? Nonsense. Qin Hao had little interest in a beast duel. With a mere breath of infernal howling wolf's hellfire, he could easily obliterate a massive ship. The venomous vine demon was hardly worthy of his attention. Just then, the wooden boat began to tremble slightly, and ripples spread across the water. With keen awareness, Qin Hao activated his 9-turn mystic eye, scanning the surrounding waters, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes before a sly smile graced his lips. Handsome. Retract the hell chains. The infernal howling wolf, puzzled, complied. Shangguan Meng, perplexed, asked, Qin Ge why? Qin Hao gently patted her twin ponytails and addressed Lu Fan. The lava shark is yours. He then rode away from the scene. Lu Mei looked at Lu Fan with admiration. Brother, you are amazing. Those siblings fled in fear. Lu Fan flicked his hair, feigning nonchalance. Of course, I am a genius Beastmaster. Suddenly, countless shark fins appeared around their boat. Lu Mei's face turned pale. Brother, look. Lu Fan glanced around, a sense of dread enveloping him. Could it be? The waves roared as dozens of gigantic sharks erupted from the water, encircling the Lu siblings. These colossal sharks, with bubbling magma coursing over their bodies and teeth like blades, let out earth-shattering roars. Lu Fan, paralyzed with fear, muttered, These are level 30, complete form, lava great-toothed sharks. We have disturbed a shark nest. We are doomed. Not far off, Qin Hao watched with a satisfied smile. Shangguan Meng cheered. Qin Ge, no wonder you let them have the lava shark. You had predicted this all along. Shark-type beasts are quintessential social creatures, with a deep-rooted sense of community. The juvenile lava shark was akin to a baby shark. If someone dared to snatch it away, the entire shark family would retaliate. Lu Fan and Lu Mei were already in a state of panic, crying out in despair. Handsome, take this opportunity and steal the lava shark. The infernal howling wolf silently unleashed the hell chains. The chains snaked through the water, stealthily binding the lava shark before swiftly retracting. Lu Fan witnessed this and, filled with both urgency and anger, found himself surrounded by the shark family, unable to move, tears streaming down his face and soaking his shoes. Upon returning to the shore, the lava shark was dragged to the beach by the infernal howling wolf. Shangguan Meng reached out to stroke the lava shark's head. The lava shark ceased its struggles, becoming docile and even approaching her affectionately. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Shangguan Meng's spiritual affinity truly was remarkable, instantly enhancing the lava shark's fondness towards her, thereby simplifying the process of forming a blood pact. Meng quickly signed the blood contract and capture it in the divine pet ball. Shangguan Meng bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the lava shark's head. The bond was formed successfully as one person and one beast reached a mutual understanding. Qin Hao's right eye glowed with a purple halo as the lava shark's data panel materialized before him. Name, Rongyan Sha level 8, juvenile, bloodline, rare, talent, extraordinary biting force, attributes, royal, fire, rock, diving loyalty, 92 weakness, limited vision skills, 1, magma eruption, 2, bite, 3, charge, evolution path, megalodon path, hidden evolution path, sea king path, habits and hobbies, carnivorous, swimming for fitness from the data template. It is evident that Rongyan Sha possesses considerable potential, which greatly pleases Qin Hao. Shangguan Meng approaches Qin Hao and inquires, I have given Rongyan Sha 2 names. One is Ili Shabai, and the other is Tsue Sha. Which one do you find more appealing? Meng, you truly have a talent for naming. I think it would be better to call it Shabi? That sounds rather odd. Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng are equally matched in their naming endeavors. After much deliberation, they ultimately decide to name Rongyan Sha as Xiaoyan, which at least qualifies as a conventional name. Shangguan Meng retrieves a golden divine beast ball and captures Rongyan Sha within it. Storing a juvenile beast in such a lavish manner is indeed extravagant, showcasing considerable wealth, which fills Qin Hao with envy. Brother Qin, let me accompany you for another voyage at sea. This time, I will assist you in capturing a diving beast. Never mind. I lack interest in the beasts of this sea. Let us explore elsewhere. Qin Hao is more discerning than ever, determined to find the strongest beast within the dark night forest. The morning swiftly passes, and with a crestfallen expression, he leads Shangguan Meng to the central resting area of the dark night forest. The resting area is teeming with people, as students from the 4 major Beastmaster academies gather to rest, each accompanied by a new beast, engaging in mutual exchanges, flattery, and displays of their captures. Brother Qin, do not lose heart. You shall surely find a beast to your liking this afternoon. I shall treat you to milk. Shangguan Meng hands Qin Hao a bottle of papaya milk, but he is too preoccupied with thoughts of capturing his fourth beast to drink. At this moment, a few familiar figures approach. Brother Qin, Mengming, have you captured any new beasts? Yang Yu, Li Bialong, and Yasa arrive beside Qin Hao. Shan Guanming showcases her golden divine beast ball, exclaiming, Brother Qin helped me catch a juvenile Rongyan Sha. Yang Yu winks at Qin Hao, teasingly commenting, Rongyan Sha is quite rare. Brother Qin, you are so kind to your sister. Could you assist me in capturing one as well? I will also call you Brother Qin. Get lost. I'm not interested in that. Qin Hao retorts with a chuckle, then asks, have you captured any new beasts? Li Bialong points to a nearby alpaca, stating, this is my new beast, the fire llama. I have affectionately named it Kaonama. Qin Hao smirks, quipping, every beast you capture perfectly matches your lewd disposition. How do you manage that? Yang Yu's new beast is an armored hippopotamus, while Yasa has acquired a boxing kangaroo. With the exception of Qin Hao, all his friends have captured new beasts. Yang Yu comforts him, don't fret, my friend, there is still the afternoon ahead. Let us have lunch first, and afterward, we will accompany you in your search for the beast you desire. Eating without enthusiasm indicates a lack of focus, Qin Hao states, finishing his meal before announcing, I need to use the restroom. As time passes, an unsettling realization dawns upon everyone. How strange, Brother Qin has yet to return, even if he were constipated. It shouldn't take this long. I shall go check. Yang Yu heads toward the restroom, only to rush back to the resting area in a panic, exclaiming, Brother Qin is not in the restroom. Subsequently, everyone begins searching for Qin Hao, who seems to have vanished without a trace. Yasa, with keen observation, notes, here are Brother Qin's footprints. Li Bialong adds, those footprints lead in the direction of the danger zone. Brother Qin hasn't ventured into the perilous area, has he? Yang Yu concludes, given Brother Qin's character, he has undoubtedly entered the danger zone. This is dire. We must contact Mentor Qin immediately. At this moment, Qin Hao has already ventured deep into the danger zone, accompanied by the infernal howling wolf. Chapter 77. Extinct Bloodline Godzilla. News of Qin Hao's intrusion into the danger zone spreads among the crowd, igniting fervent discussion. Su Yun and Chen Boki arrive promptly. Yang Yu anxiously states, Dean Su, Mentor Qin, these are Brother Qin's footprints. He has certainly entered the danger zone. You must devise a plan to rescue him. The danger zone harbors countless formidable beasts, their wildness far more ferocious. Qin Hao's solitary entry into such a perilous area is nothing short of reckless. Anger flares on Su Yun's face as she stomps her foot, gritting her teeth. This troublesome boy truly gives me no peace. I repeatedly warned against students entering the danger zone, yet he refuses to listen. Once we retrieve him, he shall face severe consequences. Mentor Chen Boki, maintaining a calmer demeanor, suggests, Dean Su, our immediate priority is to send someone to retrieve Qin Hao. Otherwise, he may face life-threatening danger. We must also mobilize resources to seal off the danger zone, preventing other students from entering. Su Yun nods in agreement, instructing, Mentor Qin, you dispatch someone to find Qin Hao. I will contact the Beastmaster Alliance to temporarily seal off the danger zone. Everyone springs into action, as Qin Hao's actions have sent the entire group into a frenzy. Shan Guanming tugs at Mentor Chen Boki's sleeve, saying, Mentor Chen, I wish to accompany you in searching for Brother Qin. Shangguan, you cannot enter the danger zone. Trust me, I will find Qin Hao and bring him back safely. Mentor Chen Boki assures her, but mere hours later, he would regret his words. As the sun descends, dusk approaches. With only 10 minutes until sunset, the dark night forest is enveloped in a blood-red twilight. A chilling cold descends upon the land, and a terrifying atmosphere permeates the forest. In these few hours, Mentor Chen Boki and all instructors from the Zhuke Academy have thoroughly searched the danger zone, yet Qin Hao remains elusive. Mentor Chen, we have scoured every location, yet still cannot find Qin Hao. The sun is about to set, and according to the Beastmaster Alliance's regulations, we must vacate the Dark Night Forest. Mentor Chen Boki's expression darkens as he responds, Instructor Zhang, you and the other instructors should leave first. I will stay behind. Are you out of your mind? Once darkness falls, all beasts in the Dark Night Forest will unleash their wild nature, and their propensity to attack humans will drastically increase. Staying behind is tantamount to courting disaster. Qin Hao is a student of my class. I cannot abandon him. You all leave first. I will continue searching. Mentor Chen Boki insists, and despite the pleas of the other instructors, they have no choice but to retreat, prioritizing their safety. Thus, the danger zone is left with only Mentor Chen Boki. He traverses thorns and mountains, relentlessly searching for Qin Hao's trace. When the sun has entirely set, darkness envelopes the land. Panting heavily, Mentor Chen Boki arrives at the entrance of a dense forest, his gaze fixed on the ground, his pupils constricting in urgency. On the ground, he spots a series of human footprints alongside claw marks left by wolves. The direction of the footprints leads deeper into the forest. Deep within the forest lies the high-risk area. No wonder he could not find Qin Hao in the danger zone. It turns out this young man is truly reckless. Daring to venture into the high-risk zone without fear, such audacity, a clear lack of discipline. Minterchen Bokie's face turns pale with anger. His teeth clenched in worry for Qin Hao. Within the danger zone, beasts range from levels 41 to 50, classified as ultimate beasts. In the high-risk area, beasts generally exceed level 50. Minterchen Bokie's own beast, the ice-armored war turtle, is at level 50, representing the pinnacle of ultimate beasts. Beasts exceeding level 50 are known as beast kings. The combat prowess of beast king beasts is sufficient to obliterate a mountain. Imagine Qin Hao, leading a mere level 12 infernal howling wolf, wandering into the territory of countless level 50 beast king beasts. His chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Gritting his teeth, Minterchen Boki releases the ice-armored war turtle from its beast ball, steeling himself to rush into the high-risk zone. At 7 in the evening, outside the dark night forest, students from Zhuke Academy remain steadfast, unwilling to depart. Due to the decree of Su Yun, no student may be left behind. We must wait until all classmates have gathered before boarding the bus back to the academy. In simpler terms, the entire class is waiting solely for Qin Hao. It is truly ungrateful of him. Despite repeated warnings from Dean Su to avoid the danger zone, he insisted on defying orders, causing all of us to stand in the biting wind waiting for him alone. I fear we may not see him again within the danger zone. There are ultimate beasts at level 41 and 50. Perhaps Qin Hao has already been devoured by those wild beasts. Yang Yu, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Watch your mouth. Don't curse my brother, or I won't hold back." Yang Yu, are you Qin Hao's lapdog? You want to fight? Come on then, let us have a beast duel. Fine, a duel it is. I'll make you regret it. Su Yun suddenly shouted, "Enough? If you don't quiet down, I'll toss you into the danger zone." Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. Meanwhile, in the Anya forest, a high-risk area, Qin Hao and the Inferno Howling Wolf hid behind a thicket, each being cautious. Peering through the gaps in the bushes, Qin Hao surveyed the surrounding wild beasts. The ice-flying serpent was indeed impressive, but its potential was too limited. The black steel lion tiger was passable, yet it lacked royal lineage and dominance within its pack. The six-armed fire bear, although it possessed royal genes, regrettably lacked supernatural powers and thus was not under consideration. These beasts, deemed unworthy by Qin Hao, were all beast kings, above level 50, with epic bloodlines. Having previously signed a contract with a beast of the Medusa Queen's caliber, his standards had risen significantly, rendering the formidable beasts in the high-risk zone unappealing to him. Qin Hao's criteria for selecting beasts did not hinge on level, but rather on their potential. While beast kings were indeed powerful, if they represented their peak, Qin Hao would naturally overlook them. In essence, it was the influence of the Medusa Queen that elevated Qin Hao's aesthetic standards. Handsome, is there a group of shadows at 8 o'clock? Oh well, let us go take a look. The duo stealthily approached a lakeside. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered, and a group of shadows frolicked in the water. Upon closer inspection, Qin Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. These shadows were merely ordinary black magic lizards. The presence of such commonplace species in a high-risk area felt utterly incongruous compared to the beast kings. Black magic lizards belong to an ordinary bloodline, with a maximum level of 30, evolving only to their complete form. It is no exaggeration to say that one could find a more formidable beast on the streets of Ling City than a black magic lizard. Wait, one of those black magic lizards appears to be unique. Qin Hao's gaze fixated on the shore, where a plump black magic lizard stood. While typically reptiles, this one stood out, being 3 to 4 times larger than its kin, maintaining a bipedal stance akin to a human. This standing black magic lizard could not blend in with its peers. It was ostracized by its family, standing alone on the shore, exuding an aura of melancholy. Its back even shimmered with light. This scene felt oddly familiar. Qin Hao was captivated. The lizard's back resembled crystal, radiating an ice-blue glow. Activating his 9-turn nether eyes, a data panel materialized. Name: Black Magic Lizard. Level: Level 1 Juvenile. Bloodline: Ordinary Hidden Bloodline. Extinct Bloodline. Godzilla. Inactive. Talent: Inactive. Attributes: Inactive. Loyalty: 100. Skills: None. Evolution Route: None. Hidden Evolution Route: Cosmic Monster King Route. Habits and Preferences: Bathing. Hidden Preference: Consuming nuclear bombs as food. Qin Hao's eyes nearly bulged out. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Even though the cultural depth of the summer was profound at this moment, Qin Hao could only express his feelings with those words. Chapter 78, The Fourth Beast, Inactive Godzilla. After the initial excitement, Qin Hao's heart raced, his eyes brimming with fervor. What is Godzilla? An ancient beast long thought extinct. A fully grown Godzilla could shatter an island with a single blow, consume nuclear bombs as mere sustenance, and unleash a super beam of 550,000 with its atomic breath, effortlessly piercing a planet and incinerating everything in its path. Qin Hao had never dared to imagine that an ordinary bloodline black magic lizard could harbor the extinct bloodline of Godzilla. This must be a phenomenon of ancestral mutation. It is truly incredible. I should buy a lottery ticket. Overjoyed, Qin Hao approached the black magic lizard. Hey buddy, would you like a snack? A top-grade sausage. One is better than 6. Qin Hao retrieved a sausage from his backpack, attempting to establish rapport. The black magic lizard, uninterested, rested its chin on its hands, gazing longingly at its frolicking kin in the lake, a look of sorrow in its eyes. Qin Hao noticed that this lizard yearned to belong to a family, but its size and bipedal gait rendered it an outcast among the other black magic lizards. Thus, Qin Hao devised a plan. Handsome, go make a friend. The Inferno howling wolf, sticking out its tongue and flashing a husky-like grin, approached the black magic lizard, extending a paw in greeting, and politely inquired about its ancestors in beast language, exuding sincerity. The black magic lizard, fearing loneliness above all, smiled broadly at this first encounter with a beast willing to befriend it, displaying its gleaming teeth, its laughter echoing joyfully. Observing the budding friendship between the Inferno howling wolf and the black magic lizard, Qin Hao sensed the opportune moment and pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the lizard's head. Do you wish to be my beast? If you agree, you will have many more friends in the future. The black magic lizard, elated, nodded vigorously. The Beastmaster and the beast reached an agreement, sealing their bond with blood, and a new soul imprint formed in Qin Hao's mind. Gently stroking the black magic lizard's head, he murmured, "The next task is to activate the hidden Godzilla bloodline within you, though it will be quite challenging." The black magic lizard smiled at Qin Hao, demonstrating affection. "I should give you a name. Let us call you Liangzai." The black magic lizard was thrilled with this name, dancing with excitement. Liangzai? Each time Qin Hao called out, the black magic lizard would become entranced, lost in joy. One handsome, one Liangzai. Both of Qin Hao's beasts embodied beauty. Suddenly, a lion's roar echoed from deep within the forest, startling a flock of crows. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. It seemed other Beastmasters had ventured into this high-risk area. He promptly stored the black magic lizard within the golden divine pet ball, as it was too weak to face danger. "Handsome, let us go take a look." Qin Hao and the Inferno howling wolf ventured deeper into the forest, where the moonlight was obscured by thick foliage, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The strange noise had originated nearby. Why had it suddenly ceased? As Qin Hao pondered, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky, infused with the power of thunder, instantly tackling the Inferno howling wolf. "Handsome." Qin Hao was alarmed, and a chill ran down his spine. With a thud, he was knocked to the ground by a woman, stars dancing in his vision. "Ouch, my kidney." Qin Hao let out a wail akin to that of a wounded pig. When he fell, his lower back collided with a hard stone, causing a dull ache in his kidney. "Is that you?" Qin Hao. The woman who had knocked him down was none other than Shangguan Ning. The massive creature that had tackled the Inferno howling wolf was Shangguan Ning's first beast, the Songlei lion. Upon recognizing Qin Hao's face, Shangguan Ning was initially taken aback, then felt a pang of guilt, quickly helping him to his feet. Songlei Xiongshi retracted its beastly claws, casting an apologetic gaze towards Yu Hua Xiao Tianlang. The two conversed in their beast language, uncovering a misunderstanding, and subsequently shook hands, reaffirming their camaraderie. 5 minutes later, Qin Hao leaned against the trunk of a grand tree, clutching his kidney area, lamenting, "Ninger, your grip is truly fierce. My kidney may be ruined." What should we do now? Shall I take you to the hospital, or perhaps give you a massage?" Although Shangguan Ning had never had a boyfriend, she understood the significance of kidneys to men. If Qin Hao's kidney were genuinely compromised, she would bear an undeniable responsibility. After a brief moment, as the pain subsided, Qin Hao reassured, "No worries, my kidney is indestructible. There is no need for concern." This statement bore a hint of bravado, and such arrogance often invites misfortune. Shangguan Ning sighed with relief and then inquired, "This is a high-risk zone. How did you manage to venture in here? Aren't you afraid of death?" Qin Hao countered. "And why did you enter this perilous area?" Shangguan Ning faltered, her gaze evasive. I know precisely why you ventured into this high-risk zone. It is to capture a beast possessing an innate yang constitution. Qin Hao's words caused Shangguan Ning to tremble slightly. She looked at him with astonishment and confusion. How do you know that? Yesterday, Mingming mentioned to me that your second beast is the Shadow Demon Dragon Beast. The Shadow Demon Dragon Beast has an innate Yin constitution, and by forming a blood pact with it, the Yin energy it possesses will influence you, rendering your body weak. A mere gust of cold wind could leave your hands and feet icy. Once the cold enters your body, you might faint at any moment, just as you did yesterday. To balance the Yin and Yang within you, you urgently need to form a bond with a beast of innate Yang constitution. Coincidentally, the Dark Night Forest is open today, so you came to try your luck. Am I correct? Shangguan Ning regarded Qin Hao with a wary expression. Have you investigated me? I have not. These are merely my deductions. Shangguan Ning stood, regaining her previous aloofness. The high-risk zone is fraught with danger. You must leave at once, or your life may be at stake. Qin Hao positioned himself in front of her, beaming with a radiant smile. I intend to stay and assist you in capturing a beast of innate Yang constitution. You are merely a one-star Beastmaster. How can you assist me? Stop being foolish and leave this place. I will not depart. I will accompany you. Qin Hao, are you out of your mind? What exactly is your purpose in entering this high-risk zone? Shangguan Ning found it incomprehensible. Qin Hao was just a one-star Beastmaster. And with the Inferno Howling Wolf at level 12, entering such a perilous area was tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly, Qin Hao grew earnest. Fixing his heated gaze on Shangguan Ning, speaking with utmost sincerity, Ninger, the truth is, I came here for you. I wish to help you capture a beast. Even if there is danger, I am willing to bear it. Shangguan Ning's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, Nonsense. I do not believe your words. At that moment, Shinboki was controlling the ice-armored war turtle, battling with dozens of wild beasts in the high-risk zone, all in search of Qin Hao's whereabouts. Yet, Qin Hao was deep in the forest, exchanging flirtations with Shangguan Ning, ultimately misplacing his affections. Chapter 79. If I marry you, can I inherit all of your father's estate? Qin Hao, with his thick skin, left Shangguan Ning at a loss, allowing him to follow her. The two wandered through the pitch-black forest, until Shangguan Ning could no longer contain herself, halting in her tracks and exclaiming in irritation, Stop following me. Qin Hao shrugged innocently. I am not breaking any laws by following you. Are you going to call the police on me? Shangguan Ning glared at him, her embarrassment evident. You must confess. What is your true purpose in entering this high-risk zone? I already explained, it is for you. Be honest. Fine, I will be honest with you. Like you. I am here to capture a beast. Qin Hao produced a golden divine pet ball, releasing the black magic lizard. Shangguan Ning was left bewildered. Is this your new beast? Indeed, this is my new beast. Its name is Liangzai. The black magic lizard grinned, waving its claws at Shangguan Ning, appearing rather silly. Her expression was filled with skepticism. You risked your life entering a high-risk zone just to capture a black magic lizard? Qin Hao, I truly cannot fathom you. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? To outsiders, the black magic lizard appeared to be an ordinary low-level beast without any potential. Thus, at that moment, Shangguan Ning perceived Qin Hao as a fool who had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Observing further, she noted that Qin Hao's black magic lizard exhibited some peculiar traits, maintaining a standing posture and radiating a deep blue light from its spine. Its size was at least 3 to 4 times larger than its kind, standing at a height of at least 1.5 meters, with a tail extending 2 meters. These bizarre characteristics were indicative of the genetic legacy of the king of monsters, Godzilla. Should Qin Hao successfully activate the Godzilla bloodline within the black magic lizard, it would evolve towards the Godzilla direction, ultimately becoming an unparalleled beast capable of annihilating the universe. In the silent depths of the forest at night, Shangguan Ning's stomach grumbled audibly. Qin Hao promptly returned the black magic lizard to the golden divine pet ball and cheerfully remarked, You must be hungry. I have food in my backpack. Having traversed the high-risk zone all night, Shangguan Ning was utterly exhausted and famished. This is strawberry cream bread, your sister's favorite. I suspect your tastes align. Go ahead and eat to replenish your strength. Blushing, Shangguan Ning hesitated before accepting the bread with both hands. Thank you. No need for thanks. Thank you. Why do you say thank you twice? Her cheeks flushed. Shangguan Ning felt embarrassed by her own sentimentality and quietly explained, the night before last. You escorted me back to Qinglong Academy. Qin Hao laughed boisterously. You are far too polite. We are friends. At that time, you were unwell and cold. It was only right for me to take you back. No need for thanks. As Shangguan Ning recalled the image of Qin Hao carrying her back to the girls' dormitory, her heart fluttered. She had never known how to express her feelings, resorting instead to silence. Thus, to outsiders, she appeared aloof, cold, and unapproachable. Do not merely consume the bread. Take a sip of water, or you may choke. Qin Hao directly brought an open bottle of mineral water to her lips, and she merely had to drink. This was the first time Shangguan Ning had been fed water by a boy. Fortunately, the dim light concealed her flushed and heated face. Once she had eaten and drunk her fill, Qin Hao could not contain his curiosity any longer. You are the young lady of the Shangguan family, with your father being the 9-star Beastmaster Shangguan Feiyu. If you were to simply ask him, he could easily procure a beast of innate yang constitution for you. Why then do you risk entering the high-risk zone of the Dark Night Forest? Shangguan Ning remained silent for a long while, a hint of sorrow gleaming in her eyes as she replied softly, I have a poor relationship with my father. I never seek his help. I can resolve any problems I encounter on my own, without anyone's assistance. Qin Hao pressed further. May I inquire why your relationship with Uncle Shangguan is strained? Shangguan Ning hesitated for a while before suddenly saying, my mother's death is related to my father. That year Ming Ming was only 5 years old. In short, no man is dependable. One must rely on oneself. Qin Hao wisely chose to remain silent, clearly aware that Shangguan Ning harbored a tragic past, and pressing further would only unearth her wounds. Shangguan Ning took a deep breath to steady herself, returning to her usual cold demeanor, yet her tone had softened considerably. Qin Hao, do not follow me any longer. You must leave the Dark Night Forest. It is perilous here. I have already stated that I wish to help you capture a beast. A man and a woman working together makes the task easier. I have said that it is unnecessary. I, Shangguan Ning, will never rely on a man for assistance in my lifetime. Shangguan Ning suddenly lost control of her emotions and shouted at Qin Hao. After her outburst, she realized her indiscretion, and a hint of remorse flickered across her exquisite, cold face. Qin Hao smiled gently and approached her. You are right. You do not need to rely on a man. However, you are currently facing a grave problem. You are lost. Shangguan Ning's pupils trembled as she regarded Qin Hao with a look of disbelief. This man always seemed to see through her thoughts. Qin Hao continued, this forest is labyrinthine, strewn with jagged rocks, resembling a maze, and it is shrouded in a thick fog. Women naturally possess a poor sense of direction. You must have been trapped in this forest for quite some time. Everything Qin Hao said resonated with her, and Shangguan Ning fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Though I am merely a 1-star Beastmaster, I have extensive knowledge of maps. Allow me to accompany you. I shall be your guide. Shangguan Ning met Qin Hao's earnest gaze and bright smile. After a moment of hesitation, she fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a check, handing it to him. This is the payment for hiring you as my guide. Consider it a transaction. So I owe you no favors. Qin Hao almost refused, but upon seeing the amount on the check, he was taken aback and exclaimed joyfully, 10 million? Ninger, you are quite the tycoon. Why not take my virginity while you're at it? Or perhaps you could keep me as your plaything, inflict humiliation upon me, or whip me. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy accepting this money. Shangguan Ning replied, this is the smallest check in my wallet. The others are all worth over 100 million. Qin Hao could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Shangguan family. Ninger, just if, you don't get angry, if I were to marry you, would I inherit all your father's fortune? Shangguan Ning shot him a fierce glare. Less talk. Take my money and get to work. Understood, Miss Shangguan, right this way. In less than 10 minutes. Thanks to Qin Hao's exceptional sense of direction and the keen sense of smell of the hellfire howling wolf, they emerged from the maze-like forest onto a towering cliff. Standing at the edge, Qin Hao gazed into the distance and analyzed. Beasts with an innate yang physique typically inhabit areas abundant in heat. To the southwest, there is a volcano. A visit to the volcano should yield some results. Shangguan Ning instinctively nodded. After their brief interaction, Qin Hao had instilled in her a sense of reliability. At this moment, she did not comprehend that her perception of Qin Hao's dependability stemmed from the safety he provided, which was what she, as a woman, truly needed. Half an hour later, Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning arrived at the volcanic region, where the air was scorching and the temperature was rising rapidly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Qin Hao looked up, observing the plume of steam rising from the volcano's crater. The mountainside was laced with spiderweb-like lava, densely packed, resembling the intricate network of veins within a human body, glowing faintly in the darkness. Drawing upon the wealth of geographical knowledge acquired from his 9 years of compulsory education, Qin Hao deduced, this is an active volcano with intense geological activity. An eruption could occur at any moment. The air is rich in negative oxygen ions, conducive to the proliferation of fire attribute beasts. Thus, it is likely that beasts with an innate yang physique reside within the volcano. Shangguan Ning increasingly perceived Qin Hao as a trustworthy individual. Then let us venture inside the volcano, she urged eagerly. The Tsang Leixiong had rested for quite some time and regained its strength. It carried Shangguan Ning, flapping its golden wings as it soared towards the volcano's summit. Qin Hao rode the Hellfire Howling Wolf, sprinting closely behind. The Hellfire Howling Wolf was exhilarated, its handsome wolf face adorned with a smile. As a fire attribute beast, it thrived in the volcanic environment, and the negative oxygen ions invigorated it. Upon closer inspection, Qin Hao noticed a faint reddish glow shimmering on the Hellfire Howling Wolf, and he felt a surge of delight. This was a sign of its impending upgrade. Soon, the two humans and their beasts reached the summit of the volcano. Looking down into the volcano's interior, Qin Hao observed that it resembled a massive furnace, with seething hot magma stored deep within. Yet there was not a single beast in sight. Activating his 9-turn mystic eyes, he scanned the surroundings, confusion filling his expression as he muttered, "Strange. There isn't even a shadow of a beast within the volcano. This defies logic." Shangguan Ning's expression dimmed, disappointment etched on her features. She was acutely aware of her current health condition. With summer nearing its end, the temperature would drop come autumn. If she could not capture a beast with an innate yang physique soon, her ailment would worsen, her body beset by the encroaching yin and cold, potentially endangering her life. Qin Hao gently reassured her, "Do not worry, we have other options. For instance, there is a lava cave on the western border of the Dark Night Forest. We can explore there." No sooner had he spoken than the magma deep within the volcano suddenly surged, sending waves of fire erupting forth. Accompanied by a thunderous cry, a fire-bathed flying beast burst forth from the lava, spiraling through the sky. Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning looked up in astonishment. This flying beast resembled a magnificent hybrid of a phoenix and a peacock, its wings spreading to an impressive 20 meters. Its feathers shimmered in golden and crimson hues, leaving behind a stunning rainbow trail as it flew. 7-colored Phoenix Beast. Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning exclaimed in unison. The 7-colored Phoenix Beast. A descendant of the phoenix and peacock, possessed an epic bloodline and belonged to the Beast King category. Remarkably, it also had an innate yang physique. This type of beast was precisely what Shangguan Ning needed. However, the level of this 7-colored Phoenix Beast was far too high, reaching a staggering level of 60. The pinnacle for Beast King beasts. It would be impossible for Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning alone to subdue it. No wonder there were no other beasts within this volcano. It appeared that the 7-colored Phoenix Beast reigned supreme here, the sole ruler of the volcano. "Qin Hao, it seems to have noticed us," Shangguan Ning remarked anxiously. Qin Hao, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. Though the 7-colored Phoenix Beast is a Beast King, it has a gentle temperament and will not initiate conflict nor attack humans without provocation." Shangguan Ning's face paled. No. Its gaze towards us feels ominous." Qin Hao's heart sank as he observed the fury and aggression swirling in the 7-colored Phoenix Beast's eyes. With a sharp cry, the 7-colored Phoenix Beast flapped its wings, unleashing a fiery tempest upon them. "Agile dodge," Qin Hao shouted. The Hellfire Howling Wolf swiftly leapt aside, and an explosion erupted behind them. Qin Hao glanced back, a chill running down his spine as he noted that the area where he had just stood had been blasted into a large crater. Shangguan Ning, mounted on the Tsang Leixiong, called out to Qin Hao from the air, "Your judgment is flawed. This 7-colored Phoenix Beast harbors great hostility towards us." Qin Hao's expression grew serious, his mind racing with uncertainty. Logically, the 7-colored Phoenix Beast is far more gentle than other beasts and would never initiate an attack. But why is this one so volatile? Just then, the 7-colored Phoenix Beast charged towards Shangguan Ning, launching a fierce assault. Shangguan Ning lost her balance and fell from the Tsang Leixiong. "Qin Hao, save me." The Hellfire Howling Wolf acted swiftly, propelling Qin Hao forward, and ultimately, Shangguan Ning landed safely in his embrace. In the sky, the Tsang Leixiong was being soundly defeated by the 7-colored Phoenix Beast. Despite both possessing epic bloodlines, the level disparity was insurmountable. The Tsang Leixiong, a level 35 transcendent beast, stood no chance against the level 60 7-colored Phoenix Beast at its peak. In a matter of moments, the Tsang Leixiong was struck down by the 7-colored Phoenix Beast, crashing onto the volcanic rock, covered in dust and debris. Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning, sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously commanded their respective beasts to unleash their ultimate abilities. The infernal fire Howling Wolf opened its maw, flames igniting within its throat as it unleashed a torrent of hellfire breath, a devastating black pillar of fire shooting skyward. Simultaneously, the Azure Thunder Lion expelled bolts of black lightning from its mouth, a colossal sphere of thunder merging with the black fire column. Both the destructive thunder and hellfire belong to the realm of divine abilities, a manifestation of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. This marked the first collaboration in combat between Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning, culminating in the creation of a new skill, the couple's fusion technique. The explosive sound resonated as lightning and flames enveloped the multicolored phoenix beast, causing the colors of the sky to shift dramatically. When the phenomenon dissipated, Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning appeared pale, their hearts heavy with defeat. The multicolored phoenix beast, unscathed, let out a furious cry, asserting its dominance over the volcano. Qin Hao, we should not linger here. We must flee. Shangguan Ning maintained a calm demeanor. Recognizing their inability to triumph, she suggested a retreat. Qin Hao resolutely declined. No? If we escape now, what will happen to your health later? Let's not dwell on future matters. With our current strength, it is impossible to tame this multicolored phoenix beast. Our lives are at stake. Shangguan Ning urged urgently. The infernal fire howling wolf was at level 12, and the azure thunder lion at level 35, combined. Their levels did not surpass that of the multicolored phoenix beast, which was a hopeless battle. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Determined to shield Shangguan Ning from further suffering. There must be another way. The 9-turn nether eye activated. Name, multicolored phoenix beast level, 60, beast king form, bloodline, epic, talent, rebirth, divine ability, phoenix fire, attributes, fire, flight, status, agitated. Angry, postpartum depression. Upon examining the data panel of the multicolored phoenix beast, Qin Hao suddenly realized why its temperament had drastically changed. It was suffering from postpartum depression. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Hao's mind, and a plan began to form. Qing'er, summon the Shadow Dragon Beast, Qin Hao commanded. My Shadow Dragon Beast is only level 30. It is no match for the multicolored phoenix beast, Shangguan Ning replied with confusion in her eyes. We will not confront the multicolored phoenix beast head-on. You must use the speed advantage of the Shadow Dragon Beast to draw it away. Shangguan Ning's face was a canvas of questions. What exactly do you intend to do? There's no time for explanations. Just do as I say. Qin Hao's tone was insistent, and Shangguan Ning, trusting him instinctively, promptly retrieved a golden divine pet ball. With a flash of purple light and a resounding dragon roar, a massive dragon materialized beside Shangguan Ning. This dragon boasted a deep violet skin, expansive wings, and a gigantic head adorned with a coral-like horn, exuding a potent aura of demonic energy. The Shadow Dragon Beast, Shangguan Ning's second beast, was at the pinnacle of its level 30 form, ranking high among dragons for its flight speed. Recalling Shangguan Ning's second beast, the magnetic storm pterosaur, Qin Hao surmised that since both sisters could command dragon-type beasts, the Shangguan family must possess the lineage of dragon tamers. The emergence of the Shadow Dragon Beast provoked the multicolored phoenix beast into a greater fury. Historically, dragons and phoenixes have been arch-nemeses, embroiled in ancient grudges and conflicts. Qing'er, your task is to divert the multicolored phoenix beast. We will meet at the Night Lake in the heart of the Dark Night Forest. With the situation critical, Shangguan Ning had no time to hesitate. She executed Qin Hao's plan with precision, akin to a dutiful wife. The dragon's roar served as the perfect distraction. The Shadow Dragon Beast roared with a taunting effect, inciting the ire of the multicolored phoenix beast. Shangguan Ning stored the injured azure thunder lion in her divine pet ball and mounted the Shadow Dragon Beast, soaring into the skies, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. The multicolored phoenix beast pursued relentlessly, trailing a rainbow in its wake. Qin Hao bit his lip, suddenly craving rainbow candy. Once the multicolored phoenix beast was thoroughly led away by Shangguan Ning, Qin Hao commanded, Handsome, this is our pivotal moment. Jump. The infernal fire howling wolf leaped without hesitation into the searing magma, submerging itself deep within. To the infernal fire howling wolf, the magma was akin to the ocean, where it could swim with grace and abandon. Meanwhile, a fierce contest unfolded between dragon and phoenix in the skies above the Dark Night Forest. Although the level of the Shadow Dragon Beast was merely half that of the multicolored phoenix beast, it possessed unparalleled speed, especially under the moonlight. The Shadow Dragon Beast appeared as a streak of violet lightning. Even as the multicolored phoenix beast strained to catch up, a distance of 50 meters remained between them. Perched atop the dragon's back, Shangguan Ning began to cough violently, her lips paling, her skin as cold as ice. Each summoning of the Shadow Dragon Beast drained her energy and exacerbated her illness, subjecting her to excruciating pain from the encroaching dark energy. How foolish of me to trust Qin Hao. He is merely a one-star beast tamer. Shangguan Ning felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, perplexed by Qin Hao's intentions. Suddenly, the multicolored phoenix beast halted its pursuit and turned toward the volcano, as if sensing something amiss. It erupted in furious rage and flapped its wings, hastily returning to the volcano, evidently agitated. Shangguan Ning was left bewildered. Why has the multicolored phoenix beast stopped pursuing me? What is Qin Hao up to? With a mind full of questions, she proceeded to their designated meeting place to await Qin Hao. At 10 o'clock at night. At night lake in the heart of the dark night forest, Shangguan Ning sat by the lakeside, leaning against a massive rock, her delicate frame trembling. Each summoning of the shadow dragon beast had brought a backlash of dark energy. Glancing at her watch, concern etched across her pale, exquisite face. She had been waiting for an hour, yet Qin Hao had not yet appeared. Was something amiss? Ugh! The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart. If the multicolored phoenix beast returned to the volcano and targeted Qin Hao, with his strength, he would surely perish. Minutes later, a shadow burst forth from the trees, gradually approaching Shangguan Ning. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized it was Qin Hao riding the infernal fire-howling wolf. Qin Hao, once known for her ice-cold demeanor. A smile and glimmer of joy illuminated Shangguan Ning's face. The infernal fire-howling wolf bore numerous wounds, evident claw marks from the phoenix, having clearly endured a fierce battle. Qin Hao, having captured the infernal fire-howling wolf in a golden divine pet ball, ensured its injuries would heal more rapidly within. Qinger, we have succeeded. Qin Hao exclaimed weakly with a smile. What does success mean? This is for you. Qin Hao opened his backpack and retrieved an egg the size of a basketball. The surface of the egg shimmered with fiery patterns, radiating a crimson glow. Shangguan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. A phoenix egg? Qin Hao nodded slightly. This egg belongs to the multicolored phoenix beast. Once it hatches, a fire phoenix will emerge. The fire phoenix is the juvenile form of the multicolored phoenix beast and, according to family lineage, possesses an innate yang constitution, perfectly suited to alleviate your urgent plight. Shangguan Ning gazed at Qin Hao in disbelief, seeking an explanation. Qin Hao pressed his cracked lips together and clarified. The drastic change in temperament of the multicolored phoenix beast is due to postpartum depression. Thus, I deduced that deep within the volcanic magma, there would be the egg it had just laid. You drew the beast away while I sent Handsome into the depths of the magma. As expected, I procured this phoenix egg. While we may not have the strength to tame a level 60 multicolored phoenix beast, obtaining this egg achieves our goal. Once the phoenix egg hatches, you can forge a blood contract with the juvenile fire phoenix, thereby freeing yourself from the torment of the dark energy backlash. Upon hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Shangguan Ning couldn't help but admire his intellect. To be frank, even top veterinary experts would likely struggle to diagnose the postpartum depression of the seven-colored phoenix beast in such a brief span of time. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Shangguan Ning felt a surge of curiosity towards Qin Hao. When a woman begins to harbor curiosity about a man, the seeds of affection are often sown in the soil of her heart. Cradling the warm phoenix egg, she felt deeply touched, realizing just how much Qin Hao had sacrificed for her. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, a sudden thud rang out as Qin Hao collapsed to the ground, his face hitting the earth first. Qin Hao, what is wrong with you? There's so much blood. Shangguan Ning exclaimed, panic washing over her as tears welled in her eyes. Qin Hao's back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and charred, his injuries severe. Chapter 82. Shangguan Ning in a state of utter disarray. Shangguan Ning, lacking any medical experience, could only press her trembling hands against Qin Hao's bleeding wounds. Unfortunately, blood continued to seep through her fingers, quickly staining the ground red. Qin Hao, please wake up. Opening his eyes just a crack. The excruciating pain kept Qin Hao barely conscious. I'm so tired. I can't sleep. I mustn't sleep. His injuries were critical. If he succumbed to slumber, he might never awaken. Shangguan Ning forced herself to remain calm, realizing that she was the only one present who could save him. Qin Hao, you must stay awake. I'm taking you to the hospital. That Song Lei Xiongshi was recuperating inside the golden divine pet ball and could not be summoned. Summoning the shadow demon dragon beast again would be beyond Shangguan Ning's physical capacity. With both the first and second beasts unavailable, she had no choice but to hoist Qin Hao onto her frail shoulders. Shangguan Ning, of slender build and weak constitution, found it nearly impossible to bear the weight of an adult male, struggling to breathe under the pressure. Yet, for the sake of saving Qin Hao, she pressed on, sprinting toward the exit of the dark night forest. As they hurried along, Qin Hao's condition deteriorated further. Shangguan Ning could feel his blood soaking through her clothes. Ninger, I'm really so tired. I just want to sleep. Qin Hao, I warn you, do not sleep. Just hold on a little longer. If you dare to sleep, I will never speak to you again. For the first time, Shangwan Ning was fighting desperately for a man. Her legs heavy as if filled with lead from exhaustion. Due to excessive blood loss, Qin Hao could hardly keep his eyes open. Too fatigued to resist as he leaned his chin against Shangwan Ning's shoulder, their cheeks pressed closely together. While running, Shangwan Ning stole glances at Qin Hao, whose once handsome visage was now pale as a sheet, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Biting her lip, she could only imagine the harrowing events of the past hour. The strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair had certainly worked, but it came with great peril, borne solely by Qin Hao. When the seven-colored phoenix beast ceased its pursuit, it must have realized it had been deceived and hurried back to its volcanic lair. Although Qin Hao had seized the phoenix egg in the process, he now faced the wrath of the seven-colored phoenix beast. For a full hour, Qin Hao had desperately fled on the back of a mere level 12 infernal howling wolf, using the terrain to evade the beast while sustaining grievous injuries. In truth, the dangers and crises Qin Hao endured in that hour far exceeded Shangwan Ning's imagination. Gratitude filled Shangwan Ning's heart, intertwined with an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had never owed a debt of gratitude to any man before. Yet now she found herself indebted to Qin Hao. In reality, Qin Hao had no obligation to risk his life for her. After all, they were not related and had only met a handful of times. Their relationship could hardly be described as friendship. They were merely acquaintances. Shangwan Ning had never experienced romantic love and could not fathom why Qin Hao would go to such lengths to assist her. But pondering the reasons was futile. At that moment, her sole conviction was to ensure that Qin Hao did not perish. Midnight, 12 o'clock. At the outskirts of the dark night forest, the bus station. A light rain began to fall, the cold wind biting. All the students of Zhuke Academy stood shivering in the chill, waiting for Qin Hao. They endured hunger and cold, grumbling amongst themselves. Qin Hao is truly foolish. Why would he recklessly venture into a danger zone? He is practically courting death. Now that midnight had arrived, the prospects looked grim. Perhaps Qin Hao has already been devoured by a wild beast, one student lamented. Director Su, should we continue waiting? The students are nearly frozen. Su Yun's gaze remained fixed on the exit of the dark night forest, her anxiety palpable. As a longtime friend of Long Kuei, she had promised to take good care of Qin Hao. If anything happened to him, she could not face Long Kuei. Shangwan Ming wept bitterly, repeatedly murmuring Qin Gige's name. Yang Yu, Li Bi Lang, and Arthur stood in the rain, appearing silent, yet their unease surpassed that of anyone else. After a while, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone, look! Someone is coming out. All eyes turned toward the exit of the dark night forest. Shangwan Ning emerged, carrying the severely injured Qin Hao on her back. Isn't that Shangwan Ning, the flower of Qinglong Academy? What is she doing here? The man she carried looked strangely familiar. Wait, is that Qin Hao? Director Su, look! It really is Qin Hao. Su Yun rushed forward, her high heels clicking on the pavement. Shangwan Ning, what has happened? With cold sweat on her brow and gasping for breath, Shangwan Ning replied, quickly save Qin Hao. He is gravely injured. School nurse. Su Yun called out. The medical team rushed to Qin Hao, placing the unconscious young man onto a stretcher. Students gathered around, their brows furrowing as they beheld Qin Hao's injuries. Unable to bear the sight. Excessive blood loss. His vital signs are weak. CPR is ineffective. Nurse Liu, start artificial respiration. The nurse named was a rookie just beginning her internship, frozen in shock at the sight of Qin Hao's horrifying injuries. Nurse Liu, don't just stand there. Hurry up with artificial respiration. A life is at stake. I have no experience. I'm so nervous. At that moment, a disheveled Shinboki emerged from the dark night forest, panting alongside a weary ice armor battle turtle, having battled countless wild beasts all night in search of Qin Hao. Shinboki was furious upon witnessing Shangwan Ning attempting to revive him. Qin kid, are you serious? I risked my life searching for you all night, and here you are, enjoying yourself. I was mistaken. I want to resign. I'm done. Teacher Chun, calm down. Someone stop Teacher Chun. When Qin Hao finally regained consciousness, dawn had broken. Rubbing his heavy head, he found himself in a luxurious hospital room, sunlight streaming through the window. Xiao Hao, you're finally awake. A familiar fragrance enveloped him as Qin Yin embraced him tightly. Sister, how long have I been asleep? 3 days. Qin Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling the moments before his unconsciousness. Feeling a wave of terror wash over him. He had nearly met his end, yet fortune had favored him. Qin Yin suddenly said, right. I'll contact the doctor for a comprehensive examination to check for any aftereffects. Sister, that is unnecessary. I feel completely recovered. That is not acceptable. The doctor mentioned some issues with your kidneys. It's best to undergo a thorough examination. Qin Hao was petrified, quickly covering his lower back with a distressed expression. I have kidney problems? Sister, today isn't April Fool's Day. Please don't joke with me. Chapter 83. The Infernal Howling Wolf Levels Up. Absorbing the Phoenix Fire after a comprehensive examination with advanced medical equipment, a bespectacled, beautiful doctor approached Qin Yan with a smile. Miss Qin, your brother's recovery is excellent. He is basically in good health. Dr. Luna, what about my brother's kidneys? How is the kidney? Our Qin family is counting on my brother to carry on the family line. Qin Yan grasped Luna's hand, her eyes filled with concern, as her greatest fear was Qin Hao's kidney. At this moment, Qin Hao felt a wave of unease within. Dr. Luna gently reassured, Miss Qin, you are overly worried. Your brother's kidney is not seriously compromised. He merely sustained a significant injury to his lower back, which has had a slight effect on his kidney. Over the past week, he may experience mild discomfort while urinating, but it will surely heal within a week. She added a warm reminder. During the recovery period, it is best to refrain from intimate encounters with your girlfriend. Qin Hao's lips twitched. That's hilarious. I don't have a girlfriend. Thank you, Dr. Luna. You are too kind. Miss Qin, I will take my leave now. Feel free to contact me if needed. Once Luna departed, Qin Hao inquired, Sister, what kind of hospital is this? The doctors and nurses are all remarkably beautiful. It feels quite upscale, and the hospitalization fees must be considerable. This is not a hospital. It is a high-end rehabilitation center established by the Shangguan family in the heart of Xiling City. Qin Hao nodded slightly, realizing it was a favor from Shangguan Ning. Xiao Hao, now that you have just recovered from a serious illness, what would you like to eat? I will go buy it for you. I want to eat the dishes you make with your own hands. All right, then you lie down and rest a bit longer. I will return home to prepare a few dishes and bring them back for you. Thank you, sister. You are so wonderful to me. Qin Yan affectionately ruffled Qin Hao's hair, saying, Silly boy, you are my only brother. Of course, I must treat you well. I will be back shortly. After Qin Yan left, the ward was left with only Qin Hao. He got out of bed, faintly feeling discomfort in his kidney area. 3 nights ago, when Shangguan Ning had knocked him down, his kidney had suffered a minor impact from a stone. While fleeing from the 7-colored phoenix beast, his lower back had collided with a tree, causing further injury to his kidney. Fortunately, Qin Hao possessed a robust physique, which allowed for a swift recovery. A week of rest would suffice, and it would not hinder his plans to marry and start a family. Subsequently, Qin Hao performed a series of kidney-strengthening exercises in the ward, invigorating his body and restoring his complexion to a vibrant hue, appearing as spirited as ever. He then picked up the golden divine pet ball next to his pillow and summoned the Hellfire Howling Wolf. Wow, handsome. It has only been a few days, yet you have grown so much. Upon its appearance, the massive head of the Hellfire Howling Wolf nearly grazed the ceiling of the ward. Its size had ballooned 3-fold compared to before, with limbs more robust than those of an elephant, and its hellfire was now purer than ever. At this moment, the injuries on the Hellfire Howling Wolf had completely healed. It lowered its head, affectionately nuzzling Qin Hao's arm with its fluffy face. No wonder. You have leveled up 5 times. What a delightful surprise. Qin Hao beamed, realizing this was the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. When a beast battles under duress, it accelerates its leveling process, especially in life and death situations. Although the 7-colored phoenix beast had injured the Hellfire Howling Wolf, it also provided a substantial amount of experience for leveling up. Enduring blows can indeed lead to growth. Now, the Hellfire Howling Wolf was at level 17, mature form. Only 3 levels away from the next evolution threshold, easily achievable with a few more fire-type magic crystals. Golden flames? What on earth? Qin Hao's gaze fixated on the mouth of the Hellfire Howling Wolf. A trace of golden flame flickered at the corner of its mouth. Qin Hao found this perplexing. The flames of the Hellfire Howling Wolf were supposed to be pure black, embodying hellfire. When faced with a knowledge gap, he utilized the 9-turn underworld eye. His right eye glowed with a purple light, scanning the entirety of the Hellfire Howling Wolf. 5 seconds later, Qin Hao let out a joyful scream. Unable to contain his excitement as he embraced the Hellfire Howling Wolf's neck, exclaiming, Handsome, you have gained a new flame within you, the Phoenix Fire. The Hellfire Howling Wolf looked adorably confused. Seeing Qin Hao's joy made it happy as well. Qin Hao composed himself and recalled the sequence of events, quickly piecing together the story. Deep within the volcanic magma of the Dark Night Forest lay the habitat of the 7-colored phoenix beast. Over time, the Phoenix Fire had mingled with the magma. 3 nights ago, Qin Hao had commanded the Hellfire Howling Wolf to leap into the volcanic magma to steal a phoenix egg. Bathing in the molten rock, Hellfire possesses a hidden ability. It can absorb any kind of flame in existence and convert it for its own use. It was evident that the Hellfire Howling Wolf had inadvertently utilized this hidden ability to absorb the phoenix fire of the seven-colored phoenix beast while in the volcanic magma. Thus, the Hellfire Howling Wolf could now wield two types of flames, the Black Hellfire and the Golden Phoenix Fire. Qin Hao's heart raced with exhilaration as he grabbed the paw of the Hellfire Howling Wolf, dancing with joy. Truly, a dance with wolves. Handsome. During this journey to the Dark Night Forest, you performed admirably. I am planning to buy you 200 boxes of spicy strips, 100 for eating and 100 for indulgence. Don't ask me why. It's merely to lift my spirits. Oh well. Just then, the door swung open, and Shangwan Ming rushed in like a gust of wind. Brother Qin, you are finally awake. I missed you so much. Before Qin Hao could react, a large-breasted, lowly girl enveloped him, her soft form pressing against him. Shangwan Ming tightly clung to Qin Hao's waist, burying her small face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent, which brought her comfort. Qin Hao reciprocated by wrapping his arms around Shangwan Ming, smiling. Ming Ming. There's no need to worry. My injuries are not serious. Really? That's wonderful news. My sister has been so worried about you. Qin Hao glanced toward the entrance of the ward, where Shangwan Ning stood timidly, holding a fruit basket. Their eyes met, and Shangwan Ning felt flustered. She struggled to express her emotions, unable even to muster a smile, and could only awkwardly step into the ward. You are awake. Yes, I have fully recovered. There is no need for concern. Don't misunderstand. I wasn't worried about you, Shangwan Ning replied. Unable to hold back, Shangwan Ming bluntly stated, Sister, just stop pretending. Over the past few days, you have arranged the best room and the finest doctors for Brother Qin, and you even kept vigil outside the ward. You clearly care about him. You little brat, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Shangwan Ning's face flushed. Brother-in-law, my sister is bullying me. You little brat, dare you talk back? Qin Hao chuckled, intervening. Ninger, Ming Ming is just a child, speaking without a filter. Do not take it to heart. Humph. I am not a child. If you want to stand up for me, I won't talk to you anymore. Shangwan Ming feigned anger as she left the ward, actually intending to create a moment of intimacy between Qin Hao and Shangwan Ning, a true master of sibling trickery. Qin Hao returned the Hellfire Howling Wolf to the Golden Divine Pet Ball, leaving only him and Shangwan Ning in the ward. They fell into silence, both recalling the moments of artificial respiration, their faces turning crimson. Qin Hao, about the events in the Dark Night Forest, I want to, before he could finish his gratitude. Shangwan Ming burst back into the ward, holding a document, her expression frantic as she exclaimed, Oh no, Brother Qin, Zhuke Academy is going to expel you again, this time. They have even sent the expulsion notice.